I'm an extreme athlete on the blue planet, and I am keen to challenge the boundaries of life all year round. Every year, I choose one of the world's top extreme challenges and write my own legend with sweat and courage. In the past decade, I have accomplished 7 amazing feats. Now, there is only one last goal left: whitewater rafting on the Congo River, which is known as one of the 8 greatest extremes. To this end, I put all my efforts into preparation and even plan to live broadcast the entire challenge process. However, the day before departure, fate gave me an unprecedented turn. When I woke up, I found myself traveling to a completely unfamiliar world. Of this world revived, and secret caves and heavens appeared one after another, and the area of Blue Star expanded dozens of times. Countless animals and plants mutated and turned into ferocious beasts. At the same time, the alien race that came out of the secret realm took humans as prey and killed them on sight, with no intention of coexisting. Over the past 100 years, countless brutal wars have broken out between humans and alien races and ferocious beasts. Although technological weapons are effective, they are difficult to reverse the situation, especially when facing those terrifying existences that can withstand strategic-level nuclear bombs without any damage. In the face of crisis, the human race found another way. Scientists sneaked into the secret realm and spent decades studying the alien race's system of becoming stronger, and finally created a cultivation system suitable for humans. From warriors to kings, generation after generation has paved this road to high martial arts with their blood and lives, igniting hope for the human race to fight against the myriad races in the secret realm. Unfortunately, I became a lower-class citizen with no talent for martial arts, suffering from a terminal illness, advanced liver cancer, and only 3 months to live. Despair enveloped my heart, but at the darkest moment, my fate finally saw a ray of hope. A property panel appeared in my mind, and I awakened the talent of adaptive cell evolution. From now on, as long as I'm not killed instantly, I can continue to adapt to the environment and evolve in desperate situations. Burned by flames? My body has evolved resistance to fire and heat. Drowning underwater? I held my breath for an hour, and my cells developed anaerobic tolerance. Facing the terrifying blood and energy impact of a 4th-stage warrior? I endured the severe pain, and all the cells in my body completed the transformation. My strength, physical fitness, and energy and blood increased dramatically. Practice martial arts? I don't need it. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. In this chaotic world of war, I will rewrite the rules with evolution and create miracles out of desperate situations. In the ward, I slowly woke up from the darkness. My mind was in a trance, but I was surprised to find that the pain in my body had eased a lot. A tingling sensation spread throughout my body, as if some power was quietly changing my body. Your cells have successfully adapted to cancer and evolved a passive skill: cell proliferation recovery LV2. Your nerve cells have successfully adapted to level 7 pain and evolved a passive skill: pain tolerance LV3. The information hit my ears like thunder. I was startled and my thoughts flashed through my mind. So, this is what is called adaptive evolution? A huge wave of emotions surged in my heart. I hurriedly opened my eyes, supported myself on the edge of the bed, and hurriedly sat up, gasping for breath. I survived! I couldn't help but laugh out loud with unbelievable joy. Looking down at my body, the feeling of weakness from cancer was gone, replaced by a long-lost sense of relief. I tried to clench my fists, and I felt a little more strength in my muscles. With a thought, a familiar light screen appeared before his eyes. Name: Chini, Hungary, race, planetary Terran, 2%. Strength, 3 constitution, 8 agility, 3 spirit, 6 talent. Adaptive cell evolution. Skills: cell proliferation recovery LV2, pain tolerance LV3, combat power evaluation. Possesses recovery ability comparable to that of a 2nd-stage warrior. Not afraid of pain, but still a weakling in combat power. Can be called top-level food for wild beasts. Almost burst out laughing when I saw this comment. Although the best food for the beast sounds heartbreaking, it is a world of difference compared to the previous dying state. I got rid of cancer. I almost jumped up with joy. However, before I could be happy for long, I felt a wrenching emptiness in my stomach. Hunger devoured me like a beast. I touched my empty stomach and wanted to rush into the kitchen to find something to eat. But after taking just 2 steps, I suddenly stopped. A bold idea flashed through my mind. If my cells can adapt to cancer, can they also adapt to hunger? This idea made my blood boil. I quickly suppressed the urge to eat, went back to the sofa, sat cross-legged, closed my eyes, and started the experiment. The hunger surged like a tidal wave, and the thirst that followed was like a needle pricking my throat. But compared to the pain of cancer, these were nothing. I forced myself to grit my teeth and persevere. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Time passed by little like sand. Suddenly, I noticed that the heart-wrenching hunger was gradually subsiding, as if my body had learned how to fight this state. Ding! Your cells have successfully adapted to low energy intake and evolved a passive skill, energy-saving LV1. Your cells have successfully adapted to the lack of water and evolved a passive skill, flow-saving LV1. A feeling of relaxation spread throughout my body, and I slowly opened my eyes, filled with excitement and disbelief. My body was transforming into something with infinite possibilities. The experimental results were encouraging, so I decided to continue the spirit of doing it all and start an extreme hibernation. Like an old device about to shut down, I slumped on the sofa and entered the power-saving mode. Even moving a finger wasted energy. What surprised me was that in this state, my need for food and water dropped sharply. Ordinary people eat once every 3 days and drink once every day, but I stretched this time to 10 days and 5 days. However, as I continued to starve, I realized something was wrong. After 24 hours, energy saving failed to continue to evolve and instead drained my body, which had just recovered from a serious illness, and my basic attributes began to gradually drop. Damn! Adaptive evolution isn't omnipotent. If I keep going on, I'm afraid I'll starve to death before I succeed in evolving. I cursed and decided to quit while I was ahead. I staggered to my feet, dug out the only 2 remaining nutritional supplements from the refrigerator, and swallowed them like pills. They still tasted like plastic, and I had almost no sense of fullness, but my body did begin to warm up. I rushed to the faucet and drank as much as I could without caring about the water quality. I'm finally alive. The moment my body revived, I couldn't help but sigh. The saying that the poor rely on mutations, the rich rely on technology, is indeed true. In this high-level martial arts world where spiritual energy is revived, the rich can easily come up with panaceas, but a loser like me at the bottom of the society can only linger on, and no one even cleans up my corpse. But God finally opened his eyes. I actually mutated. Although I don't know where this mysterious personal panel came from, it gave me hope. As long as I take advantage of this opportunity, I can not only survive, but also live beautifully. After resting for a while, I opened the panel, and sure enough, the data had changed again. Strength and agility increased by 4 points each, and mental strength even broke through to 8 points. Although there was no change in physical fitness, the overall improvement was gratifying. According to the instructions on the panel, Constitution determines physical strength and recovery. Strength affects blood and power. Agility controls speed and reaction, and mental power. Maybe the key to the divine thoughts and fairy tales? The energy saving and flow saving gained by starving were indeed effective, directly increasing my mental strength by half. I was very happy. Relying on this wonderful evolution method, I would be able to catch up with those high-ranking warriors sooner or later. Practicing martial arts? Practice some bullshit. Just torturing yourself is enough. I made up my mind and looked at the gas stove in the kitchen. Click! Blue flames rose up. I gritted my teeth, reached my hands over the flames, and flipped them over and roasted them like skewers. The licking of the flames, the skin quickly turned red and charred, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of burning. Does it hurt? Of course it hurts. But with the blessing of pain tolerance LV3, this pain is completely bearable. After about 8 minutes, my hand was completely carbonized and charred like a burnt stick. At this moment, a powerful vitality surged out of the body, and the charred skin fell off piece by piece, revealing brand new white and tender skin. Your cells have adapted to the high-temperature environment and gained a passive skill. High temperature, fire, resistance LV1. I tried it to my surprise, and I felt no pain when other parts of my body came into contact with the flames. I even felt warm. This time the evolution covered my entire body. Looking at the newly added skills on the panel, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. My goodness, if I play like this every day, I'm afraid the skill list will be over. However, this method of evolution is essentially self-torture. I recalled the burning of the flames just now, and there was a hint of excitement mixed with the pain. Could it be that I have awakened some strange attribute? To verify more possibilities, I went to the bathroom and filled the sink with water. With a plop, I plunged my head in and began the challenge of underwater training. The stinging pain caused by lack of oxygen made my whole body tight, and my mind went blank. But I gritted my teeth and held on for 10 minutes and finally got the system prompt. Your cells have adapted to the oxygen-deficient environment and gained a passive skill, anaerobic resistance LV1. Huh, that's good. However, when I tried to challenge the more difficult underwater breathing, I almost killed myself. Fortunately, my anaerobic resistance was upgraded to level 2, so it wasn't in vain. Forget it, 3 hours of breath holding is enough. I shook off the water droplets on my face and was about to study other evolutionary directions when a severe feeling of hunger came over me. I was stunned. It turns out that cell evolution requires energy, but the refrigerator was empty, not to mention food. Even the nutritional supplements were empty. I stared at the worn leather sofa in the living room, and a crazy idea came to me. White shirt apartment, room 321. The sunlight came in through the gaps in the curtains, brightening up the dim room a little, but the dull feeling in the air still lingered. The worn leather sofa creaked, and I slumped down on it, chewing something. My eyes were empty, but my expression was surprisingly calm. The blood from the corner of my mouth flowed down, staining my chin and collar a glaring red. Strange, I don't feel any pain, it's just, I can't bite it. I swallowed the food in my mouth hard, and as I spat it out, one of my front teeth rolled to the ground. Now the tooth is incomplete. I smiled indifferently, kicked the tooth aside, and my eyes wandered, finally falling on the sofa. That's right, the tattered appearance of the sofa was not caused by a dog, but by me. The room was empty, the refrigerator was already empty, the rice cooker was just a decoration, and the only thing that could fill my stomach was this sofa. As the only food resource in the house, it had become my lunch and dinner. Although life is so absurd, I can only try to have fun in the midst of suffering. My talent may not be of much use, but at least it allows me to digest foreign matter and survive these few days of hunger. Fill your stomach first, then think about other things. I tore off a piece of sofa leather and stuffed it into my mouth. The rough texture and disgusting taste were suppressed by me. At this moment, the sudden system prompt sound broke the silence. Your cells have successfully adapted to hard objects, evolving into a passive skill, Hard Talk LV1. Your digestive organs have adapted to foreign objects, evolving into a passive skill, Iron Stomach LV1. Finally, there's some reward. I raised my lips slightly, revealing a proud smile. Harder teeth and a stronger stomach, these are my survival weapons. After eating this piece of sofa leather, I plan to set my next goal. I must speed up the evolution of my cells and say goodbye to the life of chewing the sofa as soon as possible. The food problem has been solved for now. Next, it's time to improve our combat effectiveness. I stood up, opened the curtains, and sunlight immediately filled the room. I stretched comfortably and then imagined how great it would be if I could survive by photosynthesis like plants. However, evolution is not arbitrary. I know that in order to survive in this dangerous world, improving combat capabilities is the best way. Suddenly, my cell phone rang. I looked down and saw the note creditor. This is interesting. I picked up the phone, and a gentle but unquestionable voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Mr. Cheen. According to the investigation, you are currently unable to repay the loan. We will send someone to discuss a new repayment method with you. Please stay awake and don't die at home. Beep, beep, beep. The phone was quickly hung up, and the cold tone made me frown slightly. A new way to repay? What could it be? I laughed to myself, thinking, this debt is already overwhelming me, so a little more wouldn't matter. But I didn't have time to think about it. Becoming stronger was the most urgent task. I walked to the window and looked at the height of the 3rd floor. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into my mind. Jumping from the 3rd floor may help me improve my ability to withstand blows. So I climbed up to the windowsill and jumped down. Bang! A huge crash sounded downstairs in the apartment building in the early morning. Wang Yueling, who was on the 1st floor, was rubbing her eyes and preparing to go out when she was suddenly startled by the loud noise and froze in place. She was stunned to see a figure falling heavily on the ground less than 3 meters away. Blood splattered everywhere. Oh my God! How could this happen? Wang Yueling looked at me in shock as I fell to the ground and was covered in blood. She recognized that the man was Qin, who lived on the 3rd floor. She hurriedly took out her cell phone and prepared to call the emergency number. Chini, don't die, I'll call an ambulance now. At this point, I struggled to make a weak sound. Stop shouting, I'm fine, it's not a big problem. Wang Yueling stared with wide eyes as she watched my bloody body begin to slowly move, and the injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After just a few minutes, I stood up, patted the blood off my body, and gave an apologetic smile. Sorry to scare you, I was really just exercising. Exercise? Wang Yueling couldn't understand it all. The scene before her was as absurd as a dream. It's early in the morning, and someone jumped from the third floor and fell like this. And he can still smile and say it's okay? She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. I repeatedly explained that I was fine, and even jumped around a few times in front of Wang Yueling. Only then did she finally feel relieved, and she rushed to work with a confused look on her face. As I watched her disappear down the stairwell, I felt an irrepressible excitement in my eyes, and the corners of my mouth slightly raised. A 10-meter free fall was worth it. I actually succeeded in evolving this time. System prompt. Your cells have adapted to strong impacts, and you have gained a passive skill, Earthquake Resistance LV1. Your bones have adapted to crushing blows, and you have gained a passive skill, Iron Bones LV1. Similar passive talents have been detected, and the skills have been automatically merged, and you have gained the passive skill, Copper Skin and Iron Bones LV1. Can similar skills be combined? This unexpected surprise made me feel dazed. It turns out that I am not useless. I can actually awaken such a strong defensive skill. I raised my fist and punched my abdomen hard, making a dull metallic sound. Although I gasped in pain, my skin and flesh were completely unscathed. My defense was off the charts, faster than expected. I muttered and opened my personal panel. Name, Chini. Race, planetary human, 3%. Strength, 4. Constitution, 10. Agility, 4. Spirit, 6. Talent, adaptive cell evolution. Skills, cell proliferation recovery LV2. Pain tolerance LV3. Iron bones LV1. Combat rating, thick skin and flesh, not afraid of pain when beaten. Human cockroach. My strength and agility are indeed a little lacking, but the improvement in my physique is a qualitative change. Even a warrior's heavy blow may not be able to break my skeleton. Seeing the evolution progress in the race column increase to 3%, I couldn't help but frown. It's still a long way from complete evolution. I hope it will give me a bigger surprise when the time comes. Back in the shabby rental house, looking at the empty kitchen, my stomach rumbled at the right moment. Apparently, eating sofa cushions was not a long-term solution. I flipped through the bedside table, just as I was trying to find some quick ways to get stronger, but I came across a few unread messages. I clicked on them and saw that the sender was Chen Xian. Chen Xian, this name warms my heart. We were brothers when we were growing up in an orphanage. Later, when I got cancer, he desperately borrowed money and even went into debt just to help me with my treatment. Chen Xian, Brother E, don't give up. I have become an entry-level warrior, and I will definitely find a way to save you. You bastard. Bitterness and guilt welled up in my heart. It's not that I don't want to accept help, but I know I don't need it anymore. But I have to repay Chen Xian's debt in this favor. I replied, there is already a way to cure my illness. Just focus on your cultivation and don't worry about me. A few minutes passed, and Chen Xian did not reply. Perhaps he was busy practicing. Looking at the empty kitchen, I rubbed my brows. I have to find a way to make money properly. My talent is consuming my energy every day. If this continues, I'm afraid that I'll eat up the wall, not to mention the sofa. While I was daydreaming, there was a knock on the door. I frowned and walked to the door. When the door opened, two strangers stood there, a middle-aged man with a stern face and a young doctor in a white coat. The middle-aged man looked disgusted and sneered. How unlucky. A dignified second-stage warrior is actually sent to collect the debt of a dying loser. The young doctor shook his head and opened the suitcase. In a flash of cold light, 3 sharp scalpels came into view. The cancer cells haven't spread, and the kidneys are still intact. 500,000 for 2 kidneys is a fair deal. The doctor said in a cold tone, put on gloves, and glanced at the simple room. It's right here. The bed is relatively clean. I was silent for a few seconds, my eyes wandering between the two of them, as if I was hesitating. Seeing this, Wu Jiming sneered and said, don't even think about running away. You're a sickly person. You have no chance in front of a second-level warrior like me. But what moved me was not the thought of running away, but the scalpel. I picked up the knife and thrust it straight into my waist. Blood gushed out instantly, but my expression remained calm, revealing a faint smile. A few seconds later, I pulled out a fresh kidney from the wound and handed it to the stunned doctor. Store it quickly, it's still warm. The doctor was stunned, and his hands and feet were stiff. I looked at Wu Jiming and sneered. How can you do anything about the creditor's affairs? I'll do it myself. As I said that, I stabbed him again, this time taking out the second kidney and handed it over. Is 500,000 enough? Otherwise, I have more in stock. Deathly silence filled the room. Wu Jiming and the young doctor were stunned, apparently unable to digest the scene before them. Having served in the order for many years, they were accustomed to blood and violence and had carried out countless dangerous missions, but they had never seen such a horrifying scene. I calmly drew my knife and stabbed myself in front of them and took out my kidney with 2 cuts, then calmly handed over the deal. What was even more incredible was that I calmly said, unlimited supply. Wu Jiming took a deep breath. As a martial artist, he knew that the ability to regenerate organs required at least a low-level martial artist to achieve it, but this young man who seemed to be seriously ill could do it effortlessly. His investigation might have been seriously biased. I smiled, fiddling with the scalpel, and said in a calm but chilling tone, don't think too much. I really need money. I just want to sell my organs for a long time. As I spoke, I expertly cut off another organ, cleaned the wound neatly, and smiled. Except for the heart and brain, all other organs are available. Just ask for what you need. Wu Jiming and the young doctor looked extremely serious, especially the young doctor, who stared at the wound on my waist and found that it healed very quickly without leaving any scars. This kind of recovery ability is undoubtedly a characteristic of a martial artist. Realizing that the situation was out of control, Wu Jiming suppressed his fear and murderous intent and asked cautiously, so, what do you mean? As soon as he finished speaking, I quickly removed a few more organs, completed the transaction in a few seconds, and successfully received a $1 million transfer. After the transaction was completed, I did not leave in a hurry. Instead, I started to bite the leather sofa and elegantly enjoyed this rather strange, delicious, under their horrified gaze. As I chewed, I sighed, selling my organs to make money and evolve at the same time. This plan is simply perfect. This scene completely overwhelmed Wu Jiming and the young doctor's psychological defenses. They could no longer stay and almost crawled out of the room. I stared at their embarrassed backs, and my smile deepened. Their fear was obviously one of my gains. At the same time, a reward prompt appeared on the system interface. This self-organ removal task not only earned me $1 million, but also unlocked 2 new passive skills, hematopoiesis LV1 and organ regeneration LV1. The 2 combined with my cell proliferation recovery LV2 eventually formed a stronger ability, physical recovery LV1. It seems that my performance this time has made them completely mistakenly believe that I am a high-level warrior. I looked at the skill panel with a smile on my face and began to think about how to maximize the use of these abilities. After cleaning the blood off my body and changing into clean clothes, I decided to use the newly acquired funds to purchase supplies and further improve my next plan. At the same time, Wu Jiming and the young doctor fled to the whooshing bar. They were pale and frightened, and they drank the wine in one gulp. The bartender glanced at them with a professional smile on his face. It seems that you have gained a lot today. Have you completed your mission? Wu Jiming slammed the cup on the bar and gritted his teeth. Complete it. Your investigation report is all garbage. Do you know what we just faced? He is a martial artist, a monster with regenerated organs. The bartender was stunned, frowning. Impossible. I checked it myself. He is just an ordinary person. There is no record of him awakening any special abilities since he was a child. Wu Jiming sneered. Why don't you try it yourself? Not only can he regenerate organs, his recovery ability is also ridiculously strong. The bartender was silent for a moment, then said coldly, if what you said is true, then he must have had some kind of adventure recently. It is impossible for him to become a martial artist out of thin air. There must be a sea-level spiritual object or a second-level spiritual plant. This sentence shocked Wu Jiming even more. He knew that such a priceless item was not something that a small character like them could get their hands on. The bartender smiled greedily and whispered, I will report this matter to the higher-ups in the organization. As for the outcome, it has nothing to do with you. The lights in the bar were dim, and the bartender was shaking the cocktail shaker with a cold look in his eyes. As the scarlet liquid poured into the glass, he murmured in a low voice, "It is a crime to possess a treasure. This game has just begun. The sky is clear, the white clouds are floating, and the sunshine covers the earth like golden gauze." I stood on the sidewalk, the breeze blowing on my face, the air fresh, as if the whole world was adding to my mood. There were few pedestrians on the wide streets, and the hustle and bustle of the city seemed to be isolated in the distance. This long-lost sense of pleasure comes from the $1 million sum I just got from the organ trade with the god of others. This is not only a symbol of wealth, but also the key to changing my destiny. I know in my heart that in this era of spiritual revival, money and material things are the driving force of evolution. Only by constantly strengthening ourselves can we control the future in this turbulent world. It was 9:30 in the morning, and I was walking in the eastern suburbs of Yuhang City. The environment here is quiet, with green trees and far away from the noise of the city. It is an ordinary but comfortable place. Although the living conditions are average, the tranquility and spaciousness here retain a rare sense of simple warmth. Ahead, a supermarket came into view. Unlike 100 years ago, today's supermarkets not only sell common daily necessities, but also display some low-level spiritual fruits. Although these spiritual fruits are not high-level treasures, they can improve physical fitness and slightly enhance the martial arts potential of ordinary people. On the billboard outside the supermarket, the prices of two kinds of spiritual fruits are clearly marked: purple bamboo fruit and snow fruit, 1,000 yuan each. I looked at the price and couldn't help but shake my head and laugh. It's really a steal. This kind of inferior spiritual fruit can be easily picked outside the secret realm, and there are thousands of them. Reselling it back will make more profit than speculating in real estate. Although spiritual fruits are no stranger to me, these low-level spiritual fruits are more like snacks for the rich, and ordinary people rarely have the ability to consume them for a long time. I also once fantasized about breaking into the secret realm to pick fruits and get rich, but in the end I stopped because of the fear of danger. In the past, I would have felt painful every time I bought one. I sighed and walked into the supermarket with mixed emotions. Behind the cashier counter, a white-haired old man was counting the goods with his head down. His wrinkles were like tree bark full of years, and his eyes were almost narrowed into slits. I smiled and said, "Grandpa, give me a purple bamboo fruit and a snow fruit." When I paid, I felt an unprecedented sense of confidence. This ease and comfort was something I could never have imagined in the past. Soon, the old man took out the fruits and handed them to me, one purple and one white. The luster of the spiritual fruits seemed to carry a strange temptation. I didn't leave in a hurry, but swallowed the two spiritual fruits on the spot. The purple bamboo fruit was sour and soft, like a ripe persimmon, and a warm current instantly flowed into my body. The snow fruit was as cold as water, and the coldness spread throughout my body, even making me shiver. The average person can only eat 3 snow apples and purple bamboo fruits a day at most. If you eat more, your internal organs and meridians won't be able to bear it, and something bad will happen. The old man kindly reminded. This made me feel moved, and I immediately asked, "What are the specific consequences if I eat more?" The old man seemed to be surprised by my interest and was stunned for a moment. When he was about to answer, a young man in a baseball cap came over and said with a mocking tone, "You haven't seen the world, have you? An average person may suffer heart and lung burns if they eat 5 purple bamboo fruits. Eating 10 is simply an overdose, causing vomiting blood at the very least and death at the worst. Snow fruit is even worse. 5 are enough to stop the heart." Facing his sarcasm, I just smiled and ignored it. I said to the old man again, "Give me 5 more snow fruits and 5 more purple bamboo fruits." The old man hesitated for a moment, but still did as he was told. I peeled the purple bamboo fruit on the spot and ate 5 in one go. A burning sensation quickly rose in my body, as if my blood was boiling, and my meridians were burning violently as if they were wrapped in flames. Sweat instantly soaked my whole body. I exhaled a breath of hot air, wiped the blood off my face, and grinned. "It's okay, just a little hot." The old man and the young man in the baseball cap were stunned. Seeing them frantically preparing to call the emergency number, the doctor answered the call in a serious tone. "What is the patient's condition? Is he unconscious?" The young man was stunned, looking at me who looked energetic. He couldn't connect me with the idea of dying. The doctor on the other end of the phone obviously didn't believe it. "Energetic? Are you kidding?" I calmly stood up, wiped off the blood, took out my cell phone again, and said to the old man with a smile, "Give me another 100 purple bamboo fruits." My tone was relaxed, but there was a sharp light in my eyes. This time, not only the old man, but also the young man was completely stunned. He stared at me blankly and muttered, "What kind of monster is this guy?" Li Wufeng's eyes widened, his voice trembling. "You don't really intend to eat those 100 spiritual fruits?" He is the young master of the Yuhang Li family, born in a martial arts family, with a distinguished status and extraordinary cultivation. The pupil of breaking the void inherited by their family is a top-notch, B-level martial arts method, and all the masters of the past generations have regarded it as a treasure. At this moment, Li Wufeng's blood was surging, and his eyes were shining with a strange light. He stared at me, sneering in his heart. This guy's blood is less than 5 cards. 5 card of chi and blood is the minimum standard for ordinary people to enter the martial arts threshold. Below this, you are just a mortal. He snorted coldly, his tone contemptuous. Your physical fitness looks okay, but you are not a warrior after all. If you really dare to eat more than 10 purple bamboo fruits, I'm afraid you won't survive tonight. Li Wufeng was sure that I was just bluffing, trying to attract attention through exaggerated behavior. He sneered and said, "Don't waste everyone's time. I won't help you collect your body if you die." I raised my eyes, glanced at him lazily, and said in a flat voice, "Don't worry, I don't plan to eat 100 of them in one go." Hearing this, Li Wufeng relaxed and felt that everything was under control. However, the next second, my next words almost made him slip. "I will eat 50 and take the remaining 50 back to my friends." I picked up a purple bamboo fruit, threw it into my mouth, and swallowed it in 2 or 3 bites. While eating, I said casually, "Ordinary people can only eat 10 purple bamboo fruits at most. Then today, I will do an experiment for you to verify it yourself." Li Wufeng sneered, his tone even more disdainful. "If you want to die, I can't stop you." I continued chewing, and as I swallowed the 8th, I asked nonchalantly, "What if I really finish it? I kneel down and call you daddy. From now on, you will pay for the spiritual fruits you buy." Li Wufeng stood with his arms folded, looking arrogant. His eyes had already seen through my blood and chi, and confirmed that I was a mortal who could never enter the martial arts world. However, as each spiritual fruit was swallowed into his stomach, Li Wufeng's confidence was gradually shaken. I ate leisurely, and my face even became more rosy and my skin had a faint glow. The old man next to me hesitated and wanted to stop me, but he was intimidated by my aura and dared not speak. When I swallowed the 35th pill, my body began to recover miraculously and even showed signs of transformation. The air was filled with heat waves, my blood vessels were exposed, and white smoke was rising above my head, but I didn't feel any discomfort. Li Wufeng's expression finally changed, from initial contempt to astonishment, and finally to complete stupor. He couldn't believe that the limit that no one had dared to try for 100 years was easily broken by me. When I swallowed the 48th pill, a familiar system prompt suddenly sounded in my mind. Your cells have successfully adapted to the nourishment of the unclassified fire attribute spiritual fruit and evolved a talent skill, spiritual affinity LV1. The meridians and organs have been reshaped by the spiritual fire, and you have obtained the passive skill, tenacity LV1. An unprecedented perception flooded into my mind. I could clearly see the free spiritual energy in the air and try to guide them. My heart was pounding as I realized with excitement that these spiritual fruits could not only improve my physical fitness, but also activate my talents. 15 minutes later, I burped, patted my belly contentedly, looked at Li Wufeng, and grinned. "How about it, son? When will you kneel down and recognize your father?" Li Wufeng's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth. "Just pretend I didn't say anything before, okay? I'll exchange it for a first-level spiritual fruit." I raised my eyebrows and smiled. "One? You are so generous. Is the value of kneeling down and acknowledging your father so low for a young master?" Li Wufeng's face turned pale, and he endured the humiliation and said, "3. Is that enough?" I grinned. "Deal." Li Wufeng left without looking back after saying these harsh words. However, as soon as he stepped out of the supermarket, an ambulance came roaring in and several medical staff got out in a hurry. Call an ambulance? What a waste of resources. Look at him. The doctor pointed at me. He looks much more energetic after eating the spiritual fruit. How can he look like he's in trouble? Li Wufeng's face flushed red, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He roared wildly in his heart. Damn it. There is no way to explain this. Chini, what kind of monster is this? Li Wufeng and the medical staff left one after another, and the noise in the supermarket finally calmed down. I stood in the quiet supermarket, looking at the large box of fragrant spiritual fruits in my hand, and a sense of satisfaction welled up in my heart. 100,000 yuan was not expensive to buy them, but I had already thought of a way out. If the economy was tight, I could make some money by reselling some of the fruits. Of course, I didn't stop there. I turned to the old man at the cashier and asked, "Are there any other spiritual fruits?" The old man watched Li Wufeng leave. A complex look flashed across his eyes, and he shook his head. "These are the only two we have this week. The others will have to wait for the warriors coming out of the secret realm next week to supply them. The spiritual fruits in the eastern suburbs are the responsibility of the Li family, but you can go to other places in Yuhang, and maybe you can find more." After hearing this, I asked thoughtfully, "That young man just now, is he also from the Li family?" The old man smiled and nodded. "Yes, his name is Li Wufeng. He is the best of this generation of the Li family, and he broke through the martial arts master realm at the age of 18. He has a bright future." I was slightly stunned, and I was more surprised at the old man's understanding. He knew Li Wufeng's background very well, even his cultivation level, so it was obvious that his identity was not simple. I bowed slightly in thanks, and felt more respect for the old man in my heart. This young man has good aptitude, but he started training martial arts a little late. After I left, the old man whispered to himself. Carrying the box of spiritual fruits, I walked on the street. The heavy weight swaying on my shoulders was particularly eye-catching. The security in the eastern suburbs has always been poor, and robbers often appear here and there. But I didn't care and instead chose a remote road. Sure enough, when I reached the alley entrance, two ruffian young men emerged from the darkness, staring at the fruit box on my shoulder, their eyes full of greed. "It's spiritual fruit. This big box is full of spiritual fruit." The man with the crew cut licked his lips and spoke in a low voice. "We got this order." Another sturdy man sneered and whispered, "Don't worry, we'll ambush at the stairs of the white shirt apartment. When he comes over, we'll just knock him down with a stick and get the spiritual fruit." The two of them moved quickly and took a shortcut to the apartment. Then, they hid in a blind spot at the staircase on the first floor, holding steel rods and waiting with bated breath. Soon after, footsteps were heard. Their eyes lit up, and they were ready to take action. "It's him." The man with the crew cut made a gesture, and the burly man suddenly rushed out of the blind spot, swung the steel rod, and hit me hard on the back of the head. Bang! The crisp sound of impact echoed, but the strong man was stunned for a moment. The steel stick in his hand vibrated violently, making his palm numb. He looked at me in disbelief, with only one thought in his mind. Isn't this kid too stupid? He gritted his teeth and raised the steel rod again, hitting me a few more times. However, every time it fell, there was a deafening clang-clang sound, but I remained motionless. This is impossible. The sturdy man was completely stunned. He looked at me in amazement as I turned around with a faint smile on my face. I bent down to pick up the steel rod that fell on the ground and gently tapped my arm, making a bang-bang metallic sound. "Keep knocking." I smiled and pointed to my forehead. "It's okay here too. It's heartbreaking that you have so little strength. How about eating some spiritual fruit to replenish your strength first?" The sturdy man and the buzzcut man looked at each other, sweat rolling down their faces. "Brother, the tough guy is coming, retreat." Warning from the shadows startled the man with a crew cut, and then a hint of cruelty flashed across his face. He clenched the steel rod in his hand and rushed out from the corner, his eyes full of cruelty, and the steel rod went straight to my head, mercilessly. Unfortunately, he didn't know what kind of existence he was facing. Bah! The steel rod hit my forehead again, making a crisp sound, not the clang of metal collision, but the bang of hitting an iron plate. The man with the crew cut's face froze instantly, and the steel rod broke into two pieces. One piece fell to the ground, and the other was held tightly in his hand. The burly man next to him was filled with astonishment. The two looked at each other, then looked at the broken stick on the ground. Their pupils suddenly shrank, as if they were being stared at by the god of death. I stood there, with a faint smile on my lips, but my eyes were as cold as a knife. "Brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. Can you let us go?" The man with the crew cut's voice was trembling, and his ruthlessness had been completely destroyed by the scene just now. Seeing them kneeling down and begging for mercy, I couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect these little hooligans to be so timid. Not bad. You actually knew to kneel down. I raised my eyebrows slightly and said lazily, however, the East Suburb Police Station is still more suitable for you. Go and turn yourself in when you have time. Don't force me to find you. Before turning around and going upstairs, I said something meaningful. I will go to the police station in a few days. If I don't see you, then maybe no one in this world will see you again. Hearing these words, the man with the crew cut and the sturdy man trembled all over. Their faces turned pale, and they nodded quickly. When I returned to my shabby apartment, I felt a little dazed. The worn leather sofa in the living room was still lying there quietly, as if reminding me of my predicament a few days ago. I could barely afford to eat at that time. But now, my net worth has exceeded 1 million, and the direction of my life has taken on a whole new look. I sat on the sofa, playing with a few purple bamboo fruits and snow fruits in my hands. These spiritual fruits are natural treasures and extremely powerful. I picked out some of them and put them on Chun Xian's bedside. This is the testimony of our joint efforts. He is my brother, and I will never forget him no matter in good times or bad. The rest of the fruit in one go. The energy of the fruit exploded in my body, and an unprecedented burning sensation rose from my abdomen, as if my whole body was burning with flames. However, after I ate 50 snow fruits, a biting chill suddenly swept over me, and the cold air surged from the inside out, instantly covering my entire body. Cold. I feel like a living, dead person. The cold air was biting, and a thin layer of frost quickly formed on the surface of my skin. I felt as if I was frozen. It felt like my blood and heart were frozen. But I gritted my teeth and endured silently. Having experienced the torture of life and death, my will has long been tempered to be as tough as steel. Half an hour later, the chill finally subsided. I slowly exhaled, and a strange change occurred in my body. Your cells have successfully adapted to the unclassed ice attribute spiritual fruit and gained the innate skill, spiritual affinity LV2, passive skill, low temperature resistance LV4. Is my affinity with spiritual energy improved? I had a flash of excitement in my eyes. This meant that my training efficiency was greatly improved, and my low temperature resistance level made it easy for me to walk in an environment of minus 10 degrees Celsius. I clenched my fists, feeling the gradually growing strength, and a clear goal emerged in my mind: the secret realm. It is a paradise for the strong, and also my shortcut. As long as I get more spiritual plants in the secret realm, my strength will increase rapidly. In a few days, when my agility and attack power are improved, I will be able to explore the outskirts of the secret realm alone. I whispered to myself, with fire burning in my eyes. I sat cross-legged and began to guide the spiritual energy into my body. The surrounding spiritual energy poured in like a tide, nourishing my cells, and the blood in my body gradually condensed, eventually turning into a drop of golden blood essence. The first drop of chi and blood, success. Not daring to stop for a moment, I continued to temper my chi and blood. Unlike ordinary beginners, my body has long surpassed the limits of a third-stage warrior and absorbs spiritual energy as quickly as a whale. Every wisp of spiritual energy flowing through the meridians directly merges into the body, emitting a faint light, causing the body to gradually transform. No words were spoken for the day. In the morning, the sun shone through the curtains into the room. I opened my eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. I felt my whole body was transparent, as if I was reborn. 5 drops of light, golden blood were suspended between my heart veins. Although it looked calm on the surface, it contained surging power. 10 hours, 5 drops of blood. I whispered to myself, picked up my phone, and checked the time. It was 4 in the morning. I finally entered the ranks of entry-level warriors. This efficiency was something that even the #1 genius in Yuhang could hardly achieve. After a brief stretch, I walked out of the apartment and came to a nearby open space, eager to test my current limits. A punch was thrown, the air trembled, and there was a loud bang, like thunder. This punch had a terrifying force of 300 kilograms, comparable to a third-stage warrior. Trying to run wildly, the speed was even more astonishing, crossing 40 meters in 1 second, and the figure passed by like an afterimage. I'm comparable to a third-stage warrior right after getting started. It seems to be the effect of my passive skills. I sighed and opened the attribute panel. My strength increased from 7 to 12, my agility increased to 10, and my physique reached 15. However, the mental strength is still stagnant at 6 points, which is normal in the entry stage. I guess the attribute of a third stage warrior is only about 10 points, but my physique is far beyond that. The improvement in perception made my 5 senses more acute. I could clearly hear the light footsteps in the apartment from more than 10 meters away. His eyes turned to the door of the apartment and were vaguely locked on. It was Wang Yueling. "Good morning, Brother Qin. Are you exercising again?" Wang Yueling walked forward with a smile, her eyes full of complexity. As she spoke, she looked me up and down. "Yesterday, I was just an ordinary person. But today I was full of energy and blood, like a rising sun," which made her heart surging. Yesterday, he was an ordinary person, but today he has become a warrior? She was secretly shocked and forced a smile, congratulated him casually, and left in a hurry. But after walking a few steps, she couldn't help but look back at the apartment thinking, could it be that the free fall training method is really effective? After being stuck in 4-card blood for many years, this was the first time she was interested in this extreme training method. After Wang Yueling left, I returned to my room, packed up briefly, and rushed to the East Suburb supermarket. Not only for the transaction, but also to ask Mr. Wang some questions about cultivation. The streets were deserted in the early morning, with only the occasional pedestrian walking hurriedly with a breakfast bag. However, halfway through the journey, my brows furrowed slightly. A feeling of being watched crept into my heart. Someone is following us? I restrained my expression, pretended not to care, and glanced around secretly. Soon, I noticed a dark shadow following slowly behind me. He did not hide it at all. When I turned around, he smiled and nodded at me. He even generously quickened his pace and stood straight in front of me. "Strange God Society, Lu Yi." The black shadow spoke calmly and stretched out his right hand. "The Society of the Different Gods?" My mind quickly recalled that this was an organization I had come into contact with before due to loan sharking and organ selling. What exactly did they want to do by coming to my door this time? Lu Yi was wearing a loose black robe. His skin was pale, his features were strange, and his voice was feminine. He smiled and stretched out his hand. I hesitated for a moment before touching it, but suddenly I felt a surge of blood and energy rushing into my body, instantly destroying 3 meridians. A show of force? I gritted my teeth and circulated my energy and blood, forcibly recovering from the damage. I barely managed to stabilize my injuries. My face was slightly cold, and my eyes were fixed on Lu Yi. "TSK, I didn't expect you to be so weak. A wisp of blood and energy could hurt you like this." Lu Yi shrugged, his tone full of contempt. "I thought I would meet some strong man. Since you were so weak, just hand over the adventure yourself, and don't waste time." My heart trembled, and I instantly understood that these people must have mastered my information, and noticed that I had become a warrior from an ordinary person in a short period of time, and believed that I had encountered some kind of adventure. The system was indeed an adventure, but I would never hand this thing over. Run away or fight? Lu Yi was too lazy to talk nonsense as his thoughts raced. He punched towards me with a whistling wind, aiming directly at my lower abdomen. Blast in the air, and the fist blew through the air, hitting my chest hard. The huge impact set off an air wave, causing me to fly more than 10 meters away like a kite with a broken string, and then fell heavily to the ground. Bah! Blood rushed to my throat, and I could almost hear the sound of bones breaking. My internal organs ached, as if they were about to be torn apart. The force of this punch was at least 1 ton, and Lu Yi did it so easily. There is only one word difference between a warrior and a martial arts master, but there is a huge gap between them. Wu Jiming's reaction when he was afraid that Qin Yi was a martial arts master seemed normal now. Lu Yi shook his fist nonchalantly, his expression disdainful. "You are so weak that I am disappointed. You have to make me do it myself? Is it worth it?" He walked towards me slowly, his posture leisurely, obviously disdainful of going all out. He just wanted to use his fist to force me to surrender and give me the adventure obediently. I collapsed to the ground, covered in blood, like a puddle of mud. But my eyes flashed with a cold light. I knew very well that Lu Yi deliberately let me win, which gave me a chance to catch my breath. What doesn't kill me will only make me stronger. A strange power began to revive in my body. My cells burned like crazy, and my bones and organs were reshaped quickly. The speed was amazing. In just 1 minute, I had recovered 1/3 of my injuries. What's even more amazing is that the new bones are tougher, The internal organs are more efficient, and the strength is unprecedentedly abundant. I staggered to my feet, covered in blood, but my steps were as steady as a rock. I tore open the chocolate package I brought with me and took a bite calmly. The strong sweetness stimulated my taste buds. I didn't care about Lu Ye's stunned look. Chocolate. He was stunned at first, then he was furious. The other party was actually eating snacks? This was clearly a naked provocation. You're looking for death. Lu Yi was furious, punching me like a violent storm. Each of his punches was full of blood and energy, precise and fierce, enough to leave me covered in bruises, but not directly killing me. However, I remained calm, even showing a mocking smile. With my amazing recovery ability, I endured every punch. Every time I was hurt, my body would be reshaped in a stronger posture, and I would become stronger with each battle. What kind of monster is this guy? Lu Ye's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. Each of his punches was enough to destroy the meridians and damage the recovery ability, but I was like a piece of unbreakable iron, and I became more and more courageous as I fought. I gently dusted myself off with a faint smile on my face. What's wrong? You have so little strength? It seems I'm almost out of feeling. This simple provocation completely ignited Lu Ye's anger. He attacked with all his strength again, with fist shadows everywhere, and even a sharp tearing sound could be heard in the air. And at this moment, my body has quietly completed its transformation. Your cells have been subjected to the blood and chi of low-level martial artists and have successfully evolved into a talent skill, Aura Affinity LV3. Your cells have been tempered with high intensity and have evolved into a passive skill, Physical Recovery LV2. Your cells have adapted to the super strong impact and have evolved into a talent skill, Weak and Boneless. Facing Lu Ye's full-strength attack, I used my newfound magical power. My body was as flexible as a sponge, dissolving the huge force into nothingness. His heavy punch, which was determined to win, was like a drop in the ocean, with no effect at all. This is impossible. Lu Ye's face changed instantly. He took a step back in disbelief, his lips trembling. I stood there and chuckled. Why, didn't you have breakfast? Try harder. Lu Ye's face was so gloomy that water could drip from it. He gritted his teeth and was about to take action again, but was interrupted by the sound of footsteps in the distance. Obviously, someone was approaching. His face turned pale. He glared at me fiercely and turned and retreated quickly. I stood where I was and deliberately shouted in a sarcastic tone. You run very fast. Don't leave, practice again. Lu Yi was so angry that he almost vomited blood, but he eventually disappeared around the corner. I lowered my head to wipe the blood from the corner of my mouth, threw the last piece of chocolate into my mouth, looked up and sighed. At this moment, a beautiful figure slowly walked towards me from the end of the street, a little hazy, yet exceptionally clear in sight. Chapter 12. People's physiques cannot be generalized. After the battle between the two warriors, the originally quiet street became unrecognizable, with flying sand and gravel everywhere, and large round potholes all over the road, which was bumpy and looked like a post-war ruin. Chini looked at the person coming onto the street and noticed that the person was wearing a neat police uniform, had short, neat hair, delicate and three-dimensional facial features, and had a natural heroic air, which made him look majestic without him getting angry. Sir is here. Well, still a sister. Qin Yi's tense heart finally relaxed. After making such a big noise on the street, someone would surely come and take care of it. The policewoman stood in front of Qin Yi expressionlessly, glanced at the miserable Qin Yi, then looked at the direction where Lu Yi ran away and asked solemnly, "The person who fought with you ran away?" Qin Yi was also observing the person in front of him. From his experience of dealing with warriors so many times, he knew that she was definitely a warrior as well, and her cultivation was not low. Qin Yi smiled awkwardly and scratched his head, saying, "Comrade police officer, I didn't fight with that man. He took the initiative to kidnap me. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have been kidnapped." After hearing Qin Yi's explanation, the female police officer didn't say much. She just showed her ID according to the rules and prepared to take Qin Yi away to the police station to file a record. Qin Yi glanced at the ID and saw the name of the female police officer written on it, Xiao Shi. He did not resist and followed Officer Xiao back to the police station. It is 8 o'clock in the morning and the police station has just opened, but it has already welcomed several guests. As soon as Qin Yi walked in, he heard a series of serious instructions, as if a male police officer was advising someone. Life is precious. If you have any worries, communicate more with your parents and relatives, and don't keep it in your heart. You are still so young, in your prime years. Why do you want to commit suicide? Don't do this again. Got it? Cheney looked in the direction of the voice and discovered a familiar face sitting on a chair in the police station. He lowered his head, looked ashamed, and kept nodding to the policeman. Isn't this Wang Yueling? Meeting an acquaintance. Qin Yi didn't think much and waved to her. Hearing Qin Yi's voice, Wang Yueling was stunned at first, then secretly looked up at Qin Yi, then immediately lowered her head, her face red as if it was burning. At this moment, she was so embarrassed that she clenched her big toes. In order to become stronger, she secretly learned Qin Yi's free-fall training method, but she failed to practice it. Instead, she was rescued by a kind-hearted passerby who called the police. Looking at Qin Yi's expression now, it was obvious that he understood something from the policeman's words, and the way he looked at her changed. Qin Yi really didn't expect that Wang Yueling would actually imitate him and exercise just because he mentioned it casually. Unbelievable. The verbal education from the police officer was almost over. Wang Yueling stood up with difficulty and stared at Qin Yi, who was once again covered in blood. She asked curiously, "You jumped again?" As she said that, she turned her head to look at the female police officer in front of Qin Yi, and suddenly realized, "Oh, you were also arrested, but you were arrested after you jumped." Qin Yi's qi and blood were higher than at 5 in the morning. Wang Yueling could see it. She pointed at Qin Yi with joy and said to the police officer who had just taught her a lesson, "Look, officer, he often jumps from the 3rd or 4th floor to exercise. He was just an ordinary person, but he has tempered 6 or 7 calories of qi and blood in 2 days. Let me tell you, I'm not looking for death. I'm trying to become stronger and train myself." The police officer who had just finished educating Wang Yueling's face turned dark and suddenly felt that simple words of persuasion could no longer work on the girl in front of him. Maybe she should be sent to a psychiatric department. After the recovery of spiritual energy, many law enforcement positions in the Human Alliance have their own set of martial arts realm screening. If you are not a martial artist, you cannot be elected. Police officers are no exception. He had practiced martial arts for so many years, but he had never heard that one could become stronger by jumping from a height of more than 10 meters. It's good enough that you didn't turn into a pulp, but you also become stronger? Seeing that the police officer didn't believe her, the girl could only look at Qin Yi hopefully, hoping that Qin Yi would come out and explain. But unfortunately, Qin Yi did not do as she wished. He agreed with the police uncle with a serious face. "That's right, you can't become stronger even if you jump 100 times. But you've clearly become stronger thanks to this." Wang Yueling was unconvinced. Qin Yi shook his head. "People's physiques cannot be generalized. I can become stronger by eating. Can you?" Wang Yueling. "I can get stronger without eating. Can you?" Wang Yueling. For a moment, the girl was speechless. She always felt like something was broken, and it was shattered by Qin Yi's words. That is her heart of Tao. The incident involving Wang Yueling was just a minor episode, and it soon passed. After finishing the conversation, Qin Yi followed Officer Xiao to the interrogation room. Just as he was about to go in, 3 people walked out. 2 of them looked very familiar, one with a scruffy crew cut, and the other a bald, strong man. Both had special shackles on their wrists and were escorted out by a police officer. As soon as they walked out of the door, they saw Qin Yi's face and were immediately horrified. They knelt down in front of Qin Yi and kowtowed frantically for mercy. "Brother, we surrendered as you said. Please spare our lives. We confessed everything, really. I even told him about peeping at the ant next door taking a bath when I was a child. We didn't hide anything." These 2 people were the thugs who had ambushed Qin Yi not long ago and attempted to steal the spiritual fruit. After the 2 of them turned themselves in, they recounted in detail all the mistakes they had made from birth to the present. They talked for a whole night and almost drove the interrogator crazy. They made such a move right after the interrogation, which immediately made several police officers focus on Qin Yi. Qin Yi's body froze, and he quickly waved his hands and said, "Comrade police officer, I am a 3 good citizen. I arrested these 2 hooligans and asked them to surrender." Officer Xiao couldn't help but look at Qin Yi a few more times. She opened the door of the interrogation room and raised her chin. "Go in and talk." One after the other, the 2 walked into the interrogation room. Bang! As the heavy door closed, the whole world became quiet at this moment, and Qin Yi could even hear his own heartbeat. In addition to his own adaptive evolutionary characteristics, Qini did not hide anything and gave a general account of Lu Ye's affairs, including the fact that Lu Ye came from the Ishan society. Of course, Qini lied about the fight with Lu Ye. He only said that Lu Ye wanted to capture him, and he kept resisting and got injured. He did not say that he had a full-scale fight with Lu Ye. It is simply a fantasy that a martial artist who has just started can withstand the full force of a martial artist. If this is made public, it will definitely attract a lot of attention and cause trouble. Qini seemed very relaxed as he narrated the case. He didn't seem to be lying, and every cell in his body showed no sign of unnaturalness. In addition, Qini was sure that Lu Ye had destroyed all the surveillance cameras on that street before taking action, so the police station could not obtain the specific situation and was not afraid of being discovered. This is indeed the case. The Ishan Society had long been filed at the Yuhang East Suburb Police Station. It was an illegal organization that committed all kinds of crimes, including kidnapping and robbery, so it was normal for it to attack Qini. She silently observed the man opposite her, but she could not see any problems with his words or expression. She has been in the industry for many years and has interrogated countless people, but this is the first time she has seen such a flawless young man. The young are to be feared. Finally, she believed Qin Yi's narration and handed him a cup of hot water. Your file shows that you are not a warrior. According to the Alliance regulations, if you practice martial arts, you must keep your records. You are already an entry-level martial artist, and you have good talent. If you have time in the next few days, you'd better go to the Martial Arts Federation to take a test and leave a record. She closed the file. She could see that Qin Yi was extraordinary. He was clearly a terminally ill patient a few days ago, but now he was full of energy. Not only did he recover from his serious illness, but he also became a warrior. He must have had some miraculous encounters. However, every warrior has his own secrets. As a police officer, she will not pry into them, nor will she be greedy. Thank you, officer. Qin Yi drank the hot water in the cup, and the system prompt sound rang in his ears. Ding! Your cells have successfully adapted to lying, and you have evolved a passive skill. Don't blush or feel nervous. Can you adapt to lying? A hint of surprise flashed across Qin Yi's eyes, but he quickly adjusted himself and left the police station accompanied by relevant personnel. After Qin Yi left, Shi still sat alone in the quiet interrogation room, seemingly thinking about something. After a while, the door of the interrogation room opened again, and a police officer walked in and saluted Shi. Director Xiao, you were looking for me? Shi handed him Qin Yi's file, then took a sip of tea. After reading the file, the visitor's eyes lit up and he asked tentatively, What do you mean? Shi put down the teacup and nodded slightly. That's right. The people of the Alien God Society will not be willing to give up the things on Qin Yi. As long as we follow Qin Yi, we will be able to catch a big fish sooner or later. From today on, you are responsible for protecting him. If you can catch the big fish of the Alien God Society, it will be at least a first-class merit. The man respectfully took the order and left. Shi was the only one left in the interrogation room, drinking tea leisurely. Chapter 13. First level spiritual fruit, level 3 poison resistance. When I came out of the police station, it was exactly 9 o'clock, half an hour before the appointment, so I could get to the supermarket on time without rushing. Qin Yi opened his personal panel as he walked. The newly evolved skill, Calm Face and Calm Heart, just as its name suggests, allows Qin Yi to remain natural when lying, and not show shyness when telling lies or the truth. This skill has no levels and should be considered maxed out upon evolution. Although it doesn't increase any combat power, it still feels very practical. Qin Yi's eyes swept across the skills and fell on his 4 attribute panels, and then he was surprised to find that his strength, agility, and physique attributes had been improved again. Now, he has 13 points of strength, 11 points of agility, and 16 points of physique, far exceeding the average 3rd stage warrior, and barely comparable to the 4th stage. Warrior ranks are divided into 9 levels, with 3 levels in each level. A level 4 warrior may seem only 1 level stronger than a level 3 warrior, but in fact the difference is huge. I have to thank Lu Ye for his good intentions. He is so strong that he had to make sure he didn't kill me when he hit me. That's how I was transformed. Qin Yi was in a very good mood and hummed a little tune. A 9th level warrior needs to use spiritual energy to temper his body and refine his blood. Lu Ye bombarded him from the outside with the power of blood, which was equivalent to helping him temper his body. It was also more efficient than practicing by inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy. He refined a drop of blood in just over 10 minutes. Qin Yi now has 6 cards of qi and blood, not far from the 10 cards of chi and blood of a first-level warrior. The most important thing is that Lu Yi also helped him evolve to level 3 spiritual affinity, and his cultivation will only be faster in the future. Such a great favor. When I succeed in my practice in the future, I will repay you with my life. Qin Yi murmured to himself, his face cold. Before he knew it, he had gone far away from the police station and could see the sign of Yuhang Dongjiao supermarket not far away. When he moved closer, he immediately saw Li Wufeng holding 3 wooden boxes, standing in front of the supermarket checkout counter waiting for someone. I guess the 3 wooden boxes are the containers for storing first-level spiritual fruits. Qin Yi put on a smile, strode into the supermarket, and greeted Li Wufeng enthusiastically. Long time no see, brother Li, haha. Hearing this voice, Li Wufeng's face turned cold, and he did not reply. I just saw you yesterday. How could you say it's been a long time? Are we that familiar with each other that you still call me brotherly? He was not surprised that Qin Yi knew his last name was Li. After all, the old man guarding the supermarket was very unusual and might have talked to Qin Yi. Li Wufeng turned around, his face indifferent, his pair of black eyes calm as he stared straight at Qin Yi. However, the next second, an uncontrollable look of astonishment lit up his face, and he almost lost his composure. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Qin Yi again, the shock on his face even more intense. He was not mistaken. After just one night, the ordinary person from yesterday actually cultivated 6 calories of qi and blood. You really didn't hide your strength yesterday? Li Wufeng couldn't believe it. Even for a genius like him, who had been bathing in spiritual medicine and eating spiritual fruits as candied beans since birth, it took him more than a week to refine 6 calories of qi and blood. Qin Yi shook his head lightly and said with a smile, "What strength can I hide in front of Mr. Wang?" The owner of the supermarket, Old Man Wang, has a very high level of cultivation. Unless you are a grandmaster, it is impossible to hide your true identity in front of him. Li Wufeng understood Qin Yi's hint. His expression became more complicated, and his eyes were full of strange lights. Not to mention him, even Mr. Wang behind the cashier was surprised. Yesterday, he regretted that Qin Yi started learning martial arts too late, but today, the other party has already stepped into the door of martial arts. Refining 6 calories of qi and blood a day is truly a natural talent. Qin Yi glanced at Mr. Wang nervously, and finally felt relieved when he saw that he was still smiling at him warmly. As time goes by, Mr. Wang becomes more and more cunning. He must have guessed that he had a secret. However, Mr. Wang did not intend to delve into it further, let alone point it out. At his level, as long as a genius of the human race gets an opportunity, he will not try to seize it even if it is a great blessing. I do have some talent, but in the martial arts world, talent alone is useless. You have to realize your talent to become a strong person. I hope to see you deep in some secret place in the future. Don't die prematurely. After all, Li Wufeng was a genius from the Li family. After a brief shock, he returned to his usual calm demeanor and handed the 3 wooden boxes in his hands to Qin Yi. Qin Yi took the wooden box, lowered his eyes, and took a look, and found that although the 3 brown wooden boxes were small, they were extremely delicate, carved with dragon and phoenix patterns, and had restrained spiritual energy. The first-level spiritual fruits were stored in them, but there was no smell or spiritual power leaking out. Obviously, the wooden box itself is also a valuable storage device, but the Li family is wealthy and powerful, so Li Wufeng didn't take it seriously and just gave it away. TSK, damn rich people, just being rich is a big deal, right? After delivering the spiritual fruits, Li Wufeng turned around and left without stopping for even a second. Qin Yi looked at his back and couldn't help but joked. Keep practicing. Don't let your cultivation level be worse than mine next time you see me. Li Wufeng froze in his tracks and immediately retorted. You're dreaming. Even if I sleep for half a year, you can't possibly surpass me. As the young master of the Li family, Li Wufeng, at the age of 18, has already entered the realm of low-level martial artist, which is 2 major realms higher than Qin Yi. No matter how talented Qin Yi is, he is currently just an entry-level warrior, not even a first-level warrior. If I can be surpassed by you, you can take the position of the young master of the Li family. Li Wufeng snorted, then quickly walked away and disappeared. Qin Yi shrugged and whispered, the position of young master of the Li family? I don't even want it. Old Man Wang. Why are the young people nowadays so crazier than each other? Sure enough, I am still old. He hunched over and sighed. Qin Yi got the first-level spiritual fruit, but he did not go home directly like last time. Instead, he decided to stay in the supermarket and eat 3 fruits directly. The eastern suburbs of Yuhang are a mixed crowd, and the value of a first-level spiritual fruit is too high. If you take it out, you're afraid it will be targeted by a strong person. It would be better to take advantage of Mr. Wang's protection and take it first. Wang Lao saw what Qin Yi was thinking and did not refuse. He stood up, opened the door of the storage room, and said to Qin Yi, "Come to the storage room to eat." Qin Yi hurried to follow. In the storage room, he placed 3 wooden boxes on the table and opened them one by one. Click! When the first wooden box was opened, a refreshing fruity fragrance emanated from it, as if a cool spring breeze was blowing across your face. Just smelling it was enough to make one's heart flutter. Elder Wang on the side nodded slightly and introduced, "This is the spring heart fruit. It bears 1 fruit in March, which represents spring heart. It has the effect of nourishing the mind and soul. It is considered a fine first-level spiritual fruit." Repose? Qin Yi's eyes lit up, and he ate the spring heart fruit without hesitation. Afterwards, he felt the warm sunshine of spring shining in his heart, slightly warm, comfortable, and gentle. He opened his personal panel and saw that his spiritual attribute, which had not changed for a long time, had increased from 6 points to 10 points. Before becoming a grandmaster, warriors do not open their brains or cultivate their souls, so how much mental power they can have depends entirely on their talent. But generally speaking, even for a genius, the initial mental power is only around 7 points. Even if he ate the spring heart fruit like Qin Yi, it would only increase by 1 or 2 points, but Qin Yi increased by 4 points. This is the level 1 iron stomach ability. The strength of this skill was far beyond Qin Yi's imagination. Its benefit was not only that it could eat things that others could not eat, but also that it could digest spiritual fruits more thoroughly and absorb them more comprehensively. Qin Yi opened the remaining 2 wooden boxes at the same time, which contained first-level spiritual fruits, namely red blood mandarin and earth wind chestnut. Both of these spiritual fruits can enhance human qi and blood. After taking them, Qin Yi's blood and energy surged all over his body. His original 6 cards of qi and blood increased again to 10 cards, and he directly stepped into the ranks of first-level warriors. Seeing this, Elder Wang was startled at first, then worriedly warned. Although taking a large amount of spiritual fruit can quickly enhance the blood and qi, it will also lead to an unstable foundation and a weak foundation, which will not be beneficial for the future. You have eaten too many spiritual fruits in the past few days. You should eat less in the future and consolidate your foundation first. For children of aristocratic families like Li Wufeng, most of the spiritual fruits they eat are not those that directly increase qi and blood, but those that improve potential. To temper your qi and blood, you have to do it step by step. Qin Yi took note of this matter respectfully, but felt a little strange in his heart. He didn't feel there was anything wrong with his foundation. At this moment, the system's prompt sound echoed in Qin Yi's mind. Ding! You have taken a large amount of spiritual fruits in a short period of time, successfully allowing your cells to adapt to the spiritual poison and evolve a passive skill. Poison Resistance LV3. Ding! You have taken 3 first-level spiritual fruits in a row. The pure spiritual energy has cleansed your meridians, and you have evolved a talent skill, Spiritual Energy Affinity LV6. The system's prompt sound made Qin Yi gradually understand. It turns out that spiritual plants absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to grow, and in order to avoid being eaten, most of them accumulate spiritual poisons in their bodies. This toxicity will consume and destroy the potential of warriors, but the amount of spiritual poison deposited by different spiritual plants is also different. For example, the spiritual plants that are recognized as harmless and beneficial by the Human Alliance are mostly varieties that deposit less spiritual poison. As long as you don't eat too much, you'll be fine. But now that Qin Yi has evolved poison resistance, he can ignore spiritual poisons. From now on, he can eat as much as he wants without any fear. This shortcut to learning martial arts is of great benefit to Qin Yi. Chapter 14 Martial Arts Federation. The matter of the spiritual fruit was over. Qin Yi seemed to have remembered something and asked Wang Lao, "By the way, do you know the Martial Arts Federation?" Elder Wang led Qin Yi out of the storage room and nodded. The Martial Arts Federation is the organization responsible for the overall management of human warriors. Now that you have successfully broken through to become a first-level warrior, you really have to go there. With Mr. Wang's explanation, Qin Yi gradually understood. The Martial Arts Federation was founded more than 80 years ago. It is a super organization that officially cooperates with the Human Alliance. From the beginning, its purpose was to prevent martial artists from breaking the law with force and to maintain social harmony. And it has been implemented to this day. The power of those who practice martial arts is too extraordinary, and they really need to be suppressed by an organization to avoid chaos. However, the Martial Arts Federation's control over martial artists is very loose, and as long as they don't make serious mistakes, they basically won't care. They just need to register and update their martial arts realm from time to time. This kind of registration is not without benefits. When your file is updated to a warrior file, you will enjoy many conveniences in society, such as tax deductions, discounts on public transportation, etc. It's not bad. Mr. Wong stood back at the front desk and made a casual comment. A world where martial arts is respected is just that realistic. It seems that it is still necessary for the Martial Arts Federation to register once. If you operate carefully, the risk of exposing the system is not great. Cheney made a decision, thought about it, and asked another question. Mr. Wong, I want to learn some killing skills. Where can I find the channel? Although Cheney now has great strength and physique, he lacks offensive means and simply punches randomly without any rules. If we want to cope with the various crises that are about to come, we must make up for this shortcoming. Elder Wong smiled and pointed out, the Martial Arts Federation has one. Once you have registered as a warrior, you can use your ID card to log into a website called Wujia. This website sells everything related to martial arts, including martial arts techniques. You can pick out what you like when the time comes. I see. This Martial Arts Federation is quite interesting. They actually created such a website. It seems that they are interested in promoting the training of human warriors. Thank you, Mr. Wong, for clearing up my doubts. I will take my leave now. Cheney became more and more curious about the Martial Arts Federation and prepared to set off now to go to the city to see the world. Before Mr. Wong answered these questions, he only knew that there was such an organization, but he did not know the specific situation. If Qin Xian hadn't mentioned it to him before, he might not have even heard of the Martial Arts Federation. Go ahead. When you've broken through to become a martial artist, come back and see me. Old Wong closed his eyes and said no more. Cheney was delighted, bowed to Mr. Wong, and then left. Mr. Wong's identity is extremely mysterious, and his strength is unfathomable. Cheney has seen so many warriors, and even Liu Yi has not felt this invisible sense of oppression when he met Mr. Wong. Returning to nature, the seemingly ordinary old body contains amazing power. I don't know what level of martial artist Mr. Wong is at. Cheney was lost in thought, but his steps did not stop. Instead of going home, he walked straight to the subway station, intending to leave the eastern suburbs and go to the city. The Yuhang City Martial Arts Federation is located in the urban area. Of course, it is just a branch. The headquarters of this organization seems to be in the capital of China, Tianjin. If I go home now, I might be ambushed by the Alien God Society. But if I go to a crowded urban area, the Alien God Society won't dare to come and arrest me again. Cheney glanced at the crowded subway and felt a little relieved. Unlike the suburbs, the defense force in Yuhang City is very strong. If Liu Yi dares to do the same and cause a commotion in the city, he will probably be suppressed by official warriors in less than a minute. Soon, the subway arrived at the station, and Cheney followed the crowd out of the station. When the towering buildings came into view, he was dazed for a while. Then he showed determination and let out a long sigh of relief. I used to be just an insignificant ant in this big city, humble and insignificant. I didn't even have the ability to gain a foothold in the city and could only run to the suburbs in shame. But from today on, everything will be different. He didn't waste any time. He immediately turned on the navigation and headed towards the Yuhang branch of the Martial Arts Federation. Busy streets, bustling crowds, and noisy traffic. About half an hour later, Cheney arrived at the city center. Looking up, he saw a huge martial arts hall built of mahogany that was particularly eye-catching among the buildings made of steel and glass. At the entrance of the martial arts hall, there was a gilded plaque with 5 large characters Martial Arts Federation inscribed on it. The characters were written in a flamboyant style, implying the meaning of swords. It is worthy of being called a super martial arts organization. Just one branch is quite extraordinary. Cheney couldn't help but nodded and stepped into the martial arts hall. The gate of the Martial Arts Federation seemed unguarded on the surface, but it seemed to contain some kind of screening method, and only martial artists could enter. Cheney could see that there were a few ordinary people wandering at the door, and they couldn't get in no matter what. He himself came in without any hindrance. Could it be that the plaque contains a secret? Cheney was guessing in his mind and looking around. He was in the hall of the Martial Arts Federation. The space was wide, and the floor was paved with white tiles. There were 4 huge pillars in the 4 directions, each carved with vermilion bird, black tortoise, white tiger, and azure dragon. The 4 mythical beasts suppressed the chi of the 4 directions, which was truly magnificent. Looking up, there was a wooden board several dozen meters in size right in front of the hall, on which were engraved names. When you counted carefully, you would find that there were exactly 1,000 names. This wooden list looks like the golden list of the ancient imperial examinations, attracting a lot of attention. This list is called the Extreme List. It records the 1,000 warriors with the strongest bodies below the martial master level in the past 100 years. This list was established by the first president of the Martial Arts Federation, Su Jinhe, in order to explore the physical limits of the martial artist realm. In order to be on this list, many warrior geniuses have spent a lot of energy and time. They would rather stay at the 9th level of warrior and not break through, but polish their bodies to perfection. In addition to this list, there are also limit lists for the martial arts master, grandmaster, and great grandmaster realms. At some point, a middle-aged man appeared beside Cheney. He had a mustache, squinty eyes, a white shirt, and his hands behind his back. He looked like some immortal cultivator in the deep mountains and forests. He looked at Cheney and introduced himself. "My name is Su Ruoxu, and I'm the president of the Yuhang branch. Is this your first time here, young friend?" Chapter 15. Strength Test, shocking the whole audience. He stared at the extreme list with a puzzled look on his face. His realm was that of a first-level warrior, so he must be a newcomer. There are actually not many new martial artists in Yuhang, and most of them are professionally trained, coming from certain martial arts families or martial arts schools, so they all gather together to register. Individuals like Cheney who come to register alone usually have their own extraordinary qualities. These days, martial arts are popular in China, and the 12-year compulsory martial arts training was promoted early on. Talented martial arts people will be discovered during the compulsory martial arts training process and join those prestigious martial arts schools. For an individual like Cheney who can enter the first level of martial arts, it is mostly because of some changes and adventures that have taken place after birth, and it is more likely that a genius will emerge. Su Ruoxu has been stationed here for many years and has considerable experience, especially in identifying geniuses. The last time an individual came to register was 7 or 8 years ago. That person's current realm is extremely terrifying. Therefore, he showed up in person and guided Cheney, wanted to take a look at the young man's background. "Thank you for clearing up my doubts, senior." Cheney turned around to thank him, and then asked in confusion, "What is the purpose of setting up a limit list at a low level? Is it simply to motivate younger martial artists to practice martial arts? No matter how high the ultimate physical strength of a lower realm is, it is difficult to surpass a higher realm. For example, the top of the warrior limit list in front of us is a man named Yinhua, who set the record about 40 years ago. With the 9th level of martial arts, he could punch out 2 tons of force, making him invincible. You know, the theoretical strength limit of a 9th level warrior is 1.2 tons, and 2 tons of strength is already comparable to the full strength of a low-level martial artist. But what's the point of this? Is it for showing off? Instead of wasting time pursuing the limits of a warrior's realm, it is better to break through the realm as soon as possible. Both take about the same amount of time, but achieve the same result. Su Ruoxu glanced at Cheney with a little surprise. Young people of this age are often hot-blooded and love to be in the limelight. It is rare to see someone like Cheney who disdains pretending to be cool. It does take a lot of time and resources to get on the list, and it will trap people in the realm of warriors for a long time, but Su Ruoxu changed the subject and said, "If you are lucky enough to be crowned a marquis or a king in the future, you will understand why warriors spend so much effort pursuing their limits. Become a marquis and become a king? It is said that only the strongest people in the mountain and sea realm can be granted the title of marquis, and after the mountain and sea realm, one can be granted the title of king. These 2 realms are too far away for Cheney at the moment. He has only seen a few kings and princes through the screen on the internet. I didn't expect that the extreme list had such a secret, hiding the chance to become a marquis or a king." Cheney silently took note of this matter. He followed Su Ruoxu through the hall and came to several training rooms at the back of the martial arts hall. Along the way, many staff members greeted Su Ruoxu, which showed that he was not faking it and was indeed the president of the Yuhang branch. Through chatting with Cheney along the way, Su Ruoxu has confirmed that the young man in front of him is a pure free man who has not been trained in any martial arts school or martial arts family. The two stopped in a room filled with specially made wooden figures. Su Ruoxu looked at Qin Yi with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Go take a test. We need to register your basic physical data. These wooden men are forged from special wood produced in secret realms. They are extremely tough and can recover on their own after sustaining heavy blows. Together with the instruments embedded inside, they are capable of accurately measuring all powers below that of martial artists. Since records began, the ultimate record for a martial artist is 600 kilograms of punching force. Maybe you still have a chance to break it. Su Ruoxu joked to Qin Yi. This record actually came from the first president of the Martial Arts Federation, Su Jinhe. No one has broken it for more than 80 years. It seems easy, but it is actually more difficult than topping the martial arts extreme list. However, this record was only circulated among some warrior groups and did not appear on the extreme list. After all, he's just a first-level warrior. No matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than a 9th-level extreme warrior. Good. Qin Yi nodded in agreement, randomly picked a wooden stake closest to him, and prepared to go. He swallowed the spiritual fruit and generated 10 calories of blood. After entering the first level of warrior, he has not tested his limits yet. This is a good time to give it a try. In addition to Qin Yi and Su Ruoxu, there were several warriors who had just finished the test in the strength testing room. They were about the 3rd level. With one punch, they could leave a deep fist mark on the wooden man, which took a long time to recover. 450 kilograms of force. This kind of punching power is much higher than the standard 400 kilograms of a standard 3rd-level warrior, which is considered pretty good. At this moment, these warriors finished the test and did not leave in a hurry. Instead, they observed Qin Yi with interest, wanting to see the results of his test. Anyone who can be brought in by President Su for testing personally can't be a mediocre person, right? A few people stepped aside and waited quietly. Qin Yi did not let everyone wait any longer. He stood in front of the wooden man, calmed his breathing, gathered his strength. The blood and qi in his body roared, and the power gathered in his right hand, and suddenly smashed towards the wooden man. Call out! The speed of this punch was beyond everyone's imagination. Qin Yi's right hand turned into a residual shadow in an instant. Before they could see clearly, they heard a deafening noise. Boom! All the terrifying power was poured onto the wooden man, creating a circle of air waves. The remaining power alone was enough to push the several wooden men placed nearby, several meters away. The onlookers were stunned for a moment, then looked over and saw Qin Yi calmly retract his right hand, shook his fist, and said with a smile, "Not bad, right? Not bad results?" Everyone's eyes shifted again and fell on the screen that displayed power, and then everyone was stunned. The 3rd stage warrior who had previously exerted a force of 450 kilograms was in a trance and thought he was dreaming, and kept mumbling in his mouth. How is this possible? This is absolutely unrealistic. Looking closely, the screen showed an incredible number. 601 kilograms. This is a force that is comparable to the full strength attack of a 5th-level warrior, and it even just broke the record that had been held by the old President Su Jinhe for 80 years. A 1st-level warrior. On par with a 5th-level warrior? Chapter 16, don't be too shocked yet. There are more shocking things to come. Su Ruoxu stared at Qin Yi, his eyes, which had been narrowed, widened. Without caring about anything else, he quickly stepped to Qin Yi's side and said excitedly, "Try again. Use all your strength. Don't hold back." Save your strength? The people present were even more shocked, looking at Qin Yi as if they were looking at a monster. Such a perverted record, and this guy hasn't even used his full strength yet. Several 3rd-stage warriors felt that the confidence in their martial arts training had been hit. However, Qin Yi just nodded without showing any other expression. When he cultivated 5 cards of qi and blood and became an entry-level warrior, one of his punches had a force of over 300 kilograms. Now that his qi and blood have doubled, isn't it normal to have over 600 kilograms? I have cheated, but I still can't crush the others. I'm such a loser. The wooden man in front of him was hit by Qin Yi and had dozens of cracks on it. It seemed that he would not be able to recover in a short time. Therefore, Qin Yi changed to a wooden man, rested for a few seconds, then took a deep breath, took a simple run-up, and then punched out with all his strength. Boom! The force of this attack was even more terrifying. After Qin Yi finished the attack, he felt that the blood in his body was surging and boiling, and it did not stop for a long time. The condition of the wooden man was even more exaggerated. A fist mark of 30 to 40 centimeters deep appeared on it. With the fist mark as the center, there were hundreds of densely packed cracks. The entire wooden man looked like it could completely collapse and be destroyed at any time. 780 kilograms of force. This punch was close to the full strength attack of a 7th level warrior. However, the one who threw such a punch was just a 1st level warrior. This boy has the potential to be crowned king. Su Ruoxu was extremely surprised. In the past 100 years, Yu Hang had only produced one king, and he barely entered the realm of true king in his old age. Those who can be crowned as kings are all outstanding individuals, and it is difficult to find one among millions. I never thought I would be able to see one in person today. Because of the commotion caused by Qin Yi, more and more warriors came to the strength testing room to watch, almost blocking the door and the aisle. But those who rushed over to watch the fun fell into silence, not saying a word, just staring at the numbers on the screen. The numbers silenced them, under the watchful eyes of the public. Su Ruoxu laughed loudly, and he felt a sense of appreciation for Qin Yi's talent. He asked Qin Yi, "My friend, I would like to accept you as my disciple. Are you interested?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone came back to their senses, looked at Qin Yi with admiration, and wished they could replace him. Su Ruoxu's realm is extremely high. It is rumored that when he first arrived in Yuhang 7 or 8 years ago, he had already reached the realm of a grandmaster. 7 or 8 years have passed, and his current strength is unimaginable. The most important thing is that Su Ruoxu's surname is Su. Behind him stands the Su family, one of the top 10 families in Tianjin. They dominate the martial arts federation and have tremendous power. If I could establish a relationship with the Su family, I would have an endless supply of various high-level cultivation resources. But it was such a great opportunity, but Qin Yi refused it after just a little thought. I already have a master. I can't worship anyone else. Qin Yi declined with a bow, shocking the whole audience. In Yuhang, which master can compare to Su Ruoxu? Even the chief governor of Yuhang is not worthy. Outsiders were puzzled and secretly cursed Qin Yi for being too young and blind, and not knowing how powerful the Su family was. Su Ruoxu was also a little embarrassed. It was the first time he was rejected. Qin Yi doesn't look like someone who has received systematic martial arts training. He doesn't know a lot of common sense. How could he have a teacher? Confused, he asked Qin Yi about his teacher's name. Unexpectedly, Qin Yi smiled faintly and uttered four inexplicable words. East Suburb Supermarket. East Suburb Supermarket? Mr. Su asked you about your master's name. What does it mean when you answered with the name of a supermarket? Others were confused, but Su Ruoxu heard the deep meaning behind it and suddenly realized it. He nodded and said, "So that's the case. If you become his disciple, then I would be rude." As expected, Mr. Wang was of a very high level. Even someone like Su Ruoxu was in awe of him, knowing that he was living in seclusion in Yuhang. After learning about this relationship, Su Ruoxu admired Qin Yi even more. As he led him to the next test room, he said, "If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come here to find me." "Thank you, Mr. Su." Qin Yi thanked him sincerely and became more and more curious about his mysterious teacher. However, he didn't want to ask Su Ruoxu directly. After all, he said he was Master Wang's apprentice, but Master Wang didn't really say he would accept him. At most, he is just a registered disciple. The two continued with the routine test. In addition to strength, Qin Yi also needed to test speed, reaction, and physical fitness. As for spiritual-related items, those are at the Grandmaster level. If you are not a Grandmaster, your brain will not be opened, and you will not be able to cultivate your spiritual power. Naturally, there is no need to test them. Because the strength test broke Su Jina's record, it caused an uproar. A large number of people followed Qin Yi, wanting to see Qin Yi's subsequent test level. In the speed test, Qin Yi ran as fast as he could, and his peak moving speed reached 21 m/s, which was slightly higher than the average level of a 5th level warrior. As for reaction speed, it is also about the same, comparable to a 5th level warrior. Although the results of these two tests are good, they are still a little less amazing than the performance in the strength test. Neurological reaction and speed are both related to agility. My agility is indeed much worse than my strength. Qin Yi secretly opened his personal panel. At this time, his strength attribute had been increased to 17 points, and his agility was only 14 points. However, the physical attribute soared to 20 points, which was extremely terrifying and almost surpassed the 9th level warrior. There's only one last physical fitness test left. The physical fitness test in Yuhang is quite special. It uses multiple times of gravity to conduct the test and gradually increases the pressure. If you feel that you can't bear it, remember to speak up early. Su Ruoxia looked at Qin Yi and became more and more satisfied. He felt that if this boy had not died halfway, he would have achieved great things. Why is Yuhang's physical fitness test special? Qin Yi was puzzled. Because other regions use the hammering method to test physical fitness, and Yuhang is very close to the Xintian secret realm. The Xintian secret realm produces a kind of gravity stone that can enhance gravity. It is very good as a testing instrument, which is several times better than the hammering method. So that's it, the Xintian secret realm? Qin Yi had heard the name of this secret realm several times. Maybe after completing the registration this time, I can make some preparations and go directly to the secret realm to try it out. He thought so, and then, in full view of everyone, he stepped into the separate gravity testing room. The surrounding warriors looked at Qin Yi in the glass house, but they were not as expectant as they were at the beginning. They believed that this boy's special feature was his strength, while other aspects were just that of an average genius. Although it was far beyond 99% of ordinary warriors, they had still seen many geniuses at the level of first-level martial arts being comparable to fifth-level martial arts, so there was no need to make a fuss. Even if you haven't eaten pork, have you seen a pig run? The gravity test was about to begin, but there was one person in the crowd who was distracted, as if his heart was struck, and he looked at Qin Yi with fear in his eyes. His name is Chen Chun, and he is from Yuhang East Suburb Police Station. He is the police officer assigned by Xiao Shi not long ago to secretly protect Qin Yi. Chen Chen had read Qin Yi's detailed file and followed him all the way, witnessing him finish the 3 tests. At this moment, he was devastated by Qin Yi's incredible performance. Others don't know, but he knows. Just in the morning, more than 4 hours ago, Qin Yi, who was staying at the police station, was just an entry-level warrior who had cultivated 6 cards of qi and blood. 4 hours, just 4 hours, Qin Yi not only became a first-level warrior, but also displayed such incredible combat power that it was simply unimaginable. Who on earth is this kid? Is it really possible that he is, as recorded in his files, a helpless orphan with no talent for martial arts? Chen Chen couldn't understand. But then, the outrageous things that happened in the gravity testing room almost made him drop his jaw. Chapter 17. 100 times gravity is like drinking water. As Qin Yi walked into the gravity testing room, the crowd watching outside began to chatter and discuss again. How many times the gravity do you think this person can withstand? His strength is very strong, comparable to that of a 7th-stage warrior, but his other aspects are basically at the level of a 5th-stage warrior, so I guess his physique is the same. 50 times the gravity is the limit. I hope there will be surprises. So please? It's already pretty good to have one attribute reach the level of a peerless genius. Don't expect to have 2 attributes that are peerless. That's a monster that can only be cultivated in Tianjin. Chinese martial arts have been popular for 100 years, and there is a vague division between the qualifications of young martial artists. Taking a 1st-stage warrior as an example, if one has an attribute that can rival a 3rd-stage warrior based on the 1st-stage warrior realm, he can be called a genius or a prodigy. If one can be on par with the 5th level, he's a super genius. As for those like Qin Yi who are comparable to 7th-level warriors, they are the so-called peerless geniuses. Of course, there are also level divisions among geniuses of the same level. The more attributes that can break through the realm limits, the stronger the aptitude. Buzz! Just as everyone was discussing the matter, the gravity test had already begun. A wave was heard faintly in the test room, and the light blue crystals embedded in the ceiling burst out with dazzling white light, tampering with the laws of gravity in a small area. Qin Yi, who was sitting right below the gravity crystal, had a blank expression on his face. He looked unchanged and unaffected. He raised his head and looked at the gravity crystal on the ceiling. He kept observing the appearance of the crystal and memorized it in his mind. I heard that this kind of gravity crystal is sold for 10 million per kilogram, and the one embedded in the gravity chamber weighs 5 tons, but is only the size of a basketball. Remember its appearance first, and when you enter the Xintian secret realm in the future, see if you can get rich by mining. The gravity in the room soared wildly, and soon the big screen showed that the gravity in the core area reached 10 times that of the blue planet. Under 10 times the gravity, ordinary people before their spiritual energy is revived will go into shock and faint within a few seconds. Even trained astronauts will become confused, dizzy, have bleeding in their organs, and suffer internal injuries, and will not be able to hold on for more than a minute. But for warriors whose spiritual energy has been revived, this gravity is nothing, and a warrior of level 1 can easily withstand it. Gravity continues to increase. 15 times, 20 times, 25 times. When the gravity intensity reached 30 times, Qin Yi's black hair was pressed close to his scalp, and his clothes were torn downward by gravity, gradually breaking apart, revealing his strong and beautiful body. Fortunately, his pants were still there. Qin Yi was not afraid of being embarrassed, but he was mainly afraid that his pants were gone, which would hit the male warriors present and make them feel inferior. 30 times gravity is already the average level of a third-stage warrior's physique, but for Qin Yi, it did not cause any pressure at all. He could even be distracted and have random thoughts. The gravity testing room can create an extreme gravity environment. If the gravity can be increased infinitely, it will be an opportunity for Qin Yi to evolve. Please put some pressure on me and don't let me down. Qin Yi was secretly looking forward to it. 40 times, 50 times, 60 times. The gravity crystal above his head exuded a mysterious aura, as if it had touched the rules of the avenue, and continued to exert pressure on Qin Yi. However, under 60 times the gravity, Qin Yi was still able to straighten his back stubbornly and deal with it calmly. This has already touched the realm of a 6th-stage warrior. An average 5th-stage warrior would immediately crawl on the ground and be unable to raise his head if he were under 60 times the gravity. Is Qin Yi going to break through his limit again and sprint to the 7th-stage warrior level? The warriors watching outside the glass house change their expressions again. There has never been a peerless genius with dual attributes comparable to the 7th level in Yuhang in hundreds of years. Want to witness history? Before today, this young man was unknown and no one knew his name at all. But after today, I am afraid that it will cause an uproar in Yuhang and become an irreversible historical record. 70 times the gravity. A 4th-level warrior stared at the big screen, and when the number on it jumped to 70, he couldn't help but exclaimed. As long as he can hold on for 10 seconds, it would be like withstanding 70 times the gravity. With a body of only 1 level, he can withstand 70 times the gravity. He is definitely a peerless genius, worthy of being crowned king. Another young man from a noble family was also shocked. He held a high position and was knowledgeable. He had met many geniuses in Tianjing, but he had never seen anyone at Qin Yi's level, only heard of him. Because the peerless genius of Qin Yi's level in Tianjing is not someone of his status can approach. Su Ruoxu, who was always calm, was also a little nervous. He was not worried about whether Qin Yi could withstand 70 times the gravity. He was only worried that Qin Yi would continue to resist higher times of gravity, causing hidden injuries to his body and damaging his future. Don't try to be brave. Su Ruoxu conveyed the message to Qin Yi. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. Qin Yi raised his lips and smiled. There was no sign of pressure on him. They resisted 70 times the gravity without any difficulty. When the gravity level exceeded 80 times, the voices of the onlookers began to tremble. Is he still a human? Even a ferocious beast known for its physical body cannot withstand 80 times the force of gravity at the same level, right? They were still speculating whether Qin Yi could withstand 70 times gravity. They never thought that the other party could easily break through 80 times gravity and was about to reach 90 times gravity. What is the concept of 90 times gravity? Assuming that a person weighs 70 kilograms and has 90 times the gravity, it is equivalent to carrying a 6-ton mountain on his body. This is 6 tons. Even an 8th-level warrior will be crushed to pieces in an instant. Only 9th-level warriors can barely resist. Is Qin Yi's physical body so strong? You know, he's only just 1 stage. However, in this extreme gravity environment, Qin Yi's face actually showed an excited look. He waved his right hand with difficulty, took out a chocolate bar that was crushed into powder from his trouser pocket, tore open the packaging with his mouth, and swallowed it in 1 gulp. What's going on? He still has the energy to eat? Everyone looked at Qin Yi as if he was a pervert. 90 times gravity can't stop him, right? Even a highly respected 8th-level warrior was shocked by Qin Yi. He had tested his physical fitness many times, but the highest record was only 89 times gravity. 90 times gravity is a realm that he would never dare to try before his breakthrough, because once he tries, his life will be in danger. Today, seeing Qin Yi, a 1st-level warrior, easily challenged Qin Yi, who was 90 times stronger than him. He always felt that all his cultivation had been in vain. It's too small, the pattern is too small. I guess, even 100 times gravity can't stop him. 100 times gravity, martial artist level. Looking at Qin Yi, who looked radiant after eating a chocolate bar in the gravity room, everyone felt a little dry in the mouth for a moment. You kid, are you going to defy the will of heaven? Chapter 18, The Secret of the Human Race, the realm after becoming a king. As long as there is sufficient energy supply in an extremely harsh environment, Qin Yi can start the adaptive evolution of cells. After swallowing a chocolate bar, the gravity chamber finally reached 100 times the gravity. In this environment, even the space began to tremble faintly, and the gravity crystal above the head was buzzing, creating layers of ripples. Qin Yi felt like he was carrying several huge mountains on his back. Even with a physical strength of 20 points, he couldn't bear it. His straight back couldn't stop bending downward, and the whole person hunched over, as if a huge pressure from heaven was pressing on him. Billions of cells in his body were constantly being crushed, his bones were breaking, his organs were shattered, and blood was madly leaking out of every pore in his body. This kind of pressure is more terrifying than Lu Yi hitting him with all his strength. After a while, Qin Yi was bathed in blood and turned into a scarlet blood man with a horrifying appearance. He's still holding on? 10 seconds have already passed. This is totally unnecessary. Is he planning to challenge 110 times the gravity? Is he crazy? Damn, this lunatic is too crazy. I'm afraid he has gone into shock and can't call for help, right? The warriors were all shocked by Qin Yi's decision. It was an unprecedented miracle for a body to resist 100 times the gravity. But the young man in front of them obviously had not given up. Does he want to set a record that will never be broken? Most martial arts geniuses have a strong will, otherwise they will not be able to go far in the martial arts. But it's rare to find someone as fearless as Qin Yi. Su Ruoxu was the first one who couldn't sit still. He opened his hand, wanting to forcibly turn off the gravity amplification and bring Qin Yi out. However, as soon as he stretched out his hand, he was interrupted by a low roar from the gravity room. Mr. Su, there's no need to do this. I can still hold on. Don't close it. The young man who looked like a dead body in a pool of blood spoke. His tone was a little anxious. Perhaps he really didn't want Su Ruoxu to turn off the gravity amplification. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions became completely tense. In their minds, Qin Yi had become a complete martial arts madman. Even in this situation, he still wants to persist. Perhaps he wanted to temper his body under the pressure of death and build a stronger body. An experienced middle-aged warrior seemed to see through Qin Yi's intention and spoke secretly. When faced with life and death trials, some young warriors with unlimited potential can sometimes withstand the danger, be reborn from death, and become stronger. But this kind of nirvana is unstable, and no one can guarantee that their body really has the potential for resurrection. Is Qin Yi so confident that he can succeed? The gravity room and its surroundings fell into dead silence again, and pairs of eyes were fixed on Qin Yi, wanting to see what the final outcome would be. The gravity increase is still increasing, and is about to reach 110 times. Qin Yi's broken bones and cells were frantically reshaped with the help of his level 1 physical recovery ability. Hundreds of destructions and rebirths gave birth to a mysterious vitality that polished and tempered his body to the limit bit by bit. The pain of this crazy destruction of the body has surpassed cancer, and even level 3 pain tolerance can hardly bear it. Qin Yi was shaking violently like a sieve of bran. He endured the pain without making a sound. His back, which was bent by the high pressure, gradually lifted up as if he was adapting to the environment of 100 times gravity little by little. Raise it, raise it, raise it again! Under the astonished gazes of countless people, a young man as determined as iron was fighting against 110 times the gravity, gradually straightening his bent torso. Finally, he did it. Under nearly 120 times the pressure in the gravity chamber, Qin Yi, relying on his strength as a martial artist, held his head high and looked down upon millions of geniuses throughout history. The blood on his body had long since dried up into blood scabs, which fell off piece by piece, revealing the crystal clear and bright new body underneath. This brand new body seemed to contain infinite power and vitality. Every muscle was just the right size and shape, and it was extremely strong and handsome. Ding! All the cells in your body have adapted to the 100 times high pressure and evolved a passive skill. iron skin, and bones LV2. Ding! Your meridians are comprehensively strengthened and evolve into a passive skill. Perseverance LV2. The passive skill's tenacity and iron bones were successfully merged and evolved into the passive skill. Iron bones LV2. Ding! All the cells in your body are reshaped through destruction and rebirth, evolving a passive ability, physical recovery ability LV2. Hearing the system voice ringing in his mind, Qin smiled slightly, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, he stood up from the 100-fold gravity room without any pressure, manually turned off the gravity amplification, and walked out. 120 times gravity was easily broken through by him. Even the most talented person on the warrior limit list cannot achieve such results with only one level of realm. Looking at Qin returning triumphantly from the test room, the crowd outside was silent for a while, and then thunderous applause broke out. Dude, you're awesome. I'm really impressed. Invincible. If you become a 9th level warrior in the future, won't it be easy to top the extreme list? The extreme list is a comprehensive ranking based on tests of 3 attributes: strength, speed, and physique. After all, this list was created by Su Jinhe, the first president of the Martial Arts Federation. It is quite magical. As long as you take the test in the testing room of the Martial Arts Federation, you will be automatically scored as soon as the test is completed to determine whether you can be on the list. Yunhua, who is now ranked first on the warrior limit list, has a physical fitness level of 96 points, which is equivalent to withstanding 250 times gravity for 10 seconds. But he achieved this result when he was at the 9th Dan level. No one would doubt that Qin would be able to easily break this record after he becomes 9th Dan. Don't take such risks next time. Seeing that Qin was safe, Su Ruoxia finally felt relieved. He considerately took out a coat from somewhere and handed it to Qin. After taking the coat, Qin remembered that his upper body was still exposed. His heart warmed, and he hurriedly thanked him and put it on. This martial arts world seemed different from what he imagined. Most of the martial artists were good people. They would not kill human geniuses out of jealousy. On the contrary, they would often provide help. For example, the group of passers-by warriors who watched him create miracles from beginning to end, most of them did not show any jealousy on their faces. Instead, they admired him very much, and many of them even wanted to recruit him to join certain forces. Most humans seem to be very united. Is it because of the oppression from alien races in the secret realm? Qin was guessing in his mind, but on the surface he maintained an amiable look and politely declined the other warriors' attempts to win him over. 100 times gravity is nothing to him. If he really wants to break the record, he can even break it with 1,000 times gravity. The reason is simple, because he has a magical skill to withstand pressure, being weak and boneless. This skill can make his body become like a sponge, with maximum pressure resistance, which is very suitable for high-pressure environments. After all 4 tests were completed, Qin got rid of the harassment of the crowd and followed Su Ruoxia all the way to the backstage of the Martial Arts Federation. After personally helping Qin register a series of information, Su Ruoxia gave him a website and told him that this was the martial arts world. If he wanted to buy or sell any martial arts resources in the future, he could trade on it. Qin gladly accepted it and took this opportunity to ask Mr. Su a lot of questions. For example, what realm is the strongest person in the human race currently at? Hearing this question, Su Ruoxia was startled, then sighed and smiled bitterly. After the mountain and sea realm, one is crowned as a king, and the realm after being crowned as a king is that of a venerable. The most powerful among the venerables are called heavenly venerables. Every heavenly venerable is an almighty being that can suppress the luck of a clan and dominate an entire world. Your Excellency, Heavenly Master. It was the first time that Qin knew about the realm of martial arts after the King realm. After all, the martial arts realms widely circulated on the internet all stopped at the King realm. However, when he saw Su Ruoxia's bitter expression, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that there is no heavenly master in our human race? He asked cautiously. Su Ruoxia shook his head and sighed. My human race originally had a heavenly lord. Only decades ago, the heavenly master of our human race died in battle. Chapter 19, the mortal race, is called the venerable and should suppress all enemies in this life. Killed in battle? Qin heart was beating fast. Although he had never seen Tianzuan, he had seen king-level powerful beings on the internet. Just a powerful person at the king level has the power to reach heaven and earth, let alone a heavenly lord who is thousands of times stronger than a king. such an immortal giant would actually fall or die in battle. Chini fell silent, waiting for Mr. Su to continue. A complicated expression flashed across Su Ruox's face, and he sighed faintly. You only know that the Cave Heaven secret realm descended upon Blue Star 100 years ago, but you never knew that the myriad races of the starry sky that descended along with the Cave Heaven secret realm were not good people. The Phoenix Clan, Dragon Clan, Kue Beast, Ho Clan, Sea Clan, these alien races from the starry sky are far superior to our human race in terms of both background and strength. They live in the secret realm of the Cave Heaven and send people to the world every once in a while, seemingly searching for something. But regardless of whether they find what they want or not, they will kill people and slaughter humans wantonly. They especially enjoy killing the proudest humans, and they will kill until they are satisfied physically and mentally. The strength of our human race is too far behind theirs. At the beginning, we can only endure humiliation and practice hard. But more than 80 years ago, a group of the human race's top geniuses were born at the same time, ushering in the first brilliant era in the history of our human race. They fought for supremacy with all other races, defeated the saints of the ancient races, and were crowned kings in the trials of blood and flesh. Among this group of human race's geniuses, there is one who has reached the end of the great Tao. He is the first reverend of the human race, and also the first heavenly venerable of the human race, heavenly venerable Wanjie. He rose from countless disasters, became extremely powerful and domineering, and finally became a disaster for all races. When talking about this past event, even though many years have passed, Su Ruoxu still feels proud of it, and his tone is excited. But when he thought of the end of this heavenly lord, his expression darkened even more. That day, the 4 ancient clans each sent out a venerable, plus 2 ancient clan celestial venerables, a total of 6 people, emerged from the South Sea Cave Heaven and invaded with tremendous power. That day, Wanjie Tianzuan accepted the challenge indifferently, fighting 1 against 6, killing 2 venerables with his bare hands, severely injuring another Tianzuan, and forcibly killing all the ancient clans, but he also shed blood in the South China Sea and almost died. That day, the heaven and earth mourned and blood rained down, but the world was still peaceful and no one knew about the war in the South China Sea. Su Ruoxu's old body trembled slightly, and his whole body revealed an uncontrollable sadness. Before Wanjie Tianzuan died, he looked back at this world for the last time, closed his eyes happily, and laughed nonstop. He said, "That's enough for this life." In the end, he used the remains of the heavenly venerable to transform into a supreme formation and suppress the largest cave heaven on Blue Star, the South Sea Cave Heaven. From that day on, it will be difficult for aliens above the King Realm to pass through the Cave Heaven and descend into the world unless they pay a huge price and damage the origin of the Great Tao. How terrifying is the power of the Heavenly Venerable. The Heavenly Venerable of 10,000 tribulations may not have reached the end of his rope in the end, but he knew the murderous intentions of the aliens, so he did not choose to live in vain, but used his last life to exchange for 100 years of peace in the world. Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the Green Mountains, so why should we return home wrapped in our horse's hide? Chini had traveled to this world for so many days, but he actually had no sense of belonging. But at this moment, he felt it. He believed that no one among the human race would fail to sense this after learning about it. Emotions are universal. Su Ruoxu closed his eyes, telling this story, which seemed to have consumed all his energy. After a long time, he spoke again and said to Chini, "If you go to Nanhai Dongtian in the future, you can go and see the stone tablet left by Wanjie Tianzuan." Chini felt heavy in his heart. What does that stone tablet record? There is only one sentence on the stone tablet. Those are the last words of Wanjie Tianzuan. Swish! Su Ruoxu suddenly opened his eyes, boundless pride bursting from his eyes, and every word he spoke was sonorous and powerful. Anyone who is called a venerable among us humans should suppress the enemy of this world. That night, Chini chose to stay overnight at the Martial Arts Federation. There were many masters here, so he didn't need to worry about the alien gods attacking him. In just one day, he experienced too many things. First, he had a fight with Lu Yi, a martial artist from the Yishan Society, and was taken away by the police for interrogation. Then, he ate 3 first-level spiritual fruits in Wang Lao's supermarket and was promoted to the first level of warrior. Finally, he came to the city and met President Su Ruoxu at the Martial Arts Federation. He completed 4 attribute tests and evolved a stronger passive ability. When I opened my personal dashboard, I saw another earth-shaking change. Name, Chini. Race, planetary Terran, 20%. Strength, 20. Constitution, 25. Agility, 17. Spirit, 10. Talent, adaptive cell evolution. Skills, aura affinity LV6, cold resistance LV4, poison resistance LV3, steel bones LV2, physical recovery LV2. Combat power evaluation. On the surface, he is only a second-stage warrior, but in fact he can kill a 7th-stage warrior with one punch and can even stand still and let a 9th-stage warrior fight for 5 minutes. That's right. After training in the gravity room in the afternoon, Chini upgraded again, breaking through from the first stage of warrior to the second stage, with 20 calories of chi and blood, a full 10 calories more. If word got out that he had broken through 2 realms in one day, it would definitely scare a group of geniuses to death. I've reached level 6 spiritual energy affinity. I wonder what it's like to practice it. Chini was secretly looking forward to it. He ate 3 first-level spiritual fruits, which increased his spiritual affinity by 3 levels. He also increased it by 1 level after fighting with Liu Yi. It seems that fighting with mid to high-level warriors and enduring the impact of their chi and blood can also help increase your affinity with spiritual energy. Of course, the premise is not to be beaten to death. When I become a little stronger and break through to the martial arts master level, maybe I can ask President Su to beat me up. He thought so, then closed his eyes, slowly entered into a state of meditation, and tried to draw the spiritual energy into his body for cultivation. After about an hour, Chini completed a circulation of chi and nourished his whole body with spiritual energy. 10 cycles can refine 1 card of chi and blood. According to this efficiency, if Chini practices for 10 hours a day, he can become a 3rd-level warrior in just 10 days. This speed of practice has surpassed 90% of human warriors and can be called a martial arts genius. You know, just a few days ago, Chini was still a martial arts loser who couldn't even sense spiritual energy. But it's still too slow. Level 10 spiritual affinity may be a threshold. After reaching level 10, I will spend more time practicing. Before level 10, the main focus is still on cell evolution. 1 physical evolution allowed Chini to increase his chi and blood by 10 calories. It was self-evident who was faster and who was slower. Chini finished his practice, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, and logged onto a strange website. Martial World. This is a special area that only warriors can set foot in. It is said that in the martial arts world, as long as you have money, you can buy anything, including time and life. Chapter 20, a wide variety of merchandise. 7 wounds, crazy fist. Kung Fu, weapons and equipment, spiritual plants, elixirs. On the main page of Wujia, there are more than a dozen major categories of goods to choose from. And after clicking on a major category, you can continue to select a subcategory. For example, Chini now clicked into the category of martial arts, and at the top of the screen, a long list of subcategories appeared for Chini to choose from. There are boxing, gun skills, sword skills, and even extremely rare breathing techniques. Chini clicked on the breathing technique section and took a look. His eyes almost popped out. Yangyan breathing method, a level martial arts method. It has been tested that it can increase the practice efficiency by 5 times for those below the Grandmaster level, and by 2 times for those above the Grandmaster level, with no side effects. Price, 250 million yuan. You can get a 5 yuan discount coupon for purchases over 5 yuan. A book on A-level breathing techniques, with a price tag of 250 million. This is the amount of money that an ordinary person cannot earn even if he works for 1,000 years without eating or drinking. A $5 coupon. Is that the $5 I need? Chini was very upset and was ready to see how much the cheapest breathing method cost. He sorted the prices from low to high and soon found a D-level breathing method. 9 wonderful breathing techniques, D-level martial arts technique. It has been tested that it can double the efficiency of practice for martial artists below the martial arts master level, but is ineffective for martial artists above the intermediate level. Price, 15 million yuan. Well, it seems that Chini can't afford the worst breathing method. The savings of more than 700,000 yuan he earned from selling organs were too pitiful. They couldn't even make a splash in the martial arts world. Practicing martial arts really costs a lot of money. Even 100 million is not enough. Chini sighed sincerely and casually exited the breathing method area and clicked into the weapons and equipment section to browse around. The weapons and equipment in the martial world are also differentiated by grades using SAPT. Grade E weapons match the realm of warriors. Grade D matches martial artists, and so on. Of course, weapons of the same level are also divided into different levels of strength, using the numbers after the letters to distinguish them. For example, D1 weapons are stronger than D2 weapons, and the weakest are D9 weapons. Even though C-level and D-level weapons sound weak, in fact, a D9 level weapon costs at least 1 million. As for E-level weapons, although they are much cheaper, the base price is still over 100,000. After browsing the categories of weapons and equipment, Cheney silently made up his mind. He would not buy any weapons and equipment. It's not that he can't afford it. It's mainly because the naked package is more cost-effective. With the magical skill of adaptive cellular evolution, he can completely transform his own body into an invincible weapon, so there is no need to use equipment. In other words, using the equipment might actually slow down the speed of his physical evolution. After exiting the weapons and equipment section, Cheney took a general look at the entire martial world. He was shocked and felt like a country bumpkin who was shocked when he first arrived in a big city. In the spiritual plant section, first-level spiritual fruits are priced at a sky-high price. The 3 first-level spiritual fruits that Li Wufeng lost to him cost at least 100 million in the martial world. Cheney didn't expect that his small mouth of 3 could eat up 3 small goals. As for the higher-level second and third-level spiritual fruits, they are already priceless treasures and all require contributions to purchase. The Martial Arts Federation and the Human Alliance have their own contribution system for the warriors under their rule. Warriors can earn contributions by completing official tasks, destroying secret caves, killing alien races, and selling the corpses of ferocious beasts. That's right. In the martial arts world, you can even take on missions, including official missions and private bounties. The mission rewards are mostly money and contributions, but a few are weapons, equipment, and spiritual plants. Having said that, the most expensive things in the spiritual plant area are not the high-level spiritual fruits, but some plantable living spiritual roots. These spiritual roots were preserved by warriors through special means. As long as they are planted in a suitable environment, they will immediately come back to life and bear fruit again. A living spiritual root, even the worst first-level spiritual root, is still of infinite value. It needs to be purchased with contribution points and cannot be measured by money. After all, it symbolizes inexhaustible spiritual fruits. Cheney definitely couldn't afford the things in the spiritual plant section. Maybe he could buy some spiritual fruits that were not of the highest grade, but those fruits were no longer useful to him. The reason why eating the low-level purple bamboo fruit and snow fruit was useful was mainly because he was still an ordinary person at the time, and his body had low resistance to spiritual fruits, which would cause a reaction. With his current physical fitness as a second-stage warrior, he could eat 1,000 low-grade spiritual fruits a day without any reaction. Without reaction, nature will not evolve. However, this wide range of high-priced goods did not dampen Cheney's confidence, because he knew that one day in the future he would have the money to buy these things. In the special area for ferocious beasts and alien races in the martial world, in addition to being able to purchase precious materials from ferocious beasts and alien races, there is also a special sell button. If a warrior obtains the corpses of ferocious beasts or alien races from the secret realm of the cave and does not know how to deal with them, he can sell them to the local martial arts federation or the governing hall in exchange for money and contribution points. The complete body of a first-level beast is worth more than 1 million, and the value of a foreign beast of the same level is at least double that. If I knew the simple method of dealing with the corpses of vicious beasts, the price could be even higher. Cheney's eyes lit up, and he finally understood how warriors made money. Those warriors who pick up junk spiritual fruits outside the secret realm and resell them in supermarkets can only be said to be doing small business and cannot make much money. If you really want to get rich, you have to kill ferocious beasts and alien races. Go to the core area of the secret realm to pick high-level spiritual fruits and dig high-level spiritual roots. It is a must to visit Xintian's secret realm. Cheney silently memorized the characteristics of those valuable ferocious beasts and alien species. If he could encounter them in the future, he would definitely seize the opportunity to capture them. He clicked on the martial arts classification again, preparing to finally choose a cheap martial arts that suits him. Since no weapons are needed, boxing is the most comfortable choice. Cheney has always advocated the violent aesthetics of naked combat and fist-to-flesh punches. After setting the price of the skills to go from low to high, a special skill soon came into Cheney's sight, which made his eyes light up. A-level boxing technique only costs 100,000 yuan? Isn't this a bargain price? The seller accidentally marked the price wrong, and I just happened to get a bargain? A-level boxing is at the level of the mountain and sea realm. In other words, as long as you learn it, it will be enough at least before you become a king. Qin quickly clicked on the detailed introduction of this martial art. When the lines of text came into his eyes, he began to understand why this A-level boxing technique was so cheap. It's not that the seller marked the price wrong, but this skill is only worth this price. No one will buy it if the price is higher. Boxing name, 7 Wounds Crazy Fist. Grade, A. Author, Mad King. Introduction. This technique focuses on attacking and focusing on extreme offense, without any intention of defending or retreating. It is divided into 7 levels. After practicing to the 5th level, one can comprehend the true kingly way. Please note that since this technique was created by the Mad King, the way of the Mad King that one realizes after practicing to the 5th level may affect the practitioner's spiritual heart, causing him or her to fall into madness and become difficult to save. Please note that the lethality of this technique is comparable to that of S-level boxing, but it will harm oneself when practicing and using it, leading to inevitable hidden injuries. If you cannot find a solution, it is best not to learn it. Please note that there are no refunds after purchase and no refund requests will be accepted. All risks of practicing this technique by the martial artist have nothing to do with this store and must be borne by the martial artist himself. Price: 100,000 yuan. Chapter 21, What we want is the side effects. This is a killing boxing technique with great side effects. It hurts the enemy by 1,000, but hurts yourself by 800. Under normal circumstances, the lowest price for an A-level technique would require tens of thousands of contribution points. But if the technique itself had side effects, the price would be hard to say. Qin estimated that the side effects of the 7-injury Crazy Fist must be significant. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reduce the price so much and buy it for only 100,000 yuan. But the side effects that are unacceptable to other warriors are good things to Qin. Practicing this fist hurts the body? Sorry, Qin doesn't want to practice the martial arts that don't hurt the body. What else was there to think about? He immediately paid 100,000 yuan and officially bought 7 Wounds Crazy Fist. On the Wujia website, purchasing martial arts techniques requires facial recognition and signing a contract promising not to disclose them to others. Qin took a quick look at the contract and found that this seemingly ordinary electronic contract seemed to contain some kind of Taoist meaning. After signing it, he would feel something in his heart, and if he breached the contract, he would be punished. Such a simple contract, however, reveals the human race's background and is extremely extraordinary. In the minds of warriors, Taoism and Taoism are actually 2 separate things. It is said that after reaching the realm of Grandmaster, the brain area is greatly opened, the sea of consciousness appears, and the warrior can begin to come into contact with the mind. The true strength of a Grandmaster often depends on whether he can comprehend the mind, such as sword mind, knife mind, and so on. The so-called intention is actually a vague feeling of the great Tao among warriors. After reaching the mountain and sea realm and the king realm, this feeling gradually deepens and materializes as the intention of the Tao. This process is called enlightenment. According to Su Ruoxu, the birth of every true king represents the end of a great road. I don't know who drafted this contract, but at least it was drawn up by a true king. Qin was amazed. He was originally wondering, if he sold the martial arts skills, wasn't he afraid that someone would buy it and resell it? It seems that the founder of the martial arts world has already taken this into consideration. The contract was signed successfully. The next second, a document appeared on Qin Yi's mobile phone. It was the main text of 7-injury Crazy Fist and its detailed explanation. The seller was even thoughtful enough to give Qin a set of practice videos so that he could learn by following them. He couldn't wait to open the main text of the technique and read it through. Then his eyes lit up and his face was full of joy. This technique is perfect for him. The main point of the 7-injury Crazy Fist is to not care about one's life. There is no mention of the word defense in the whole thing, only attack. The 7 levels of the technique correspond to a warrior's progression from the quasi-entry level to the king level. But it only symbolizes that the 7th level of the king level is still imperfect, which leads to flaws in the technique and great side effects. Before the 5th level, practicing this technique will cause killing energy to enter the body, damaging the meridians and organs, and leaving a root of disease that is difficult to cure. After the 5th level, there will be a surge of crazy Tao thoughts into the sea of consciousness, washing over the soul. And if you are not careful, you will go completely crazy. Good, great. Before the 5th level, you can use the killing energy to train your body. And after the 5th level, you can also use the Tao to temper your soul. Perfect. After reading the side effects, Qin Yi couldn't stop laughing. It only cost me 100,000 yuan to acquire an A-level martial arts technique, and it also solved many of my troubles. It was so cool. He didn't think any more and directly opened the first rehearsal video. In the video, a middle-aged man with white hair is standing in an empty backyard. He is wearing a black suit. His thick hair and beard cover his facial features. He looks extremely dirty and sloppy, and it seems that he has not been groomed for at least 7 or 8 years. He stood there expressionlessly. After a few seconds, he suddenly laughed evilly and threw a punch. This punch hit the air, causing the surrounding small piece of heaven and earth to shake for a moment. The branches of the 2 big trees in the backyard swayed, and large pieces of leaves fell. Could this be the Mad King who created the 7 Wounds Crazy Fist? Chini was shocked, and then stared at the video intently, not daring to be distracted for a moment. As the middle-aged man gradually got into the state, his actions became more and more crazy, which made Qin Yi fascinated. He was immersed in the boxing without realizing it, and his body swayed unconsciously. Crazy punches may seem like random attacks without any rules, but in fact, every punch is a killing move, aiming straight at the opponent's vital point. After one night, Qin Yi practiced the first level of boxing according to the video and benefited a lot. A restless, murderous spirit gradually grew in his body. This murderous aura is a secret treasure for killing enemies. The reason why the 7 Wounds Crazy Fist can rival the attack power of S-level boxing with A-level quality is precisely because those who practice this boxing must use their own bodies to nourish the murderous aura. This energy is extremely overbearing and does not distinguish between friend and foe. If one wants to nourish it, one must either build an invincible body for oneself or use elixirs and fruits to replenish it. This is equivalent to losing blood while taking drugs to recover blood. However, Qin Yi doesn't need to go through so much trouble. He can just hold on. If he can't hold on, he will evolve. Anyway, as long as he is not killed instantly, he will never lose. There is still too little killing energy in my body. The speed of damage to my body is not as fast as my recovery. There is no evolutionary effect. After practicing for a long time in the future, the effect will become obvious. Qin Yi felt the icy breath in his meridians and nodded silently. He now has level 2 physical recovery ability and bones of steel, and his physique is comparable to that of a martial artist. A single layer of the 7 Wounds Killing Fist can do too little damage to him. Call out! He suddenly clenched his fist and punched out of thin air. His right arm instantly turned into a residual shadow, hit the air, and created a circle of air waves. The original force of 800 kilograms, with the help of A-level boxing, exceeded 1 ton. Not only that, his punch was also mixed with murderous aura. If the enemy wanted to rely on his physical strength to resist, he would be invaded by the murderous aura, damaging his heart meridian and hindering his recovery. When I become a martial arts master, I will be able to release chi and blood. When I punch out, it will be filled with murderous energy and blood power. The negative effects will be maximized. A martial artist of the same level will lose half his life if he is hit by one of my punches. Qin Yi retracted his right fist and glanced at the sky outside the window. It was already noon the next day. After practicing boxing all night, he was hungry. It was time to say goodbye to President Su, have a good meal, and then enter the Xintian secret realm. After making up for the shortcomings in his attack methods, Qin Yi appears to be only a second-stage warrior on the surface, but his real strength is comparable to that of a martial artist, enough to sweep the outer areas of the Xintian secret realm. After talking about this secret place for so long, I can finally go in and see it for myself. He opened the door of the room, took a deep breath, and strode out. President Su treated him quite well. Since he was staying with him for one night, he naturally had to say hello when he left. Qin Yi walked towards Chairman Su's office. As he walked, he would suddenly punch the air from time to time, as if he had a seizure. When passersby along the way saw this scene, they thought Qin Yi was a mental patient. They looked at him with disgust and moved away. Only Chen Chun, who was secretly following Qin Yi, figured out the meaning of these punches and was greatly surprised. He felt that, if Qin Yi's casual punches hit him, he would probably be killed on the spot. This boxing style is very complex, at least C-level. Only one night has passed. Where did Qin Yi learn this advanced boxing technique? Chun Chen's face showed a strange expression. He felt more and more that Director Xiao, she was making a joke by sending him to protect Qin Yi. This kid can kill me with one punch, and he still needs my protection? Chapter 22 Storage Bag Promise. Martial Arts Federation, President's Office. Su Ruoxu sat upright in a chair, holding a newspaper in his hand, taking a sip of hot tea from time to time, looking leisurely and contented. Nowadays, young people like to read the news on their mobile phones, but Su Ruoxu considers himself an antique left over from the last era. He is not used to using mobile phones and still prefers to subscribe to newspapers. Crunch. Suddenly, the office door was opened. Without even raising his head, Su Ruoxu knew who was coming. Qin Yi. Putting down the newspaper, he smiled, looked at the young man in front of him, nodded and said, "It seems that you have gained something in the martial arts world. Are you ready to leave now?" "Yes. Thanks for your care. I plan to go to Xintian's secret realm next." Qin Yi did not hide anything and directly told President Su about his plan. Xintian's secret realm? That's right. With your current strength, it's just right for you to enter a D-level secret realm for training. However, Su Ruoxu frowned, as if he had thought of something, and pointed to the newspaper on the table. There have been some unusual movements in the Xintian's secret realm in the past few weeks. A large-scale beast tide has appeared. It's very unsettled. If you must go, remember not to go too deep. Beast tide? Qin Yi heard that the environment in the secret realm was completely different from the real world. The spiritual energy was more abundant. The origin of the great Tao often manifested naturally, and it was a holy place for cultivation, with countless terrifying beasts. It is said that if you put an ordinary newborn puppy into the secret realm, the dog will become a ferocious beast if it survives to adulthood. If it's just a beast tide, it shouldn't be a big problem. If Qin Yi wants to improve his strength quickly, he must go to dangerous places. As his physical fitness continues to improve, many behaviors in the real world no longer have any effect on him. If he were to try the free fall now, he would probably need a building of at least 30 stories high, but there were very few buildings of such height in Yuhang City. Even if I really find such a tall building, it would be very troublesome to negotiate with the owner to let me jump off it. It would attract the attention of ordinary people and cause unnecessary impact. After much thought, it is more convenient to enter the secret realm for training. Therefore, no matter what happened in the Xintian secret realm, he had to go in and take a look. The threat from the alien god society constantly reminds him to become stronger as quickly as possible. President Su and Mr. Wang have helped him a lot, but Qin Yi still has to rely on himself to walk the future path. Click! Seeing Qin Yi's firm expression, Su Ruoxu immediately understood what he meant. Without saying anything more, he opened the drawer under the desk and took out a black leather bag. This leather bag is about the size of a palm and seems to be made of the leather of some ferocious beast. It is engraved with complex silver patterns and faintly emits spatial fluctuations. Su Ruoxu handed the leather bag to Qin Yi and explained, "This is a space storage bag. Since you are determined to enter the secret realm, you must first prepare a backpack for storing your harvest. I just happen to have an extra one, so I'll give it to you." Qin Yi felt warm in his heart after taking the space storage bag and secretly remembered the kindness shown to him by President Su. This space storage bag is very easy to use. Just open the bag, aim it at the items you want to store, cover it, and keep it in contact for 3 seconds to store them. However, it is still a bit difficult to take things out of it accurately. Only when a warrior enters the Grandmaster realm and opens up his brain area can he use mental power to control the storage bag. In a single thought, he can store whatever he wants and take out whatever he wants. It is extremely convenient. Qin Yi remembered that this kind of space storage bag was not cheap, and the worst one would cost hundreds of thousands. The raw material is the skin of a ferocious beast called the Void Beast, and it can only be made with the help of professional rune masters who engrave space runes. This B-level storage bag has 1,000 cubic meters of space, which is enough for you to use until the mountain and sea realm. Su Ruoxu glanced at the black leather bag that fell into Qin Yi's hands, with a look of nostalgia on his face. This bag has been with him for more than 20 years, from the time he became a warrior to the time he established a great reputation and finally retired to Yuhang. There are too many stories to tell. But he finally got old and could no longer kill the enemy. 1,000 cubic meters? This is too expensive. I can't accept it. Qin Yi was shocked. The value of Class B equipment could no longer be measured by money. He really couldn't afford such a kindness. Seeing that Qin Yi wanted to refuse this gift, Su Ruoxu waved his hand, his expression becoming more serious. So-called weapons and equipment are not useless unless they can be put to good use in the battlefield. This thing is useless to me. Rather than being buried with me, it is better to be reborn with you. Suruaksu had made up his mind. Chini was silent for a moment, but finally put the B-level storage bag into his pocket. He stared at the tired old man and said seriously, I promise you that one day in the future, I will personally destroy the Taishan's secret realm. He had seen Suruaksu's life story in the martial world yesterday, and knew that the old man had entered the S-level Taishan secret realm with a group of geniuses 8 years ago. But out of that group of people, only Suruaksu survived in the end. Since then, Suruaksu has never appeared on the front line of the secret realm again. He retired to Yuhang and became a branch president of the Martial Arts Federation. This was the first time he made a promise to someone else. Although it seemed ridiculous for a second-stage warrior like him to boast about destroying the S-level secret realm, Suruaksu's expression suddenly became solemn. He stared at Chini for a long time, then laughed out loud towards the sky. His laughter was particularly unbridled, as if he was decades younger. Good, very good. I'm waiting for you. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when we came out of the Martial Arts Federation. The entrance to the Xintian secret realm is on the northern outskirts of Yuhang and is controlled by the Secret Realm Bureau under the Yuhang Administrative Office. Any warrior who wants to enter must register in advance. Of course, there is no entrance fee. I heard that the secret realm also has some secret entrances hidden in the dark, which are controlled by certain organizations and used for smuggling, but Chini is not sure about the details. Boarding the crowded subway, Chini inexplicably felt that someone in the crowd was staring at him. After his mental strength increased to 10 points, he became much more sensitive to this kind of secret spying. Secretly following this feeling and glancing around, Chini soon found a man in a brown windbreaker. The man looked righteous, but his eyes pretended to fall on him unintentionally from time to time. I seem to have seen this person when I was in the Martial Arts Federation. Chini had some impression of him. Is he following me? I didn't sense any killing intent. Is it because the other party hit it too deeply for me to see? Or is it that he is not a member of the Alien God Society? Chini's eyes moved. He didn't intend to just waste time like this. Since he had already discovered the other party's existence, it would be best to take advantage of the fact that there were many people around and go over to find out the truth. He took a step forward, pushed through the crowd in front of him, and gradually moved closer to the man in the windbreaker. The other side. Chun also noticed Chini's movements, and the other party seemed to be walking towards him. Are you preparing to get off the bus? Chun was located close to the car door, so he made this inference. He thought he was tracking very secretly and never expected that Chini saw through him at a glance. Get off at the stop? What do you want to do? Chun buried half of his face under his windbreaker, silently thinking about Chini's next move. But what he never expected was, Chini actually walked straight in front of him, narrowed his eyes, and asked condescendingly, Brother, what's the matter with you following me? Chun. Chapter 23. Bloodsword Town's Secret Realm. Chun Xian is in trouble. Facing Qin, standing in front of him. Chun was oppressed by the other party's aura for a moment and was in a trance for a few seconds. When he came to his senses, his heart trembled again and he felt unbelievable about his own reaction. He was the second in command of the Yuhang East Suburb Police Station and at the level of a low-level martial artist. How could he be frightened by a second-stage martial artist? Chun found it hard to accept this fact, but when he recalled the boxing skills he had accidentally thrown, he felt that this seemed natural. For such a monstrous figure, it would not be difficult at all to cross a major realm and suppress others in the early stage of martial arts. The young man in front of him seemed to be asking him to reason in a kind manner, but in fact, he was intimidating him, making Chun feel the feeling of being interrogated. He propped up his bent back, managed to hold the situation in place, calmed himself down, and roughly explained why he was following Chini. After the explanation, the pressure from the young man suddenly eased. Chini smiled and said, So it's the police officer. Now the misunderstanding is resolved. Well, I'm here to prevent you from being retaliated by the alien gods. Chun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had to admit that Chini was definitely stronger than him now, and the feeling of oppression was simply overwhelming. Thank you for your hard work. However, I'm going to enter the Xintian secret realm next. Do you want to come with me? The dangerous aura on Chini completely disappeared, replaced by a warm smile. You want to enter the Xintian secret realm? Chun raised his eyebrows, thought for a few seconds, and shook his head. Then I won't go in with you. Are you kidding? He thought he was not as strong as Qin Yi, so he would just find a slope to climb down and would not even mention the word protection. Taking out a business card from his pocket and handing it to Qin Yi, Chun Chun gave some instructions according to the fixed procedure, and then hurriedly got off the subway when it arrived at the station. Looking at Chun Chin's hurriedly leaving back, Qin Yi waved the business card in his hand thoughtfully. It seems that the Yuhang Police Department has been keeping an eye on the Essence Society for a long time, but they just lacked an opportunity to take action. When I come out of the secret realm, I can take the initiative to contact them and cooperate with them. I don't need to completely destroy the alien god society, but it should be no problem to catch a few big fish. Qin Yi put away the business card, and this thought flashed through his mind. In the online novels he read in his previous life, most of the protagonists fought alone and never thought about cooperating with official organizations. In Qin Yi's opinion, this is simply a case of going crazy. You can win without any effort, so why do you have to tire yourself out? The police must have my detailed information, and they must have figured out that I had some strange experience. But they didn't think of snatching my opportunity, which shows that the Yuhang Police Department is an official force that can be trusted. Thinking of the female police officer who took him away and what he had seen in the police station, Qin Yi was basically certain of this. However, let's wait until the journey to the secret realm is over before we talk about anything else. The subway moved quickly, and soon, it finally arrived at the destination of this trip, the northern suburbs. The environments of the 4 suburbs around Yuhang are similar. Qin Yi did not stop, turned on the navigation on his mobile phone, and went straight to the Secret Realm Management Bureau. Compared to the Martial Arts Federation, which was openly established in the city center, the location of the Secret Realm Management Bureau was very remote. Qin Yi followed the navigation and almost got lost in the winding alleys. What kind of unethical navigation is this? He turned off his phone and noticed that there were often groups of warriors walking together in the alley, so he randomly found a team of warriors and followed them. The warriors who can appear here are obviously going to the secret realm. Qin Yi followed them all the way and finally found the Xintian Secret Realm Management Bureau. In front of me are long streets with lush trees on both sides. Warriors are setting up stalls everywhere on the roadside, selling resources they got from the secret realm. At the end of the street, there is a Chinese-style building with a wide open gate. It has green tiles and red walls, and is simple and elegant. All the people coming and going are warriors. These people really know how to do business. The lowest level E-level space storage bag is actually sold for 600,000 here. The price in the martial arts world is twice as high. Qin Yi noticed that there were warriors selling storage bags not far away. The most exaggerated thing was that there were quite a few people buying them in front of the stall. It is estimated that those who are queuing up to buy storage bags are all martial arts novices like Qin Yi. They only realized that they need to prepare storage bags in advance when they arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. In order to avoid trouble, they have to spend a little more money to buy one on the spot. After all, if you buy something on Wujia, you have to wait 1 or 2 days for the express delivery. Qin Yi passed by these stalls of all sizes and walked into the secret realm administration. Looking ahead, there were 12 windows in front of him with signs indicating entry registration. Perhaps because of the recent beast tide in the Xintian secret realm and the increased risk factor, there seemed to be very few people queuing up to register to enter the secret realm. There were only 2 windows with warriors queuing, and there were only 3 or 4 people in the queue. Qin Yi looked around the hall of the secret realm administration curiously, and gradually, his eyes fell on a huge electronic screen in the center. On that screen, official secret realm missions were displayed for warriors to accept in exchange for rewards. 18 gravity crystals, each weighing more than 10 kilograms, can be handed in at window number 3. Rewards: 600 contribution points, 100 million currency. 3 Funkai peacock feathers, 2nd level quality, required. Scanning the various tasks that were constantly refreshing on the screen, Qin Yi's eyes suddenly focused, and he saw a familiar name on it. Rescue warriors 3 days ago for low-level warriors Wang Lu, Wang Xianfan, Chen Xian by Xinhua entered the Xintian secret realm and used the communication talisman in their hands to ask for help from warriors from all sides. Reward: 50 million currency, 100 contribution points. Chen Xian. About 3 days ago, Chen Xian sent a text message to Qin Yi, asking Qin Yi not to give up hope of survival. After that, Chen Xian never replied to Qin Yi's text messages again. The timing just matches. This is definitely not a coincidence. This rescue mission was sent by Chen Xian and his team. Qin Yi frowned. If he guessed correctly, Chen Xian might have entered the Xintian's secret realm in person just to save him. This kid wants to pick spiritual fruits to cure Qin Yi's cancer. But just when a beast tide broke out, Chen Xian was trapped in a secret realm. After 3 days, he was probably in danger of death. No, I have to save him. Qin Yi would not act like a saint and help strangers. But if those who were good to him got into trouble, he would certainly not sit idly by. Qin Yi quickly found an empty window to take the task and register his information. Under the guidance of the staff, he passed through 2 inspection gates and came to an empty square. Above the square, there was a space crack that was tens of thousands of meters long. It was deep and dark, as if a real dragon was hovering in the air, which was shocking. Above the space crack, a sharp sword stained with blood was suspended in the air, with the tip of the sword pointing downward. The vast sword intent poured out, suppressing the entire secret realm crack, preventing the creatures in the secret realm from coming out, but human warriors could enter freely. What level a person must be able to leave such a sword? Qin Yi's heart was surging. He subconsciously clenched his fists and strode into a corner of the space crack. In an instant, the space around him became blurred like flowing water. He felt dizzy and his eyes went dark. Next second, overgrown weeds and towering old trees are a scene completely different from the real world reflected in our eyes. Chapter 24. Towering Insect Forest Wild Dogs. Call! Qin Yi stood in a primeval forest and took a deep breath. He felt the fresh air and pure spiritual energy naturally flowed into his body with every breath, making him happy both physically and mentally. The concentration of spiritual energy in a D-level secret realm is at least 5 times that of the outside world. No wonder it is said that even if a dog is released in and lives for 10 years, it can become a terrifying beast. After passing through the space crack, human warriors will randomly appear in the outer area of the secret realm. Some people with bad luck may be surrounded and killed by a group of ferocious beasts as soon as they land. Therefore, after Qin Yi took his position, he immediately became alert with a solemn expression and carefully observed the surrounding environment. He seemed to be in a mountainous area now. Everywhere he looked, there were towering ancient trees with thick branches. The smallest tree required 7 or 8 people to hug it. The towering trees are full of vitality, and their ring-shaped crowns block the sky like a giant umbrella, allowing only a few rays of sunlight to penetrate and shine down. The damp and dark land was covered with all kinds of unknown ferns and weeds, and occasionally a black beetle as big as a human head flashed through the weeds. Qin Yi stood alone in the woods, as if he was in a different world, with unfamiliar things everywhere. In the secret realm, there is naturally no signal on mobile phones. However, except for the core area, other places in the Xintian secret realm have long been explored by human warriors. Therefore, the Secret Realm Management Bureau will provide free maps to warriors before entering the secret realm. I should be near the middle level on the outskirts of Xintian's secret realm. Qin Yi reached out his hand, took out a map from his pocket, and gently unfolded it. During the process of using his hands, he felt a faint pressure on his right hand. This was the special feature of the Xintian secret realm. In the center of the Xintian secret realm is a vast gravity crystal mining area that is hundreds of kilometers wide. Due to its large scale, the gravity of the entire secret realm is different from that of the blue planet, and the gravity of the outermost area is twice that of the blue planet. Thanks to his 10 points of spiritual attributes, Qin Yi has a strong sense of his body and can subtly perceive that the current gravity on his body is about 2.7 times. He looked at the map, skimmed directly over the outermost area, searched from the outer area close to the middle layer, and soon found his location. His luck was not very good. This place happened to be a dangerous place. According to the brief markings on the map, this place is the towering insect forest on Shiyun Peak, which is rich in all kinds of fine spiritual woods. However, the number of insects in the forest is huge, and warriors below the 9th level are not recommended to enter. Zerg? Qin Yi frowned slightly, thinking about taking a walk, but when he raised his legs, he was shocked to find that his pants had several small holes, and his legs were covered with yellow-brown, soft-bodied worms. These bugs are very similar to leeches on the blue planet, but they are several times larger, and the smallest one is as big as a palm. They use their suction cup-like mouth parts to stick to Qin Yi's legs, constantly grinding his skin, trying to suck his blood. During this process, Qin Yi was completely unaware and felt nothing at all. But these leeches were not even at the 1st level, and could not be called ferocious beasts. They could not break Qin Yi's iron bones at all, and they could not suck blood after squirming for a long time. You guys are such a waste. Qin Yi waited for a while, and found that these little things could not break the defense at all. He stretched out his big hand, grabbed them all, rolled them into a meatball, and threw them away. Then, Qin Yi approached a towering ancient tree, gathered his strength, and punched the tree trunk with all his strength. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and under his full-strength punch, the towering ancient tree didn't even move. Only a shallow fist mark was left on the trunk. After 3 or 4 seconds, even the fist mark disappeared, and everything returned to normal. It feels familiar, has extremely high hardness, and can self-repair. Is this probably the raw material used by the Martial Arts Federation to forge and test wooden figures? Qin Yi's eyes lit up, and he remembered the name of this spiritual wood. Yunfeng Fir. When this spiritual tree grows to 100 meters, it reaches the first level, and then it will increase by 1 level every 500 meters. The tree in front of us is estimated to be more than 600 meters tall. It is a second-level spiritual tree. It requires a mid-level martial artist holding a D1 level weapon to cut it down. Looking around, there are Yunfeng firs everywhere, and they are all starting from the first level. He was teleported to the deepest part of the towering insect forest. Although the second-level spiritual wood cannot be cut down, there is hope of getting some first-level Yunfeng fir back. No, I came here to save Qin. We can talk about making money and other trivial matters later. Qin Yi took out a piece of glittering talisman paper from his pocket. This was a sensing talisman that could lead warriors to a specific area. Runes are another path for martial artists. Qin Yi has not had much exposure to them. He only knows that rune masters make a lot of money. A first-level rune can be sold for hundreds of thousands. The so-called formation masters are actually rune masters in essence, and they're all professionals who study runes and engrave the patterns of the Great Way. The team that Qin joined was probably composed of someone with considerable wealth. Not only did he buy a communication symbol in advance to call for help, but he could also issue a bounty mission after being in trouble. The sensing talisman in Qin Yi's hand was also bought by a rich man in Qin team, and it can only sense the location of that rich man. He held the sensing talisman in his palm, and a coordinate immediately appeared in his mind. More than 200 kilometers northeast of me? They have entered the core area of Xintian's secret realm. Qin Yi did not hesitate. After confirming the direction, he immediately started on his way. However, he had just run less than 10 meters when he heard a harsh and piercing crunch sound from the side. In the weeds, a red-armored longhorn beetle as big as an adult swallowed a bunch of leeches in one gulp, then suddenly turned around and rushed directly towards Qin Yi. The leech meatball that Qin Yi just casually threw aside actually became a fish bait and caught a big one. This red longhorn beetle is already a ferocious beast that has initially entered the first stage category. It is now charging forward with great force, its wings behind it vibrating, and its speed is astonishingly fast, far exceeding that of a first or second stage warrior. The overgrown weeds were flattened by the strong wind caused by the rushing beetle. Qin Yi stared straight at the beetle that was as big as himself. There was no fear on his face. Instead, he laughed and said, "Good job." After saying that, he actually lowered his head like a fighting bull, stretched his legs downward, and rushed out with a bang. If you're going to collide, just do it head-on. In the blink of an eye, the two afterimages collided with each other, causing a roaring shock wave. The longhorn beetle never expected that the human in front of it would dare to use its head to hit its horns. In his ignorant memory, no humanoid creature had ever dared to do this. Bang! As expected, the longhorn beetle flew backwards more than 10 meters and slammed into a Yunfeng fir tree. Its long horn broke, its trunk exploded, and disgusting green liquid splashed out. Qin Yi stood there expressionlessly, without even a red mark on his forehead. Now he was no match for a mere first-stage ferocious beast. Only a second-level ferocious beast could make him feel pressured. The body of a first-level red-armored longhorn beetle seems to be a good material for forging tools. It should be no problem to sell it for 2 million. Qin Yi strode over and looked at the blurry mass of flesh and blood armor under a tree not far away, feeling a little regretful. TSK, I should have been more careful. With my body in pieces like this, I guess I can only sell it for 500,000. That's all. No matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it's still meat. Qin Yi slowly approached the pile of corpses and was thinking about taking out the storage bag to store them, but unexpectedly, something strange happened. A wild dog with yellow and white hair suddenly poked its head out from the thick trunk of the yinfeng fir tree, leaped forward, landed accurately on the longhorn beetle, and began to eat it with big mouthfuls. In just a dozen seconds, a red-shelled longhorn beetle the size of an adult was eaten clean. Even the hardest part of its shell was eaten by the wild dog. Qin, who was a few meters away, was stunned. Where did the dog come from? Isn't this a forest of towering insects? He was stunned for a moment, then looked unfriendly and gritted his teeth at the wild dog. Let's eat dog meat tonight. Chapter 25, Sea of Insects, Lord Dog. Qin Yi's murderous aura spread, scaring the wild dog so much that it shuddered violently and turned around to crawl back to the yinfeng tree hole. How could Qin Yi let it run away like this? He has always been the one who gets things for free from others, and I have never seen anyone who dares to get things for free from him. Oh yes, he was trying to get his own dog for free. Swish! Qin Yi took a step forward, crossed a distance of 5 meters in an instant, and caught the dog that leaped into the air. He held the wild dog by the scruff of its neck, narrowed his eyes, and laughed. You eat my beetles, and I eat you. Isn't that fair? Ayo. Woo! With fate grabbing its throat, the big wild dog suddenly became listless, whimpering hesitantly, looking pitiful, and no longer had the courage it had before to snatch food from a tiger's mouth. Seeing that Qin Yi was about to strangle him to death, the big wild dog panicked, opened his mouth, and uttered human words. Brother, don't be like this. Give me a way out. I just couldn't resist when I saw something delicious. I didn't mean to steal your food. Qin Yi's face darkened. It would be fine if this dog could talk, but he also started to act like a brother to me. Do you think I'm a dog too? He glanced at the tree hole in the yinfeng fir and found that the hole was neither too big nor too small, just enough for the wild dog to enter and exit. Moreover, the edges of the tree hole were jagged, as if the hole was chewed out by the dog. The yinfeng fir is over 800 meters tall and has a strength close to that of a third-tier spiritual wood. How can this dog bite it? Qin Yi had a strange look on his face and looked back at the big dog in his hand. This big dog was quite interesting. When it saw Qin Yi's gaze, it quickly put on a flattering smile, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. Did you chew the hole on top? You have good vision. It was indeed me who nodded. What do you think? Am I awesome? Talking about this tree hole, the big dog suddenly stood up, looked very excited, and wagged his tail rapidly. You are only at the first level. How can you bite a second-level top-grade spiritual wood? Qin Yi saw through the big dog's realm. It was definitely the first level, at most the middle stage of the first level, which was equivalent to a 6th-level human warrior. That's of course my talent. The big dog immediately took advantage of the situation and boasted. By the way, you can call me Lord Dog from now on. Please spare my life, and I, Lord Dog, can save yours. Qin Yi was so angry that he couldn't help but beat up the big dog when he saw his arrogant look. You perverted human, you are only at the 2nd stage. Why are you so strong? The big dog had a bruised face and nose, and was beaten by Qin Yi so badly that he suspected the dog had given birth. He was not someone who would passively take a beating. He fought back desperately and bit Qin Yi several times in return. The big dog's teeth were indeed magical. They easily bit through Qin Yi's level 2 steel bones, leaving several rows of tooth marks. Your teeth are pretty good. I should be able to sell them for a good price if I pull them out. Qin Yi's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He didn't stop and wanted to help the big dog pull out his teeth on the spot. When the big dog saw this, he immediately got scared and crawled on the ground, shouting, Stop, I was wrong. I am a dog grandson. Stop fighting. I have a way to save your life. There's really no need for you to kill me. Save my life. Qin Yi was happy. He was not in any danger now. The other party was just a dog. How could he save him? I'm in a hurry to get on my way. You can either go catch me a beast of equal value or sell yourself to me. Choose one of the two. Seeing that Qin Yi stopped attacking, the big dog slowly raised its head from the ground and stood up on its legs like a human and said faintly, Aren't you curious about why a dog like me lives in a tree? I'm not curious. I don't have the habit of studying wild dogs. Qin Yi shook his head. Wild dog? Have you ever seen a talking wild dog? The word wild dog seemed to touch the big dog's reverse scale, making him desperate. Well, now we see it, don't we? The big dog was speechless for a while, then waved his paw in annoyance and said seriously, I won't argue with you. Let me be frank. The main reason I live in a tree is to protect myself from the sea of insects. Sea of insects? Qin Yi caught the fear that flashed across the big dog's eyes. That's right. The towering insect forest is full of insects. Every 2 hours, hundreds of millions of insects crawl out from the ground, gather into a group, and sweep away everything they see in the forest. That scene was truly overwhelming, like a tsunami. Except for this Yunfeng spiritual wood, nothing can stop the sea of insects. The big dog recalled the scene he had seen and grimaced. Don't you find it strange that there are no other animals in such a forest with such abundant spiritual energy? It seems to be true. Logically speaking, in a forest with such a good environment, you should be able to see animals within a few steps. But in fact, apart from this mixed breed dog that called himself Dogmaster, Qin only saw insects and trees. How strong is the sea of insects? Qin was not afraid, but asked with interest. The big dog squinted at him and barked. Just look at the red-armored longhorn beetle you just killed. There are at least 100,000 of them in the sea of insects. 100,000 first-order longhorn beetles? This is indeed a bit exaggerated. Even a high-level martial artist would find it difficult to survive, right? When the realm gap is not too big, when the number is large enough, it will cause a qualitative change and make up for the gap in strength. But why are there no corpses left on the ground after so many insect swarms? Vin Yvonne did it. The number of insect swarms is huge, and there must be some deaths every time they go out, right? Even if only 1% died each time, it would still be a very significant number. Hearing this question, the big dog's eyes suddenly became contemptuous, as if he was discriminating against Qin for having a low IQ. Why do you ask such a stupid question? I've said before that wherever the sea of insects goes, it will wipe out everything. This so-called everything naturally includes the corpses of our own kind. The feeling of being despised by a dog was too strange. Qin Yi's forehead was bulging with veins. He couldn't help but beat the big dog again until the dog howled for mercy. I am your future savior. There are only about 10 minutes left before the next insect swarm erupts. You won't have enough time to get out of Shiyun Peak, let alone Shitian Mountains. The big dog stroked its swollen face with its paws resentfully. Qin was too lazy to pay attention to him, and just said lightly, lead the way, climb the tree. Judging from the map, even if Qin tries his best, it will take him a day and a night to get out. And this is just after walking out of Shiyun Peak. Judging from the tone of Big Dog, it seems that several core peaks of the Shitian Mountains will be hit by a sea of insects. The simple map provided by the official is still too brief. It is better to spend real money to buy a detailed map. Qin felt a little regretful for a moment. But what he didn't know was that over the years, no one had ever appeared in the deepest part of the Shitian Mountains just after entering the Xintian secret realm. Because although this place is located in a relatively peripheral area, its danger level is comparable to the core area of the secret realm. An ordinary 9th-level warrior can at most walk to the edge of the Western Heaven Mountains, kill a few insects, and dig a few spiritual plants. He will never encounter a sea of insects, and he will not have the life to encounter a sea of insects. Otherwise, so many high-level spiritual woods on Shiyun Peak would have been packed up and taken away by the warriors long ago. How could they be left for Qin? If a knowledgeable warrior discovered Qin at Shiyun Peak at this moment, he would definitely be shocked and think that Qin was definitely dead. Apart from the true king who suppressed Xintian with one sword 60 years ago, no warrior has explored the depth of Qin. Chapter 26: The Origin of the Big Dog, Strange Food. The man and the dog nimbly climbed up the Yunfeng fir tree in front of them. This kind of big tree is extremely difficult to climb because of its material, but the big dog obviously went up and down frequently, leaving many new traces, allowing Qin to use the depressions to climb up. I have to climb the Yunfeng fir 3 times a day, otherwise the claw marks left on it will disappear quickly, and I will create trouble again. The big dog climbed in front proudly, obviously very happy that Qin was able to climb the tree on his own. The recovery speed of the 2nd-level Yunfeng fir is too fast. If the claw marks are not maintained regularly, they may completely disappear overnight. The dog hole chewed by the big dog is about 40 meters away. It sounds very high, but in fact it is very low compared with the main trunk, which is more than 800 meters high. Rustle, rustle. Just as the man and the dog were desperately climbing the tree, there was a sudden commotion on the ground below, as if something was moving in the grass. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the entire giant peak began to shake violently. The tremor was extremely obvious, at least 7 magnitude, and almost shook Qin off. While maintaining the climbing posture, he looked down. The warrior's eyes were nourished by spiritual energy and were sharper than those of an eagle. Even at a distance of more than 20 meters, he could clearly see what was happening on the ground. In Qin Yi's sight, insects of various shapes broke out of the ground one after another, shaking their bodies to shake off the mud and dirt on their bodies, and then extended their sensory organs to silently look for their own kind. Their sensory organs are either antennae or long and narrow mouthparts. With the help of these organs, the huge number of insects began to form groups in an orderly manner, with beetles following beetles and mosquitoes following mosquitoes, just like the various major arms gathering when a war broke out in ancient times. In apple pie order, there must be a queen zerg in this damn place hiding deep underground, directing production. It's probably at least level 2. The big dog also looked back at the ground, saying with lingering fear, "A first-level queen can even kill a human master by exploding her troops. She should not be underestimated." The existence of the zerg is extremely absurd. They are independent and will destroy everything they see once they grow up. They are the mortal enemy of all races. Once the people of all races know that a queen has appeared, countless powerful aliens will surely appear to encircle and suppress them. Even between queens, there is still hostility. A lonely race? Interesting. No wonder this place has hardly been developed. The master-level existence of the human race is already the open pillar of the race. They rarely step into the D-level secret realm and dare not risk their lives to snipe a second-level queen insect, because the benefits to be gained are too little. For masters and grandmasters, even a third-rank spiritual wood is not enough to make them jealous. If it is too difficult to obtain, they will definitely give up. "You silly dog, you know a lot of things." Chini had climbed to the entrance of the tree hole, but did not continue to climb up. Instead, he firmly fixed himself on the tree trunk. "Silly dog?" The big dog looked unhappy and said angrily, "I, Lord Dog, once followed a supreme being. Naturally, I know more than a rookie like you, who has just entered the martial arts world." "Supreme being?" Chini became interested and asked, "Who is it? What race? What realm? What name?" Talking about these details, the big dog suddenly seemed confused again and shook his head and said, "I can't remember. My master placed me in Xian Peak and deleted all my memories of him before he left. I only know that there is a supreme being who is my master and placed me here. I don't know anything else." Chini raised his eyebrows and guessed, leaving his pet in the outside world. "I guess that supreme being is in trouble and doesn't want you to take risks with him. He deleted your memory because he was worried that you would be captured by his enemies and they would use some soul-searching method to obtain information about him, or even see into his weaknesses. Your master is such a coward. Even worse than you." Woof woof. Hearing someone mocking its owner, the big dog subconsciously barked a few times at Chini, eager to protect its master. But he couldn't beat Chini, so he could only yell a few words and give up. He felt that Xin Yi's speculation was correct, because every time he wanted to leave Xian Peak, he would feel inexplicable palpitations. This was a reaction to foreseeing danger. As a dog raised by the Supreme Being, he certainly has his own extraordinary qualities. In addition to his teeth, he also has an instinct to avoid danger and seek good fortune. My instinct told me that it would be dangerous to leave Xian Peak, so I stayed in the tree. Although the second-level queen is dangerous, as long as we avoid her, this place can also become an excellent refuge. Few creatures can get in. The big dog said angrily. Qin Yi remembered something because of his words, and his expression was subtle. "You just stole my beetle to eat. Is it because you didn't feel the danger?" The big dog nodded. Qin Yi was a little speechless. Was he being judged as a good guy? "I clearly had the intention to kill the big dog at the beginning, but I didn't kill him in the end." It seems that the big dog's talent is really something, worthy of being the supreme dog. Chini looked intently and saw the big dog slid into the dog hole, lying at the entrance of the hole, looking down at the vast sea of insects below with a comfortable look on his face, as if he was watching a movie. Occasionally, when he was hungry, he would take a bite of the edge of the dog hole and chew it vigorously with a mouth full of wood chips. "Do you usually eat tree bark and sawdust?" Vin Yifronit. The big dog has a dog hole to rest, but he can't get into such a small dog hole, so he can only keep climbing the tree. Yes, after the sea of insects erupts, it will last for about 5 hours. There are almost no living creatures in the forest except insects and spiritual trees. To eat insects, you have to get down from the trees to find them, and you have to spend energy fighting. It's better to eat tree bark. The big dog looked as if it was a matter of course. His eyes flickered, and he teased Chini. "Let me warn you first, you'd better not learn to eat spiritual wood like me. Mortals can't learn that." Without my titanium alloy dog mouth and dog stomach, you won't be able to bite this spiritual wood, let alone absorb the nutrients and spirituality contained in it. By then, you will definitely break a lot of your teeth. When talking about his own advantages, especially the advantages that Sheen-E did not have, the big dog's tail stood up again, wagging happily. If you want to escape from the area covered by the sea of insects, it will take at least 5 days. If you take into account the rest time while climbing trees to avoid the sea of insects, it will probably take 10 days. During these 10 days, you'd better think about what you should eat. Let me remind you first, the red-armored longhorn beetle you killed earlier is actually a rare edible insect. Most insects in the forest are inedible, and they are elusive and very hard to find. The big dog took a posture of watching a show, staring at Sheen-E with great interest, wanting to see what the young man would do next. But what surprised him was, after listening to his story, Sheen-E did not show any special expression. He looked calm. He just opened his mouth slightly and bit the bark in front of him. Click! 2 of his teeth broke immediately and blood flowed out of his mouth. Hey, are you crazy? I told you humans that you can't chew on the second-level spiritual wood, let alone digest it. The big dog barked in surprise, but Sheen-E seemed not to hear his calls and just kept chewing the tree. You say I can't do it, but I still have to do it. The main theme is rebellion. I have eaten leather sofas before, so what does a mere piece of tree bark matter? Chapter 27, What Normal Humans Can't Do. Faced with the big dog's persuasion, Sheen-E not only did not stop, but bit the bark even harder. His 2 rows of teeth kept cracking, while the tree trunk in front of him hardly changed. Only a small layer of inaudible skin fell off. Finally, both rows of Sheen-Ye's teeth collapsed, leaving only flesh in his mouth, without a single tooth visible. So, Sheen-E stopped biting and seemed to be standing there in a daze, motionless. See, I told you that you can't chew a second-level spiritual wood. If you don't listen to Master Go, you will suffer the consequences. The big dog lay at the entrance of the cave, pointing at Sheen-E, who had a miserable look on his face, looking like a great dog from another world. Now it's good. All your teeth are broken. It will take at least 2 or 3 days for your teeth to grow back. You're going to starve. The physical recovery ability of a second-stage warrior is pretty good. Although he cannot regenerate severed limbs, it is no problem for him to grow a new set of teeth in a month. Taking into account Sheen-Ye's abnormal physique, Dago predicted that he would need 2 or 3 days to recover. This was already overestimating Sheen-Ye and predicting an exaggerated time. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Sheen-Ye's regeneration ability. In just less than 5 minutes, pure white teeth grew out of Sheen-Ye's mouth. They were flawless and looked much harder than the old teeth before. Fuck, you can grow new teeth in 5 minutes. Who the hell are you? The big dog was stunned. Even though he was a knowledgeable and experienced dog, he had never seen such a perversion. This is already comparable to the recovery ability of a mid-level martial artist. But Sheen-E is only a second-level martial artist. He had even stopped paying attention to the huge insect sea drama below. His dog eyes were fixed on Sheen-E, full of doubt. He suspected that Sheen-E was hiding his cultivation level. The big dog's eyes suddenly burst into a dazzling light. He seemed to have activated some kind of pupil technique, and his gaze instantly became much sharper. However, despite this A-level pupil technique, Sheen-E in the eyes of the big dog was just an ordinary second-stage warrior who did not hide his cultivation at all. If he wasn't an old bastard who was hiding his abilities, then there was only one possibility. Sheen-E is a legendary immortal species that is rarely seen in 1,000 years. The so-called immortal seed is actually a respectful title for people whose talent crushes the peerless geniuses. It implies that if this person does not die prematurely, he will surely become an immortal. The big dog's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the look he gave Sheen-E changed its meaning. When an immortal is born, the path of cultivation is often smooth. With great luck, if you follow him, you may be able to walk out of the Western Heaven Mountains safely and head to the human world. Doesn't the big dog want to see the outside world? He stays here just because he is afraid of death. He relies on the power of others. If he can successfully curry favor with Sheen-E, he will probably benefit from it in the future. Thinking of this, the big dog's eyes turned slyly, and he said to Sheen-E, "Although your recovery speed is fast, it is impossible to digest the bark of the spirit tree even if you recover 10 million times. How about this? How about I, the dog master, Show mercy and use my precious titanium alloy dog mouth to chew it until it's soft before feeding it to you." The big dog held his head high and chest out, with an attitude of, "I've sacrificed so much for you. Why don't you come and thank me?" However, he didn't know that the nonsense he said was extremely harsh and disgusting to Qin Yi's ears. "Get out of here! Are you itching for trouble again?" Qin Yi showed disgust on his face. He locked one hand on the bark and took out a chocolate bar from his pocket with the other hand. He tore it open with his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. "Brother, you brought food with you, so why are you still chewing tree bark? Could it be? What special quirks do you have?" The big dog had a strange look on his face, suspecting that Qin Yi had a masochistic tendency. Qin Yi was too lazy to pay attention to him. After digesting the chocolate bar, the energy stored in his body was replenished again, and he could continue to try adaptive evolution. That's right. He plans to rely on the second-order Yunfeng Shan to upgrade his level 1 tough mouth and level 1 iron stomach. Oh! Ignoring the big dog's subtle gaze, Qin Yi opened his mouth again and bit the bark. Bang! As expected, his teeth broke again, flew out of his mouth with blood, fell into the sea of insects below, and disappeared. The pain of biting one's teeth hard was extremely terrible. Fortunately, Qin Yi had a pain tolerance level of 3 and could fully withstand this pain. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites, 10 bites. Qin Yi was like a madman who didn't care about his life. He tried to bite the bark again and again, breaking all his teeth again and again, but he had no intention of giving up. The teeth broke and grew again, grew and broke again. In order to provide the energy needed for evolution, Qin Yi had eaten all the chocolate bars in his pocket. During this process, the big dog's eyes gradually changed, and the more he looked at Qin Yi, the more frightened he became. He saw the transformation that Qin Yi had undergone in a short period of time. Those fragile human teeth, which collapsed instantly the first time, slowly evolved into being able to leave marks on the bark, and then evolved into being able to bite off some wood bark. On the 5th attempt with his new teeth, Qin Yi bit off a large piece of bark with a crisp crunch sound and chewed it in his mouth. This time, his teeth were not broken. They were as hard as iron and stone, and he easily bit the spiritual wood into pieces. Ding! Your mouth cells have successfully adapted to the second-level spiritual wood bark, and you have evolved a passive skill, Stubbornness LV3. Hard work really pays off. After this tree-chewing experience, Qin Yi's Tough Talk skill was upgraded directly from level 1 to level 3. His mouth, which can easily crush a second-level spiritual wood, is probably comparable to a D1 level weapon. Seeing that Qin Yi had really successfully bitten off the bark and swallowed it into his stomach, the big dog was completely shocked. He even began to doubt the dog's life. However, for the sake of face, he still forced himself to put on an unexpected expression, baring his teeth and saying disdainfully, "Even if you can eat the bark, so what? Can you digest it? I will use my dog's mouth to help you process the wood. It is impossible for a human stomach to digest second-level spiritual wood." Since the evolutionary skills consumed too much energy, Qin Yi currently looked a little weak, with a slightly pale face. But as he swallowed the spiritual wood in big gulps, his iron stomach first felt a heart-wrenching pain, and then the pain gradually subsided, and the iron stomach evolved successfully. Ding! Your stomach cells have successfully adapted to the second-level spiritual wood, and you have evolved a passive skill, Iron Stomach LV3. With the third-level iron stomach, Qin Yi can easily extract nutrients and spiritual substances from the second-level spiritual wood. His weak aura becomes strong at a speed visible to the naked eye. His cheeks become rosy, and he no longer looks weak at all. Second-level Yunfeng fur, digested successfully. Qin Yi smiled slightly and cast a sarcastic look at the distraught big dog in the dog hole above. The big dog was so angry that it came back to its senses instantly and bit the bark twice fiercely. In front of the big dog, he gnawed off another large piece of bark as a provocation and swallowed it. While swallowing, he did not forget to make a ha sound to indicate that the food was delicious. Isn't it just eating the second-level spiritual wood? If you, a dog, can do it, how can I not do it? Qin Yi was acting crazy and sarcastic, trying to irritate the big dog. But he didn't expect that the anger on the big dog's face suddenly disappeared. He just twisted his mouth and sneered. "Can you do what I can do? Joke! I can eat shit, can you do that? Vigne. Awesome. You're so cruel that you actually have this trick." Chapter 28, Symbiotic Relationship. Qin Yi, who possessed a third-level tough mouth and a third-level iron stomach, gnawed on the second-level spiritual wood in big mouthfuls. To be honest, The Yinfeng fur had a very strong recovery ability, and the gaps he had bitten out had been slowly recovering, which meant that Qin Yi had a constant source of food. Moreover, the effect of the second-level spiritual wood is not as simple as emergency food. The spirituality contained in the spiritual wood also has a nourishing effect on warriors. If swallowed in large quantities, it can be comparable to the second-level spiritual fruit. Unconsciously, Qin Yi had bitten out a small tree hole that was big enough to accommodate himself. Although the tree hole looked small, it was more than twice as spacious as a big dog's hole. In fact, compared with the thick and huge second-level Yinfeng fur, the tree hole created by the two of them is not worth mentioning at all. It is like two black moles growing on a human body, inconspicuous. However, while chewing the bark, Qin Yi found an unexpected surprise. After eating for at least 2 hours, the voice of the system rang in his mind again. Ding! Your cells have been washed by the spiritual energy of a large amount of second-level spiritual wood and have successfully evolved into a talented skill, Spiritual Affinity LV7. The 7th level of spiritual affinity was actually achieved here. Qin Yi was delighted and immediately sat down cross-legged, stopping eating the bark, wanting to try out the effect of the 7th level spiritual energy affinity. However, just as he closed his eyes, the big dog upstairs stretched out its neck and barked a few words at Qin Yi's hole below. Be prepared. The recovery power of the second-level spirit wood will increase dramatically. It's time to compete in eating faster. If you eat too slowly, the tree hole you worked so hard to chew out will grow back again. Will the spiritual wood's recovery ability increase sharply in a short period of time? Qin Yi was slightly puzzled and asked, why did this happen? The big dog upstairs jumped lightly and accurately jumped into Qin Yi's tree hole. He looked around with a smile and answered, I don't know either. Anyway, every time the sea of insects appears for about 2 hours, all the spiritual trees in Xian Peak will begin to burst into vitality, grow thicker, and their recovery ability will also increase several times. By the way, are you a person transformed from a dog? You are more experienced than me in this tree hole, and it is so comfortable to live in it. The big dog found a corner and lay down happily, with his hands crossed behind his head and his legs crossed, looking very comfortable. Well, Qin Yi knew without asking that this guy wanted to stay here and not leave. As if catching Qin Yi's disdainful look, the big dog smiled awkwardly and said, eating tree bark is also hard work. You humans have a good saying, there is strength in numbers. If the two of us are responsible for maintaining a tree hole together, isn't it a win-win situation? Qin Yi was too lazy to waste words with him. After stopping, he walked to the edge of the tree hole, stuck his head out, and watched the situation below. At this moment, the ground has been completely covered by billions of zerg. Looking around, there are densely packed insects everywhere. Most of these insects are at the level of first-order ferocious beasts. Occasionally, you can see giant insects of particularly large size among the insect swarms. They have 6 antennae on their heads, a single compound eye occupying the entire head, and 8 spear-like legs like spiders, but their bodies are more like dragonflies, long and narrow, and in the shape of strips. This kind of bug barely gave Qin Yi some sense of danger. It was probably a second-order Lord-level bug. In the human definition, the only criterion for distinguishing between alien animals and alien races is whether they possess intelligence and whether they can communicate. Obviously, these insects in front of us have no intelligence and are undeniably strange beasts. As for the big dog, it would be more appropriate to call them aliens. It is said that the difference in high martial arts realm between the alien races and humans is not much, and the names are almost the same. Although it is not mentioned in history books, Qin Yi also guessed that the human race's martial arts path must have been referenced from the alien races. After all, alien races have existed for at least hundreds of thousands of years, and humans have only been recovering their spiritual energy for less than 100 years. It is impossible for them to create a human practice method purely based on originality. The cultivation path that originated from an alien race cannot be completely suitable for the human race. Perhaps when I become strong enough in the future, I can create a method that is perfectly suited for the human race. Qin Yi thought silently that if this idea of his was made public, he would certainly be ridiculed by many parties, because even Wanjie Tianzuan had not succeeded in improving the path of cultivation for the human race. But what's the difference between a person without dreams and a salted fish? Qin Yi possesses god-level talent. He will not underestimate himself. Just because Wanjie Tianzuan cannot do it does not mean that he, a cheater, cannot do it. Alright? That weird-looking second-tier, Lord-level bug obviously has wings and can fly. So why doesn't it fly up and attack us? Chini suddenly felt a little confused. Big Dog was instantly stumped by the question. In fact, he had thought about this question before, but he couldn't come up with an answer after racking his brains. For the sake of his own dignity, he could only bite the bullet and make up a story. Well, maybe he was intimidated by my power. Chini, you are so shameless with the strength of a 6th or 7th stage warrior. You suppressed a 2nd level lord, right? The Big Dog snorted coldly. Is it not possible? I am born noble. Do you understand the bloodline suppression? There was no way to get an answer from this erratic Big Dog. Chini calmed down and stared at the sea of insects on the ground. Suddenly, most of the insects below stopped moving. After careful observation, it was not difficult to find that all the stopped insects had harvest in their mouths or on their backs. These harvests are either spiritual soil or spiritual minerals, and a few are the corpses of ferocious beasts. These insects that stopped in place began to dig the soil with their bodies. The pits they dug were not big, but very deep, and no one knew where they led to. Chini could only see these insects entering the ground and coming up again after a while, and all the harvest on their bodies disappeared. The harvest was left in the ground? At the same time, he noticed from the corner of his eye that the edge of the tree hole was growing rapidly, more than twice the original speed. Hey, stop being in a daze and come and eat with me. Seeing that the tree hole was becoming narrower and narrower, the Big Dog, who had been planning to take a break, hurriedly started eating and was so busy that he was exhausted. However, Chini did not respond to him and continued to stare blankly at the sea of insects. In his sight, the insects that never stopped moving were bringing new harvests from afar in waves, handing them to the insects responsible for digging holes and letting them send them underground. There is a clear division of labor among the zerg, and the workflow is as smooth as that of robots. That 2nd level queen insect must have strong mental power to be able to control so many insects. Bang! Chini bit off a large piece of bark that was about to block his vision, and while chewing, he murmured, "I think I understand." On the side, the busy and sweaty Big Dog said angrily, "What do you understand? You still understand? Hurry up and eat." Chini ignored the Big Dog's words, paused for a moment, and then continued to talk to himself. The Zerg buried all the spoils they looted underground, and they definitely didn't keep them all for themselves to eat. These harvested heads were quickly decomposed by the Zerg and turned into pure spiritual nutrients, which enriched the soil of Shiyun Peak. This is why the spiritual trees suddenly grew so fast. The spiritual trees in the Shitian Mountains and the queen insect hidden underground should have a symbiotic and mutually beneficial relationship. The Big Dog was stunned for a moment and subconsciously wanted to refute, but after thinking about it carefully, he found that what Chini said was really logical. Every time, the spiritual wood would begin to mutate only after the sea of insects began to bury things. And as far as he knew, there was a special kind of nanny bug among the Zerg that could use saliva to dissolve solid food and create spiritual nutrient solution to feed the larvae and promote their faster growth. Chapter 29: Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. All in, gamble with your life. I guess that the roots of the spiritual tree have the effect of consolidating the spirit and can gather the spiritual energy of the surrounding area at the roots. The location where the spiritual root is located is likely to be extremely rich in spiritual energy, and this concentration of spiritual energy is just enough for the Zerg to grow, especially the Zerg Queen. Otherwise, those bugs would have flattened all the Yunfeng fir trees long ago. Not to mention the mere 2nd level spiritual wood. Even the 3rd level spiritual wood would not be able to withstand the attack of the insect army, right? Chini speculated tirelessly, and his remarks gave Dago a great deal of inspiration, and many of his previously puzzled questions were answered. Woof! I didn't expect that you have such a smart brain. It's comparable to my brain. The Big Dog bit off a few more pieces of bark and nodded in agreement. But even if you discover this secret, what can you do? It's useless except to solve the unsolved mysteries in your heart. He shook his head. Your dog brain is really not very good. Knowing this setting will naturally have new uses. He leaned out half of his body, pointed to the sea of insects working hard below, and said calmly, "Didn't you notice that since we stayed in the tree, the insects have no desire to attack us at all? Do you think you didn't notice us, or?" The Big Dog frowned and speculated. The insects produced by the 2nd level queen insect are equipped with special detection types. Each insect group will have 3 first-level eye insects following it. The so-called eye worms are actually an extremely strange kind of worm. They are born with full observation attribute, and the other attributes are almost zero. This insect has almost only one eyeball the size of a basketball, with tens of millions of pupils in the eyeball. It floats in the air like a balloon, with an inaudibly thin flesh line underneath. The eye worm will usually randomly tie itself to another worm with a meat rope, move with it, and absorb the energy from the other worm's body for its own survival. A first-level eye worm can easily see through a D-level concealment technique. The two of us don't even have a D-level concealment technique, so we will definitely be discovered. As he was talking, the big dog's eyes suddenly lit up, and an expression of disbelief emerged on his face. He asked tentatively, "You don't mean to say that because of the symbiotic relationship between the spirit tree and the zerg, we who are hiding in the spirit tree are enveloped by the aura of the spirit tree, and therefore are recognized as friends by the zerg? Don't tell me that your next words are to make us bathe in tree slag, wear tree bark as clothes, and walk out of the Shitian mountains." The big dog took 2 steps back and didn't even want to eat the newly grown bark. Chini shook his head. "It's too small, the pattern is too small. I plan to use the aura of the spiritual wood to conceal myself, sneak into the Zerg's homeland, and do something big." "Big dog? Huh? You are a complete lunatic. Why don't you just stay here and wait for some time until you are familiar with how to dig a hole so that you can get out more safely?" Chini took out the induction talisman from his pocket, his expression firm. "I have brothers waiting for me to rescue them, so I can't afford to waste time. I must rush over as quickly as possible." When a swarm of insects breaks out, the number of insects in the queen's cave must be less than that on the ground, so the safety is not low. The number of zergs that a second-level queen can produce is limited, and it is impossible for her to personally control each zerg in real time. Moreover, there are no natural enemies of the zerg in the Shitian Mountains. After such a long period of leisure, it is not unreasonable for Chin Yi to bet that the number of zerg left in the worm cave is small. The most important thing is that Big Dog once said that the sea of insects almost covered the entire Western Mountains. So it can be confirmed that among the tunnels dug by the zerg, there must be several tunnels leading to the outermost part of the Western Mountains. I'm worth a try on this bet. All in. Chin Yi began to collect the spiritual wood fragments in a hurry. He planned to make a sharp spiritual wood spear and a simple set of wooden armor. As for the materials for weaving and fixing wooden armor, you can use the leaves and hairs from the crown of the spiritual tree. Looking at Chin Yi, who was actively preparing, Dago felt extremely conflicted for a moment. He wanted to follow Chin Yi and sneak away, but he didn't want to use such a dangerous method. Helplessly, he borrowed the induction talisman from Chin Yi's hand and kneaded it for a while. Then his dog face trembled, and he asked in astonishment, "Are you sure you really want to save your brother?" "I dare to ask, what realm is your brother in?" Chin Yi looked back. "When I entered the secret realm, I seemed to be an entry-level warrior." "Beginner warrior? You are a pervert, and your brother is also a pervert. How dare a beginner warrior enter the Blood Mist Desert?" Blood Mist Desert? This place name is unfamiliar, and Chin Yi seems to have never seen it on the map. This is a Jedi that just appeared a few months ago. It is suspected to be related to the sudden outbreak of beast tides in the outside world. At that time, there was scarlet blood in the sky. Several warriors who were probably at the Grandmaster level were seriously injured. They broke through the mist and fled while cursing in the air, shouting about Blood Mist Desert and beast tide. It woke me up from my sleep. The big dog glanced at Chin Yi and advised, "If a beginner warrior enters the Blood Mist Desert, he will definitely die unless he is as evil as you. You don't need to go through so much trouble and risk your life." Chin Yi's determination remained firm, and he said calmly, "If you're alive, I want to see you in person. If you're dead, I want to see your body. If you don't want to go with me, you can continue to hide here. Actually, you have the instinct to warn of danger. You can make the wooden armor first, and then wait and see if you feel any palpitations before jumping into the cave, and then make a choice." "Oh yes, I have a warning instinct." To be honest, the early warning instinct is not absolutely correct. When he followed the Supreme Lord, the crisis was resolved by the Master many times after the instinct appeared. Although he couldn't remember how the situation was resolved, the big dog understood this. He hesitated again and again, but finally gritted his teeth and accepted Chin Yi's request to form a team. "Okay, I'll go crazy with you. With the existence of the suspected child of destiny, it stands to reason that good luck will bless him and he will be out of danger. This time, I took a gamble." The big dog also began to actively prepare wood. Compared with the huge Qin, his ordinary dog size did not require too much wood, but the big dog still piled up the spiritual wood frantically, just for a safe life. In addition, Big Dog is also proficient in tree climbing, so the task of picking spiritual leaves and whiskers from the treetops 800 meters high was also given to him. The big dog went back and forth along the tree trunk, and each trip was very tiring because he had to open up a new path upwards, leaving claw marks. He seriously suspected that Cheney wanted to use him as free high-quality labor, which was why he kept persuading him to join the team. Damn human beings. Lord Dog, I can bear it. Chapter 30, Dog Talk. It took the man and the dog a total of 8 hours and 25 minutes to make their disguise nearly perfect. In the tree hole, all the quickly recovering spiritual wood were removed by them and used as materials. Looking closely, Qin appearance seemed to have turned into a strange ancient soldier, wearing a simple wooden helmet, wooden armor, and a sexy wood skirt on the lower body, which was no different from a grass skirt. Wearing a mushu skirt is not because Qin has any special fetish for women's clothing, but mainly because such pants are easier to make and will not affect the movement of the legs, so it is a barely acceptable choice. In addition, Qin had a wooden spear in his hand. The spearhead was sharpened by a big dog's teeth and still had his saliva left on it. He said that if the wooden spear pierced into the enemy's body, it would cause a magical attack and poison the opponent. Hearing the big dog's slightly arrogant explanation, Qin Yi's face turned black on the spot because he had been bitten several times by the big dog before. However, after such a long time, there was no abnormality in his body, which seemed to indicate that the big dog had left something behind. Qin Yi glanced at the crazy and narcissistic big dog beside him and couldn't help shaking his head. He had never seen such a strange dog. At this moment, every inch of the big dog's skin was wrapped in wooden armor. This set of wooden armor, which he had carefully polished himself, was several times more refined than Qin Yi's and fit his body perfectly. There were also auspicious cloud patterns carved on the surface, which made Qin Yi inexplicably think of a skill in a famous anime in his previous life, Susanoo. Susanoo was put on the dog? Qin Yi really couldn't bear to look at the big dog any longer, because the dog had just peed and was now leaning in front of the urine, making coquettish gestures and constantly asking Qin Yi, "Am I handsome?" The sea of insects has receded now, and it is estimated that there will be more than an hour before the next outbreak. We can go down ahead of time and guard a certain cave entrance. Once the sea of insects appears, we can determine whether the spiritual wood cover is effective or not. If there is, then sneak into the cave entrance immediately. This is the method with the most time. Qin Yi climbed out of the tree hole, first crawled down for dozens of meters, then jumped down and landed on the ground. He was not afraid of falling to his death from a height of 50 or 60 meters, but he was afraid that the simply made wooden armor would break down. Woohoo! The big dog obviously had no such concerns. He jumped down from a height of more than 60 meters and landed easily. It has to be said that as a dog, he has the same racial advantage as a cat and is naturally not prone to falling to death. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary first-level ferocious beast or a sixth-level warrior, jumping from such a high position would at least break bones. I've observed that a group of insects finally disappeared here. There is a very likely downward passage left here. Following his memory, Qin Yi led the big dog and walked all the way to a muddy ground with no grass. The soil here is very sticky, but it is not because it is wet. It is because a large number of zerg have stockpiled prey here, and the blood of those prey has soaked the soil, resulting in the current situation. The big dog came to the mud, put his ears to the ground, and listened for a while, then shouted, "It seems to be hollow down there." I suspect the zerg deliberately bled their prey. The blood of the prey bitten by the bugs becomes extremely sticky, like an adhesive, which can stick the soil together and serve as a lid to cover the passage. The big dog's nose moved slightly, as if it had smelled something. Qin Yi didn't care whether it was right or wrong. He looked up and scanned the surroundings, found the nearest yunfeng fir tree, and walked over. To be on the safe side, it would be better for them to test the reliability of the wooden armor next to the yunfeng fir. If there is a problem, they can climb up the tree and escape immediately. In this way, a man and a dog sat under the yunfeng cedar, quietly waiting for the sea of insects to erupt. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. In the woods, apart from the rustling sound of the leaves and the breeze, no other sound could be heard. Even the usually restless big dog was unusually quiet. Time passed minute by minute, and gradually The man and the dog became more nervous, and their breathing became faster. Hey, you're not scared, are you? I can hear your heart beating so fast. Don't worry if you, a dog, aren't afraid. How could I, as a human being, be afraid? Chin E and the big dog looked at each other, and their tense emotions were immediately relieved. Crash! Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet trembled, and in the muddy ground not far away, some soil was thrown high up, as if something was about to come out from underneath. Then, the sound of breaking ground became more and more frequent and continuous. The earth trembled more and more violently, and more insects emerged from the ground. In just less than 5 minutes, the muddy land was occupied by the swarm of insects and even spread to Chin Yi's side. Less than 3 meters in front of Chin Yi, there stood a firefly, a second-order lord level, with an eye bug looking around tied to its transparent and glowing tail. They were so close to the firefly that the big dog could clearly see the tiny hairs on its legs. Don't panic. Fireflies are pathfinders. Their main advantage is speed. Their combat power is very weak. They're the last among the observable insect swarms. Chini tried to lower his voice as much as possible and comfort the big dog. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of the big dog rang in his mind. I will definitely not panic, but you are quite amazing. Did you choose this place as the entrance on purpose? Except for the eyeworms, the insect swarms are all of the same species moving together. Only fireflies will appear in this place, so the danger is indeed much less. The big dog is worthy of being the best in the world of Go. He directly used the method of transmitting sound and did not leak out any sound. In addition, he also taught Chin E the method of sound transmission. This is a sea-level sound transmission method. It does not require the use of mental power. It can transmit sound through the air just by relying on spiritual power and blood. It is very valuable. The only drawback is that the name of the technique is not very nice. It is obvious that the Go deliberately gave it this name to disgust Chin E. This technique is called dog talk. Chin E didn't care too much and tried 2 things at once. Practicing the sound transmission technique while observing the conditions of the fireflies and eyeworms. At a certain moment, the huge eyes of the euglena and the compound eyes of the firefly suddenly looked at them at the same time, scaring the big dog so much that his heart skipped a beat. The cover of the second-level spiritual wood material was effective. The insects approaching them did not notice their existence at all. They walked past them one after another and ignored Chin E and the big dog. Gradually, the big dog became bolder. He first patted the passing insects with his paws, and when he saw no reaction, he jumped directly onto the back of an insect. Ah, these bugs are so stupid. The big dog stepped on a giant insect, grinning wildly, and kept sending messages to Chin E to show off. But the next second, the giant insect suddenly froze in place, and the frightened big dog almost peed his pants and quickly slipped back from above. Fortunately, the giant insect still didn't notice them. After staying for a moment, it walked away on its own. Okay, stop messing around, we should go in. Chin sighed and looked at the reopened cave entrance not far away with a gleam in his eyes. Chapter 31. Deep into the wormhole. Carefully shuttling through the gaps between the insects, Chin E and the big dog returned to the cave entrance they had found at the beginning. The insects in this area are all fireflies, some big and some small, but what remains unchanged is that their tails are all shining with bright light. Thousands of light balls gathered together, almost turning this place into a sea of light, which almost blinded the big dog's 24K titanium alloy eyes. On the ground, the thick soil that originally covered the area had been broken open by fireflies, revealing a hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Fireflies continuously flapped their wings and flew out from it, joining the large group. The man and the dog found the right moment, jumped into the tunnel, and slid down while sticking to the rock wall. With the help of the lights of fireflies along the road, it can be seen that the tunnel dug by the zerg is a neat circle. All the rocks and soil have been bonded and compacted by some special means. The walls are smooth and flat, and the forging process is very fine. They slid down the inclined tunnel like riding a slide, which felt more exciting than racing because there would be fireflies flying towards them, and if they were not careful, they would collide with them and attract each other's attention. This is playing with your life. However, Chin seemed to feel that this was not bold enough. Facing a firefly flying towards him at high speed, he did not dodge or evade. With a hint of madness on his face, he suddenly threw a punch forward. Bah! A sonic boom sounded, and air waves surged. The force of this punch definitely exceeded 1 ton. The head of the first level firefly was blown up like a water bag, and large pieces of green juice splashed everywhere. Then, the headless insect corpse fell from midair, creating a small hole, and got stuck inside, blocking a small part of the tunnel. One punch killed the first level zerg instantly. The big dog was so shocked by this sudden change that his eyes widened. Before he could say anything, he saw Qin pull out the wooden spear from his back, exert force with his right hand, and thrust it fiercely into the earth wall, leaving a long mark and finally stopping sliding. What is this for? Aren't you afraid of disturbing the insect swarm? The big dog could hear a few fireflies coming towards him, so he gritted his teeth and used his paws to stop moving, then quickly ran to Qin and asked him what was wrong. But Qin ignored him, sat on the ground, holding a wooden spear, and cut the insect corpse neatly, smearing the fluorescent substance that was still emitting residual light at the tail on the wooden spear. In an instant, the wooden spear seemed to be enchanted and began to shine, brighter than an ordinary torch. Afterwards, before the rest of the bugs passed by, Qin took out a Class B storage bag, opened the bag, placed it on the bug corpse, and waited for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, the insect corpse disappeared without a trace, leaving only a pool of green blood. With his processing speed, people who don't know would think that Qin has killed thousands of fireflies. Buzz! Just at this moment, 2 fireflies that came later passed by this place, smelled the blood and breath of their own kind, stopped flying, and stood on the rock wall in a daze for a while. Then, he silently passed by Big Dog and Qin and went to clean and repair the damaged tunnel. They say dogs are extremely courageous, but I think you are even braver than me. The big dog wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Qin expression was calm. It seems that the zerg don't share thoughts. Killing one of them won't cause any trouble. As long as we act quickly enough, we can actively kill the bugs in the cave. Are you doing this just to verify this? Awesome, you are willing to risk your life to verify this kind of thing. You are really a talented person. The big dog was speechless. He stared at the fluorescent wooden spear for a while, then followed Qin to continue exploring the way. It was just a small incident on the road, and it passed quickly. Next, they slid for about 20 minutes, and slowly, the slope of the tunnel became lower and finally turned into a flat tunnel. This place is at least 10 kilometers away from the ground. The environment is dim and cold. Apart from the wooden spear in Qin hand, no light source can be seen. The fireflies have finished gathering, and there are no more fireflies underground. The big dog's eyes exude a dark green glow. As a member of the dog family, he is born with night vision, so he is not afraid of the darkness. This is a racial talent, and humans can only make up for it through pupil techniques. Wait, thinking about it this way, Qin deliberately dipped the wooden spear in fluorescent powder just to explore the way at this time. The dog suddenly understood. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the empty underground cave, you can hear the faint sound of dripping water, which continues for a long time. The big dog took the initiative to stand in front of Qin, opened his eyes wide, looked into the distance, and then, I was dumbfounded. He found that his night vision was ineffective here. After using pupil surgery, he felt an invisible force blocking his observation. A-level pupil technique can stop it? The big dog was a little scared. For intelligent creatures, the most terrifying thing is the unknown. In this pitch-dark dungeon, you can't see anything and everything is unknown. You can't even be sure if you will bump into bugs if you walk forward. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of dripping water was still echoing. The big dog's ears moved, and he heard something. The sound of water drops does not come from one place, but from all directions. He transmitted the information to Qin and silently walked behind Qin, leaning close to the glowing wooden spear. Light always brings a sense of security. The big dog doesn't plan to walk in the front anymore. He stayed obediently beside Qin, looking at the surrounding environment with the help of the faint light, occasionally looking back at Qin's expression, and found that the young man was standing there in a daze, staring into the darkness with deep and blurred eyes. Don't look at it. Even my dog eyes with A-level pupil skills can't see through this darkness, let alone your eyes. Pick up the wooden spears, and let's leave as soon as possible. The big dog curled his lips. Qin blinked. A hint of doubt flashed across his face. Ding. Your eye cells and optic nerves have successfully adapted to the darkness and evolved a passive skill, night vision. Just now, the system clearly prompted him that he had evolved night vision, but he still couldn't see through the darkness. Is it not just the brightness that obstructs vision? Chini took a few steps forward, using the light of the wooden spear to observe the environment of the cave, and soon noticed something was wrong. In the closed underground cave, both the stone walls and the ground are covered with patches of green fungal carpets. Some of them look like normal mold, but they keep wriggling as if they're acting according to some instinct. Chini leaned down, took a closer look, and was immediately shocked. A closer look at these fungal mats reveals that they are made up of countless tiny insects that are densely packed together. They are acting collectively, so the fungal mats appear to be wriggling. The big dog also saw this scene, and for a moment he couldn't help but grit his teeth, feeling like there were bugs crawling on his body. After all, they had just been stepping on these bugs. This little bug is very special. It can't be killed by stepping on it. I wonder what it's called. I guess the mysterious force that blocks observation comes from them. The knowledgeable big dog was stumped for the first time. No matter how hard he tried to remember, he couldn't find the name of this insect. On the other side, Chini stared at the squirming insects and began to daydream again. I have to say, Chini was still able to be distracted in such a situation, which really made to go admire him. Chapter 32, Insect Swarm. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of dripping water continued for a long time. A man and a dog walked forward holding onto the stone wall with brisk steps, but Chini was obviously absent-minded, and his attention was focused on the small insects hanging on the stone wall. After seeing Chini staring at the little bug for more than 20 minutes, the big dog finally couldn't help it. No, brother, what's so good about that little bug? Could it be that if you look at them for a long time, you will be able to see the insect nests clearly without the help of external light? Chini came back to his senses, his expression filled with joy, as if he had encountered something good again. He looked at the big dog with a question mark on his face with a smile, and nodded naturally. Smart, I can do it. Dago's face froze, thinking Chini was joking with him. But the next second, Chini threw the glowing wooden spear in his hand to the big dog and said lightly, "You can use it from now on. I won't need it anymore." After saying that, he took 2 big strides, walked in front of the big dog, and led the way with great confidence. What the hell? The big dog saw Chini striding forward, and it didn't seem like he was pretending. It was obvious that he could really see the road clearly. After watching this little bug for a long time, can it really adapt to the special environment of the insect hole? The big dog held the wooden spear in its mouth doubtfully, trying to catch up with Chini while learning from him doubtfully. Chini stared at the green, fungal blanket in a daze. Chini glanced at the big dog that was learning to walk in Hondon and suddenly felt it was a bit funny. The big dog was somewhat doubtful about his own life after his series of actions. Unfortunately, he was the only one who was capable of adaptive evolution. Even if the big dog imitated him, it would be impossible for it to evolve new dog eyes. That's right, just a few seconds ago, the system voice sounded again. Ding. Your eye cells and nerve cells have successfully adapted to the pheromone interference of the phagocyte swarm and evolved a passive skill. Clear mind and bright eyes, LV1. The system prompt was no different from the previous one, but the information it revealed allowed Chini to obtain additional intelligence. It turns out that these small bugs everywhere are called insect eaters. When they gather together in large numbers, they will release a special pheromone to block the observation of alien races. Not only will the observation by the naked eye and pupil technique be blocked, even the master-level mental power will be difficult to display here. The second-level queen insect is indeed a terrifying race that can kill a grandmaster. Just the special arrangement of its home base is enough to disgust the opponent to death. However, thanks to the power of the devouring insect, Chini evolved a very powerful LV1 mind and eyesight ability. This first-level passive ability is comparable to a B-level pupil technique, making his eyes dozens of times sharper. And the most powerful thing is that his soul has also been enhanced, and he has a natural resistance to illusion skills, increasing his mental power from 10 points, which has not changed for a long time, to 12 points. Before he started to develop his brain area, he already had 12 points of mental power, which had surpassed 99% of his peers. Damn it, looking at these little bugs makes me dizzy. It's totally useless. I won't watch it anymore. After all, the big dog is not a patient dog. He couldn't bear to watch it after 2 or 3 minutes. His forelegs ran very fast, and in the blink of an eye he ran to Chini's side, walking side by side with Chini, no longer staying behind. The underground insect cave was interconnected. To be honest, from the beginning when they came in until now, They had not seen any large insect races appear. Apart from the swarm of gnats, it seemed as if there were only the two of them in the huge cave. They didn't know how far they had walked, but from time to time, they could see a large hole at the top of the wormhole, which was probably the entrance to different areas of the wormhole. There's another fork in the road ahead. Which way should we go? Suddenly, Chin E and the big dog stopped. 6 holes appeared in front of them. Each hole was more than 10 meters in diameter, which could accommodate giant zergs to enter and exit. With a casual glance, one can also see that there are gnats at every cave entrance. These moss-like insects are very conspicuous and ubiquitous, like a carpet in the tunnel, spreading all the way without interruption. The big dog could also hear similar sounds of dripping water echoing from all 6 holes. What on earth is this sound? They walked along the way and didn't see any water at all. Before this, Chin E and Dago had passed a fork in the road once, and that time they immediately chose to move forward. But this time, Chin E did not make a decision immediately. The insect lair is complicated and you can't just walk around with your head down. Otherwise, if you reach the core area and come face to face with a second-level queen insect, it would be funny. Wait a little longer. When the time is right, something will lead the way for us. He sat on the ground in front of the intersection, closed his eyes, and began to practice openly in the zerg's hometown. Something will lead us? What? Why don't I know? The big dog was completely confused, always feeling that he had become a stupid dog since he followed Chin E. He clearly never left Chin E from beginning to end, so why didn't he know anything about the arrangements Chin E had made? The big dog lay beside Chin E, looking at the young man who was meditating and attracting spirits in front of him, in silence. The concentration of spiritual energy in the insect hole is frighteningly high. The original concentration of spiritual energy in the Shintian secret realm is about 5 times that of the human world, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the insect hole is more than 5 times that of the Shintian secret realm. In this case, the spiritual energy can almost be compressed into liquid and turned into spiritual liquid. Chin E, who had just upgraded to level 7 spiritual energy affinity, felt like a fish in water here. He hardly had to expend much effort, as a large amount of spiritual energy would rush towards him, merge into his meridians, flow freely, nourish his body, and temper his chi and blood. In such a favorable environment, Chin E took less than 10 minutes to refine a drop of light golden blood, a total of 21 cards of chi and blood. At this moment, Chin E almost couldn't help but want to hide here and practice until he became invincible before going out. But thinking of Chun Xian, who was in danger for him, he suppressed the idea. Chun Xian, your brother, he has sacrificed so much for you. Before he knew it, more than an hour had passed, and Chin E had actually jumped directly from a second-stage warrior with 20 calories of blood and chi to a third-stage warrior with 30 calories of blood and chi. This speed is outrageous, even with the bonus of spiritual energy concentration. The spiritual affinity at level 7 is so terrifying. How terrifying will it be if it reaches level 10 or level 100? Chin E was secretly looking forward to it. On the other hand, Big Dog had no comment on Chin Yi's cultivation speed. From his memory, this speed could barely be considered as that of a peerless genius. For a pervert like Chin E, it seemed a bit slow. The big dog is not a stupid dog that gets shocked by every situation. If you want to shock him, it must be something unbelievable, just like the 2 things Chin E did before. We've been waiting here for so long. When will the guide arrive? The big dog yawned and became a little impatient. Chin E slowly opened his eyes, felt a faint vibration coming from above, and stood up suddenly. Already here. Chapter 33, Sprint. The big dog stood up with Chin E. As soon as he looked up, he saw that 4 of the 6 cave entrances in front of him were trembling. The moss-like swarms of eating insects on the cave walls suddenly became manic and began to pour out in large numbers. These swarms of phagocytes actually act like conveyor belts, carrying prey of varying sizes on their bodies and transporting them towards the depths of the burrows little by little, as orderly as a human assembly line factory. Not only that, Chin E also noticed that while the phagocytes were carrying their prey, they were also slowly eating away and decomposing it, breaking down the huge prey into drops of easy-to-preserve black liquid, swallowing them into their bodies, and transmitting them to various areas through the wormholes that extend in all directions. The entire insect nest was filled with green devouring insects, and at this moment, the devouring insects began to move, like a green river beginning to flow. In an instant, Chin E understood where the sound of dripping water that had been echoing in his ears came from. The The sound of water drops is caused by the nutrient solution decomposed by the phagocytes, dripping into certain specific areas. It was estimated that the devouring insects were watering the roots of the spiritual trees, and the roots of the spiritual trees on the ground were located in some caves near Chini, but he had never explored them, so he had never seen them. The originally quiet and peaceful insect caves suddenly became lively. The big dog was a little worried about this and asked anxiously, "Damn, where is the thing that led the way you mentioned? Hasn't it come yet?" "I'm here already." "Woof. Follow me." "Woof woof." Chini spread his legs, chose a passage where prey was transported out, and ran away. The big dog was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly followed. The man and the dog quickly increased their speed to the maximum. Occasionally, they would be pushed head-on by large prey on the conveyor belt. Chini did not dodge or evade, but silently took out his B-level storage bag and directly took the whole prey away. This is taking advantage of the zerg. The zerg probably never expected that the spoils they had hunted so hard for would be taken advantage of by others in their hometown. The big dog saw clearly that in the past 5 minutes, Chin had collected the corpses of 2 first-level ferocious beasts, plus half the body of a second-level lord. Damn, it's so cool to get it for free, right? The big dog was a little jealous and regretted that he didn't have a storage bag. But at the same time, he finally understood what the guide Chini was talking about was. It turns out that these are the prey transported from the outside world. In the core area of the Shitian Mountains, all the creatures that can be hunted have long been captured. If the insect swarm wants to transport back a large number of ferocious beasts, it must go to the marginal areas. Since these prey were transported back from the marginal areas, if we follow them upstream, we will naturally be able to return to the marginal areas. It was a simple yet brilliant idea. It was normal that Big Dog's brain didn't figure it out at first. Chini stole the huge trophies one after another. The devourers transporting them below were a little confused, and they still ran forward in a group with their arms raised. Chini knew when to stop. The most taboo thing about taking advantage of others is to be too greedy, which would attract other people's attention and expose yourself. But he got more than half an hour's labor from the sea of insects for free, and the resources he got in his storage bag were already measured in billions. It is indeed a secret place. Getting rich instantly is just a thought away. I'm so tired. I can't run anymore. Behind Chini, the big dog was so tired that it stuck out its tongue and panted. In fact, Chini himself was a little tired. It was not because of their lack of endurance, but because the ground in the cave was full of gnawing insects moving forward. They stepped on them and ran in the opposite direction, which was equivalent to spending twice the usual effort. In addition, the overall gravity environment of Shintian's secret realm is far stronger than that of Blue Star, which makes exercise even more burdensome. Oh, I can't take it anymore? The big dog was really reaching its limit. It raised its legs, jumped high, and landed on Qin Yi's shoulder, lying there motionless like a dead dog. You don't need to ask to know that this bastard wants to take Qin Yi for a ride, and he will definitely not be able to pretend to be dead next. Qin Yi did not abandon him, but continued to run forward with the big dog. He did not stop until his legs were sore and numb. Are you tired? I want to be tired. He had to keep moving forward at a high speed while avoiding the corpses of the ferocious beasts that were hitting him. The physical strength required was extremely high. Qin Yi felt that every cell in his body was overloaded and seemed to be burning. The limit. Break the limit of my physical body. Under such circumstances, Qin Yi not only did not slow down, but gritted his teeth and sped up madly, turning into an afterimage and rushing in the opposite direction. The potential and energy from deep within the body are transformed into the driving force to break through the limits. The fatigue of the body is dissipating little by little, and a wonderful feeling is bursting throughout the body. It is a transcendent pleasure. Ding! Your cells have successfully adapted to the overload operation, and you have evolved a passive skill, Blood Rage LV1. Cool! Every inch of Qin Yi's muscles and every meridian were releasing energy outwards. At this moment, he couldn't help but let out a long roar, his blood boiling, and suddenly punched out. Bang! This punch hit the corpse of a second-level lord like lightning. In an instant, the corpse comparable to that of a mid-level martial artist exploded, and blood and flesh fell all over the sky. Qin Yi was bathed in it, his face mixed with madness, extremely violent and beautiful. On his shoulder, the big dog witnessed the mad Qin Yi. His heart trembled, his eyes were full of shock. Just now, he felt a kind of intention from Qin Yi's series of crazy actions, an intention that seemed crazy but was actually profound. That is the truth of the Tao that only kings and princes are capable of comprehending. Click. Suddenly, Qin Yi calmed down and stopped. He looked at an exit not far away, suddenly grinned, turned around, and said to the big dog, "Want to have a big one?" The big dog's heart trembled, and he had a bad feeling. "How big is it?" Qin Yi turned his head again, stared at the exit, and said lightly, "Face the sea of insects." After saying that, he strode forward. The big dog was completely panicked. "Damn it, if you want to go crazy and die, don't take me with you. Isn't your brother waiting for you to save him? Why are you still wasting time here?" Qin Yi walked with a firm step. "It is just to save him that I have to become as strong as possible before entering the blood-mist desert. Don't worry, I'll take you away if you can't bear it anymore. It's not a big problem." He dug his fingers into the rock wall and climbed up step by step towards the road leading to the ground. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Just half an hour later, Qin Yi Indigo finally saw the light on the surface again. This light was different from the dim light of Shiyun Peak, which was obscured by the spiritual tree. It was sparkling, warm, and comfortable. Crunch, crunch. Qin Yi and the big dog crawled out of the insect hole and looked around. There were insects everywhere. Insects everywhere. First-level ferocious beasts, second-level lords, and even overlords that are close to the third level are hiding in the dark, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. At the moment when Qin Yi and the big dog appeared on the ground, the spiritual armor on their bodies seemed to have exhausted its spiritual power and no longer had any concealing effect. Swish! More than 100,000 insects sensed the human breath and stopped all movements at once, as if time had stopped for a moment. Immediately following, thousands of disgusting insect heads turned and stared at Qin Yi little by little. At this moment, the big dog's scalp went numb. He felt a chill all over his body, and his heart palpitations broke out uncontrollably. Damn it, you call this a big problem? Chapter 34 Bloody Battle. Insects crawled out from the forests in all directions and gathered in the open space around Qin Yi, making the area so crowded that no one could get through. Looking around, all the flowers, plants, and trees were withered and dilapidated, losing their vitality. In this place, there were not only the giant dragonflies that Qin Yi had seen before, but also a kind of ground beetle that looked like a centipede. There were two swarms of insects, more than 100,000 insects, covering the sky and the sun, causing the mountains and the land to gradually fall into darkness. "Don't let me take the blame for the trouble you caused." The big dog lay on Qin Yi's shoulder, shivering. He felt a powerful aura hidden in the insect swarm, ready to move. "It is definitely a third-order overlord zerg." Looking up, Qin Yi was completely surrounded, with no other way to escape except to fight his way out. The concealing effect of the spiritual wood just ended, and they just walked out of the insect hole. It is not known whether this was a coincidence or Qin Yi had calculated the time early. "Anyway, let's fight." The fierce and domineering fist force tore through the air, causing a sharp and piercing sound. Before the sound could spread, Qin Yi's fist had already hit a flying ground beetle. Boom! This first-level ground beetle was smashed directly into the ground, creating a deep pit. Qin Yi showed no fear as he began to fight with tens of thousands of zerg with his physical body. This is a fight of blood and flesh, without any fancy techniques or collision of high-level weapons. Only the hard collision of flesh and flesh. Bang! In the big dog's sight, a speeding second-order Lord-level dragonfly was knocked to pieces by Qin Yi, and its emerald green juice burst and splashed everywhere, causing a green rain to fall from the sky. 1, 10, 100. Countless insects had no idea what death was. They rushed towards Qin Yi without regard for their lives, surrounded him, and left him no way to retreat. If this batch of insects die, the next batch will immediately replace them, and it will be endless, as if the insects here can never be killed. The dead insects on the ground piled up like a mountain. Qin Yi stood alone on the top of the mountain of corpses, his body covered with blood stains and his face full of madness. Fight, fight, fight! His blood was boiling to the point of burning, and not an inch of skin on his body was intact. All of it was wounded. But even so, there was no sign of retreat on Qin Yi's face. Instead, he punched even more frantically and fought the zerg. The changing fists seemed to be random, but every punch hitting the thick outer armor of the insect would burst out with extreme power, shattering the insect armor. The big dog could vaguely see that he was not fighting randomly without any method, but was using a kind of boxing style with a true kingly way. Crazy punch. Each of Yi's punches was filled with murderous energy, strangling the big insect's body and helping Yi wipe out the dying insect's life force, saving him the trouble of finishing it off. On the other hand, the insects that were killed by the murderous aura and their residual heat would automatically refine some new murderous aura and merge into Yi's body. After all this, the murderous aura cultivated in Yi's body became more and more refined, and the murderous intent he exuded became even more terrifying. To use a human body to store and cultivate this kind of murderous aura, damn, it's really a perversion. The big dog caught the cold, murderous aura emanating from Yi's fist, and his heart was shocked. A martial artist would damage his own heart meridians if doing such a thing, but this kid acted as if nothing had happened. He cultivated his energy while attacking and killing the sea of insects. What level has his physical body reached? Although it may seem like a tough scene to slaughter first and second-order bugs in this way, in fact, any martial artist who is also a peerless genius can do it. It's just they could only keep killing for a day and a night, but Chi didn't look exhausted at all. Instead, he killed more and more fiercely, as if he was bloodthirsty. As Chi gradually became familiar with the weaknesses of these two types of insects, the speed at which the zerg could replenish its forces was almost slower than the speed at which he could kill them. You're only a third-stage warrior. Is there really no limit? Boom! The earth shook violently, and a ground beetle with dragon horns suddenly jumped out and rushed towards Chi. This is a third-order overlord-level insect lord, as heavy as a mountain. It is the strongest insect soldier that a second-order queen insect can produce. Although it has no intelligence, its pure combat power is comparable to that of a master. As soon as he appeared, he instantly pushed away hundreds of insects around him and fought with Chi alone. Chi was forced to retreat and showed signs of fatigue for the first time, being 2 realms beyond him. No matter how powerful Yi's 7 wounds crazy fist was, it was only a tickle when it hit the overlord-level earth beetle. It could not break the armor, let alone cause any substantial damage. Are we finally going to run into trouble? Seeing this scene, the ghost suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He was so shocked by Yi's exaggerated performance that he was numb. If a third-stage warrior could kill a dominant being in seconds, that would be beyond the imagination of a dog. But Chi is in trouble, and his life seems to be in danger. So why should he be relieved? The big dog was stunned. It was clearly Chi who was challenging the sea of insects, but the various scenes he had seen before made it more like the sea of insects was challenging the great devil Chi. Phew! The third-order overlord-level ground beetle had a head like a dragon, and a terrifying dragon horn several meters long on its head. It pierced Chi's torso at once and went straight through his chest. Chi spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated dozens of steps. He was obviously seriously injured, and his face turned 3 points pale. This was the first time he had suffered such a serious injury since he had level 2 steel bones. He wanted to rest for a while, but the swarm of insects would not give him the chance. Seeing him retreat, dozens of insects that had been surrounding him immediately came over. The fight will not stop until one side is dead. For a moment, Chi was overwhelmed by the siege of hundreds of insects, and his injuries became even more serious. Fuck, are you dying? Why don't we run away first? The big dog lying on Yi's shoulder was the one who could feel Yi's weakness the most. The young man's originally vigorous and scorching energy and blood now dimmed 100 times and looked like it was about to go out. The big dog has some secret skills to save his life. If things really don't work, he can take Chi away and escape. But without experiencing a life-and-death battle and bathing in the blood of all races, how could Chi quickly transform and become a strong man? He made up his mind to face the sea of insects alone here in order to hone himself as much as possible. He once swore that he would never be like himself at that time, lying helplessly in the cold rental house in the late stage of cancer waiting to die, unable to do anything. Crunch, crunch. Chi tore off the wooden armor on his body, put it in his mouth, chewed and swallowed it, digesting and decomposing the remaining nutrients in the spiritual wood into the energy needed for evolution. Then, his eyes were fierce as he rushed towards the third-order overlord dragon insect again. What doesn't kill him will only make him stronger. He wants to use the endless zerg as the battlefield for his transformation. Let's fight. Chapter 35, Let Her Come. The The overlord dragon insect growled loudly, as if it thought that Qin Yi, who continued to walk towards it, was provoking it. Its dragon horns, which were filled with murderous intent, pressed down, with the tip of the horn pointed at Qin Yi. Boom! The next second, as if a landslide, the ankylosaurus rushed forward suddenly. Its body, as strong as a mountain, seemed to be able to crush a tank, and it directly crashed into Qin Yi. Get out of the way! The big dog felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. This was a full-force charge from a third-order overlord-level zerg, which could smash a martial artist into pieces. However, Qin Yi did not dodge or evade, but punched wildly, heading straight for the dragon horn. Hide? There was no such thought in his mind. The murderous aura surged, and Qin Yi's fist collided with the ground dragon worm with a loud bang, causing endless strong winds, just like an ordinary person resisting a speeding truck. With a crisp pop sound, all of Qin Yi's bones and organs were shattered by the horrible shock, and a smiling figure flew out and fell to the ground. Still can't beat him. With only the third level of warrior realm, the gap between him and the third level overlord beast is too huge. This gap cannot be made up by evolution simply by escaping death a few times. Or let's retreat first. Qin Yi's miserable condition was too shocking. The big dog could clearly feel that there was not a single intact bone in the young man's body, and now it was even difficult for him to stand up. But if he left now, Qin Yi would no longer be Qin Yi. He spat out large mouthfuls of black blood and organ fragments. His level 2 physical recovery ability worked at full speed, helping him grow new bones and organs. And these newly grown organs will only become tougher and stronger. Bang! Qin Yi pushed his head forward and killed a first-level insect that took the opportunity to attack him. Then he staggered to his feet and continued to walk towards the third-level ground dragon insect. His steps were slow but firm, one step at a time, with no sign of retreating. Another bloody fight began. There was a man and a bug. There was a huge difference in size and realm between them, but the fight between the two sides was extremely fierce, and blood was constantly spilling in the air. This time, Qin Yi lasted longer. His newly evolved body fought against the ankylosaur for 3 full minutes before being defeated. Moreover, whenever the local ankylosaur worm roared and tried to come up to finish him off, Qin Yi would force himself to stand up, then fight with the dragon worm and restore his broken body. As for the first order and second order zergs around him, they did not just watch, but kept harassing Qin Yi and trying to kill him, not giving Qin Yi any time to rest and recover. But this human being is like an indestructible cockroach. You will never know the limit of his physical strength. In the blink of an eye, he can recover from a half-dead and half-crippled state. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. The big dog watched Qin Yi fall down again and again, and stand up again and again. When the battle was fierce, he even tore open the weak points of the third-level dragon worm and drank the blood of the dragon worm to replenish himself. The originally one-sided situation gradually turned into Qin Yi gaining the upper hand. The third-level ground dragon beetle's physical strength was actually consumed by a human being. Incredible, so incredible. Big Dog has only heard of the Zerg using the swarm of insects tactics to drain the enemy's physical strength, but has never heard of any human being being able to drain the Zerg's physical strength. This is going against the will of heaven. The ground was covered with pools of blood and piled up like a sea of Zerg corpses. Only a frail young man stood upright with a smile on his face. He was fighting to the point of madness, like a machine that never stopped, tirelessly killing the Zerg. The young man's clothes were already tattered, so he simply tore off his upper body clothes, revealing his strong and sparkling muscles. Every inch of his skin was brimming with mysterious vitality. When the big dog took a closer look, his eyes almost popped out. Unconsciously, Qin Yi relied on the death pressure provided by the Zerg to squeeze out all the potential hidden deep in his body and completed an extraordinary transformation. His body at this moment is so flesh that even a big dog's teeth cannot bite through it. It is comparable to that of a high-level martial artist and can even rival the bodies of some grandmasters. And from Qin Yi's perspective, he didn't know about the potential of the physical body, nor did he know about the extraordinary transformation. He only knew that the adaptive evolution of cells had succeeded again. Ding! Your body successfully withstood the attack of the third-order Overlord level beast, and you evolved a passive skill. Iron Bones LV3. Ding! Your cells have successfully recovered from the damage, and you have evolved a passive skill, physical recovery ability, LV3. Level 3 steel bones, level 3 body recovery ability. When these two skills were at level 2, Chini already had the physical strength to rival that of a mid-level martial artist. And now that they were at level 3, I'm afraid even a grandmaster could rival him. He raised his hand, opened his palm, and placed it in front of him, only to see that the ground beetle that was charging towards him again was actually blocked by Qin Yi's hand. The solid dragon horn did not penetrate Qin Yi's palm, but only slightly pierced the skin, causing some blood to flow out. Qin Yi was pushed back 7 or 8 meters by the huge force, but this time he did not fly sideways, nor was he hit in the chest. He used one hand to catch the impact of the ankylosaurus. Roar! This time, not to mention the big dog, even the anemonefish itself was a little shocked. He growled in confusion and did not continue to attack Qin Yi. Instead, he took several steps back and then let out a buzzing sound. Crash! In an instant, a giant oval beetle shaped like a 7-spotted ladybug emerged from the bottom, followed by a 6-winged flying insect. 3 third-level overlords appeared in front of Qin Yi together, wanting to kill this human as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, Qin Yi, who has a 3rd-level steel body, can already face the 3 overlords head-on. Although he cannot kill them, it is not difficult to pull some parts from them. Whether it is blood or spare parts, everything on the 3rd-level overlord is extremely valuable, and Qin Yi will not lose anything. Qin Yi's recovery ability is unparalleled, while the overlords are far inferior to him. This kind of zerg that can be mass-produced will not focus on improving their recovery ability. Anyway, after the queen insect is used up once, they will be sent back to the furnace for regeneration. But now, the weaknesses of most of the insects in this zerg race have encountered Qin Yi, and they are directly suppressed by Qin Yi across the border. The 3-headed overlords were unable to do anything to a 3rd-stage warrior. If Big Dog told this to others, he would probably be considered a stupid dog. But this thing happened right in front of me. So much so that the Big Dog felt sympathy for the 3 overlords as he watched them being beaten. It's almost time to stop. If you keep going like this, the 2nd-level queen will focus all her attention on you and gather her forces to kill you alone. The Big Dog felt that there were more and more terrifying auras appearing below. The 2nd-level queen insect might have awakened and noticed the variable Qin Yi. It would be most profitable to quit now, while the going is good. After all, Qin Yi cannot kill the 3rd-level overlord in a short period of time. Spanning 2 major realms, his attacks were too difficult to break through. But no one expected that Qin Yi was really stubborn. He just glanced at the Big Dog and said with a smile, "Second-order queen? Let her come." Chapter 36, Scared an Old Acquaintance. Damn it, I've already installed all the pussy for you. The Big Dog spat secretly, obviously annoyed by Qin Yi's show of forceful remarks. At present, the 3 overlord-level zergs could not kill Qin Yi, and Qin Yi could not kill them either. The 2 sides were in a stalemate, but as time passed, the zergs eventually slipped away and disappeared. The swarm of insects will only last for 5 hours. This has always been the rule for the zerg. It seems that Qin Yi's appearance cannot break this rule and make the zerg stay a little longer. But, looking at the piles of insect corpses on the ground, the Big Dog rubbed his paws and for the first time felt like he had become rich overnight. This time, the zerg did not take the corpse with them. Perhaps they were afraid of being stopped by Qin Yi and wasting time going back. In short, the sea of insects retreated. Qin Yi stood there blankly for a long time. Finally, he heaved a sigh of relief and frowned slightly. Just now, a stinging mental force emerged from the ground, landed on him, and lingered for several minutes before dissipating. Qin Yi guessed that this was the mental power of the 2nd-level queen insect. She sensed his existence and wanted to remember his breath so that she could launch a targeted attack next time. Stop being in a daze, clean up the battlefield, and leave. The queen has definitely set her sights on you. She has a method of targeting individuals and producing a new type of insect that specifically attacks your weaknesses. The next time the swarm of insects breaks out, it won't be so easy for you to handle. Seeing Qin Yi standing there in a daze, the Big Dog hurriedly reminded him. The Zerg Queen is very similar to Qin Yi and also has evolutionary abilities, but she makes adaptive production improvements against the enemy, while Qin Yi evolves himself according to the external environment. From this perspective, the Zerg and he are a perfect match. If the queen insect produces new insects specifically targeting his weaknesses, wouldn't this help him to evolve adaptively indefinitely? I'm looking forward to what new types of bugs will appear in the future. Cheney found that he had found a new use for the zerg, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough time and couldn't wait for the second zerg outbreak. It's okay, the queen insect won't run away. At worst, you could just come back next time. He took out a Class B storage bag and began to collect the broken insect corpses on the ground. Since there were so many corpses, he didn't even want the first-level insect corpses, only the second-level ones. Even so, when the 1,000 cubic meters of storage space in the B-class storage bag was filled, there were still a large number of second-level corpses lying on the ground. Damn, what a loss. The big dog was heartbroken and felt that he felt worse than Chin E, the person involved, for leaving behind these precious insect corpses. There's no need to feel bad. The sea of insects here will always exist. We can continue to come here to purchase goods in the future. Cheney put away the full storage bag, feeling satisfied. You really think you are invincible. It will be difficult to deal with a zerg that specifically targets you next time. Big Dog sighed. Cheney didn't take it seriously. He stepped over the pile of corpses, took out the sensor symbol that was still glowing, and shook his head. The zerg are getting stronger, and I am getting stronger too. Do you think that next time I come here, my strength will be that of a virtual queen? He held the sensing talisman and started heading northeast. The Blood Mist Desert is located in this direction. The big dog lying on Qin Yi's shoulder wanted to refute Qin Yi's words, but after thinking carefully, Qin Yi's speed of becoming stronger along the way was indeed exaggerated, and he was speechless for a while. You don't say. This kid is really a monster. At this rate of cultivation, next time he comes, he might be able to sweep across the western Heaven Mountains. The man and the dog quickly moved away from the Shitian Mountains. With their departure and the temporary end of the Sea of Insects, the western sky mountains fell into silence again. A large amount of first and second level insect blood seeped into the ground, adding nutrients to the barren land and prompting patches of spiritual herbs to grow rapidly. A few days later, the place still maintained its tragic appearance, with scattered and broken insect corpses everywhere, and the blood of many corpses had not yet been drained out and continued to flow out. For some reason, the swarm of insects that broke out later did not come to clean up the corpses here. It was not until 4 days later that a team of human warriors broke into the place, breaking the long-standing tranquility and causing a stir. It is said that there are a large number of zerg entrenched in the Shitian Mountains. You cannot stay here for long, let alone go deep into the mountains. You can only try your luck in the outer areas. If you find something wrong, you must evacuate immediately. A young man in white with an extraordinary demeanor walked in the front of the team. While reminding the others in the team, he also said to the man in green beside him, Wu Feng, your pupil technique is the strongest in the team. When you enter the Western Heaven Realm, remember to always pay attention to the movements around you. Behind the young man in white, the slightly ruffian Li Wufeng restrained his nonchalant expression and nodded seriously. According to their family's intelligence, the zerg in the Shitian Mountains are so terrifying that even a master would be in danger of his life if he entered, let alone a low-level martial artist like him. Of course, the more dangerous the place, the richer the reward. Otherwise, the three of them would not have come here together. That's right. This Li Wufeng, who was famous for his pupil technique, was a young man who had lost the bet of 3 first-level spiritual fruits to Qin Yi. At this moment, he, team leader Fang Yu, and another team member, Chen Xiaodian from the Yuhang Chen family, were wandering on the edge of the Shitian Mountains, observing the situation inside the mountains. Li Wufeng's eyes were deep and dull, revealing a mysterious charm. Relying on his Li family's self-created B-level martial arts technique, eyes of breaking the void, he could see through the dangers hidden nearby in advance. But as he was watching, suddenly, a bloody and tragic scene like a battlefield caught his eyes. He was stunned and could not help rubbing his eyes. Am I seeing right? Corpses. So many corpses. Countless second-level zerg corpses. Hundreds and thousands of insect corpses piled together formed a scene like hell. A sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. All before your eyes. Each of these corpses is extremely real, emitting a terrifying aura that makes people's heart palpitate. Any second-level insect corpse could have caused great trouble to Li Wufeng when they were alive. What's more, there are so many corpses. The cold and dead atmosphere was mixed with a sense of madness, and it almost ignored the barriers of time and space. Li Wufeng was shocked by this scene, and his heart was unstable. He took 2 steps back unconsciously and fell to the ground. It was not until Chen Xiaodian and Fang Yu called him with worried looks that he suddenly woke up and came back to his senses from his fear. What did you see? Fang Yu asked anxiously. Insect corpses, endless insect corpses. Li Wufeng murmured absent-mindedly. There are first-order ones, second-order ones, and even the broken bodies and blood of third-order overlords. A third-order overlord? Fang Yu and Qin Xiaodian were shocked. As good friends of Li Wufeng, they naturally came from prominent families and knew the meaning of a third-level overlord. It is an existence that they cannot resist, and encountering it means they are in danger of death. Are all those bugs dead? Are there any living things left? No more. Nothing left. They were all killed. A monster killed them all. Li Wufeng had a ferocious look on his face, as if he saw some blurry images from the past through his eyes of vision. Chapter 37, The Spreading Blood Mist. The three of them observed cautiously for a long time, and only stepped into the battlefield after making sure that there were no living creatures. Fang Yu leaned over and carefully examined the wounds on the insect corpses, his face solemn. All of them were killed by a single punch. The force of this punch was at least 2 tons, which killed the second-level insects instantly. He stroked the fist mark on the insect armor, and suddenly his face changed, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Fist attention. These fist marks all carry fist intention, an extremely crazy fist intention. Which prince passed by here and took action? The so-called Tao is a realm that only the strong people in the mountain and sea realm can touch. Of course, some peerless geniuses may be able to comprehend it in advance, but their number is smaller. He stood up respectfully and bowed to the fist mark he had touched, expressing his awe for the man who was granted the title of Marquis and King. On the side, Li Wufeng remained silent. He used his void-seeing eyes to explore the atmosphere of this place, and inexplicably caught a very familiar breath, as if it was emitted by someone he had met before. Who could it be? He searched his memory meticulously, but the answer he found from the depths of his mind was unbelievable. That person? How is that possible? He had met that man once before entering the secret realm, but he was just an entry-level warrior. Not to mention killing a second-level bug. Even a first-level bug could easily take his life. I must have remembered the smell wrong. Li Wufeng shook his head vigorously, then followed Fang Yu and Qin Xiaodian away from this place. He did not dare to have any evil thoughts about the insect corpses all over the ground. Kings and princes cannot be insulted. Even if it is garbage left behind by others, they don't have the courage to pick it up. In the boundless desert, there is not a single green spot to be seen. Apart from the flying yellow sand, there are only a few crocodile-sized desert lizards crawling on the ground, buried in the wind and sand, silently. Bang! Suddenly, there was a muffled sound, and Chini clenched his right fist and suddenly jumped out from the shadows, hitting the desert lizard's head accurately, killing it with one blow, taking the life of this first-level ferocious beast. Rustle, rustle. The desert lizards lurking nearby sensed the danger and quickly dived into the yellow sand and disappeared, leaving only a fresh lizard corpse in its place. Let's make a fire. We're still going to have roasted lizards today. After simply processing the flesh and blood of the desert lizard, he tore out pieces of white meat and threw them to the big dog to deal with. It has been almost 5 days since they came out of the Xietian Mountains. They traveled day and night and finally entered the desert northeast of the Xientian secret realm. The vast desert contains endless silence, and no living creatures can be seen. Only occasionally can food and water be replenished through some desert specialties. For example, the desert lizard in front of you, and the giant cactus that is being burned as firewood by the big dog. This supergiant cactus is rich in pure water. After squeezing it dry, it can be used as firewood, which is killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and there is no waste. As for how to make a fire, this depends on the big dog's unique skills. The big dog skillfully pulled out a few strands of dog hair from its tail and threw them on the shriveled cactus. Then it bared its teeth, used its strong teeth to create sparks, and ignited the dog hair and firewood, and the fire started in an instant. Although you can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth, it is still possible to make a fire. Under the high temperature, several pieces of tender white meat were quickly cooked, and the man and the dog began to devour them voraciously. Ever since leaving Xietian Mountains and following Qin Yi, Big Dog has gone hungry 3 times a day and rarely has a full meal. Qin Yi's ability to resist hunger is stronger than a dog's. Every time he is about to starve to death, Qin Yi still looks like nothing happened. Big Dog increasingly suspected that Qin Yi was not a human being. There was no way, no matter how hard he tried, he could not imagine that Qin Yi had the ability of adaptive evolution. He He successfully evolved to level 2 energy saving and flow saving through hunger and thirst. If he did not take action, he could go without food and water for 10 days and 10 nights. After swallowing a big mouthful of delicious lizard meat, Chini felt more and more that entering the secret realm was a good choice. The meat of any ferocious beast here contained nutrients that were difficult to compare with ordinary food from the outside world. If you eat too much, it can also temper your chi and blood and strengthen your physical fitness. The most important thing is that the meat of most ferocious beasts is quite delicious and not disgusting at all. After 5 days of calm, Chini persisted in practicing all the way. The 7th level spiritual energy affinity was not wasted by him. In 5 days, he refined more than 30 cards of chi and blood. Coupled with the improvement gained from the previous physical transformation, now both his realm and strength are no longer the same as before. Name: Chini. Race: Planetary Terran, 55%. Strength: 34. Constitution: 50. Agility: 32. Spirit: 12. Talent: Adaptive Cell Evolution. Skills: Aura Affinity LV7, Cold Resistance LV4, Poison Resistance LV3, Steel Bones LV3, Physical Recovery LV3. Combat Power Evaluation. Chi and Blood 85 cards. You have entered the ranks of 8th level warriors, but your physical strength is close to that of a master. Cross-border killing is as easy as drinking water. Ordinary mid-level warriors can't even withstand your strong collision. In 5 days, he leapt from a 2nd stage warrior to an 8th stage warrior, and even broke through 6 stages. This shocking moment stunned even Big Dog. Now the Big Dog is 100% sure that Qin Yi is the legendary immortal, and he will definitely become an immortal in the future. Of course, Big Dog didn't know that although Qin Yi's realm had not caught up, his body had been honed to the Grandmaster level strength long ago. With the Grandmaster's body tempering the warrior's blood after birth, how could he not be happy? An 8th-stage warrior has about 80 calories of blood, possesses about 1 ton of strength, and a speed of about 35 m/s. His body is not afraid of small-caliber pistols, and he uses spiritual energy to reshape his meridians. When all the meridians are reshaped, he becomes a 9th-stage warrior. But as a martial artist of the same 8th stage, Dago was sure that Qin Yi could withstand the tank with his physical body. You call this an 8th-level warrior? After the Big Dog finished eating all the lizard meat, it clapped its paws, and its nose trembled slightly, as if it smelled something. Hiss! There is a strong smell of blood coming towards us. This smell, could it be that the mist in the blood mist desert has spread? Chini raised his eyebrows and sniffed carefully, but didn't smell anything strange. The dog's nose is really sharp. He did not ignore the Big Dog's words. He swallowed the piece of meat in his hand in a few bites, took out the sensing talisman whose luster had dimmed a lot from his pocket, closed his eyes, and felt it for a few seconds. We are very close. The suffering team is at most 30 kilometers away from us. Chini stood up and looked forward. He vaguely saw a large area of scarlet fog rushing towards them on the horizon. The ominous feeling in the Big Dog's heart became more and more intense. He couldn't help but jump on a Chini, sticking tightly to Chini, and refused to leave no matter what. I feel like something is going to happen. Just the next second after the Big Dog finished speaking, wow! The originally dazzling and blazing sun was instantly covered by thick fog. The sky and the earth became hundreds of times dimmer in the blink of an eye, as if someone had turned off the lights in the room. Chini turned around abruptly and looked into the distance. He was suddenly surrounded by a blood mist and could not see anything clearly. Before he even entered, the blood mist desert spread out on its own. Chapter 38: Master and Disciple. The mist flowing like blood enveloped everything in the world. Looking around, Qin Yi and the Big Dog could only see large areas of scarlet. Nothing else. The Big Dog climbed onto Qin Yi's shoulder in a hurry. Feeling Qin Yi's active and restless energy, his heart calmed down a little, and he felt less nervous. But soon, he could no longer feel at ease as he was shrouded in blood mist. Because he discovered that these strange mists seemed to have life and were constantly penetrating into his body through the tiny pores on his surface, eroding his vitality, draining out his blood, and converting it into new mist. Woof! This mist will actively corrode living things. If you're not a martial artist, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold out for a day. The Big Dog calmed his mind and used some kind of martial arts to lock all the blood in his body to prevent it from flowing out. After reaching the martial artist's master level, a martial artist can control the flow of qi and blood in the body, and can even release qi and blood to invade the enemy's body. Previously, Lu Yi from the Ishan Society had injected qi and blood power into Qin Yi's body while beating him. Although Dago has not yet reached the level of a martial artist, he has followed a supreme being after all, so it is normal for him to know a few techniques to control qi and blood in advance. But Qin Yi was not so relaxed. Big Dog skills were specially designed for dogs and could not be passed on to Qin Yi. Not every skill can be used by multiple races like Dog Talk. Your brother is definitely dead. He hasn't even reached the martial arts master level yet. How could he have survived in the blood mist for 10 days or half a month? Don't go in and look for it. While we are still on the edge, turn back as soon as possible and run away. The big dog was still in his familiar hideaway state. If he could stay away from danger, he would definitely be the first to remind Qin Yi. However, he had already come this far. How could he turn back without caring about anything? I said, I want to see the person alive or the body dead. Qin Yi held the sensing talisman tightly, showing no intention of retreating. If you can't hold on, you can leave first. You don't have to follow me deeper. He could feel his energy and blood slowly draining away, and it was a drain that could not be stopped. At this rate, in about 2 days, he would become weak due to the depletion of energy and blood and eventually die of exhaustion. But this kind of negative effect of continuous damage to the body is simply impossible to kill Qin Yi. What he fears is being killed instantly. For an extreme environment that cannot kill him instantly, that is a good environment. For him, there are only benefits and no disadvantages. It's time to evolve again. Qin Yi sensed the vague direction coming from the rune in his hand, took a step forward, and began to go deeper into the blood mist desert. The big dog on his shoulder did not leave Qin Yi. As a dog that was well versed in hiding, he naturally knew that it was safest to follow Qin Yi. Even if I follow Qin Yi into the blood mist desert, it will be safer than leaving alone. No one understands the value of the word immortal seed better than him. Although the blood mist reduced visibility, fortunately, there were no obstacles in the desert. Qin Yi was able to move toward his destination unimpeded according to the guidance of the sensing talisman. If you exercise vigorously in the blood mist, it seems that the loss of blood and qi will become much faster. Qin Yi felt the changes in himself and reminded the big dog. While giving the reminder, he also accelerated and suddenly broke into a running stride. Big dog, didn't you say you can't do strenuous exercise? What are you doing? He was a little confused about Qin Yi's actions. As an 8th level warrior, he was running so fiercely in the blood mist, and the speed at which his blood and energy were lost was as fast as releasing water from a floodgate. Don't you want to live? 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. Just as the man and the dog were slowly going deeper into the blood mist desert. 100 meters above Qin Yi's head, 2 figures, one big and one small, suddenly appeared in the thick blood mist. One of them was wearing a white sportswear, had a calm expression, squinted his eyes, and looked like a good guy. Beside him stood a respectful girl with a single ponytail, looking heroic. Master, aren't we going to save the young man in front? The girl is only 16 years old, but her blood and energy have exceeded 300 calories, entering the realm of a low-level martial artist. She can be said to be a genius. However, a martial artist is not yet able to walk in the air. The girl was able to fly in the sky only because of the power of her master. Walking in the air by oneself is the symbol of a grandmaster. That's right, the middle-aged man next to her is a great master named Jiang Tianfang. He was entrusted by the Yuhang Administrative Office to come here specifically to investigate the blood mist and beast tide problems in the Xintian secret realm. The danger level of the Xintian secret realm is not high, but the blood mist that has appeared in recent days is far more difficult than a D-level secret realm should be. Therefore, it attracted the attention of the authorities, and they sent a grandmaster to investigate. Nohedi? Nohedi. He clearly knows the danger of the blood mist, yet he still dares to go deep into the blood mist at the 8th level of a warrior. He is young and full of vigor. He should suffer a little so that he will remember it. Jiang Tianfang put his hands behind his back and smiled gently. The young girl next to him sighed secretly when she saw her master pretending to be profound. Her master is of this character. He likes to pretend to be a master and often appears to guide strangers, especially strange geniuses. Of course, as a grandmaster in his 30s, Jiang Tianfang is indeed worthy of the title of master. Moreover, the young man not far away was indeed determined to take the risk. So if he was allowed to suffer a little and then be saved, no one could say that his master had done anything wrong. The master and his disciple walked slowly along with Qin Yi and the big dog. Suddenly, the disciple Qiu Yihan uttered a soft huh, and a hint of doubt flashed across his pretty face. Master, look, why did that young man suddenly start running? He couldn't have known that strenuous exercise would accelerate the loss of blood and qi, right? Jiang Tianfang frowned. Even though he was experienced, he was confused at the moment. It is impossible for the young man not to notice that his qi and blood were being pulled out of his body by the blood mist. So how could he move actively? Isn't this suicide? Could it be that he has a blood-locking technique? Qiu Yihan guessed. Absolutely not. I can see his energy and blood leaking out. In Jiang Tianfang's eyes, Qin Yi's energy and blood were leaking out like a deflated balloon. This doesn't look like a blood-locking technique at all. Maybe he has some special way to save his life, but you just can't see it. Qiu Yihan glanced at his master with a teasing tone. Oh, if he has a way to save his life, how can I not see it? What a joke. Jiang Tianfang obviously didn't want to lose face in front of the female disciple. I have never heard of a way to save life by bleeding. If he keeps bleeding like this, and I don't save him, he will definitely run out of energy and blood and turn into a mummy. Death is certain. Jiang Tianfang was extremely confident. Just watch out. Within an hour, he will be completely exhausted and will lie on the ground waiting to die. Qiu Yihan looked at his master's serious face, shrugged, and didn't refute anything. In fact, in her opinion, Qin Yi really couldn't hold on for an hour. However, the young man who was about to die in their eyes seemed to be unconcerned about his suicidal behavior. He even felt that running was not fast enough to bleed, and he actually started punching while running. He was seen in the blood mist, mobilizing all his energy and blood, frantically practicing the 7-injury crazy fist, causing the blood mist to ripple continuously. The master and the disciple looked at each other in amazement as they saw the powerful punch. They have seen people who don't care about their lives, but they have never seen anyone who thinks he can't die quickly enough. Chapter 39, The Palace Under the Desert. No, are you really okay? The big dog looked at Qin Yi and couldn't help himself. In his eyes, Qin Yi's steps were unsteady, his cheeks were sunken, and he looked like a walking corpse, as if he could fall down at any time. Even after 5 days and 5 nights of bloody battle in the Kingdom of Women, I still don't feel so exhausted. Whoosh, whoosh. Qin Yi ignored the big dog and walked straight forward. Suddenly, he swung his hands violently and punched the air twice. He was obviously extremely weak at the moment, but these 2 punches were able to create a strong wind and a faint sonic boom sound. 7 Wounds Crazy Fist. This A-level boxing technique, created by the Mad King, originally had a sense of madness. Now Qin Yi was still swinging his fist when he was about to die, and gradually he actually felt this madness and became intoxicated by it. He voluntarily sought death and punched madly to speed up his death. This kind of madness would make even the Mad King say he was crazy. Silently, he mastered the 2nd level of the 7 Wounds Crazy Fist. The murderous aura flowing in his body surged and condensed several times in the blink of an eye. Puff! Suddenly, Qin Yi spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body, which was fragile due to the erosion of the blood mist, could not withstand the impact of the 2nd layer of murderous aura for a while, resulting in internal injuries and severed heart meridians. Qin Yi spat out a mouthful of blood and suddenly lost all his strength. He collapsed to the ground, no longer able to move forward. It seemed that he would not live long. In the sky not far away, Jiang Tianfang's face darkened and he said speechlessly, "Sure enough, there is no way to save his life. Chun-Chun is just courting death. Hurry up, let's go and save his life." Young people nowadays really don't care about their lives. It seems that none of them have very smart brains. Jiang Tianfang has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. He will certainly not sit idly by and watch the prodigy of his own race. Although he was complaining, he was not slow in his actions. He took his disciple Qiu Yihan and took 1 step forward, covering a distance of 100 meters. He was about to show up to rescue Qin Yi, but unexpectedly, Qin Yi, who was lying motionless on the ground, suddenly trembled, and then his shriveled cheeks recovered as if they were inflated. In more than a minute, his whole body turned from pale to rosy and healthy. Woohoo, refreshing. Qin Yi got up from the ground and stretched his muscles a little making crackling sounds. Next to his ears, the voice of the system rang out. Ding! Your blood cells have successfully adapted to the sucking of the deceased true god and evolved a passive skill, strengthening the foundation. Another passive skill without level. The effect of this skill is also very simple. It can protect Qin Yi's blood and Yuan Yang and prevent external forces from sucking them away. Originally, this was a Grandmaster level ability, but due to the special nature of the blood mist, Qin Yi learned it in advance. But several words in the system prompt caught Qin Yi's attention. The absorption of the lost true god? What does this mean? Isn't it the blood mist that is corroding me? Qin Yi seemed to be thinking about something. The big dog on his shoulder witnessed the whole process of Qin Yi coming back to life. He was so shocked that he couldn't say a word and even forgot to bark. Not to mention him, even Zhang Tianfang and Xiao Yihan, who were hiding in the dark, were stunned. Zhang Tianfang had practiced from a warrior to a grandmaster and had never seen such a situation. If one wanted to be revived to full health like Qin Yi, he would have to swallow at least a third-level spiritual fruit. But Qin Yi obviously didn't eat anything, and he naturally recovered to normal. Isn't this too abnormal? Zhang Tianfang judged from the perspective of a grandmaster, but still couldn't see how Qin Yi did it. This boy has a secret, and it's a big secret. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Zhang Tianfang did not feel any greed. Instead, he became more and more interested in Qin Yi. Let's go and say hello to him. It's a bit rude to follow him in the dark. Zhang Tianfang, bringing Xiao Yihan with him, emerged from the hazy blood mist and came in front of Qin Yi. Woof! Two human warriors, a man and a woman, suddenly appeared, scaring the big dog. He was naturally alert to any movement around him, but he did not sense the presence of these two people at all. These two people, especially the man, are at a high level. At least he is a grandmaster. This human came out of nowhere. It looks like he's been following us for a while. Although he has no ill intentions, you still have to be careful. The big dog pretended to be speechless and lay obediently on Qin Yi's shoulder, secretly communicating with Qin Yi in dog language. Qin Yi naturally kept a distance from the two of them and looked at them cautiously. This girl of 16 or 17 is probably at the martial artist level, but the level of the middle-aged man is hard to tell. Hee, there is no ill will between us, master and disciple. We originally wanted to rescue you, but we didn't expect that you would recover on your own. Zhang Tianfang was not arrogant. He briefly explained his identity and took out several official documents. Qin Yi couldn't understand these documents, but Zhang Tianfang was very powerful. If he really wanted to harm him, he would have done it long ago. There was no need to say so much nonsense. Therefore, his expression became a little kinder, and he briefly introduced himself to the master and his disciple. After hearing his introduction, Xiao Yihan was slightly surprised. You went deep into the blood mist to save a brother? But the blood mist covers such a large area. How can you find him? Qin Yi shook the sensing talisman in his hand. Seeing this still glowing first-level sensing talisman, Xiao Yihan's brows furrowed even deeper, and a hint of disbelief flashed across his pretty face. The blood mist has the effect of shielding mental power and rune detection power. How can a first-level sensing rune be effective in the blood mist? This sensing talisman of yours, can it really provide guidance? The first-level sensor symbol will be ineffective in the blood mist? Qin Yi was stunned for a moment, then felt a chill down his spine and fell silent. Is this sensing talisman, which is still in effect, really guiding me to find Chun Xian and his team? After a while, he took a deep breath and said solemnly, I still want to follow the induction talisman and give it a try. What if I can really find it? For him, Chun Xian dared to go deep into the Xintian secret realm when he was still an entry-level warrior. It is only natural for him to go deep into the blood mist to save Chun Xian. Perhaps this sensor talisman has something special. Let's go. Since we want to save people, don't hesitate. Zhang Tianfang glanced at the sensing talisman in Qin Yi's hand and didn't see anything special about it at all. But he was very curious about Qin Yi, so he wanted to follow him and take a look. Moreover, saving his fellow tribesmen trapped in the blood mist was the purpose of his trip, so it would not hurt to save them as well. After all, he likes to meddle in other people's affairs. Qin Yi looked at Zhang Tianfang a few more times. He never thought that this big guy would be willing to follow him and go deeper. One must be on guard against others, so he was more careful and, relying on the sensing talisman, began to wander in the blood mist. The group continued to go deeper into the desert. Slowly, the blood mist floating around his body became thicker and thicker. Chini touched it with his hand and could almost feel the cold liquid on his palm. Woo-woo! In the thick fog, there was a faint sound of wailing, like crying and complaining, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Chini always felt that something was watching him secretly. He tensed up and suddenly stopped, looking at the rolling fog in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "We are here." Jiang Tianfeng and Xiao Yihan stopped accordingly. Jiang Tianfeng snorted coldly, and a powerful divine thought wave came out, slowly pushing away the fog, revealing the things hidden under the fog. It was a rotten stone staircase about 5 or 6 meters wide going down to the bottom. Chini stared at the stairs and suddenly felt that the wailing sound became louder, as if it came from under the stairs. Chapter 40 Giant God. Qin Yi's gaze moved back and forth at the entrance of the stairs. He also observed that in the fine sand, wisps of blood mist continued to seep up and float up, merging into a large mass of fog. So, the blood mist comes from underground? Are you going to continue? Beside him, Jiang Tianfeng's face looked a little heavier. He sensed danger from the stairs below. Come on, I'm already here. Qin Yi's expression remained unchanged. Do you need me to help you carve a night vision array pattern? Xiao Yihan bit her right index finger at some point, and blood smudged out. She outlined a series of exquisite and strange patterns on it, like lotus flowers blooming in the corners of her eyes, pure white and holy. This girl turned out to be a formation master. The formation masters in this world are somewhat different from the traditional ones. In addition to setting up formations, they must also be proficient in various types of formation patterns. They can engrave formation patterns on themselves or others to trigger magical effects. Of course, if you engrave array patterns on some special objects, you can also create so-called runes. For example, the first level induction rune in Qin Yi's hand was made by a formation master. Rune masters and formation masters are actually the same in essence, but they specialize in different areas. Some formation masters who are talented enough can also create high-level runes. The second-order night vision array pattern is very sophisticated. It is probably an exclusive secret recipe. This woman has something. Big Dog commented secretly. Formation masters are also divided into high and low levels. The formation master, who can engrave formation patterns on his body, is definitely the most talented one. No, thank you. Qin Yi rejected the girl's kindness. He possessed the level 1 passive skills of clear mind and sharp eyesight and night vision. Without using any pupil techniques, his eyesight was strong enough to defeat the second-level array. So, Qin Yi and Jiang Tianfeng walked in front. Xiao Yihan followed behind, and the three of them stepped carefully onto the first step with soft steps, without making any sound. Xiao Yihan glanced at Qin Yi's bright eyes and found that the other party did not use any pupil techniques and could see through the darkness with his naked eyes alone. No wonder the blood mist outside did not obstruct his vision. Are Qin Yi's eyes naturally special? She became even more curious about Qin Yi. This man was only at the 8th level of martial artist, but he was even more mysterious than his grandmaster teacher. Click, click. The three of them explored gradually downwards. During this process, the big dog lay silently on Qin Yi's shoulder. It did not dare to use its pupil technique and pretended to be an ordinary ferocious beast. He seemed to possess some special concealing skills. Jiang Tianfeng, a grandmaster, did not see his magical power. Big dog, do you have any awesome skills to conceal your state and aura? Can you teach me? Qin Yi silently transmitted his message, saying that as he gradually became stronger, the people he met became more and more powerful. If he did not cover it up, there was a possibility that his adaptive evolutionary talent would be exposed. Only dogs can learn. Do you want to be a dog? The big dog stuck out his tongue and exhaled. It seems that learning the concealment technique from Big Dog is not enough. I have to go back to Yuhang and buy it from the martial arts world. At this moment, the stairs leading downwards seemed endless. Qin Yi and the other two walked for almost half an hour, but still could not see the bottom. Suddenly, Jiang Tianfeng stretched out his hand and signaled Qin Yi and Xiao Yihan to stop. Then he pointed to a corner about 10 meters away and frowned, saying, "There are two bodies." Qin Yi and Xiao Yihan fixed their eyes and looked over. Xiao Yihan, who relied on the second-level night vision array, actually saw nothing. Her sight was obstructed by something, and her visibility was only 5 or 6 meters. On the side, Qin Yi saw two corpses clearly, and his expression became more serious. He felt the sensor talisman in his hand tremble, and its luster became much brighter. The three of them took a closer look, and Qin Yi was basically certain that the positioning symbol corresponding to the sensing symbol was on the two corpses. It's the rescue mission they issued. Qin Yi's expression was uncertain, but he finally calmed down. The aura of these two corpses is not Chen Xian's. Qiu Han bent down and observed the two bodies closely. After some effort, he did not see any scars. The two bodies had turned to bones. A locator symbol was clamped in the hand bones of one of them. There was no flesh or blood on his body, as if he had been dead for more than 10 years. But Qin knew that the time between their death and their death would not exceed 1 month. The fog here is several times thicker than above. The two of them should have died from the qi and blood leaving their bodies. Not only the blood, but also the energy and spirit of the whole body have been sucked dry by the blood mist. Zhang Tianfang said in a deep voice. Qin discovered some clues from his speculation and asked in confusion. The blood mist under the stairs is obviously thicker than on the ground. If these people want to take refuge, why do they go down the stairs? This is so against common sense. After these words were spoken, the three of them fell into deep thought. At this moment, Qin Yi heard a sad wail again. This time, Qin Yi heard the content of the wailing clearly. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Blood debt must be paid with blood. It was like a ghost whispering. This mysterious voice was filled with violence and resentment, yet mixed with a hint of holiness, which was extremely contradictory. Qin Yi's mind moved, and he turned around, just wanted to ask Qiu Han and Zhang Tianfang if they heard the wailing, but unexpectedly, Qiu Han's eyes suddenly turned frighteningly red. Her face was confused, and she ran down the stairs as if she had lost control. On the other side, Zhang Tianfang's situation was not right either. His facial features were ferocious, as if he was fighting against something. For a moment, he ignored his apprentice and Qin Yi. They are? Got a magic spell? The wailing coming from deep inside the stairs. Does it have the ability to control minds? Qin Yi suddenly woke up and instantly understood why the people in Chen Xian's team would take the initiative to walk down the stairs and die. They are controlled by the mysterious wailing. So Chen Xian is also down there? Qin Yi glanced at the big dog that was shaking its head and barking. Obviously, the big dog's mental strength was stronger than Qiu Han's. Although it was hit by the howling mental attack, it was able to resist and would not be controlled. As for Qin Yi himself, thanks to the passive skill of sharp mind and sharp eyes acquired earlier, he did not feel anything special for a short period of time. A clear mind and sharp eyes have greatly enhanced Qin Yi's mental resistance, making him immune to many illusions. The second-level Queen Hive is really awesome. Through the skills it evolves, it can even ignore the mysterious wailing. Even Zhang Tianfang, who was at least a grandmaster, was hit, but he was fine. Qin Yi concentrated and held his breath, raising his vigilance to the highest level. He then ignored Zhang Tianfang, who was still struggling on the spot, quickened his pace, followed Qiu Han, and ran wildly downwards. As he went down step by step, the blood mist around him became thicker and thicker, and the wailing sounds were no longer intermittent, but echoed all around at all times. Finally, Qin Yi walked to the end of the stairs and stepped on a large open flat ground. Looking up, he saw a large and quiet pool of blood in front of him. Qiu Han stood in front of the pool of blood in a daze, not knowing what he was doing. The blood mist dissipated here. Apart from the blood pool, there were tall red walls all around, with rough and uneven surfaces. Looking across the pool of blood, the blood flowed into several holes, and no one knew where it led to. Qin Yi moved forward a few steps and suddenly saw a broken stone tablet standing in the middle of the blood pool. On the stone tablet, a few large characters were engraved crookedly. Those were not Chinese characters, nor were they any of the characters currently used by humans, but Qin Yi understood what they meant when he saw them for the first time. Today, I will slay the giant god in Xiantian. Just a short line of words was filled with murderous intent. After just one glance, Qin Yi felt a pain between his eyebrows and blood flowed from his 7 orifices. Chapter 41, Revenant. Vuif, vuif, vuif. Qin Yi's gaze hurriedly left the stone tablet, and before he had time to think about it, the barking of a big dog rang in his ears. Did it break free from the control of wailing ahead of time? Faster than Zhang Tianfang, who is suspected to be a grandmaster? Is it true that the grandmaster is worse than a dog? Qin Yi, run away quickly. Don't listen too closely to that wailing sound. It's a soul trap. Dago was a man with a conscience. The first thing he said after waking up was to warn Qin Yi through voice transmission. However, when he saw Qin Yi staring at him speechlessly, he was stunned. With Qin Yi in this state, how could he look like he was caught in a soul trap? Such a high-level soul trap is ineffective against you? Big Dog found that he could no longer see through Qin Yi. It was bad enough that his body was abnormal, but was his soul also so terrifying? Could it be that all immortals are so evil? It will take at least a day for the Grandmaster to break free from the trap. You'd better. Dago originally wanted Qin Yi to stay where he was and wait for Jiang Tianfang to wake up, but when he thought carefully about Qin Yi's performance in the past few days, he felt that his reminder was unnecessary. Just walk around and be safe. Finally, the big dog waved its paw, not knowing what else to say. Qin Yi glanced at Xiao Yihan, who was motionless beside the blood pool not far away, and asked as he walked closer, "Your mental power is stronger than that of a Grandmaster? How did you wake up so quickly?" Speaking of this, a hint of doubt appeared on Big Dog's face. "I'm not sure. It seems that it's not my own credit, but it's related to the stone tablet. The murderous intent pouring out of the stone tablet made me wake up early." "I see. Perhaps the wailing sounds in the blood-mist desert are the death words of the giant god killed by the owner of the stone tablet. Therefore, the remaining aura on the stone tablet can restrain the wailing. So, the remains of the giant god are hidden in the deepest part of the blood pool?" Qin Yi's thoughts were complicated, and he came behind Xiao Yihan unknowingly. He was thinking of taking her to the stone tablet and trying to use his murderous intent to help her regain consciousness. But unexpectedly, the originally calm lake's surface suddenly raised waves. Crash! Drops of sticky blood splashed out, forming a large cloud of mist, which gradually condensed into a fogman with a distorted face, rushing towards Qin Yi. A strong sense of crisis instantly enveloped his whole body. Qin Yi didn't even think about it, and punched out immediately. Although this punch was hasty, it was definitely delivered with full strength, with a force exceeding 2 tons, which could even shatter metal and stone in an instant. However, the punch force that even the high-level martial artist did not dare to resist penetrated the fogman's body without any hindrance, leaving a gap. The next second, all the power was released, and the gap that was pierced by the fogman closed in the blink of an eye. With a puff sound, Qin Yi's right hand was cut off at the wrist, and the whole fist disappeared directly and was swallowed into the fogman's body. This monster made of blood mist, whose level cannot be determined, is immune to all physical attacks. A large amount of blood sprayed onto the ground. Qin Yi's face turned pale, and he quickly retracted his right fist. Fortunately, the body's recovery ability, which had been upgraded to level 3, was strong enough. The bleeding of the severed limb stopped immediately. Grains of flesh began to grow on the cross-section, and a new right hand could be grown within 5 minutes. The core of this fogman is the souls of the deceased. Those creatures were drained of their blood by the blood fog when they were alive. In the end, even their souls fell into the blood pool and turned into fogmen. The big dog's eyes sparkled, and he saw through the essence of the fogman. Normally speaking, the stronger the soul before death, the more terrifying the fogman that appears after death. Leave here as soon as possible. There is definitely more than one fogman in the blood lake. Boom! As soon as the big dog finished transmitting the message, the entire blood lake began to fluctuate violently. The blood seemed to be boiling and turbulent. "You unlucky thing, whatever you remind me of, it will happen." Qin Yi's face turned dark. He took 2 steps forward and walked to Xiao Yihan's side. He looked closely and suddenly found that Xiao Yihan's whole body was oozing blood, and the whole person seemed to be dissolving into a pool of blood and merging into the blood lake. "I'm afraid this is how the fogman evolved. Don't even think about saving her. She's in a hemolytic state, and you need to hurt her to wake her up. You can't even hit the fogman, so you can't hit her either." The big dog didn't even bother to transmit the sound. With his eyes wide open, he saw an extremely terrifying fogman about to be born in the depths of the blood lake. By then, Qin Yi would definitely not be able to stop him. Qin Yi ignored him, clenched his left hand into a fist, and smashed it towards Xiao Yihan's shoulder. The big dog stared at Qin Yi's fist, and what happened next was beyond his imagination. Base! Qin Yi's punch seemed to have hit the pool and was about to penetrate Xiao Yihan's body by inertia. But something strange happened, and a cold breath emanated from it, causing the originally dazed Lin Xiaohan to tremble. and then his lifeless eyes showed color. Physical attacks are ineffective. So what about the murderous aura? Qin has a second level of murderous aura in his body, and this aura is not a physical attack. Even Big Dog didn't expect that Qin had such a trick up his sleeve. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xiaohan woke up from a confused state. He was in a very bad condition and spitting out blood. Before he could thank Qin, he was grabbed by the arm. His legs left the ground and rushed into the raging pool of blood. Qin did not plan to return the same way he came. Instead, he wanted to go deep underground and explore the blood cave in front of him. Compared to returning the same way, the cave entrance in front was obviously closer. He pushed hard with Xiao Yihan and easily crossed most of the blood lake and fell towards the blood cave. Bang! The two small fogmen that blocked the road were directly destroyed by Qin with his murderous aura, and they were completely unable to stop him. The two of them landed steadily at the dark cave entrance, looked at the deep cave where the blood-red stream was flowing, and without saying a word, they dived in. Outside, terrifying fogmen formed one after another, dancing wildly, almost filling the entire palace. They seemed to sense the breath of living people. Hundreds of fog people followed Qin along the path he had taken, wanting to get into the blood cave together. However, the stone tablet in the center of the blood lake shook suddenly. In an instant, all the fog people present were stunned where they were. Then, one step at a time, they retreated from the blood cave entrance, not daring to continue chasing. This stone tablet seemed to have locked the fog people in this empty blood lake, preventing them from leaving too far. Qin made the right bet again. If he chose to go back and take the stairs, he would most likely not be able to escape too far and would be caught up by the fogman. But, on the other side, the long and narrow blood hole seemed to have no end. Qin and Lin Xiaohan were struggling forward with blood flowing up to their knees. The wailing sounds around them became clearer and louder. They were probably getting closer and closer to the deceased giant god. Wrong! Is that giant god really dead? On the stone tablet, it only said behead the giant god Yuxintian, but did not say behead. One word difference, a world of difference. Chapter 42, Perilous Divine Weapon. In the long and narrow cave, Qin and Xiao Yihan walked side by side, their steps light, and they stepped on the blood without splashing any water. Xiao Yihan was corroded by blood and was punched by Qin with murderous aura. His injuries were extremely serious, and it would be difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. Especially Qin punch, which was completely beyond her expectations. Several wisps of terrifying murderous aura remained in Xiao Yihan's body, hindering her recovery of her internal energy. Her meridians were extremely cold, and she felt waves of pain. No one would believe it if she told others that she was just a low-level martial artist with second-level formation patterns engraved on her bones. But she was beaten half to death by Qin with just one punch. What's even more bizarre is that both she and her master were affected by the mysterious wailing, but Qin was completely fine and still functioning as usual. You really didn't hide your strength? Xiao Yihan couldn't help but ask. Qin looked at him strangely, shook his head and said, "No, I am just an 8th level warrior." What's wrong? A warrior of the 8th stage can ignore temptation. Is that strange? Xiao Yihan. What's not strange about that, brother? She sighed, forced herself to condense her blood and energy, bit 2 fingers, and engraved a formation pattern on the wound on her shoulder, trying to stabilize her injury and dispel the murderous aura. But he didn't expect that just as he was concentrating on engraving it, he was distracted by Qin nonchalant words. Qin said, "Look, my big dog is not affected by the wailing and is still alive and kicking." He pointed at the big dog on his shoulder. Xiao Yihan looked over and saw the big dog's burning eyes. He almost couldn't breathe, which aggravated his injuries. Look, is this human language? It's true that people are worse than dogs. Xiao Yihan was speechless. He calmed down silently and engraved the formation pattern. A few minutes later, a pure white line that bloomed like a lotus was engraved, emitting a pure breath of life, helping Xiao Yihan recover from his injuries. Qin eyes lit up when he saw it. The array patterns are really unique with many types, and they can even assist in treatment. However, he doesn't seem to have any use for external objects like array patterns. With adaptive evolution, all problems can be solved by evolution. Don't look at it. I also know how to carve the array pattern. When I become stronger, I will help you carve it. The big dog whispered to Qin. This made Qin look at the big dog a few more times. and he secretly sighed that the world has really changed. Even a dog can set up a formation. I don't need array patterns, but you can make some runes for me in the future. I can sell them to make money and make a contribution. Chini thought about the future use of the big dog. The big dog rolled his eyes and ignored Chini. The human being in front of me is the real dog. He wants to use me as free labor, exploit me, and work for him for nothing. Very bad. A small episode during the exploration passed by, making the originally dull and silent atmosphere much better. Chini did not go any further inside. He found that in the depths of the cave, the fog was gradually dissipating. There was nothing here except darkness to block the view. He raised his fist, gathered all his strength, and punched forward with all his might, hitting the black and red wall. But after this punch, the wall in front of him was not broken, but just dented inward, leaving a very shallow fist mark, which recovered in a few seconds. There's something wrong with this wall. It's not hard, but rather a bit soft, like a sponge. Chini frowned. He wondered if he had a special connection with the cave, as after entering the Xintian secret realm, he kept hanging around in the underground cave. Am I a reincarnated mole? At one side, Chio Ihan leaned most of his body against the red wall, closed his eyes, felt it carefully, and then suddenly opened his eyes. Do you feel that both the ground beneath our feet and the walls around us are shaking in a regular pattern? It vibrates about every 2 minutes, very slightly. Vibrate once every 2 minutes? Chini felt it carefully for a while, and then really felt the vibration that Chio Ihan mentioned. This kind of movement is difficult to detect if you don't pay careful attention. But what does this mean? Neither of them had figured it out. They just had some guesses in their minds, but they were not certain. Let's go deeper. We can't see anything if we stay here. Chini looked ahead and made a decision. When your master Jiang Tianfeng wakes up, it will be difficult for him to cross the Blood Lake and join us in the cave. In the Blood Lake, it seems that a fog man whose danger level exceeds that of a grandmaster has been born, and he will stop your master. The retreat route is blocked, and if we just waste time here we might die, so we might as well go deeper. Chio Ihan certainly understood this. She nodded without raising any objections. The two then walked deeper into the cave. Suddenly, they stopped at the same time, with looks of surprise and doubt on their faces. In front of them, a huge iron plate appeared, like a curtain, blocking the way ahead without leaving any gaps. This piece of iron plate is snow white all over, and it is impossible to determine what its specific material is, but it looks a bit like iron, so Chini calls it an iron plate. The iron plate was stained with streaks of blood, revealing a murderous aura. When Chini got closer, he began to vomit blood crazily, and his skin cracked. There is a kind of Taoism left on this iron plate above the mountain and sea realm. Chini took 5 steps back and was 4 or 5 meters away from the iron plate before he recovered. He was sure that if he stayed by the iron plate and didn't move, he would die within a minute and would not even have time to evolve. The power gap is too big. He had seen the ways of the Mad King, and he felt that the Taoism left on the iron plate in front of him was even stronger than that of the Mad King. In addition, this murderous aura and Taoist spirit were very familiar, and Chini felt that he had seen them before. No, this is probably not an iron plate, but a weapon. Chio Ihan's vision is far better than Qin Yi's. He has seen many high-level magical weapons and vaguely recognized the essence of the iron plate. It is either a fragment of a peerless divine weapon that was lost here, or it is the body of the magic weapon, but it is too huge. We can only see a corner of it, inserted in the cave. Chini was surprised. You mean, if we go to other caves, we may also see similar iron plates blocking the way? A huge and peerless divine weapon slashed into the ground, cutting off several caves. Just thinking about it was incredible. High-level warriors do have incredible abilities. Wait, a peerless divine weapon that cuts into the ground? Chini suddenly recalled the stone tablet in the center of the Blood Lake, on which was written a sentence. Today, I will slay the giant god in Xintian. This spearhead that blocks the way ahead might be the weapon of that warrior, left behind in the Xintian secret realm. The more Chini thought about it, the more he came up with a wild idea in his mind. But just at this moment, Chio Ihan discovered another thing wrong. Did you notice that the wailing that had been lingering in our ears has disappeared? He was suddenly startled. Yes, the deeper you go into the cave, the louder the wailing should be. But at some point, the wailing sound disappeared. Chapter 43, Big Dog and Magical Weapon, Chun Xian's Opportunity. What should we do? Should we turn back now? Chio Ihan's uneasiness grew more and more serious. Ever since she walked down the stairs, she encountered more and more strange things. She always felt that there was a deadly danger hidden in the deepest part of the cave. I thought that with my master around, there wouldn't be any trouble, but I never expected that the D-level Xintian secret realm would be so terrifying. At this moment, as a martial artist, she subconsciously asked Qin Yi for his opinion, and it was obvious that she had already given priority to Qin Yi. Qin Yi didn't say anything. He stared blankly at the divine soldiers blocking the way ahead, feeling conflicted. He walked all the way from the desert to here, but he didn't find any trace of Qin Xian. Could it be that Xiao Xuanzi had been dragged into the blood lake and turned into a weak fogman? In addition, he had a premonition that he had to keep moving forward and not look back. But there is a weapon whose level cannot be determined standing in the way. How can we move forward? He couldn't make a decision and fell into a long period of hesitation. In the silence, the big dog lying obediently on the shoulder suddenly seemed to sense something, stood up, and barked a few times at the magic soldier in front of him. Vuif, vuif, vuif. Then, the huge divine weapon began to emit a brilliant luster, and a strong Taoist charm permeated its surface, but it was extremely soft and had no intention of attacking. Chio Ihan and Qin Yi were both shocked by this sudden change. They looked at each other and quickly tensed their bodies to prevent any danger that might arise at any time. Woof! The big dog jumped off Qin Yi's shoulder, ran to a position very close to the magic weapon, and barked again. Then, an incredible scene appeared. The extremely high-level divine weapon did not kill the big dog. Instead, it hummed and emitted a wave of joyful and excited emotions. Boom! Afterwards, the entire cave, or rather the entire underground area, began to vibrate violently. Under the astonished gaze of Chio Ihan and Qin Yi, the magic weapon slowly moved its body, and the tightly blocked road ahead gradually revealed a gap, just enough for an adult human to pass through. This weapon, could it be left by your master? Qin Yi came back to his senses and sent a voice message to the big dog. The man who killed the god is your master? The stone tablet in the blood lake helped the big dog regain consciousness, and now the magic weapon blocking the way is related to the big dog. Even a fool can guess the truth revealed in this. It could be. I have forgotten all my memories of the master, so I can't be 100% sure. The big dog looked dazed, scratched its head, and jumped back on a Qin Yi's shoulder. A few meters away, Chio Ihan looked at the big dog, then at Qin Yi, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. It was not until now that she realized the extraordinary nature of this pet dog. Previously, she had always thought that the big dog was just an ordinary spirit beast raised by Qin Yi. After all, the big dog is only at the first level, or to be more precise, at the top level of the first level. For a martial artist, it is nothing. A first-level, top-level spiritual beast can be sold in the martial world for a maximum of 1,000 contribution points, unless it is a special species. But a ferocious beast like the big dog that can affect mysterious weapons must have a big secret behind it. Chio Ihan didn't want to offend Qin Yi, so he didn't want to delve into the matter and just pretended not to see it. I'll keep it a secret for you. Don't worry, I'm not a talkative person, she said casually. Qin Yi nodded and didn't mention the matter again. The two of them walked towards the small entrance vacated by the magic weapon, one in front and one behind. But before they entered, Qin Yi's pupils suddenly shrank and his heart was shocked. Below this entrance was a bottomless ravine. He and Chio Ihan were unable to break through the red wall, but the magic weapon easily cut a gap in it, leaving an indelible mark. The most important thing, at the bottom of the ravine, there seemed to be two people lying, their bodies covered with thick blood vessels, almost blending with the surrounding red walls, as if they were about to form blood figurines. One of the two men, young and handsome, was Chun Xian. How come he is here? Qin Yi was a little anxious. He saw that Chun Xian was still holding a round object in his right hand, which seemed to be a spiritual fruit. This is the magical fruit that Chun Xian desperately wants to take out of the secret realm to cure his illness. Trapped in a desperate situation and on the verge of death, Chun Xian did not eat the fruit, nor did he throw it away. Don't be impulsive. Your brother is not dead. He's just in a bad condition. When the big dog saw that Qin Yi was about to jump down to save people, he quickly sent a message to dissuade him. Of the two people below, the one on the left is already dead. All life has gone out of his body, leaving only dry bones. The one on the right, whose body is still intact, seems to have fallen into some special state, and is undergoing transformation. This could be an opportunity. Chun Xian was the person on the right mentioned by the big dog. Qini calmed down. Coincidentally, at this moment, Qiu Han also came to his side. Following his gaze, he also saw the two people at the bottom of the ravine, almost blending into the red wall. After learning from Qin Yi that the person below was the one Qin Yi wanted to save when he entered the blood mist desert, Qiu Han's eyes flickered and he observed carefully for a while. Then, most of the questions in my mind were answered at once, and everything became clear. Your friend is very lucky. He managed to survive this. I guess he absorbed almost all the blood mist in the cave and stayed next to the magic weapon. He used the Taoism emitted by the magic weapon to counter the blood mist and achieved a wonderful balance and fell here. The man next to him obviously did the same thing, but he couldn't hold on. But your friend did, and he may have achieved a transformation and gained a great opportunity. The divine weapon and the blood mist are obviously two hostile entities that are confronting each other. Chun Xian took advantage of this hostile relationship, used his body to accommodate a large amount of blood mist, and used the magic weapon to suppress the mist. He took a risk and finally gained the advantage. He relied on the blood mist to transform himself. This was a logical method, but it was extremely difficult for ordinary people to think of. Without a strong will, it would be impossible to endure such a painful process. No wonder there was no blood mist in the cave, and the wailing stopped. I'm afraid that Qin Yi had previously activated the power of the magic weapon, which caused the wailing sound to be isolated and eliminated here. Dago and Xiu Han both said the word metamorphosis. I think with their vision, they would not be wrong. Qin Yi felt relieved a little. He could only be happy that his brother had an opportunity. Let's go in first. Since this is his opportunity, let's not disturb him, lest we end up doing something bad with good intentions. Qin Yi and Xiu Han crossed the ravine and continued walking forward. Sure enough, on the other side of the magic weapon, the blood mist spread out again and did not disappear. As they moved away from the divine weapon, the wailing sounds began to sound again. Qiu Han's expression was cold, and he was struggling to deal with the temptation of the wailing sounds. People who have experienced wailing once and escaped from it will gain some resistance, but they still cannot ignore the wailing like Qin Yi. In this way, they continued walking, stumbling, and bumping for more than 10 minutes and finally reached the end of the cave. There is no way out going forward, only the vast ocean, an ocean with no end in sight. Chapter 44, Sea of Souls, The Truth of Blood Mist. The vast sea was calm, like an ancient mirror, without a single ripple. The sea water was not as viscous as the blood lake, but rather it was pitch black, like thick ink. Standing on the coastline, Qin Yi and Lin Xiuhan could clearly hear that every drop of sea water was wailing. The sound was like someone talking in their ears, hoarse and angry. The strange wailing sound actually came from the sea of ink in front of him. A talking sea? Qin Yi raised his head and looked around, and found that the surroundings were very empty. Except for the red wall above his head, he could not see anything else. Qiu Han and Dago were both staring at Mo Hai intently, and it was unclear whether they had noticed anything. Qin Yi thought about it, took out a partial shell of a second-order Lord-level Zerg from the B-level storage bag, and gently threw it into the ink sea. Plop! The second-level carapace sank into the sea, splashing a few waves, then floated up and hovered on the sea surface. It did not sink, nor did it drift around. It just stayed there quietly. Qin Yi calmed down and stared at the shell, and Xiu Han and the big dog beside him were also attracted and turned their eyes together. Slowly, the shell of the second-order Zerg was melted by the mysterious force, becoming a little thinner, and finally, after 10 minutes, it completely disappeared and turned into nothingness. During this process, Qin Yi keenly caught a hint of strange fluctuations, but couldn't figure out what they were. As for Qiu Han, he felt nothing, including the strange fluctuations sensed by Qin Yi. Is the water in the ink sea corrosive? But looking at the time, the corrosion rate is not fast. If I were immersed in it, I would not be killed instantly. Qin Yi's current physical body is definitely stronger than that of a second-order Lord-level Zerg. A second-order carapace can last for more than 10 minutes. He should be fine if he soaks in the ink sea for half an hour. Don't be anxious. The fluctuations emitted by the Mahai corroded carapace are a bit strange. The big dog frowned and looked solemn. This kind of fluctuation is a bit like a spiritual fluctuation, not chi and blood or Taoism. Mental fluctuations? Human warriors need to at least cultivate to the Grandmaster level before they can open their brains, cultivate their souls, and improve their mental strength, and want to release mental fluctuations or even release divine thoughts. At least he can be said to be a top-grade master or even a grand master. The big dog jumped off his shoulder, walked to the front of the sea, got close to observe for a while, and then said in shock, "This Black Sea water is so strange. Every drop seems to contain pure spiritual power, and the total spiritual power composed of it is endless. It is really as majestic as the sea. Such terrifying mental power can only be possessed by a true king. This is a sea of spirit, or a sea of soul. Then can I take a bath in this ink sea?" Qin Yi was more concerned about this. The big dog's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Qin Yi's brain circuit to be so strange. He replied in a voice transmission, "It shouldn't be a big problem. These seawaters did not corrode the second-level carapace, but decomposed it." Countless mental powers were activated spontaneously, tearing the foreign object, the carapace, into pieces bit by bit and throwing it away. Your body is stronger than the second-level carapace, and you won't be in any trouble even if you soak for an hour. This is what Qin Yi was waiting for. After getting the big dog's confirmation, he didn't waste any more time. In front of Qiu Yihan, he walked directly into the ink sea and immersed his whole body in it. What are you doing?" Qiu Yihan was stunned for a moment. Qin Yi is a really unconventional guy. He knows there is danger, but he always goes straight towards it. Is there any deeper meaning behind this action? Qiu Yihan recalled the scene when he first met Qin Yi, and the other party took the initiative to let the blood mist absorb his blood and qi, and his heart was beating fast. She had read in some ancient books that in the starry sky, many top geniuses of alien races would deliberately enter restricted areas to train and squeeze out all their potential in the trials of life and death. This type of warrior is honored as an extreme warrior, and what they do is just as the purpose of the extreme list established by the Martial Arts Federation. It is rumored that extreme warriors are invincible in the same realm, and many of them have the ability to fight across realms. Qin Yi is so ridiculously strong now. I'm afraid he has also embarked on the path of an extreme warrior. Qiu Yihan was daydreaming on the shore, while on the other side, Qin Yi felt very uncomfortable. Big Dog was wrong. Although the Ink Sea is indeed a sea of spiritual power, it treats dead and living things differently. Dead objects will only be dismantled by themselves by countless spiritual forces, and when living things enter the Ink Sea, there will be no problem with their physical bodies, but their souls will be torn apart madly. If Qin Yi didn't have 10 points of mental power, his soul would have been almost dissolved by the Ink Sea. Gurgle, gurgle. Floating in the sea, his facial features were twisted together, and he felt as if knives were constantly hacking and dividing his soul. This kind of pain from the soul has surpassed the pain caused by late-stage cancer, and even level 3 pain tolerance is unbearable. Sweat was pouring down his body like a waterfall, but as soon as it seeped out of his body, it merged into the sea of ink and disappeared. This kind of pain is indescribable. Even if needles were pierced into the tips of all 10 fingers at the same time, it would not be even 1% as painful as the pain of splitting the soul. Qin Yi almost fainted from the pain. His consciousness was already in a trance, and in the haze, some unique memory images flowed into his mind along with the ink sea water. He saw a spear that reached from heaven to earth, as if it could pierce the sky. The spear was held in the hand of a man who was high in the sky and was thrown down suddenly. Boom! The space was silent, the road was shaking, and an incomparably powerful giant god was pierced through the neck by a spear. He was blasted hundreds of meters into the ground and was finally nailed to death in the ground. Before dying, the giant god roared to the sky unwillingly, but it was of no avail. A broken stone tablet fell from the sky, penetrated into the giant's chest, and suppressed his heart, forever sealing the giant who attempted to resurrect. From then on, the only sounds left between heaven and earth were the wails of pain, echoing quietly. Crash! The memory ended here. Qin Yi suddenly woke up and poked his head out from the sea of ink. A familiar system voice rang in his ears, but he had no time to pay attention to it. He looked dazed as he recalled the strange memory he had just seen. All the puzzles were solved at this moment. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? On the coast, Qiu Yihan saw Qin Yi's dazed look and asked hurriedly. However, Qin Yi did not reply to her, but just said to himself, So that's it. We have been in the body of that giant god. Chapter 45, The Lost Immortal God. The tunnel they had walked through before, which was filled with a large amount of blood, was the giant's blood vessel. The extremely solid red walls that can be seen everywhere are actually the flesh and blood of the giant god. A warrior who has cultivated to the divine realm will naturally have extraordinarily tough flesh and blood. Even if his body has been dead for many years, it will not decay and will not be broken by ordinary creatures. Only the man holding the spear in the memory was so powerful that he could pierce the giant's neck with the spear and nail it to the ground. No wonder we feel regular slight vibrations when we touch the red wall and stand on the ground. This is the vibration caused by the giant's weak heartbeat and breathing. The suppressed giant god is coming back to life? After hearing Qin Yi's concise explanation, Qiu Han and Dago suddenly understood, and their faces revealed uncontrollable horror. It turns out that they have been walking inside the body of the dead giant god all along. Now it seems that the so-called blood mist is probably a mutation of the giant god's body after his death. His blood and energy left his body and spread to the outside world, devouring the blood and energy of all living things within a radius of dozens of kilometers. After being devoured, the blood and energy of these creatures will be converted into nutrients for the giant god to revive, providing him with the energy to repair his injuries and wake up again. As far as he could remember, the giant god was definitely killed by the spear, but at his level, perhaps even if he was dead, he could gradually be resurrected. Otherwise, there would be no need for the mysterious man holding the spear to leave behind a stone tablet to suppress the heart of the giant before leaving. The Blood Lake area we passed by earlier is probably the heart of the giant god. That stone tablet suppressed the core area of the giant god's resurrection. We followed the heart all the way up, but were blocked by divine soldiers halfway. And you also said that the spear was nailed into the neck of the giant. Qiu Han suddenly paused, raised his eyes to look at the ink seen not far away, and said in a trembling voice, "We should be in the giant god's brain now. The strange sea of ink before my eyes is the giant god's sea of consciousness, which is also the sea of consciousness in the brain area opened up by warriors in the Grandmaster realm. The sea of consciousness is a magical space that nurtures the soul and accumulates spiritual power." Chini originally thought that the sea of consciousness did not exist in reality, but was an illusory spiritual world. But today it seems that after reaching a high enough level of practice, even the sea of consciousness can be transformed into real matter. Not to mention the sea of consciousness. The giant god's body is big enough to rival a city. What realm of existence is he? How powerful must the man be who can kill the giant god? Chini couldn't help but think deeply. As for the realms above Grandmaster, he knew nothing except their names. However, although he didn't understand, the big dog did. As a family dog that had followed the Supreme Being, he had only lost the memory of his master, but he still remembered a large number of other warriors' secrets. This so-called giant god is most likely a venerable one. It is rumored that the venerable has a lifespan of 100,000 years, is immortal, and can be reborn by dropping blood. Even if you really die, you can rely on your immortal golden body to condense a ray of spirituality, gradually restore your soul, and come back again. In the starry sky and in all the worlds, the venerable level strongmen are already the top existences, so they have another name. All living beings still call them by 4 words. Immortal God. Venerable. Chini thought about this term. As far as he could remember, someone had mentioned this term to him before. Before he entered the Xintian secret realm, Su Ruoxu, the president of the Yuhang Martial Arts Federation, told him that mankind had a super powerful being, Wanjia Tianzuan. Above the mountain and sea realm is the true king realm. Above the true king realm is the venerable. Then above the venerable is the heavenly venerable. Qin Yi was very curious. The big dog shook his head. No, the heavenly venerable realm is not a separate realm, but only the strong ones who have broken through the limit in the venerable realm can be called heavenly venerable. Just like the warriors who break through the limits in the mountain and sea realm are called the Marquis realm, Tianzuan is a respectful title for the strongest warriors among the venerables. The one who breaks through the limits in the mountain and sea realm is called the Marquis realm, and the one who breaks through the limits among the venerables is called the heavenly venerable. No wonder Su Ruoxu once said that the martial arts limit list hides the secret of a higher realm. Only by touching the limit of the realm and breaking through it can one become the strongest in this realm and thus influence the promotion to the next realm. Chini understood completely. But before the big dog finished speaking, his solemn eyes showed a hint of excitement, and he continued to transmit to Chini. It is said that there is a drop of pure divine blood hidden in the body of the immortal god, which is the source of immortal divinity. If you haven't reached the level of a venerable yet, then taking the purest divine blood will lay the foundation for your divine qualifications. From now on, your cultivation will be smooth sailing. Now that the giant god is dead and is still struggling to recover, it is the best time for Qin Yi to obtain the purest divine blood. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to get the opportunity to obtain the purest divine blood in 10,000 years. But where is the purest divine blood hidden? Qin Yi thought about it carefully and felt that he was either at the bottom of the ink sea or at the bottom of the blood lake, being suppressed by the stone tablet. Either of these two places would be life-threatening. He might not even have time to evolve adaptively and would be killed instantly. Wrong. Qin Yi touched his chin and suddenly remembered that he had just successfully tempered his soul through the ink sea, and his attributes had changed greatly at this moment. When he opened his personal panel, he found that his mental power had soared from 10 points to 20 points, and he had a new passive skill. My heart is as hard as iron LV2. Your soul has been tempered by the Venerable's incomplete sea of consciousness, completed the transformation, and successfully evolved this skill. This passive skill can increase your soul strength and increase your total mental strength. Mental strength and soul have always been his weaknesses. Now with his clear mind and my iron will, his huge shortcomings have been made up for a little. Perhaps I can try diving into the ink sea. If there is no pure divine blood at the bottom of the ink sea, then forget it. Qin Yi stared at the calm surface of the Manhwa Sea for a while, then gritted his teeth and decided to take another risk. If you are not brave enough, how can you build an invincible body and roam the starry sky? Let's do it. He entrusted the big dog to Qiu Yihan and walked back to the beach of Manhwa Sea, ready to enter again. The dark sea water reflected a hideous and strange face. He was tearing his body apart and wailing continuously. Qin Yi ignored him, stared at the abyss like ink sea, calmed himself down, and jumped. Plop! The waves surged, and his tiny body sank into the sea, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Qiu Yihan looked at the place where Qin Yi went into the water with a complicated expression and did not look away for a long time. Is the sea of consciousness of an immortal god really like a swimming pool where you can go up and down as you please? As she thought this, she quietly moved closer to Mohai. Chapter 46. A Broken World and a Revived Soul. The conversation between Dago and Qin Yi was always conducted in dog language and was not heard by Qiu Yihan. Now Qin Yi dived into the ink sea to search for the purest divine blood. The big dog followed behind Qiu Yihan, just like an ordinary puppy, inconspicuous. But gradually, the big dog discovered something was wrong. How come this girl is getting closer and closer to the dead giant's sea of consciousness? The big dog tilted his head in confusion. Then, he saw Qiu Yihan stretch out his hand and reach into the sea of ink. The big dog was shocked and wanted to speak out to stop it, but he didn't want to reveal too much, so he remained silent in a hurry. Crash! Qiu Yihan's entire right hand sank into the sea of consciousness. She thought that her right hand would be corroded, but she didn't expect that the sea of consciousness would not attack the body of a living creature at all, but would directly tear apart the soul. Buzz! The small piece of sea of consciousness touched by Qiu Yihan made a buzzing sound, and then a domineering and strange spiritual power instantly pierced into Qiu Yihan's brows and grabbed her soul. At this moment, excruciating pain spread from her head throughout her body. Qiu Yihan almost fainted from the pain in the blink of an eye. She believed that she had suffered a lot since she was a child, but this level of pain was still beyond her endurance. A second before she lost consciousness, she pulled out her right arm that had submerged in the sea, and then her eyes went black and she fainted on the shore. The big dog was staring at her from behind. According to his observation, Mohai should only tear the flesh of the invader. Why did Qiu Yihan faint before she could even hold on for a second? Moreover, her right hand that she stretched into the sea was clearly intact. The big dog was puzzled. He tiptoed to the edge of the ink sea, imitated Qiu Yihan's actions, stretched out his paws, and carefully probed into the sea. Ouch! Then a terrible dog barking was heard, and the big dog withdrew its claws like lightning. Its eyes turned white, and it fainted from the pain. On the empty and silent coastline, a man and a dog lay together, sleeping peacefully. At the same time, Qin is constantly diving in the ink sea. This sea of consciousness is not only vast, but also incredibly deep, and it can be said to be bottomless. He had been diving for more than 10 minutes and still could not see the bottom. Moreover, as the depth he was in increased rapidly, the mental pressure of the ink sea on him became more and more terrifying. If he had not just evolved my heart is as hard as Iron LV2, he would have been scared to death by now, with only his body left diving silently. The immortal gods are truly terrifying. Even after being dead for so many years, the remaining sea of consciousness is still this strong. Even Grand Masters would find it difficult to resist. With the blessing of level 2, my heart is as hard as iron, and level 1, my mind is clear and my eyes are bright. Qin Yi's soul strength even exceeds that of ordinary grandmasters, reaching the level of a strong man in the mountain and sea realm. What he lacks now is mental power. When a grandmaster reaches perfection in his practice, he can usually project his mental power outward and turn it into divine consciousness. However, although Qin Yiguang has soul strength, he is unable to project his mental power outward. My diving depth must be more than 500 meters, right? After diving for a while, Qin Yi became a little uneasy. He was afraid that he would never see the bottom of the sea again, and because he had dived too deep, he would not have time to surface for a breath. Mo Hai's spiritual sea of consciousness, as the sea of consciousness of an immortal god, naturally could not contain oxygen. If he had not evolved anaerobic tolerance level 2 early on, he would have probably fainted from lack of oxygen. Anaerobic tolerance level 2 gave him the ability to hold his breath for nearly 3 hours. I have to say that the talent of adaptive evolution is indeed very practical and has given Qin Yi a lot of convenience. After diving for more than half an hour, Qin Yi estimated that he had dived to a depth of more than 1,000 meters. At this time, his soul was aching slightly. The sea of consciousness at this depth could already cause harm to him. Fortunately, after the first dive, his pain tolerance increased from level 3 to level 4, which allowed him to temporarily endure the pain of soul tearing. 10 minutes, dive for another 10 minutes. If I still haven't seen the bottom, give up, Qin Yi thought to himself. He would take risks, but he would never die. It is not worth dying for a drop of illusory pure divine blood. The purest divine blood is a supreme elixir for others, but for him, it is dispensable and can only speed up his cultivation. With his adaptive evolution, he can cultivate himself to be invincible without relying on these external things. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, in the 8th minute, Qin Yi saw a different kind of light. In the endless sea of ink, this pure white ball of light appeared particularly dazzling, like a star in the night sky, and instantly attracted Qin Yi's attention. He observed and tested for a while, and after making sure there was no danger in approaching the ball of light, he began to slowly approach. In this ball of light, new soul water continuously flows out, merges into the ink sea, and expands the area of the ink sea. Outside the ball of light, bits of starlight gathered from all directions and fell onto the ball of light, making the vast aura of the ball of light gradually condense. Qin Yi guessed that this was the source of the ink sea. As the sea of consciousness, the source of Mahai can only be one thing. That's the soul. The ball of light in front of us is most likely the residual soul of the dead giant god, who is still in deep sleep and unable to wake up. The starlight gathering from all directions might be a sign that the giant's soul is reviving. But just because the soul is here doesn't mean the pure divine blood is also here. Qin Yi got right in front of the ball of light, less than 1 meter away. At such a close distance, he was surprised to find that the ball of light was larger than himself. He put aside all distracting thoughts and stared at the ball of light with full concentration. His gaze penetrated through the dazzling luster and went deep into the ball of light. No, wait. To be precise, it should be that the ball of light actively absorbed his gaze. At this moment, he saw a completely different world. The sky and the earth were dark and dead silent. He didn't see any living thing, not even a weed or a flower. There wasn't even a cloud in the sky. In a corner of the sky, there was a huge hole, and starlight kept falling from it. Looking around, the scene was devastated. On the cracked ground not far away, there were corpses everywhere, countless corpses. Some of the corpses were not even decayed. Their appearance was intact, and they exuded a terrifying aura. Their realm was definitely not low. These corpses looked slightly different from ordinary humans. There is a thin slit on their foreheads, which seems to be a third eye, and withered wings growing behind them. Their faces are extremely handsome, with a sacred aura that is so unique among humans that even the most beautiful stars would find it hard to match them. Is this an alien? In the soul of the dead giant god, there actually lies a desolate world, burying countless alien races. Chapter 47, The Mortal Body Suppresses the Soul. Subconsciously, Qin-Yi moved closer to the ball of light, wanting to see a more real and clear picture. But at this moment, the dazzling flame on the light ball suddenly dimmed for a moment, and then a wisp of golden spiritual substance flew out and directly penetrated into Qin-Yi's eyebrows. Well, it hurts so much. The cramping pain that could not be relieved even by the level 4 pain tolerance spread from the head to the whole body. Qin-Yi covered his head and felt like his head was about to split open. He felt like there was another person inside his body and a new idea in his mind. The remnant soul of the giant god, which was in the process of resurrecting, drilled into Qin-Yi's head, wanting to erase Qin-Yi's soul, take over his body, and take over his body. The vast memory scenes poured into Qin-Yi's mind like a tsunami, mixed with a lot of violent emotions, making his facial features grim, and he wanted to roar. But a bubble gradually emerged from the surrounding ink sea, wrapping him in the middle. He was unable to escape, but he temporarily had enough oxygen to breathe. The remnant soul of the giant god had planned this long ago. When he saw Qin-Yi going into the sea, he was ready to take over Qin-Yi's body. The bubble he released now was like a cage, which could preserve Qin-Yi's body's activity while preventing him from returning to the shore, giving the remnant soul enough time to take over his body. But the remnant soul's action just happened to expose his weakness. Otherwise, he could have directly suppressed Qin-Yi. Even if it was 1,000th of the power of the giant god at its peak, it would be enough to control Qin-Yi, but the remnant soul did not do so. It's not that he doesn't want to, but that he can't. The chaotic and complicated memories coupled with the piercing mental force are destroying Qin-Yi's soul. But the process is not fast, but seems a bit difficult. The strength of Qin-Yi's soul exceeded the expectations of the giant god's remnant soul. Looking back on his tens of thousands of years of experience, he had never seen an 8th-level warrior with a soul as tenacious as Qin-Yi. This body is definitely a genius of the demon level. Although the remnant soul's consciousness could only think intermittently, this did not prevent him from seeing through Qin-Yi's background. He is determined to take this human body. Wow! In Qin-Yi's chaotic sea of consciousness, which had never been opened up, there was a desolate silence. There were 2 balls of light, one gold and one white, madly blending with each other. The gold one was a remnant of the giant's soul, and the white one was Qin-Yi's soul. The giant god's memories spanning tens of thousands of years bombarded Qin-Yi's head. Compared to Qin-Yi's memories of less than 50 years in his 2 human lives, the scale of the giant god's memories was really too exaggerated. If the 2 are compatible, the giant god's memory must be dominant and assimilate Qin-Yi's soul. If this continues, I will definitely lose. The giant god's remaining soul has specially released a bubble, ready to fight a protracted war and slowly wear down my soul. Qin-Yi stood in the bubble, gasping for breath. He once again felt the threat of death. An immortal god plotted against an 8th-level warrior. The gap between them was ridiculous. He wanted to break free, but he might only have one chance. The influx of massive memories gave Qin-Yi a splitting headache, but at the same time, the pain was gradually weakening as he adapted to it. His soul is undergoing some kind of transformation with the invasion of the giant god's residual soul. The surface of the giant god's residual soul was covered with a layer of burning golden flames. At this time, most of the golden flames had merged into Qin-Yi's soul, dyeing his pure white soul into light gold. The soul possession has been almost completed. This kind of possession does not directly wipe out the opponent's soul, but takes some shortcuts to greatly weaken the opponent's soul before performing soul fusion. There is no other way. The giant god's remnant soul currently only has the strength to do this much. It is not possible for the time being to let him directly erase Qin-Yi's soul. After the fusion of souls, the giant god with tens of thousands of years of memory will have absolute dominance. Qin-Yi's mere 50 years of memory is just a drop in the ocean for him and will hardly have an impact. After using Qin-Yi's body to restore a certain amount of strength, the giant god will be able to take action again to eliminate his soul to prevent future troubles. However, Qin-Yi is not just sitting there waiting to die. He was just waiting for an opportunity an opportunity to throw the giant god's remaining soul into disarray. Now, the opportunity has come. Ding. Your brain cells are washed by the torrent of memories of the residual souls of the gods, and have successfully evolved the passive skill, Brain Opening LV2. Ding. Your cells endured the pain of soul splitting and successfully evolved the passive skill, Pain Tolerance LV5. The headache and discomfort completely disappeared the moment the system voice appeared, and the swollen feeling in the soul that could not bear the memories also disappeared. The memory of tens of thousands of years of the giant god's residual soul could barely be accommodated by Qin Yi at this time. This is the effect of Level 2 Brain Opening. Buzz! The remnant soul of the giant god in the brain fluctuated, as if it had been hit by something, and exuded an emotion of disbelief. Under his gaze, Qin Yi's soul became stronger again in such a short time. What kind of talent is this? Immortal species? The remnant soul of the giant god went crazy. If the body in front of him was really an immortal, then after his rebirth, his potential would be even stronger than the original body of the god. Even in the future, there will be a chance to seek revenge on the man holding the spear. The giant god's residual soul was silent for a few seconds, and then burst out with even more astonishing spiritual power. He was going to fight to the death. But Qin Yi had anticipated this, and also revealed his own trump card. He didn't know what he had done to the giant god's remnant soul, but for the next 3 minutes, the giant god's remnant soul remained motionless. It was these 3 minutes that gave Qin Yi the opportunity to counterattack. He clenched his teeth and rushed all the energy and blood in his body into his brain. With a loud bang, a gap was forcibly created in a strange area by Qin Yi. The invisible mental power condensed into liquid and deposited in it. The brain area that can only be opened up at the Grandmaster level was forcibly opened up by Qin Yi at the 8th level of Warrior Realm. In an instant, Qin Yi found that he had a clear perception of his own soul, and with his whole heart and soul, he could barely draw on his own mental power. At this point, he had already begun to fight for his life. Regardless of anything, he controlled the limited mental power he had and bombarded the giant god's remaining soul with all his might, suppressing it at the bottom of his sea of consciousness. Fortunately, during this process, the giant god's residual soul seemed to have lost consciousness. It was completely motionless and unresponsive, and was easily suppressed by Qin Yi. Qin Yi allocated some of his strength and began to slowly consume the giant god's remaining soul, converting it into pure mental power to strengthen himself. After doing all this, he breathed a sigh of relief. The final battle with the giant god's remaining soul seemed simple, but in fact it was because the trump card Qin Yi used was strong enough. The fusion of souls allowed not only Qin Yi to see the giant god's memories, but the giant god's residual soul could also see Qin Yi's memories. He originally thought that Qin Yi's memory was no big deal and could not affect him. Unexpectedly, Qin Yi actually packaged his memory about the existence of the system and gave it to the giant god's remnant soul to watch. The giant god's remnant soul was dumbfounded on the spot and even lost consciousness. The existence of the system was Qin Yi's biggest secret, but at the critical moment of life and death, he used it as a weapon against the remnant soul of the giant god. Now it seems that the effect is remarkable. Ho ho! After being out of danger for the time being, Qin Yi lay in the transparent bubble, looking pale and exhausted. Adaptive evolution requires energy as its driving force. After 2 consecutive adaptive evolutions, the energy in his body has been exhausted, and now he must eat immediately. However, although his current condition was not good, Qin Yi felt happy when he looked back at the thousands of years of memories that appeared in his mind out of thin air, and forgot his fatigue for a moment. After this battle, he not only obtained a large amount of precious memories of the giant god, but also opened up his sea of consciousness in advance, and his mental power is comparable to that of a top grandmaster. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. This is true. Chapter 48. Take the initiative. After a short rest, Qin Yi felt even hungrier. He got up, looked at the bubble surrounding him, and frowned. This bubble is quite clever. It seems to be constructed with mental power. It has substance and can touch living creatures. It is an advanced use of mental power. It seems that there are records of this in the giant god's memory that he obtained. When I return to Yuhang, I can try to practice meditation in peace. Cheney opened his hand and was about to burst the bubble of mental power to get out, but he found that the soul light ball not far in front of him began to weather rapidly, like wind and sand, gradually melting away, and the strange world in it disappeared along with it. The core of the soul light ball, the remnant soul of the giant god, was suppressed by him deep in his sea of consciousness. Without the core, the light ball naturally could not exist for long. After the soul light ball melted, it quickly triggered a series of drastic changes. Boom! The bubble of mental power where Cheney was located burst with a sound, and then the ink sea began to dry up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sea level sank rapidly, and before Cheney could swim up himself, it almost disappeared. He sank along with the ink sea, and finally stepped on the bottom of the sea, witnessing with his own eyes the complete disappearance of the vast ink sea. Looking up again, there was not a drop of soul water to be seen. The sky was dark, and Cheney was standing at the bottom of a giant tinking. If he wanted to climb up, he would need to climb at least 1,500 meters. The source of the Sea of Soul was cut off, and he did not expect that the changes would be so great and so rapid. But there is nothing much to say now. Just find a cliff and climb up. Despite extreme hunger, Cheney struggled to climb upwards. It took him more than 2 hours to climb back to the original coastline. His physical strength was almost drained away, and he lay on the ground like a dead dog, gasping for breath. Ding, you insisted on strenuous exercise while extremely hungry, so that your cells successfully adapted to the extreme hunger and evolved a passive skill. Energy Saving LV3. The energy saving skill was upgraded to level 3, which relieved Cheney's hunger and gradually gave him the strength to stand up. He staggered along the coastline for a while and finally found Xiao and the big dog. But why are they both lying on the ground? Did something unexpected happen? Cheney was very confused and looked around, but he didn't see any signs of fighting. There were no new injuries on the bodies of Dago and Xiao, and they did not look like they had been attacked. As luck would have it, Dago and Xiao woke up at this moment, sat up with a confused look on their faces, and rubbed their eyes. Then they both saw Cheney beside them, and the huge sinkhole in front of us. Well, am I still asleep? What about the ink sea? Such a huge ink sea? Dago and Xiao had surprisingly similar reactions, and were completely confused. It was not until Cheney briefly told them what happened at the bottom of the MOC that they came to their senses, their faces filled with disbelief. You mean, you encountered the revived giant god spirit at the bottom of the ink sea, and then you were possessed by it? That's right. Vin Yino did. Then, you forcibly opened up your sea of consciousness in your brain at the warrior level, suppressed the giant god's residual soul, and used the giant god's residual soul to refine it into pure mental power to nourish your body. That's right. Cheney nodded again. The giant god's residual soul is still in an unconscious state. He is indeed wearing it down, although it is very slow. But if it takes a few years, there is still a chance to completely devour the giant god's residual soul. Xiao remained silent. Even though she found it hard to believe, she couldn't deny that this was most likely the truth. Didn't you see that Cheney had wiped out all the ink sea? After you get out, add a contact number from the martial world, okay? After a while, Xiao suggested this. Okay, Cheney had no objection, but adding friends was not the key issue at the moment. The key now is to quickly find something to eat to fill his soon-to-be empty stomach. I can't even stand the level 3 energy saving. He asked Xiao if there was any food left, but Xiao shook his head. My storage bag was lost in the blood lake. The food was in the storage bag. As for this area, there is nothing to eat unless you can bite the flesh of the giant. The flesh and blood of the giant god? Cheney lowered his eyes and looked down at his feet. That's right, they are inside the giant god's body, and the surrounding high walls and cliffs are actually the giant god's flesh and blood, which can be eaten. It's a pity. I can't bite it. He no longer has the energy to continue evolving until he develops teeth that can bite the giant's flesh and blood. Adaptive evolution requires energy. What to do? He can't eat the giant god's flesh and blood. So what else can he eat to fill his stomach? Cheney and Xiao were thinking together, and as they thought, they looked at the big dog silently. Big dog. Hey, can you two stop looking at me? I'm so scared. You're not really treating me as a backup ingredient, are you? The big dog subconsciously took a few steps back. Of course, Cheney was just teasing the big dog, and it was impossible for him to really eat him. Carefully reviewing the details of the journey, Chini wanted to search for some clues of food from his memory. After spending a few minutes, he actually found it embedded in the red wall. The transforming Chen Xian gave him inspiration. Good brother, I still have to rely on you at the critical moment. Qin Yi's eyes lit up, and he said to Qiu Yihan, let's go back to the blood vessels. There is enough food there, enough for us to get out of the giant god's corpse. Blood vessels? Qiu Yihan seemed a little puzzled. She couldn't imagine what was edible in the blood vessels. But as for Qin Yi, she was convinced and completely obedient. The big dog jumped on a Qin Yi's shoulder again, and the two of them quickly returned to the blood vessel. Here, everything was still the same as before, with blood deposited on the ground and blood mist floating in the air, but the wailing sound had disappeared. The giant god's residual soul was suppressed, but the blood mist still obeyed the instincts of the god's body, sucking the blood of past life to replenish the god's body. Chini walked to the area with the thickest fog, immediately opened his mouth, and took a deep breath, sucking a large amount of blood mist into his body. Qiu Yihan's eyes suddenly widened. You were trying to take the initiative. The mist sucks people in, and you suck the mist? She just thought this was a very crazy move, but then she thought that Qin Yi's friend Chen Xian also seemed to have completed his transformation by absorbing blood mist. The blood mist contains pure qi and blood. If this kind of qi and blood can be digested and absorbed, it is absolutely incomparable to any second-level spiritual fruit. But can Qin Yi really digest it? You know, after Chen Xian inhaled the mist, he fainted and almost died. Chapter 49. Enjoy the food and show off. Qin Yi's abdomen swelled rapidly, and a large amount of blood mist was sucked into his body, without spitting out a single drop. These blood mists have the ability to invade the flesh and devour the blood. Now that they are actively inhaled by Qin Yi, their ability to attract and devour the blood is even stronger. For a moment, Qin Yi's blood boiled and became restless, unconsciously rushing towards his stomach, and he was difficult to control. The digestive system with the support of level 3 iron stomach is working at full capacity, absorbing the nutrients and spirituality in the blood mist. But its efficiency is extremely slow and cannot keep up with the speed at which the blood mist devours Qin Yi's blood. If this continues, Qin Yi will die from the depletion of qi and blood before he can digest the blood mist in his stomach. Fortunately, Qin Yi evolved a passive skill not long ago, strengthening the foundation and nourishing the essence. This skill has no levels, but its effect is extremely special, giving him absolute control over his own qi and blood. This kind of control has even surpassed the true king realm and reached a meticulous level. Even the blood mist emitted by the divine corpse could not take away any blood and energy from him. Buzz! With just a thought, Qin Yi calmed his restless blood and energy and sent it back to various parts of his body. No matter how the blood mist affected him, the blood and energy would not move at all. It strengthens the foundation and nourishes the vital energy. Even the yang qi can be stabilized, let alone the qi and blood. Qiu Yihan and Dago stared at Qin Yi closely, but saw that his face turned pale and red constantly, and his breath was also fluctuating, sometimes surging and sometimes weak, and they didn't know what was going on. Are you really okay? Qiu Yihan asked subconsciously worriedly. Qin Yi smiled and shook his head, exhaling a few puffs of blood mist like smoking. It's okay, this little blood mist is not enough for me to eat. As he spoke, he took another long breath, his mouth like an abyss, and swallowed a large mouthful of blood mist. His stomach was like a balloon that was constantly inflated and deflated, expanding and deflated, back and forth, over and over again. After more than half an hour, the mist in this blood vessel had obviously become much thinner, but Qin Yi still did not stop eating. The divine blood mist is composed of pure blood and some kind of lingering thoughts and ideas. It has extremely high nutritional value. Qin Yi feels that it is more refreshing than eating a second-level spiritual fruit. Unfortunately, half of the blood mist in this blood vessel was eaten by Chen Xian and his teammates, leaving only the other half for Qin Yi. Before long, he had eliminated all the blood mist in his blood vessels like a whirlwind, and his stomach felt full, so he burped. It's been a long time since I've eaten so well. The giant god is such a good man. After his death, he not only used his remaining soul to strengthen my spirit, but also used blood mist to strengthen my physique. He really thought of me in every way. Qin Yi stretched out his body and felt full of strength, and every cell was filled with pure energy. At the same time, the system prompt sound rang in his mind. Ding, Your digestive cells have successfully adapted to the violent energy and blood of the deceased true god and evolved a passive skill. Iron Stomach LV4. Ding. You absorb the divinity contained in the flesh and blood of immortal gods and evolve a talented skill. Aura Affinity LV9. This time, two skills were upgraded at the same time. Chini expected that Iron Stomach would be upgraded to level 4, but the fact that his spiritual affinity was upgraded by 2 levels was truly an unexpected surprise. Only one step away from level 10 spiritual affinity. Oh, sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. I'm full now and can try to leave here. Chini exhaled a breath, his face radiant. Choi-Han could sense that Chin-E had once again undergone some kind of transformation, but he didn't know what exactly had happened. Swallowing blood mist. Is it really that simple? She saw that Chin-E didn't seem to encounter any trouble while eating the mist. Choi-Han became curious again, but thinking back to the time when she imitated Chin-E and touched the ink sea, but couldn't hold on for even a second and fainted from the pain, she quickly shook her head to get rid of the idea of imitating Chin-E. This man is not someone that ordinary people can imitate. Anyone who imitates him will die. It's okay. Where are we going next? After breaking through the martial artist realm, a martial artist can simply rely on spiritual energy to survive. Although he is not yet completely fasted, he can go without food for a long time, so Choi-Han is not hungry. It's almost time to return to the Blood Lake. Chin-Yi's eyes flickered and his tone sank. Okay. Choi-Han nodded stupidly, without even asking Chin-E how to deal with the Fogman in the Blood Lake, and just followed him out. Chin-E looked back at Choi-Han, who was a little distracted, and asked curiously, "By the way, why did you and Go faint on the coast before? What happened?" Speaking of this, Choi-Han suddenly came back to her senses, her pretty face flushed, and after a long while she managed to utter, "It's okay. There was a small accident, but it's not dangerous. You don't have to think too much." She didn't tell the truth and chose to respond perfunctorily. If he told the truth to Chin-E, Choi-Han would probably be so embarrassed that he would clench his big toes. Oh. Chin-E found Choi-Han's reaction a bit strange and became more and more confused. Is there any truth that is difficult to tell me? Women are such unpredictable creatures. Chin-E was too embarrassed to ask further, so he sighed secretly and asked the big dog on his shoulder, "Big dog, what happened when I was away?" The big dog glared at Chin-E, but he didn't tell the truth. He said calmly, "It's nothing. It's just a small matter. Our fainting was just a small accident. Don't ask anymore." He would rather die than let Go admit that his soul was crushed by Chin-E. The big dog had followed the Supreme Being for so many years, and actually had already broken through to an extremely high level. However, he later took the initiative to disband his cultivation, retaining only the strength of his soul, and started to cultivate again. But even though he retained his soul at its peak strength, he was still unable to withstand Mo-Hai's mental shock, while Chin-E, an 8th level warrior, did. It's really shameful. The two men and the dog fell into silence. They returned along the same route and gradually came to the place where the perilous magic weapon severed the blood vessels. Chin-E stopped here, came to the groove pierced by the magic weapon, looked down, wanting to see Chen-Xian's situation. During this period of time, the blood vessels in Chen-Xian's body continued to intertwine, slowly forming a blood cocoon that wrapped Chen-Xian inside. As for the teammate next to Chen-Xian, even his bones had decayed and turned into a handful of blood, and no trace of him was seen. At this time, Chin-E was observing the blood cocoon where Chen-Xian was, and suddenly felt a trace of vitality leaking out. After opening up the sea of consciousness in his brain, his soul strength increased by another 3 points, and his mental strength was full, so it was impossible for him to be wrong. Sure enough, after a few seconds, a tiny crack appeared on the side of the blood cocoon. The gap continues to expand and spread, and the entire blood cocoon has a tendency to collapse. Is Chen-Xian about to complete his transformation? Chapter 50, Did I Really Only Slept for a Month? Chin-E was a little excited. Chen-Xian should be the closest person to him in this life. Let's wait a moment. Chen-Xian might be coming out soon. He turned to Choi-Han and said, his tone, which had been calm until now, finally showed some ups and downs. Choi-Han came to Chin-E and looked down with him, examining Chen-Xian's blood cocoon. The blood pupa suddenly squirmed twice, and then a strong drum sound spread in all directions, resounding loudly. Dong dong, dong dong. The sound was loud and deafening. Upon careful listening, it was not the so-called drum sound, but the loud sound of Chen-Xian's heart beating. Phew! With the transmission of heartbeats, the blood cocoon broke a big hole along the gap and gradually melted away, revealing the human wrapped in it. Thousands of blood mists merged into one and integrated into the heart meridians. Chun Xian completed the absorption of the blood of the gods. At this moment, he seemed to be reborn, exuding a strong and powerful vitality. He has been reborn. Qiu Yihan glanced at Chun Xian and made a judgment. If Chun Xian in the past was equivalent to an ordinary person with level 2 spiritual energy affinity, then now he is comparable to an ordinary person with level 10 spiritual energy affinity. Even the current Qin, he cannot surpass the transformed Chun Xian in martial arts talent. After all, Qin Yi is not an ordinary person. He is a loser with no talent for martial arts at all. His level 9 spiritual affinity is far inferior to that of an ordinary person with the same skills. However, talent for martial arts is not everything for a martial artist. In terms of combat power and potential, Chun Xian is still no match for Qin Yi, and he can't even see Qin Yi's taillights. The Son of Luck can't defeat the system after all. Wow! Chun Xian, who was lying flat at the bottom of the ditch, slowly opened his eyes. An array of light burst out, dazzling and fleeting. Then, confusion and astonishment appeared in his eyes. He scratched his head, got up from the ground, and was about to observe the surrounding environment. But when he looked up, he saw a familiar face. Am I dreaming? How could Brother Yi appear in the blood mist desert? Chun Xian clenched the second-level spiritual fruit in his palm, suspecting that he had been bewitched by the mysterious wailing. The constantly echoing wailing sound had a tempting effect on the human mind. Chun Xian also came here by accident and happened to use the remaining power of the Blood Lake steel and barely made it here. But when he listened carefully, he didn't hear any wailing. Xiao Xuanzi, why are you standing there? Climb up quickly. Qin Yi shouted down. Chun Xian was stunned. This name, this voice, it really is Brother Yi for sure. The two of them have lived in the same orphanage and the same dormitory for more than 10 years, and they know each other very well. But isn't Brother Yi suffering from cancer and dying soon? How come he looks so full of energy now, with blood flowing like a rainbow? It is obvious that he has entered the realm of martial arts and is an 8th-level martial artist. How long have I slept? Could it have been several years? He shifted his gaze and looked at the beautiful Qiu Yihan beside Qin Yi, becoming more and more certain that he had been sleeping for a long time. If not for this, how could Brother Yi have cultivated to the 8th level of martial arts and found a girlfriend? He quickly climbed up the cliff of flesh and blood. After being cleansed by the divine blood, he not only leaped over the barrier of quasi-warriors and became a formal warrior, but also directly became a 9th-level warrior with 99 cards of qi and blood. He was only one step away from being a martial artist. But even so, when he stood in front of Qin Yi, he actually felt an inexplicable pressure and subconsciously lowered his posture. Qin Yi did not release this pressure intentionally. He just digested the blood mist, and the blood and energy in his body were too active, so he passively emitted the pressure. I can't beat Brother Yi, an 8th-level warrior? Chun Xian was a little surprised. He and Qin Yi had a brotherly relationship, so there was no such thing as jealousy. Maybe Brother Yi also had some adventures during the years I was asleep. He thought happily and asked casually, Brother Yi, why did you come to the blood mist desert? How did you cure cancer? Is this person next to you my sister-in-law? Qiu Yihan was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved his hand and explained, Qin Yi and I are just friends. Is that so? Chun Xian nodded, without thinking too much, and looked up at Qin Yi. Faced with a large number of questions asked by Chun Xian at once, Qin Yi answered them one by one without hurrying. He answered most of the questions truthfully, but the existence of the system was too bizarre, and there might be some conspiracy of top figures involved in it. Qin Yi really didn't want Chun Xian to be involved in any inexplicable cause and effect, so he hid the system. He compiled the cure of cancer into being due to a first-level spiritual fruit that he obtained accidentally. After listening to Qin Yi's brief summary, Chun Xian was shocked and said in disbelief, I only slept for less than a month? Right. Really, in less than a month? Really? Why would I lie to you about this? Qin Yi felt puzzled. Chun Xian was silent. He relied on the blood of gods to break through to the 9th level of warrior in less than a month. What on earth did Brother Yi go through to be able to go from a martial arts loser to the 8th level of warrior in less than a month? Qiu Yihan and Dago glanced at Chun Xian's expression, thinking that this kid's psychological endurance was still too weak. He was so shocked after knowing such a small thing. If he knew that Qin Yi suppressed the remnant soul of the giant god single-handedly, he would probably be shocked to the point of fainting. After spending so much time with Qin Yi, their shock thresholds have increased a lot, and ordinary things can no longer cause them to react. Qin Yi continued to tell about his experience in the Blood Mist Desert. As Chun Xian listened, the horror on his face became increasingly difficult to conceal. Did he hear it right? This place turned out to be the body of a deceased god, and the cave they were in was actually the meridians and blood vessels of the god. The ink sea of souls, the remnant soul of the giant god, the blood mist. When Qin Yi finished narrating a series of events, Chun Xian could no longer describe his feelings. Brother, tell me honestly, are you cheating? He looked dazed. Qin Yi laughed and nodded. You guessed right, your brother is really a jerk. The two brothers were arm in arm, and did not become estranged from each other because of their different realms and strengths. Qin Yi's joke was actually the truth. However, neither Dago, Qiu Yihan, nor Chun Xian really believed it. Brother Yi, so where are we going next? Leave the blood vessels and return to the blood lake. Return to the blood lake? Worry emerged between Chun Xian's brows. There are fog men hidden in the depths of the blood lake who are comparable to the strong men in the mountain and sea realm. If we go back, won't we be sending ourselves to die? Qin Yi shook his head lightly, pointed to his head, and said calmly, Don't worry, the solution is here. I'm not stupid enough to die. The solution is in the head? Qiu Yihan and Chun Xian thought about it carefully and quickly understood. Qin Yi suppressed the remnant soul of the giant god and obtained many secrets about the immortal gods. I am afraid that one of them is about the Fog Man. Chapter 51, The Strongest Mist Man. Qin Yi and the other two had been struggling in the giant god's blood vessels for most of the day and were finally about to return to the blood lake. As they turned back to hurry on their way, Qin Yi suddenly broke through while walking and was promoted from an 8th level warrior to a 9th level warrior, only one step away from being a martial artist. You can make a breakthrough even when walking? Qiu Yihan increasingly realized the horror of Qin Yi's talent. No, I felt walking was too boring, so I practiced while walking. Luckily, I broke through, Qin Yi explained modestly. The blood mist contains a lot of blood energy. After absorbing and digesting it, I can condense it a little bit and refine my own blood energy. Qin Yi now has 90 calories of qi and blood. As he has consumed too much blood mist, there is a large amount of scattered qi and blood hidden in his body, which has a multiplier effect on his qi and blood cultivation. As for multitasking, practicing while walking, Qin Yi, who possesses level 9 spiritual affinity, can do this without any pressure. Dago and Chun Xian were not surprised by this. Only Qiu Yihan was a little surprised. In the big dog's heart, Qin Yi is an immortal. It has been recorded in some ancient books that the talent of the immortal level is enough to enable warriors to practice passively. That is, at all times, no matter what they are doing, their bodies can automatically maintain a state of practice and temper their qi and blood. To put it in perspective, this effect can only be achieved when the spiritual affinity is at least level 50. Although Qin Yi cannot do it now, he has a good chance in the future. Now it seems that the beast tides that have erupted in Xintian's secret realm during this period are probably caused by the corpses of gods. This divine body is so huge that we have been walking for so long, but we have only been to the chest, neck, and head, and we haven't finished yet. The lower body of the deity may well cover the area outside the desert. He released the blood mist, which disturbed the strange beasts in some areas of Xintian's secret realm, which led to the beast tide. The so-called beast tide may just be a large-scale migration of ferocious beasts out of helplessness. Qin Yi coughed and changed the subject. Let's put the beast tide issue aside for now. Shouldn't we discuss the blood lake matter first? Chun Xian felt that Brother Yi and Qiu Yihan were a little too relaxed. The blood lake was full of dangers. Was there really no pressure at all? The group of 3 people were getting very close to the blood vessel, and the straight-line distance would not exceed 10 meters. Chun Xian could even see the blood slowly flowing from the blood vessel. What is our next plan? Chun Xian scratched his head. It's very simple. You and I just go inside. Qiu Yihan and Dago will stay in the blood vessels and wait. Qin Yi had already made arrangements. Wait until the 2 of us take the stone tablet in the center of the blood lake, and then come back to take them. That's it? No more? Why did the most terrifying fog man in the blood lake feel ignored by Brother Yi and not mentioned at all? Qin Yi saw Chun Xian's dull look and guessed the other party's confusion. He explained in detail, Don't worry, The two of us have inhaled blood mist and have been contaminated with a similar aura to the Fogman. No matter how strong the Fogman is, he will only treat us as the same kind and will not attack us. And the stone tablet in the center of the blood lake was left by the person who killed the giant god. It has the ability to suppress the blood mist. With it, you won't be afraid of the Fogman anymore. The memories that the giant god's remnant soul gave to Qin Yi were really useful. They contained too many secrets, enough for Qin Yi to digest for many years. After hearing this detailed explanation, Chen Xian felt relieved. He didn't expect there was such a relationship. If I think about it carefully, when I passed by the blood lake, I did not see any fight breaking out between the Fogmen. Boom! However, just as the two were about to join hands to enter the giant's chest cavity, a deafening thunder-like sound suddenly came from the blood vessel opening. The blood flowing into the blood vessel surged wildly, creating bubbles. What happened again? The three of them looked at each other, then hurriedly gathered together to the blood vessel and looked out. I saw a middle-aged man in white sportswear standing in the air, with blood surging, fighting fiercely with three giant Fogmen. Jiang Tianfang is here. As Qiu Yihan's master, he woke up from the wailing of the gods in advance and chased after him without hesitation, wanting to save his disciple. At this moment, Jiang Tianfang's white clothes were stained with blood. He clenched his hands into palms, wrapped up the will of heaven and earth, shattered the blood mist, and actually beat the three giant Fogmen, causing their fog to dissipate and shrink continuously. Those who have reached the Grand Master level have already comprehended at least one principle of Taoism. Their punches and palm strikes are no longer purely physical attacks, and they can greatly restrain the Mist Man. When he exerted his full strength, there was a constant roar in the giant god's chamber. Blood and energy overflowed, strong winds arose, and huge waves in the blood lake surged. The terrifying fog men, hidden in the deepest part of the blood lake, gradually awaken. Endless fog gathers together, and the most powerful beings are about to revive. Jiang Tianfang felt threatened, but he was unwilling to leave because there was a chilly autumn atmosphere here. He kept getting closer to the blood lake, trying to find the trace of his disciple. He would not leave until he found his disciple. Snap! His muscles and bones exploded, and mysterious patterns were imprinted on his meridians and bones, weaving into a sky-reaching formation. In an instant, Jiang Tianfang's aura became several times stronger. He slapped out lightly with his palm, and the void shattered. The three fog men blocking the way instantly dissipated without a trace. Bang! The rolling air waves blew away the blood mist in all directions, and even cleared away the originally foggy chamber. Jiang Tianfang is also a formation master, and a 5th-level formation master, with strength comparable to that of a strong man in the mountain and sea realm. He took a step forward, shortened the distance to an inch, flashed past a few meters, and appeared directly above the blood lake. Looking down, his eyes were filled with starlight, and the array patterns spread to the corners of his eyes. Jiang Tianfang saw through the dirty scarlet blood and saw a drop of pure golden blood at the bottom of the blood lake, filled with the breath of immortality. The moment he looked directly at the golden blood drops, Jiang Tianfang's eyes suddenly felt painful and blood flowed out. He did not find Qiu Yihan, nor did he see through the level of the golden blood drops. The danger level of this blood lake is probably beyond his imagination. Crash! A blood-red giant nearly 100 meters in length emerged from the bottom of the lake, causing huge waves, and the entire chamber seemed to be raining heavily. A mountain-like bloody hand of fog pressed down, bringing up boundless wind pressure, pressing Jiang Tianfang, who was walking in the air, down by several meters, and he almost fell into the blood lake. Jiang Tianfang felt depressed. This fog man was so terrifying that even if a strong man from the mountain and sea realm came, he would suffer a bitter defeat, not to mention him, who is at the half-step mountain and sea realm and relies on formations. He tried desperately to dodge, but the endless murderous intent carried by this palm locked him down, making it difficult for him to break free. Are you going to die? Jiang Tianfang didn't expect that he would die so suddenly. But at this critical moment, a young man strode out from a cave on the other side of the blood lake and shouted to him, "Drink a sip of the water from the blood lake, quickly!" Jiang Tianfang was stunned. Without time to think, he did as he was told and gave up resisting. He was pressed into the blood lake by the palm wind and drank a big mouthful of lake water. Chapter 52 is a bit useless. Gurgle gurgle. A huge amount of blood poured into Jiang Tianfang's stomach, and he immediately felt an intense burning pain, as if something in his stomach was burning. This burning sensation quickly spread to other parts of the body, first the limbs, then the head, and finally even the soul. It hurts so much. He was in so much pain that his facial features were twisted into a ball and his consciousness was blurred. He didn't even have the energy to doubt whether he was tricking him into drinking blood. But after being in pain for so long, the giant fog man above did not snatch him away from the blood lake, and the murderous intent locked on him suddenly disappeared. Jiang Tianfang's current crisis is the blood that is constantly corroding his flesh and the blood mist that is evaporating and boiling in his body. Blood water is actually a concentrated form of blood mist and is more corrosive than mist. Swish! The luster of the array pattern on Jiang Tianfang's body gradually dimmed, as if it was being worn away by the blood and was about to lose its effect. In a state of unconsciousness due to the pain, even though Jiang Tianfang was a grandmaster, he was unable to control his own qi and blood to prevent the blood from absorbing him. Once the formation pattern is broken, he will turn into dry bones, and all his flesh and blood will disappear within 10 minutes. Fortunately, Qin would not watch him die. 1 minute before the formation completely failed, a figure fell into the water, grabbed Jiang Tianfang's shoulders, and swam towards the lake with him. Crash! A few minutes later, water splashed everywhere, and Qin poked his head out of the blood lake. He first threw Jiang Tianfang ashore with all his strength, and then climbed out himself. His current condition is somewhat dangerous. We must hurry to get the stone tablet and use it to help him digest the blood. Qin wiped his face and said to Qin Xian. After Jiang Tianfang drank the blood, he had the same aura of blood mist as them, which allowed him to avoid the murderous lock of the fog man and save his life. But the digestive system of the Grandmaster level is not as good as Qin Yi's level for Iron Stomach. If he wants to digest the blood, he has to imitate Chun Xian and borrow the power of the Godslayer. There is no way. Even a Grandmaster would not specifically train his stomach and intestines. Qin left Jiang Tianfang to the care of Chun Xian and dived into the blood lake again, swimming quickly towards the center of the lake. 7 or 8 minutes later, he came to the side of the stone tablet. When he looked up, he could see several large characters engraved on the stone tablet. Dragons and phoenixes are flying, and the murderous intent is cold. He tried to stretch out his hand to approach the stone tablet, and suddenly a wave of air rose out of nowhere, blowing through Qin Yi's black hair, making him squint his eyes and his heart skip a beat. No, if I act rashly like this, I'll die before I even touch the stone tablet. He retracted his hand, and in the blink of an eye, his forehead was covered in sweat. The stone tablet left behind by the Godslayer is not allowed to be touched by anyone. What to do? If there was no stone tablet, Qiu Yihan would definitely die, and Jiang Tianfang's life would also be in danger. Although these two people had not been with Qin Yi for a long time, they showed goodwill to him from the beginning and wanted to help him. We are all fellow human beings, so if we can help, we will. Qin Yi hesitated for a moment, looked back at Jiang Tianfang on the distant shore, whose body was covered in blood and looked as if he was about to be set on fire, gritted his teeth, and decided to try a risky move. He turned his head to look at the blood vessels where Big Dog and Qiu Yihan were, and said in dog language, "Big Dog, pluck out some dog hair and throw it to me." Huh. The big dog didn't understand the situation for a moment, but still scratched a handful of hair with its claws, released a trace of blood and energy attached to it, and threw it far away to Qin Yi. The dog hair with blood and energy attached to it fell accurately into Qin Yi's hands. He raised the big dog's hair and tried to approach the stone tablet again. Call! The heart-pounding murderous aura surged wildly, penetrating Qin Yi's body, causing him to tremble violently, and he had a premonition of death again. But the next second, as if sensing the breath on the dog's hair, the stone tablet suddenly restrained its murderous intent and became like an ordinary stone tablet, without any movement. Success! Now he can be sure that the owner of the big dog and the man who killed the god are the same person. Qin put away the dog hair and put the stone tablet in his arms. Nothing happened. He made up his mind and hurried back to the lakeshore to place the stone tablet next to Jiang Tianfang. Gradually, a layer of strange light spread on the stone tablet, causing points of brilliant light in the void to fall and sink into Jiang Tianfang's body. Then, Jiang Tianfang's extremely hot body finally cooled down, slowly returned to normal, and his tangled facial features also relaxed. Sure enough, whether it was the magic weapon left behind by the Godslayer or the stone tablet, they all had the effect of suppressing the blood mist and the giant god. At this efficiency, Jiang Tianfang will be able to recover in less than half an hour. Qin Yi signaled Qin Xian to carry Jiang Tianfang on his back, while he took the stone tablet and went to the blood vessel to pick up Qiu Yihan and the big dog. Being so close to the stone tablet, the blood lake was extremely calm, and the fogman did not appear again to wipe out Qiu Yihan and the big dog. It worked. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Big Dog finally felt like bragging. "How is it? Is your dog master powerful?" He sent a message to Qin Yi while winking proudly. This time, Qin Yi did not refute him and let him show off in front of him. After all, the big dog did make 2 great contributions and was quite useful. If it weren't for him, Qin Yi would have really perished in the giant god's corpse. The three of them rested for a while. After a while, they heard a low groan. Jiang Tianfang groaned, slowly opened his eyes, and crawled up from the ground. The first thing he did after waking up was to look at his apprentice Qiu Yihan. Only after making sure that she was okay did he feel relieved. Then, he looked at Qin Yi again, his expression inexplicably complicated. I was saved by you. Well, it's just a small matter. You don't have to worry too much about it." Qin Yi smiled and told Jiang Tianfang the general information and situation in the giant god's body. Jiang Tianfang was stunned when he heard this. If he had not seen with his own eyes that Qin Yi ignored the fogman and saved him, he would definitely say that he was daydreaming. It's too exaggerated. Discover the god-slaying weapon, see through the source of the blood mist, and suppress the remaining soul of the giant god. No one dared to imagine that this was something an 8th-level warrior could do. Jiang Tianfang originally wanted to come and rescue Qin Yi and Qiu Yihan. Now it seems that the situation has been reversed, and it was Qin Yi who saved him. Another evildoer has appeared in China. He was deeply moved and silently kept Qin Yi's kindness in his heart. Then, as if he had thought of something, he suddenly said, "Oh right, when I was observing the blood lake, I found a drop of mysterious golden blood at the bottom of the lake. It's extremely extraordinary. Do you know what that is?" Hearing this, Qin Yi was shocked. Golden blood drops? Could it be pure divine blood? Chapter 53, God's Blood? Give it to the dogs. After the death of the nameless immortal gods, they left behind 3 relics, namely their current immortal bodies, a wisp of revived soul deep in the brain, and the pure divine blood under the blood lake that gathered all the immortal spirituality of the gods. If one washes the body with the purest divine blood, one will surely be able to obtain a unique fortune. But for some reason, Qin Yi was only excited for a moment, and then he calmed down and even had an instinctive rejection of that drop of pure divine blood. That's weird. Why did I react like this instinctively? Qin Yi never ignores the subtle changes in his body, even the fleeting strange emotions and feelings. He guessed that this feeling of rejection of the purest divine blood might be related to the fact that he suppressed the remaining soul of the giant god and obtained some of the god's memories. Just focus on your recovery first and don't think too much about the golden blood issue for now, Qin Yi said to Jiang Tianfang and Qiu Yihan, and just after he finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged on the spot, his eyes closed, and seemed to start practicing. Seeing Brother Yi starting to practice, Qin Xian certainly didn't want to fall behind, so he also concentrated and held his breath, calming down to consolidate his skills as a martial artist. Hey, the golden blood drop in Jiang Tianfang's mouth is 100% pure divine blood. Why don't you hurry up and collect it? Why are you still thinking about practicing here? The big dog was puzzled and couldn't help but remind Qin Yi through voice transmission. That is the purest divine blood, the immortal spirituality that a venerable has refined for 10,000 years, and it is of great use even to immortals. However, Qin Yi seemed very calm about this. He was silent for a long time before replying. There is a problem with the pure divine blood. Huh? Is this true or not? How do you know? The big dog was skeptical. In his memory, the purest divine blood was a top-level divine object, at least of the 7th grade quality, and he had never heard of any problems with it. Why is your brain sometimes good and sometimes bad? Qin Yi opened his eyes, with contempt in his eyes. Have you forgotten that I obtained some memories of the immortal gods? I just reviewed the giant god's memories and found that the immortal spirit he left behind contains a hidden trick. If we take it, it will surely become the seed of his resurrection. If we want to eliminate the backhand, we must have the power of the same level to purify the pure divine blood. But where can we find a venerable level existence? At this point, Chini suddenly changed the subject and asked in a voice transmission, "If you can drive that divine spear, maybe we will have a chance to use the pure divine blood. Otherwise, forget it, we will only be assimilated by the divinity and become the next giant god." The big dog was a little annoyed by Qin Yi's contemptuous look and snorted, "If I could drive the divine spear, I would have killed everyone indiscriminately long ago. Why would I look for you to take the pure divine blood?" Because of some special connection, the big dog can make the divine spear make some passive reactions, but it is still far from being able to drive the artifact. Even if it was a stone tablet, the big dog couldn't activate the power contained in it. Alas, it seems that this pure divine blood will be missed. Watching helplessly a divine object of at least 7th rank slip away from his hands, Dago sighed and felt distressed. Qin Yi's mouth twitched, and he said speechlessly, "No, why are you still regretful? Even if I can get the purest divine blood, it will definitely be used by me, and it will never be your turn. You don't understand. Although it's not my turn to use the pure divine blood, the giant god was most likely killed by my master." The big dog showed a serious expression. If you take the pure divine blood, you can completely cut off the possibility of the giant god reviving. Otherwise, even if you take away the remnant soul of the god, hundreds of years later this place will still breed new remnant souls because of the existence of immortal spirits and try to revive. After practicing to the venerable realm, a warrior becomes extremely difficult to kill, and even if he dies, he has a chance to be resurrected. The big dog was worried that the giant god would cause trouble for him and his master after his resurrection, so he wanted to cut the root of the problem. Chini was a little surprised by this. He never thought that the big dog was so loyal. Even though he had forgotten his master, he was still thinking about him. "My master didn't clean up after killing the giant. Apparently, he ran into something urgent and couldn't waste even a second, so he had to leave immediately." The big dog was worried. He had a premonition that his master was dead, but he didn't want to say it out loud, let alone face it. The owner cleared the memory in his mind, probably not to protect himself, but to protect the big dog. After saying this, the big dog lay on the ground and said nothing more. The atmosphere gradually became sad. Chini didn't like this atmosphere, so he said in a voice transmission, "Don't worry, I'm a righteous person. I won't despise you even if you're a dog. You helped me, and I will help you find your master in the future. If your master is impossible to find, then I will help you kill your enemy." Chini said this half jokingly and half seriously. However, Dago could hear the solemnity and seriousness in Qin Yi's joke and knew that the other party was sincere, and he was a little moved for a moment. He wanted to say something else, but Qin Yi's face suddenly lit up and he interrupted him by sending a message. "I've thought of a way. It's very risky, but there's a great opportunity in it. Your great opportunity. Would you like to try it?" The big dog raised his eyelids, regained his spirit, and said pretentiously, "Adventure? Am I afraid of this? Tell me, what's the solution?" Qin Yi immediately replied, "It's very simple. You take the initiative to consume the pure divine blood." Ah? The big dog couldn't hold it in any longer. "What's the difference between this and asking me to die?" "It makes no difference," Qin Yi said matter-of-factly. "I just want you to die." The big dog looked puzzled at first. Then his eyes rolled around, and he guessed what Qin Yi was thinking. "I have to say that the idea proposed by this kid is quite feasible and indeed risky. If you bet wrong, you will definitely die. But if the bet is right, when he starts over in this life, there is a high probability that he will be able to break the limits of his previous life and reach a higher level. It is even possible to avenge his master with his own strength." The big dog's little heart was beating wildly, and he felt palpitations in his heart. This was a warning that his life might be in danger, and it was his natural instinct to avoid danger and seek good fortune. But this time, I don't know whether he was moved by Qin Yi's desperate methods of becoming stronger, or if he finally decided to give it a try. Big Dog ignored his palpitations and decided to have a big fight with Qin Yi. He stood up from the ground, facing the blood lake, with his head held high. "Go, I'll take it this time." "Well, you are worthy of being a big dog. You are so brave." Qin Yi laughed and secretly gave him a thumbs up. The two men stood up and prepared to walk towards the blood lake, and the noise they caused woke up Master Qiu Yihan, his disciples, and Qin Xian. "Are you going to look for that drop of golden blood?" Zhang Tianfang asked. "That's right. Vin Yinodit." Jiang Tianfang wanted to say that he could help, but he was afraid that Qin Yi would mistakenly think that he wanted to seize the opportunity, so he chose not to say it. That golden drop of blood looked like a great opportunity, but he had no intention of fighting for it. After taking the golden blood drop, are you going to use it yourself? Qiu Yihanling suddenly said. Chun Xian, who was standing by, frowned and said with a smile, the golden blood drop must be a supernatural object. Brother Yi took it away and didn't use it himself. Could it be that he gave it to the dog? Chun Xian wanted to make a joke, but unexpectedly, Qin nodded as soon as he finished speaking and said seriously, Xiao Xuanzi, you guessed right, the golden blood drop is really for dogs. Chun Xian? Jiang Tianfang. The three of them looked at the arrogant big dog not far away, then looked at Qin Yi, who had made up his mind, and their heads were buzzing. No, brother, you're really not kidding. Chapter 54, Immortal Golden Body, the calm and peaceful blood lake. A big dog stood on its two legs, holding the stone tablet tightly with its two paws, staring at the deep lake and swallowing its saliva. Behind him, Qin put away his smile and warned him in a voice transmission, don't rush down, send Xiu Yihan out of the giant's chest first before jumping. Among the four people and one dog present, Qin Yi, Chun Xian, and Jiang Tianfang have all inhaled the blood mist and have the aura of the Fogman, so they will not provoke attacks from the Fogman in the lake. But Dago and Xiu Yihan do not have the aura of the Mistman, and must rely on the protection of the stone tablet to avoid harm. Now that Dago was going to jump into the lake with the stone tablet in his hand, Xiu Yihan naturally had to take shelter in advance. Everyone now knew that the Mistman would not leave the blood lake. Why didn't you say so earlier? Dago was very depressed. He prepared himself mentally for a long time and was about to jump when he was interrupted by Qin Yi again. The man and the dog carried the stone tablet and escorted Xiu Yihan back to the stairs leading to the ground, and only then did they return with peace of mind. As for Chun Xian and Jiang Tianfang, they still stayed near the blood lake to prevent any unusual changes. Qin Yi was isolated and helpless without any help. Standing on the lake shore again, the big dog began to hesitate again and slowly started to prepare himself mentally. Qin Yi, who was waiting behind him, became impatient and stretched out his hand to push the big dog into the lake. Then he waved to Chun Xian and jumped down himself. Plop! Water splashed everywhere, and the big dog shouting and cursing could be heard. Fuck, I may not be a human, but you are a real dog. After entering the blood lake, the boundless blood wrapped the big dog, gradually corroding his body and devouring his blood. At first, it felt like ants crawling on your body and was slightly itchy. But after more than a minute, the itching slowly turned into pain, a severe pain like having marrow pulled out and tendons pulled out. The big dog was gritting its teeth in pain and wanted to scream, but was afraid of bleeding and causing greater risks, so it had to hold it in. Its face turned red from holding it in. Even in such pain, he still had to persist in practicing the qi and blood control techniques, forcing himself to calm down and meticulously manipulating the qi and blood in his body to prevent himself from being sucked in and swallowed by the blood if he wasn't paying attention. This feeling is equivalent to humans undergoing surgery without anesthesia and solving math problems while doing the surgery. If the big dog's soul wasn't extremely strong and had not had the experience of his previous life as a foundation, he would have collapsed long ago. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the big dog's arms, the broken stone tablet kept buzzing, making the surrounding blood more agitated. Not only did it fail to protect the big dog, but it increased the pressure on the big dog. The big dog was really exhausted now. He glanced at Qin Yi, who was swimming in front of him, to lead the way, but saw that the other party had a calm face and did not show any pain. Damn, you are really a monster. He remains calm, even though his expression has not changed. Perhaps he has adapted to the corrosion of the blood lake. The man and the dog swam for more than 10 minutes. Qin Yi, relying on the connection with the giant god's residual soul in his brain, sensed the location of the purest divine blood. He turned his head and saw a drop of pure golden blood floating more than 10 meters below, which was particularly conspicuous in the scarlet blood lake. Looking closely, the surface of the golden blood drop was surrounded by tiny chains, and it was filled with a strong aura of the great Tao, sacred and pure. Once people took a look at it, they couldn't take their eyes away, and their minds were filled with thoughts of swallowing the purest divine blood. The big dog is drooling at the sight of this. Even Qin Yi, who had the blessing of level 2 Ironheart and level 1 Sharp Eyes in mind, couldn't resist the temptation, and was ready to make a move. He grabbed the big dog's meat with force. The sudden pain in the flesh, coupled with the continuous pain of being eroded by the blood lake, instantly woke the big dog up from his hallucination. Fuck, why are you pulling me? Can't you just remind me through voice transmission? Your flesh feels good. I can't help it. Chini discovered that chatting with the big dog through voice transmission could effectively resist the resistance of the pure divine blood. You forget it. I won't bother with you. Just leave first and wait for my good news. After a few jokes, the big dog's mentality relaxed a lot. He spit out a few bubbles, and with all his strength, he held the stone tablet and swam towards the purest divine blood in a dog paddle style. Wow! The closer the big dog got to the pure, divine blood, the more astonishing the luster that burst out from the stone tablet became. Later, when it was about to touch the divine blood, the stone tablet began to vibrate violently, causing the entire blood lake to boil. Chin-E followed the big dog and swam towards the purest divine blood, ready to bring the big dog ashore at any time. However, he gradually discovered that the closer he was to the divine blood, the more violent the blood's properties became, and the pressure on his body suddenly increased. With every meter, he advanced, experiencing several times the change. Chin-E suddenly swam forward with a big step, but his body with level 3 steel bones was as fragile as glass, gradually shattering and bleeding. Once the blood flowed out, it was like encountering a water pump, rushing out madly and being swallowed by the blood. He was startled and quickly took a few steps back. The pressure was immediately reduced, and the level 3 physical recovery ability took effect, healing the cracked wounds. Looking up, I saw that the big dog holding the stone tablet was moving forward unharmed. Although it was as slow as a turtle, no accident happened at all. Before swallowing the divine blood, the stone tablet can protect people from harm. Chin-E calmed down for a while, then continued to swim forward. This time he learned his lesson and slowed down, gradually adapting to the increasing pressure. He used the purest divine blood to temper his body and activate adaptive evolution. Time passes by every second. Dago and Chin-E swam for nearly 2 hours, a distance of more than 100 meters, and were finally about to touch the purest divine blood. During these 2 hours, Chin-E's body kept breaking apart and healing. Gradually, he completely adapted to the extreme erosion and oppression brought by the pure divine blood and transformed into a brand new body. Ding! Your cells have successfully adapted to the pressure of the venerable's immortal spiritual power and evolved a passive skill. Iron Bones LV4. Ding! Your cells have recovered from destruction many times and successfully evolved a passive skill. Physical Recovery Ability LV4. These two skills, which are most related to combat power, can be considered level 4. Level 3's Iron Bones plus Physical Recovery Ability can make his body compete with that of a master. Now that it's level 4, he's probably comparable to a grandmaster. But the gains from being close to the purest divine blood this time are far more than that. There are also unexpected surprises. Ding! Your cells have absorbed a trace of immortal spirituality in destruction and rebirth. The immortal spirit merges with the Steel Bones LV4 and the Physical Body Recovery LV4, and you evolve into the innate magical power, the Immortal Golden Body LV1. The system broadcast ended. Chin-E could no longer feel the erosion and oppression brought by the pure divine blood. He found that golden lines were faintly emerging on his body's surface, exuding an immortal aura and full of vitality. On the other side, the big dog was suspended in front of the purest divine blood. The dog opened its mouth and swallowed the purest divine blood in one gulp. Then he anxiously sent a message to Chin-E. I think I will pass out soon. Hurry up and send me to the peerless magic weapon. That's right, the risky plan proposed by Chin-E was to let the big dog deliberately swallow the purest divine blood to die, and then help send the big dog to the peerless divine weapon, betting that the peerless divine weapon would not sit idly by and would rescue the big dog and help him regulate the purest divine blood in his body. This plan is a gamble, but if it succeeds, the benefits for Big Dog will be immeasurable. Chapter 55. The magic weapon takes action and the big dog transforms. Snap, snap, snap. The next second after the big dog swallowed the pure divine blood, Chin-E did not hesitate at all. His muscles and bones roared, and a layer of dazzling golden light appeared on the surface of his skin. He broke through the sticky blood, grabbed the big dog, and rushed to the lake with it in his arms. The strength of the immortal golden body was beyond Qin Yi's expectations. Neither the erosion of blood nor the obstruction of lake water could slow down the immortal golden body's forward speed. It was like a fish passing through the water and reaching its destination. A skill that can be described as immortal cannot be bad, no matter how you think about it. Crash. It would normally take more than 2 hours to swim, but this time Qin Yi finished the distance in just over 10 minutes. He suddenly rushed out of the lake and stepped down hard. The rich energy and blood roared out, supporting Qin Yi's feet and preventing him from falling back into the lake. Instead, he used the force to sprint and rush towards the blood vessel in the distance like a flying star. He tapped the surface of the blood lake with his toes and walked on the water as if he were walking on water in the legendary Lingbo Weibo, nimbly and lightly. Zhang Tianfang saw this incredible scene, which shocked him so much that his eyes widened and his breathing stopped. The release of qi and blood is something that can only be achieved by a martial artist. It is enough for Qin Yi to be able to do this at the 9th level of martial artist. But this kid can actually use qi and blood so delicately, using a small amount of externalized qi and blood to propel himself up. It seems simple, but it is something that even a Grandmaster level warrior would find difficult to do. Even Zhang Tianfang today cannot refine the control of qi and blood to a subtle level. He can walk in the air, mainly with the help of the power of his divine consciousness. How much more shock and surprise can Qin Yi bring to himself? Zhang Tianfang was silent. In all these years of practicing martial arts, he believed that he had seen countless geniuses, but he never thought that he was worse than them. However, this time, the gap between him and Qin Yi was visible to the naked eye, a world of difference. For the first time, he felt from the bottom of his heart that he and Qin Yi were not warriors of the same level. Tajdajda. The crisp sound of a dragonfly touching the water is still echoing. Zhang Tianfang could never have imagined that Qin Yi, who had evolved the skill of strengthening his foundation and nourishing his vital energy, had a control over his qi and blood that was far beyond the reach of anyone. He held the unconscious big dog in his arms and quickened his pace. Like a phantom, he ran across the water. In less than a minute, he reached the familiar blood vessel and stepped into it. At the same time, the big dog in Qin Yi's hand was blood red all over, with burnt hair. The blood in its body seemed to be ignited, and its body temperature soared. If the stone tablet had not been constantly humming and using the power of Tao to contain the purest divine blood, the big dog would have already turned into cooked dog meat. Logically speaking, after taking the pure divine blood, the stone tablet will no longer care about the divine blood. It is still exerting its strength now, probably because the big dog is in danger of death, and the remaining Tao on the stone tablet is to actively rescue the big dog. It seems that the divine soldiers will most likely take action as well. Qin Yi was determined and didn't waste any time. He ran all the way without daring to stop for even a moment. But after the big dog swallowed the pure divine blood, it was not only the big dog itself that suffered. Qin Yi, who was holding the big dog, also felt the change. There was an inexplicable gravity pressing on him, increasing wildly, and was about to break through 150 times the gravity pressure. 100 times gravity is the limit that a 9th level warrior can withstand, and 150 times gravity is already within the realm of martial artists. Fortunately, this kind of pressure is not worth mentioning to the immortal golden body, and it doesn't even cause much feeling. Qin Yi is still walking briskly. From the memories left by the giant god's residual soul, Qin Yi also learned a secret. That is, the giant god's clan is called the God Clan, which is extremely extraordinary. They are born with divine souls, white wings on their backs, and a third eye on their foreheads that can peek into the mysteries of life and death. As a respected being, the giant god once controlled the avenue of gravity and explored the law of gravity. Therefore, only the purest divine blood can bestow terrifying gravitational pressure on outsiders. Qin Yi even suspected that the local specialty gravity crystal in the Xintian secret realm was also related to the deceased giant god. Buzz! A few seconds later, the gravity exerted on Qin Yi had reached 200 times. He seemed to be carrying a mountain on his back. If he stepped on normal ground, every step he took would probably create a big hole and cause an earthquake. But inside the giant's body, this kind of gravity can't cause any waves. Finally, before the gravity exceeded 300 times, Qin saw the part of the giant spear that pierced into the god's body. Without thinking, he immediately placed the big dog next to the giant spear. All the dog hair on the big dog had been burnt, and the air was filled with a strong, burnt smell. Qin touched the big dog's neck. His face was solemn. His right hand was hot, but he couldn't feel the pulse. You know, Qin has evolved level 1 high temperature resistance, and he can hardly feel the temperature below 300 degrees. But at this moment, the big dog's body made him feel hot. How high is this temperature? Could it be that the dog meat is already mature? Qin was a little panicked. He thought that with the help of the stone tablet, the big dog would be safe for at least an hour. However, after taking the purest divine blood, one must first endure a series of extreme conditions before beginning to face the contamination of divine assimilation. After all, the giant god doesn't want to be resurrected in the body of a useless person, so the pure divine blood must have a certain degree of selection to filter out those with weak physical bodies. The big dog's body had been burned at this time, and all its organs had been crushed by high pressure. It was no exaggeration to say that it was a dead dog. But Qin was able to find some hope through careful exploration with his weak mental power. The big dog was very lucky and didn't die completely. Now, we can only pray that Shinlan will take the initiative to save the dying big dog. Qin squatted beside the big dog, feeling so nervous that he didn't dare to breathe. During the time that the big dog had been following him, he had already regarded the other party as a friend. Given his personality, he naturally didn't want his friend to die like this. You must succeed. Damn it, big dog, if you die here, how are you going to find your master? You call yourself the dog lord, but in the end you are turned into cooked dog meat and die. How shameful. Hold on. Qin clenched his fists and growled secretly. Swish. As if hearing Qin Yi's words, the big dog's body trembled slightly. Then, the giant spear in front of him burst out with thousands of feet of light, and a fierce, murderous aura surged into the big dog's body, suppressing the power of the pure divine blood in the blink of an eye. Success, success. The magic weapon bore the mark and power of the big dog's master. This power finally came into play and helped the big dog digest the pure divine blood. Although the magic weapon and the stone tablet have no consciousness, they instinctively approach the big dog and will not sit idly by and watch the big dog die without helping. The side effects of the purest divine blood were forcibly suppressed by the divine weapon. The power of the big dog's master was squeezing out the immortal spirituality in the golden blood drops bit by bit and integrating it into the big dog's body. The big dog's hair began to grow and recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The new hair had a faint luster and was full of vitality, which was quite remarkable. Strands of blood floated out from the big dog's 7 orifices, interweaving and converging, gradually covering the big dog and forming a red blood cocoon. The transformation of the big dog begins now. Chapter 56, Leaving the Corpse. The blood pupae formed by the big dog are about 1 meter in size, with a surface temperature of up to 200 degrees, which is extremely hot. However, this temperature is nothing to Qin. It has not even reached the critical point of level 1 high temperature resistance. The blood cocoon was completely solidified, and in addition to the big dog, the stone tablet that the big dog had been holding also stayed in the blood cocoon. All the commotion subsided. The divine weapon also dimmed, its luster dissipated, and there was no more fluctuation, as if it had turned into an ordinary piece of iron plate. Did you use up all your strength to save the big dog? Qin touched his chin, tried to touch the magic weapon, and found that it was easy to do. Originally, if he got too close to the magic weapon, his life would be in danger, but now it's okay if he just touches it directly. The fact that he was able to pass by the divine weapon was thanks to the protection of the big dog's breath. However, even though the magic weapon had lost most of its power, he still felt a tingling sensation on his right hand that was touching the weapon's body. When he pulled back his right hand, he saw a smooth scar on the skin of his index finger that was deep enough to see the bone. The material alone is enough to break my immortal golden body. I am still far from it. During the first few hours when Qin had tempered his immortal golden body, he had the illusion that I am invincible. Now, that illusion has been dispelled. At least before he was crowned the Lord, the word invincible had nothing to do with Qin. I'm just a 9th level warrior, not even a martial arts master. Be modest and prudent, be modest and prudent. If you are praised for a long time, you will become arrogant unconsciously, which is not advisable. He carried the blood cocoon formed by the big dog on his shoulder, then strode out of the blood vessel, ready to leave the giant god's body with Jiang Tianfang and Xiao Han. Since coming down the stairs, they have been in the giant god's body for 2 or 3 days. These short 2 or 3 days made Qin Yi feel like several years had passed. So much is happening. Returning to the blood lake. After losing the purest divine blood, the color of the blood lake slowly faded, the scarlet color faded, and it gradually turned into a clear, ordinary lake. Countless fogmen who relied on the blood lake for their existence shattered and died with roars. At the bottom of the lake, 2 top-level fogmen, who were comparable to the strong men in the mountain and sea realm, were also struggling, but to no avail. Without the continuous supply of power from the origin, the Mist Man could not survive. This giant god who attempted to resurrect was completely killed by Qin Yi and the big dog, and there was no chance of revival. Let's go, it's time for us to leave here. Qin Yi withdrew his gaze and said to Chen Xian and Jiang Tianfang, I told you, brother, he could do it, right? Chen Xian breathed a sigh of relief and smiled when he saw Qin Yi returning safely. Jiang Tianfang took a few more glances at the blood pupa on Qin Yi's shoulder and basically guessed the fate of the big dog. He nodded and said, It's time to go. The 3 of them stepped onto the stairs to return to the ground. After taking a few steps, they saw Xiao Han standing there waiting for them. Everything is resolved? Xiao Han observed Qin Yi and the blood pupa curiously. Qin Yi nodded. It's solved. The pure divine blood was swallowed by the big dog and needs to be digested and transformed slowly. Although Jiang Tianfang and the other 2 had anticipated this outcome, their expressions were still a little subtle when Qin Yi said it himself. The legendary 7th-level spiritual creature's pure divine blood was actually fed to the dogs. Moreover, there was no regret or heartache on Qin Yi's face, which showed that Qin Yi really didn't care too much about the ownership of the pure divine blood. It doesn't matter if you give it to the dog. Your character may be more mature than that of an old guy like me. Jiang Tianfang was filled with emotion and suddenly caught a mysterious wave. He followed the wave's sensing direction, and finally, his mind fell on Qin Yi. It seems that although the pure divine blood was given to the dog, Qin Yi also gained a lot. He completed the transformation again, and it was the transformation of the physical body. This fluctuation is somewhat similar to that of the purest gods, both of which carry immortal spirituality. As a 9th-level warrior, has Qin Yi already begun to touch the key to the venerable realm? Comparing yourself with others is really frustrating. Jiang Tianfang remained calm and did not reveal the information that Qin Yi had conceived the immortal spirit in advance. He just hinted to Qin Yi, this time when you go back, you must immediately go to the martial arts world to exchange for a B-level or above concealment technique to conceal your aura and realm. Otherwise, there might be trouble. If your contribution points are not enough, you can come to me and we can add each other as friends in the martial arts world. Jiang Tianfang's own concealment technique needs to be used in conjunction with formation patterns, which is not suitable for Qin Yi, so he did not directly give Qin Yi a technique, but asked him to buy it himself. Qin Yi heard the concern and deep meaning in Jiang Tianfang's words. His heart warmed, and he nodded vigorously. There was no conversation along the way. After walking for more than 2 hours, the 4 of them finally returned to the ground and saw daylight again. Looking around, the sky was filled with yellow sand. The scorching sun was hanging in the sky, and everything was dead silent. The blood mist had already receded, and no trace of it could be seen anymore. The blood mist desert will no longer exist from now on. Qin Yi subconsciously looked back at the stairs that were as deep as the abyss, with mixed feelings in his heart. There are still many good things in the giant's body that he cannot take away. In the future, he will definitely come back here again. The danger level of this forbidden area is far beyond D level. It is not suitable for warriors who enter the Xintian secret realm to train. I am going to seal this entrance. Jiang Tianfang began to carve a large array pattern on the ground, constantly taking out materials from the storage bag and preparing to set up the array. Think about it again. Is there anything left down there? Once the seal array is set up, it will be difficult to unlock it. Qin Yi and Xiao Han looked at each other and shook their heads. Everything that should be taken has been taken. Then I'll start. Jiang Tianfang devoted himself to the arrangement of the formation. Sealing the entrance to the giant god's body was a huge project. He did not dare to be careless and used all his strength. On the side, Xiao Han was carefully observing his teacher's techniques, learning and accumulating experience in setting up high-level formations. Chen Xian squatted on the ground thoughtfully, looking at the blood cocoon formed by the big dog, and couldn't help but touch it lightly with his index finger. Squeak! In an instant, a wisp of black smoke rose up, and Qin Xian's index finger was burned by the high temperature, and he quickly pulled it back. Holy shit, it was so hot. How come Brother Yi carried me all the way back without changing his expression? He turned to look at Qin Yi, only to see that a large hole had been burned in the clothes on Qin Yi's shoulder by the high temperature, but his skin was as white as jade, and there was vitality flowing on his body flawless. Has Brother Yi's physical body become so terrifying? Qin Xian's heart was shocked. He had been proud of his top talent after the transformation, but now he was completely unable to be proud of it. Brother Yi has practiced martial arts for a shorter time than he has, but now he has become so strong that he cannot understand his strength. No, I must practice immediately. Qin Xian no longer looked at the blood pupa. He sat on the ground and concentrated on practicing. Qin Yi in front did not expect that he could also motivate Xiao Xuanzi. At this moment, he was concentrating on watching his personal panel. After experiencing so many things in the giant god's body and evolving so many skills, his various attributes have already undergone earth-shaking changes. Chapter 57 returned to Yuhang, future planning. A curtain of light flashed out, and no one could see it except Qin Yi himself. Name, Qin Yi. Life level, race stellar human, 1%. Strength, 65. Constitution, 500. Agility, 50. Spirit, 150. Talent, cellular adaptive evolution. Skills, weak and boneless, no blushing, no heartbeat, spiritual affinity LV9, immortal golden body LV1, pain tolerance LV5, iron stomach LV4, hard mouth LV3, antitoxic LV3. My heart is as hard as iron LV2, clear mind and bright eyes LV1. Battle power evaluation. Not afraid of high temperature, not afraid of poison, not afraid of oxygen deprivation. Broken limbs can be regenerated, castration can grow birds, the body has begun to have immortality. You only need time to make up for the realm gap, and you can sweep away all the geniuses of the human race on Blue Star. It took Qin Yi less than 2 months to go from being in the late stage of cancer and unable to even beat a wild dog to having a physical body comparable to that of a grandmaster. Looking at the long skill bar full of passive skills, he felt a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. I am one step closer to being completely invincible with all the passive abilities installed on my body. Although Qin Yi's physical body is now comparable to that of a grandmaster, his strength and agility remain at the martial artist level, which is 2 major realms lower than his physique, and is extremely unbalanced. The total amount of qi and blood also stopped at 90 calories. If things continue like this, some problems may arise. Once I get back to Yuhang, I must hurry up and practice. At least until I become a high-level martial artist before I come out of seclusion. He quietly planned his future practice and made up his mind to retreat for a period of time. After absorbing a large amount of blood mist, countless pure blood energy remained in Qin Yi's body. With a little tempering, it could be transformed into his own blood and energy to enhance his strength. In addition, Qin Yi's physical body has reached the strength of a grandmaster ahead of time. Combined with the 9th level spiritual energy affinity, his cultivation speed will definitely advance by leaps and bounds, and he will be able to break through the martial artist barrier soon. As for mental strength, it is difficult for other warriors to cultivate their mental strength before they become masters. But Qin Yi has opened up his sea of consciousness in advance, so he can try to cultivate it. In addition, the giant god's remnant soul was still suppressed in the depths of his sea of consciousness. By exploiting the soul power of the giant god's remnant soul, Qin Yi's mental power has been growing steadily. Once the giant god's residual soul is completely digested, it is estimated that the total amount of mental power will exceed 10,000 points. 1,000 points of mental power can fill the sea of consciousness into a large pond and have the ability to concentrate the mind and transform it into consciousness, which is to release the spiritual consciousness. Divine consciousness, also known as divine thought, is the symbol of a warrior entering the realm of a grandmaster. A wisp of divine thought requires at least 100 mental powers to be tightly woven together to form, and its strength is 100 times more terrifying than mental power. In addition to being able to project outward to explore the surrounding environment, it is said that operations such as flying swords with thoughts and walking in the air are all related to divine thoughts. It's really exciting. However, in addition to attributes and skills, what Qin Yi was more concerned about was the so-called life level race. If he remembered correctly, he was a planetary level human 55%. Not long ago, and after evolving the immortal golden body, he directly transformed into a stellar-level human. This should represent the evolution of the life level. Planetary Terrans means that they can only survive on the blue planet. And once I become a stellar level, it means that I have the ability to leave the planet and survive independently in outer space. If the current Sheen E were to leave Blue Planet and head for outer space where the environmental conditions are extreme, he could probably survive as long as he didn't try to commit suicide. It seems that no matter how I evolve, I will still be a human. I won't become some other weird race. What Sheen was most worried about was that when he woke up, his appearance would suddenly change so much that he wouldn't be able to recognize himself. I have almost finished reading the personal panel. Sheen used his consciousness to erase the light curtain, came back to his senses, and just as he opened his eyes, he saw Chun Xian, who was practicing hard. Not bad. Young people are very motivated. In fact, Chini has always been worried that he is getting stronger too quickly, and gradually there is an unbridgeable generation gap between him and Chun Xian, and they eventually drift apart. But now that Chun Xian has also acquired top-notch talent, he shouldn't be left too far behind by him. Looking into the distance, the entrance to the god's corpse, right in front of him, had been filled with yellow sand. An invisible formation had been set up, smoothing out all traces and completely covering up the traces of the entrance to the god's corpse. Even Sheen could not see that there had been an entrance with steps leading all the way down here. The formation is really convenient, with a variety of effects that can meet most of the needs of warriors. You can try to learn a little bit when you have time. The formation has been set up, with this 5th-level wind and sand formation in place. Warriors below the Marquee realm will not be able to detect the existence of the entrance. Jiang Tianfeng picked up the unused materials on the ground, then clapped his hands, slowly stood up, with a hint of pride on his face. After all, arranging the battle formation is his forte. Behind him, Qiu Yihan finished admiring his master's craftsmanship, and also stood up and asked Qini, "Where are you and Qin Xian going next? Are you going back to Yuhang directly?" "Yes, we have been in the secret realm for so long. It's time to go back and rest." Qini nodded and asked, "What about you?" "From your tone, do you two plan to go back soon?" "That's right." Jiang Tianfeng answered first. "I was entrusted by the Yuhang Administrative Office. In addition to investigating the blood mist, I also need to quell the beast tide and restore the Xintian secret realm to normal. I can't go back for the time being." "Beast tide?" The large-scale beast tide that strangely appeared in the Xintian secret realm seemed to be related to the blood mist. Because the habitats of the ferocious beasts were eroded by the blood mist, they migrated in groups, which led to frequent large-scale beast tides. Qini considered his words carefully and told Jiang Tianfeng his guess. The other party nodded slightly, showing a look of sudden realization. The inside of the young man in front of him was truly meticulous. He deduced the cause of the beast tide through the blood mist, saving him a lot of time. "I owe you another favor. Your guess is most likely correct. If it weren't for the blood mist, the beasts in Xintian's secret realm wouldn't have been in turmoil." Jiang Tianfeng admired Qin more and more and reminded him again. "When you go out, you must add my martial world. Just search my name directly. Remember, don't forget me." Speaking of adding friends, Qiu Yihan on the side also seemed to care very much. Her beautiful eyes frequently looked at Qin, but she didn't say anything. Qin scratched his head, agreed to the matter, and promised to add their friends. He also noticed that Qiu Yihan was always peeking at him, but Qin was devoted to martial arts and would never fall in love with him until he became invincible. Women will only hinder his evolution. Wait, that doesn't seem right. If I find a girlfriend and work hard for her day and night, will I evolve some strange skills, such as the Golden Gun LV1 or something like that? Ahem. Qini suddenly had some wrong thoughts. "Oh, by the way, I don't know when your dog will be able to break out of the cocoon." After returning to Yuhang, carrying such a blood cocoon may cause unnecessary trouble. Jiang Tianfeng held up his right hand and threw a white talisman to Qini. This is a 3rd-level spirit beast talisman. It can be used as a residence for spirit beasts, allowing them to live in it temporarily. You can save a lot of trouble if you put the blood pupa into the spirit beast talisman. Qin Yi's face lit up with joy. He first thanked him, then took the spirit beast talisman and slapped it on the blood pupae. With a thought, the blood pupae suddenly disappeared and was collected into the rune. All the situations in the spirit beast talisman appeared clearly in Qin Yi's mind. As soon as the big dog broke out of the cocoon, he would be able to sense it at the first moment. "Nice one." After thanking Jiang Tianfeng again, the 4 of them formed groups of 2, said goodbye to each other, and went their separate ways. Master Jiang Tianfang and his disciple continued to go deeper into the Xintian secret realm, while Qini woke up Qin Xian and walked towards the exit of the secret realm together. I stayed in the secret realm for more than 10 days, and I didn't know if anything major had happened in Yuhang. Chapter 58, Fatty Gold. In the rocky Gobi Desert, two figures rushed past, raising dust. Upon closer inspection, the two figures were actually two human warriors with decent realms. One was at the 9th level, and the other was a low-level martial artist. These two people were Qin Yi and Chun Xian, who had just left the Blood Mist Desert. At this moment, neither of them restrained their powerful aura, allowing it to drift away and intimidate the strange beasts lurking around them. Any ferocious beast below the top level of the Second Order would retreat as soon as they smelled their presence, and would not fight them head-on and lose their lives. As for the Overlord-level beasts above the second level, they usually live in their own territories and rarely go out. As long as the luck is not too bad, it is very difficult for normal warriors to encounter them. In the Xintian secret realm, not counting the possible alien races that may appear, the strongest is the Third Order Overlord-level ferocious beast. In short, the two of them did not encounter any danger along the way. Originally, they could find the nearest space exit by running at full speed for a day and a night. But Qin Xian always stopped halfway, picked some first-level or even inferior spiritual fruits, killed a few low-level exotic beasts, collected the corpses, and had to fill his ill-level storage bag to feel comfortable. According to him, this inferior spiritual fruit can be sold for thousands, which is equivalent to an ordinary person's monthly salary. Qini understood after listening. Chun Xian was afraid of being poor. He finally acquired the strength of a martial artist, but his mentality was still stuck in the poor days of the lower class. It's better this way. If people become rich suddenly, their mentality and personality may have problems. So take it slow. Qini tightened the B-level storage bag on his waist and suppressed the urge to tell Chun Xian how rich he was. This B-class storage bag is filled with zerg corpses, the worst of which is a second-level zerg. He doesn't even look down on the first-level ones. Converted into contribution or money, it is definitely an astronomical price, a price that is enough for him to act recklessly and spend as much as a grandmaster. Well, the kind that can also support Qin Xian at the same time. Brother, we're here. After traveling through the secret realm for almost 2 days, they finally reached their destination. Looking at the black crack floating in the air in front of him, Qini subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief and walked in first. Buzz! The scene around him swayed like flowing water and gradually became blurred. Finally, his eyes went dark and he felt a force of gravity pressing down on him. In less than a second, the gravity dissipated and Qin Yi's vision slowly recovered and he saw the light again. When he opened his eyes, what came into view was the crowded secret square. Thousands of warriors were queuing up to enter the secret realm. Are you back already? No one came to check on me? Qini shook his head and waited for a while, but no staff came to check on him. Aren't you afraid that I'll be possessed by an alien race or parasitized by some plant or monster? He frowned, looked up at the terrifying blood sword hanging in front of the space crack, and immediately understood. I'm afraid that the security check of the returning human warriors has been completed silently by the blood sword. He looked around, and sure enough, he saw 3 workers cleaning up a broken body in an open space a few hundred meters away. A sharp sword energy was emanating from the corpse. There is no need to think about it. Something must have happened to this corpse before it died. After it returned, it was detected by the hanging blood sword and killed with 1 sword. I have to say it feels quite safe. Swish! At this moment, Qin Xian also returned to the secret square through the space crack. He looked at the crowded square with an inexplicably sad expression. Clutching a few tokens in his hand, he sighed deeply. These tokens should be the relics of his teammates. Qini patted his shoulder and said nothing more. The person who could bring Chun Xian, a quasi-warrior, into the secret realm must have been a very good friend. Now that he has passed away, it can only be said that things in this world are unpredictable. Chun Xian quickly adjusted his mood and walked out of his sadness. Resoluteness appeared in his eyes. He put away the token and followed Qini back to the main hall of the Secret Realm Bureau. Brother E, I'll go register my information first and settle your task at the same time. Chun Xian's team had previously issued a rescue mission, which attracted Qin Yi's rescue. Although only Qin Xian has been rescued now, the rewards still need to be settled. Okay, go ahead. Qin Yi nodded, walked to a window, and registered his safe return. Then he touched his storage bag and prepared to deal with the good things in the bag first. When it comes to selling the corpses of exotic animals, he only knows two channels. One is to sell them on Wujia, which is similar to opening a store on Taobao and Bink Sixi in his previous life. The advantage is that you can set the price yourself and only need to pay a small commission to the platform. The disadvantage is that you have to wait for the buyer, and there is a possibility that the corpse will rot in your hands. Another channel is to sell on the spot in the secret bureau. The advantage is that it can be sold immediately and get contribution and money. The disadvantage is that the price is lower than the market price. After much deliberation, Chini decided to take out some of the second-level insect corpses and sell them on the spot, and put the remaining fine products in the martial world to be sold slowly. He took off the storage bag and was about to ask the girl at the front desk where to sell the insect corpses, but he suddenly heard shouting outside the hall and immediately shut his mouth. Buying large quantities of ferocious beast corpses. Only those above level 2, not level 1. The price is fair. We'll take as many as you can. On the streets outside the Secret Realm Bureau, warriors often set up stalls to sell all kinds of spiritual objects, so it is not uncommon to see buyers. Take as many as you can get? Interesting. Chini became interested and walked out of the hall. The first thing he saw was a fat man surrounded by a crowd. The fat man had a mustache, small facial features, and eyes that were like slits, squinting so that his expression could not be seen clearly. He was wearing a suit, looked fat and a little funny, and kept shouting about his acquisition business. The first time he saw the fat man, a word popped into his mind. Fatty, but not greasy. This fat guy looks like an honest man, but he is probably very shrewd. Although he looks funny, his cultivation level is actually that of a mid-level martial artist. Yes, if your cultivation is not good enough, how dare you come out and do business in person? Chini strode towards the fat man, pushed through the crowd of fans, and got in front of the fat man. Most of these onlookers were there to watch the show and join in the fun. They were of average strength, and it was impossible for them to sell the corpse of a second-level ferocious beast. You said the price is fair. How much is it? Give me a clear number. Chini went straight to the point. The fat man looked at Chini for a moment, and seeing that he was only at the 9th level of the warrior realm, he laughed in his heart, but answered seriously. It depends on the completeness and freshness of the corpse. We have professional appraisers. If the quality is high enough, for a low-level second-level lord, I can offer 3 million, plus 3,000 contribution points. Or you can choose not to contribute money and barter for spiritual objects of equal value. The fat man didn't think that a 9th-level warrior would have many second-level ferocious beasts. At most, he could just rely on luck to pick up one. However, out of professional ethics, he would not offend anyone. Even if a prospective warrior came to ask for the price, he would still treat him with courtesy. 3 million yuan plus 3,000 contribution points is indeed not a rip-off. It is a very fair price. Qin-Yi had read the martial world and knew that a first-level spiritual fruit was worth only a few hundred contribution points. I have a lot of corpses of second-level ferocious beasts. You tell me how many you want. Can you really eat them all? Qin-Yi continued to ask. Hearing this, the fat man was a little shocked. A mere 9th-level warrior was actually worried that he didn't have the strength to eat all the goods? As a 9th-level warrior, could it be that you have a noble family background and are here specifically to sell second-level ferocious beasts for your family? That's impossible. Aristocratic families all have their own special channels, so why would they share profits with outsiders? He carefully bowed and asked, I wonder what your background is, little brother? Chini shook his head and answered honestly, I don't have any background. I'm just an ordinary person, but I happen to have a lot of second-level beasts. If you can really take them all, then I will sell them to you. You are just a nobody, but you are so arrogant? If someone doesn't know you, they would think you are a master. The fat man breathed a sigh of relief and said cheerfully, Don't worry, little brother. I, Jean Fong, have never been unable to eat anything since I was a child. Come on, I'll take whatever you have. If you can't take it, I'll mortgage you the 5th-level spiritual fruit in my house at a premium. 5th-level spiritual fruit? This fat guy is really a big dog owner. Qin-Yi's heart moved, and he laughed along with the fat man. This is what you said, so I won't be polite. Chapter 59. Playing the pig and eating the tiger. Definitely playing the pig and eating the tiger. Bang! Qin-Yi's mind moved, and he gently tapped the storage bag. The bag opened automatically. The force of space vibrated, and a huge zerg corpse suddenly appeared on the ground. Thanks to the special preservation of the storage bag, The insect corpse is still very fresh. It is 4 or 5 meters long, with transparent insect wings on its back, shaped like a flying mosquito. As soon as it appears, it exudes a horrible bloody smell. The crowd watching nearby all step back several steps, leaving a large flat area. Second level intermediate firefly. The body is very fresh and highly intact. A white-haired old man wearing a mandarin jacket walked out from behind Fatty Jean. He crouched beside the insect corpse and analyzed the specific situation of the insect corpse with just a slight touch. This made Fatty Jean slightly frightened. He suspected that he had someone behind him helping him. Otherwise, how could a mere 9th-level warrior hunt a 2nd-level intermediate zerg? He secretly winked at his subordinate not far away, signaling him to check Qin Yi's background. On the surface, he remained calm and laughed happily, saying, "I'll take this insect corpse. I wonder if my little brother has any more." Crash. Before Fatty Jean could finish his words, the storage bag on Qin Yi's waist trembled again, and a bug corpse was thrown out. This insect corpse is also a 2nd-level firefly, and is no different from the first corpse. Even the wounds and cause of death are exactly the same. The old man in the Manga had been examining the corpses of ferocious beasts for many years, and was very experienced. After seeing these 2 insect corpses, he was somewhat shocked. Both bodies were killed by a single punch to the head, killing them instantly. No matter the location or depth of the fist marks, the 2 bodies are exactly the same. I can't tell the difference at all. Master, you have to be careful. There is definitely a master behind this young man. If he is not a strong man, it is impossible for him to control his strength so accurately and just right. He secretly conveyed his discovery to Fatty Jean. Fatty Jean's expression suddenly became more serious. He wanted to speak again, but was interrupted by a sound. Snap, snap, snap. The mouth of the leather storage bag on Qin Yi's waist opened wide, and corpses were released madly. Soon, the corpses were piled up like a mountain. Each corpse exuded an aura of at least the 2nd level, and there were even several top-level 2nd-level corpses. All the corpses were fireflies, and the number was definitely more than 50. The sight of so many 2nd-level beast corpses piled together was so spectacular that many warriors had never seen it before in their entire lives. Such visual impact is more exaggerated than mountains of gold and silver. After all, gold is not as expensive as the corpse of a 2nd-level ferocious beast. Not to mention ordinary warriors. Even Fatty Jean, a descendant of a noble family who manages financial and spiritual resources, felt dry in the mouth after seeing the mountain of corpses. With so many 2nd-level insect corpses, I might have to dig up an entire flying insect nest to get them. Fortunately, his family was well off, so it wasn't a problem for him to buy more than 50 insect corpses at one time. If we can handle this well and sell it, we will definitely make a lot of money. Another bargaining chip in the competition for the position of family head. The smile on Fatty Jin's face became even more intense, and the fat on his face was squeezed together. He first made a gesture, signaling his warriors to be on high alert to prevent anyone from stealing the goods, then took out a gold card and handed it to Qin Yi. "Little brother, there is a total of 200 million plus 200,000 contributions on this card, which is enough to pay for this batch of goods." But unexpectedly, Qin Yi shook his head and did not accept the gold card. "What do you mean? Are you worried that I'm lying?" Fatty Jean frowned and reminded, "If you are worried, you can go to the Secret Realm Bureau to check this card first. I, Fatty Jean, have always been honest and will not ruin the reputation of the Jean family for a few petty profits." Qin Yi shook his head again, showing a smile that made people feel like spring breeze, and said lightly, "Mr. Jean, don't be so anxious. I haven't sold all the goods in my hand yet." "Ah! Besides?" Jean Fong suddenly had a bad premonition. At this moment, he was very close to Qin Yi. He looked down and saw that the storage bag on Qin Yi's waist was a Class B storage bag. This kind of spatial fluctuation is definitely B-level. This guy really has no background? I won't believe it even if you kill me. A B-level storage bag cannot be purchased without more than 1 million contribution points. Wait, you wouldn't have used the 2nd-order insect corpses to fill up the Class B storage bag, right? Fatty Jean was shaking as he spoke. Fortunately, Qin Yi denied it. No, he didn't lie. Qin Yi did not fill the storage bag with the 2nd-level insect corpses because there were still some partial bodies of several 3rd-level Overlord-level Zerg in the storage bag. He got it with great effort. That's good. If there really were so many insect corpses, Fatty Jin's contribution would not be enough to buy them all, so he would have to give the 5th-level spiritual fruit to Qin. Because the Jin family is in business, they have always taken honesty as their family rule. So many people present heard the promise made by Jin Fong. If he breaks the promise, he will never be able to inherit the position of head of the family in this lifetime. Swish! Qin Yi's storage bag was still transporting insect corpses out. In addition to fireflies, there were also ground beetles, eyeworms, longhorn beetles, 9-spotted ladybugs. There were many kinds, and they were all above the 2nd level, which was dazzling. In less than a minute, more than 100 insect corpses had been thrown out of the storage bag, and there was no sign of stopping. Everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Qin. This number of insect corpses can no longer be explained by poking the firefly nest. Could it be that the young man in front of him overturned a 2nd-level queen bee nest? This is something that even a master would find difficult to accomplish. Seeing the mountain of insect corpses gradually turning into a sea of insect corpses, the old man in a mandarin jacket, who was an appraiser, was a little overwhelmed. He kept touching the insect corpses and accidentally touched a fist mark. His face turned pale in an instant and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. He was shocked and terrified and had no time to suppress his injuries. He quickly sent a message to Fatty Jean. Master, I have captured the meaning of Tao in this insect corpse. That is a kind of boxing intention, crazy and insane. It may have touched the level of the Great Tao. Avenue level? Isn't this something that can only be accessed by those above the mountain and sea realm? You kid still says you have no background. Fatty Jean was a little panicked. Now he felt both happy and uncomfortable. The happy part was that there were so many insect corpses, enough for him to make a fortune. The annoying thing was that the number of insect corpses appearing on the scene was almost over 200, almost filling up the entire aisle, and the contribution he had was about to run out of money. When he thought that the 5th-level spiritual fruit might be lost to Qin, his heart was bleeding. No, why should I be so mean? Fatty Jean just wanted to slap himself a few times. Just at this moment, his cell phone vibrated, and the younger brother he had sent out earlier sent back a message. Fatty Jean turned around silently, took out his cell phone, and opened it. Then, he suddenly froze in place. According to the information sent back by his younger brother, the young man who made a deal with him was named Qin. He had no background at all and was just a clean commoner. Not to mention his background, Qin Yi's life experience can be described as suffering in the world. Damn it, I've run into a tough guy. This guy must be a genius who was born in the lower class. He has been playing dumb and hiding his strength. He killed all these bugs himself? 9th-stage warrior realm? Even dogs don't believe it. It's just used to confuse outsiders. Fuck, I got tricked. Fatty Jean slapped his phone, filled with regret. Why am I such a bad mouth? Chapter 60. The brains of the children of aristocratic families. Although the top positions in human martial arts are basically occupied by major families, it is far from being monopolized. Under official checks and balances, ordinary people and even people from the lower classes can grow through public martial arts schools and reach the top as long as they have talent. It can be said that over the years, there have been many stories of people rising from the bottom in China alone. And I don't know if these people who have risen from the bottom have read too many online novels, but they all like to play the pig and eat the tiger and slap their faces all the way to the top. Fatty Jean has read many of the classics collected at home and knows very well that in every era there will be one or two evildoers who make a comeback. There are countless geniuses who are not as monstrous. The Jean family, to which Fatty Jean belongs, has been in business for generations, and the intelligence channels they have accumulated are stronger than those of the Yuhang executive office, so it is almost impossible for them to make mistakes. According to intelligence, Qin Yi was a 0-card waste more than a month ago, not even a quasi-warrior. But now it seems that he's already a 9th-level warrior. Who would believe that the realm can be broken through so quickly? The stronger a person is, the more they focus on their foundation. Even if they can really break through so quickly, they will suppress their realm and consolidate their foundation. He has definitely been hiding his strength, which has only been gradually exposed recently. He is trying to show off his strength and become famous in order to gain official support. Fatty Jean immediately determined that Qin Yi was a peerless genius who had been hiding his strength for a long time and was just waiting for a playboy from a noble family to stand up and provoke him, so as to give him a slap in the face and make him famous. I can't be the one who gets slapped in the face. On the contrary, I have to make friends with him and place a bet on him in advance. It must be said that Fatty Jean was quite smart, and he made up his mind quickly. Although it was painful to pay for a 5th-level spiritual fruit, it was not a loss at all to be able to make friends with a big boss who would have the opportunity to rise in the future. Just think of it as a long-term investment. He looked around at the insect corpses that were about to flood the entire area, worried that it might cause an accident or that someone might steal something. So he hurriedly walked up to Qin and said with a wry smile, "Brother Qin, please stop for a while. If you continue like this, it will make too much noise. How about letting me buy some of it first? Please take your time to put the rest away. I will definitely buy them all." Qin glanced at his flattering expression and nodded in agreement. He took 2 gold cards from Fatty Jean, each containing 300 million in deposits and 200,000 in contributions, which was almost enough to pay for the cost of 100 insect corpses. This type of gold card is an official high-level savings card that can be used to withdraw money at the Secret Realm Bureau or the Finance Bureau, which is very convenient. Generally speaking, transactions are made by remittance, and cards are not sent directly. But Fatty Jean particularly likes the transaction method of giving cards away because he thinks it is very cool, different from others, and can leave a better impression on customers. After putting away the 2 gold cards, Qin felt for the first time that he had suddenly become rich. It feels great, but also a little empty. Fatty Jean took this opportunity to add Qin's martial arts friends and sent his savings card password. Faced with the sea of insect corpses piled up on the field, he asked someone to bring 7 or 8 storage bags and counted the 100 corpses, no more, no less, and stored them all. This surprised Qin a little. The other party did not tamper with the goods when receiving them, nor did he have any intention of attacking him. It seems that the Jean family really has some family education and cultivation. Online novels are harmful. He always feels that the children of wealthy families are too spoiled. If you think about it carefully, in the context of alien invasion and human crisis, aristocratic families should be stricter in disciplining their children, and there shouldn't be too many playboys. After 100 insect corpses were bought, the size of the sea of insects shrank a lot. But Qin's storage bag was still continuously throwing out insect corpses. At this rate, the road would be filled with them in a few minutes. There was no other choice but for Fatty Jean to continue using his gold cards to buy insect corpses. This time he brought a total of 10 gold cards and 30 silver cards. He originally thought that it would be good enough if he could spend half of them. But I didn't expect that Qin would be such a pervert. Fatty Jean really wants to ask, "Boss, are you an expert in killing insects? How do you catch and kill insects?" The B-level storage bag has a storage space of 1,000 cubic meters and can hold more than 1,500 insect corpses. Excluding the more than 200 that have been released, there is still 1,300 left. After that, every time 100 heads were thrown out, Fatty Jean would take out his gold card to buy them. This process was repeated, and the onlookers were amazed. Half an hour later, Fatty Jean took out the last savings card on him and looked at the storage bag that was still throwing corpses out, his face ashen. Even though he had prepared himself mentally early on, when he had to face the reality, he still felt heartbroken. "How many insect corpses do you have?" "Not many. Only about 300 left." "Fatty Jean, there are more than 300 bodies left. Do you think it's not a lot?" Not only him, but the onlookers were speechless after hearing this answer. Any second-level insect corpse could be their entire year's hard-earned salary. "Listen, is this human language?" Fatty Jean's fat face trembled slightly, and he said with great sorrow, "Didn't you say that the second-level insect corpses in your hand didn't fill up the storage bag? There are more than 1,500 bodies in total. You still call it not full?" Qin spread his hands innocently. "I didn't lie to you. My storage bag is indeed not filled with second-level insect corpses because there are still parts of third-level insect bodies." As he said that, he threw out a long black horn full of cracks. This black horn exuded a faint dragon power. The warriors present felt their scalps tingling just by taking a glance at it with their naked eyes, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This is a dragon worm horn, from a third-order overlord-level ferocious beast. You can't go wrong. You also killed a third-order overlord? Fatty Jean lost his composure. He couldn't help but get close to Qin face, staring at the black dragon worm horn intently. Qin put away the dragon worm horn and shook his head. "No, I just got part of the body." "Oh, I see." Fatty Jean heaved a sigh of relief for some reason. Anyone who could kill a third-level overlord must be the best among the masters. Qin failed to do this, which means he is not at that level yet. In this way, he can still invest when Qin is not that strong. To sum up, Qin current real strength should be around that of a lower-grade grandmaster. He has comprehended the meaning of Tao in advance and is a genius in enlightenment, with a promising future. Not bad, not bad. It's worth the investment while he's not too strong yet. Fatty Jean nodded silently, but then he was choked by Qin Yi's next words. At that time, 3 overlord insects besieged me. I fought for a long time, but failed to kill them. They joined forces and ran away, leaving only some of their bodies behind. Qin Yi shrugged with a look of regret. After hearing this, Fatty Jean burst into tears in his heart. You are suppressing 3 overlords, brother. Are you already a top-grade grandmaster? Then the investment value of his 5th-level spiritual fruit is not that great. No, the loss has already been made. I might as well raise the stakes and take out a spiritual object that even a grandmaster would be tempted to make friends with Qin Yi. I can only take a gamble. Fatty Jean made up his mind and prepared to make the most risky investment in his life. He was betting that Qin Yi was a person of good character who could remember other people's kindness. As long as he makes the right bet, and Qin Yi is crowned a marquis and supports him to become the head of the family, then wouldn't the position of the head of the family be easy for him to get? After reading Qin Yi's information, he had no doubt that Qin Yi had the potential to become king. He wants to go all in on potential stocks. Chapter 61 Breakthrough is like drinking water. No, you're not a big guy, but you are so arrogant. Don't you think too much when you brag? You are a 9th-level warrior, and you want to beat up 3 overlords? You are dreaming. A man with a defiant look stepped out from the crowd, glancing at Qin Yi and Fatty Jean with disdain in his eyes. Hey, Lao Jean, is there something wrong with your brain? You believe this kind of nonsense? The origin of this person's insect corpse is unknown. Be careful if you take it over, or else it will cause trouble and you won't be able to handle it. Haha. The man's tone was quite unfriendly, and he was not polite to Jean Fong from the Jean family, which showed that he was of considerable background. Seeing him making sarcastic remarks, Fatty Jin's eyes flashed with fear, and he did not retort immediately. This person is from the Yuhang Li family. Unlike the Jean family, the Li family is a martial arts family and does not focus on business. The overall strength is stronger. It is said that the old man who founded the Li family is still alive. There are 2 people in the new generation of the Li family who have made a name for themselves. One of them is named Li Wufeng, who broke through to the level of a martial artist at the age of 18 and has extraordinary potential. The other person is Li Wuyun in front of him, who also broke through to become a martial artist at the age of 18 and became a disciple of a great grandmaster, becoming a quasi-disciple, and will be able to officially enter the sect soon. The grandmaster had an extremely powerful background, and Li Wuyun caught the grandmaster's eye because of his great talent in rune formations. My Jean family's business is naturally controlled by my Jean family. It's not your turn as an outsider to interfere, right? Fatty Jean thought calmly and retorted with a big laugh without giving Li Wuyun any face. Hearing this, Li Wuyun's face darkened and he snorted coldly. You really don't know what's good for you. I'm helping you deal with a liar, but you're still on the liar's side? I can tell whether he's a liar or not, so don't worry about it, Mr. Li. Fatty Jean bowed, seemingly polite, but actually he was mocking Li Wuyun, which made him very angry. Li Wuyun is good in every way except that he is stubborn. He doesn't like to think before doing things, and is particularly picky. If this person's insect corpse is related to the alien race, you'd better be careful not to implicate the entire Jean family. Li Wuyun narrowed his eyes, hinting at something. The current human alliance is often infiltrated by alien races, and many human warriors have been seduced into becoming rapists. Once someone is found to have any connection with a foreign race, he or she will be subjected to horrific investigation. Hearing the word alien, Fatty Jean was a little scared and looked at Qin Yi with some insecurity. If you think about it carefully, Qin Yi was born in the lower class and has hidden his strength. This kind of file information is also very likely to be found by a traitor. Could there really be a problem? Li Wuyun was delighted to see Fatty Jean suddenly fall silent, and was thinking of pressing on with his victory, but he never expected that the spiritual energy around the secret realm suddenly swirled. And then, white clouds all over the sky swirled around and turned into a vortex. Within a radius of several miles, spiritual energy gathered madly, causing gusts of strong wind. Li Wuyun looked confused and uncertain, and looked along the turbulent flow of spiritual energy. Finally, his sight fell on Qin Yi, who had been silent. At this moment, Qin Yi's blood was surging. Golden lines appeared on his body's surface, and his blood was burning as hot as the sun. At first glance, it was as if one was looking directly at a star. This This kind of vision is a symbol of a martial artist's breakthrough. The onlookers were extremely surprised that Qin Yi, a ninth-level warrior, had successfully advanced to the martial artist level during the quarrel between Li Wuyun and Jin Fang. When did it become so easy for a martial artist to break through? Everyone stared at Qin Yi intently, but saw him suddenly punch out. A sonic boom sounded. Layers of air waves surged, and everyone present felt a sense of Tao, an extremely crazy sense of Tao. The martial artist attains enlightenment, a gifted genius. The young man in front of him may have been suppressing his realm, and in fact he already has the ability to break through to the level of a martial artist. With this level of realm, he has mastered a kind of boxing Taoism. This boy has a limitless future, and fighting across borders is not just empty talk. If we use one or two spiritual objects to fight off the three overlords, there is a slight possibility. Among the crowd, a warrior who was over 50 years old commented. The appraiser of the Jin family was even more horrified. He felt the same feeling as the insect corpse's fist print from the Taoism that Qin Yi had just released. His crazy Tao intention is exactly the same as the Tao intention revealed by the insect corpse fist print. It is definitely from the same person. The person who killed those bugs was Qin Yi. The old man in the Manga exclaimed, his expression unusually determined. Even if they are a master and a disciple who are comprehending the same great Tao, it is impossible for them to use exactly the same Tao meaning. They just look similar at first glance. The Tao cannot be imitated. At least the old man in the Manga has never heard of anyone being able to imitate the Tao of others. Everyone present was well aware of this. In the face of such irrefutable evidence, it is almost certain that all the insect corpses were killed by Qin Yi, because each insect corpse had only a fist mark on its body, indicating that it was killed with one blow, and there were no other injuries. After getting this result, Fatty Jean smiled and immediately felt relieved. He stared at Li Wuyun with a playful look on his face. Didn't you say that there was something fishy about the origins of these insect corpses? Now that it is 100% confirmed that it was done by Qin Yi, what else can you say? Li Wuyun's face turned pale. After holding it in for a long time, he said indignantly, he is a 9th-level warrior. Even if he has suppressed his realm, it is absolutely impossible for him to kill so many 2nd-level zergs and even repel the 3rd-level overlord. He has a clean background and no connections. It can only be that the aliens helped him, or he himself is an alien. Base. As soon as these words came out, before anyone could refute, a loud sword sound came from the depths of the secret realm. A sword energy cut through thousands of spaces and pierced into Li Wuyun's brows in the blink of an eye, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, take several steps back, and collapse to the ground, his whole body shaking like a sieve. Everyone coming out of the Xintian secret realm must be tested by the suspended blood sword and only be allowed to pass after being confirmed to be normal. Li Wuyun's words were questioning the work of the hanging blood sword, which was too outrageous. The sword was spiritual and punished him immediately. Thank you, Excalibur, for showing mercy. In the shadowy corner, an old man in a black robe emerged with a helpless look on his face. He grabbed the still trembling Li Wuyun and walked out while apologizing. Children of aristocratic families, especially those who have the hope of inheriting the position of family head in the future, are naturally protected by masters in secret. Only, this time, Li Wuyun talked nonsense in public and angered Xinkong Bloodsword, so it will be difficult for him to inherit the position of the head of the family. The hanging blood sword is terrifying, but the origin behind the blood sword is even more shocking. That was an existence that the Li family would never provoke, and even the possibility of angering the other party must be eliminated. Li Wuyun was taken away by the old man in black robe, and the farce ended. Qin Yi completed his martial arts breakthrough and felt happy. With a little effort, his blood and qi in his heart surged, and the pure blood and qi remaining in each cell were madly refined. After completing the breakthrough, he had a second breakthrough. The spiritual energy cloud that had just dispersed gathered again and was still above Qin Yi's head. Spiritual energy from all directions rushed in and poured into Qin Yi's body, assisting him in his second breakthrough. The audience thought that the breakthrough was over, but no one expected that Qin Yi, this monster, would cause another big commotion. When they took a closer look, they were immediately shocked and stood there in a daze. Are you going to break through again? Chapter 62, Qin Yi's Virtue of Humility. 10 minutes later, the storm dissipated and everything returned to normal. Qin Yi completed his second breakthrough, going directly from a ninth-level warrior to a mid-level martial artist in one breath. The realm of martial artists is divided into three levels: low level, intermediate level, and high level. Intermediate level martial artists are already well known in Yuhang City and are treated with courtesy wherever they go. Qin Yi has accumulated a lot of experience and made full use of the blood mist and his physical body that has reached the Grandmaster level to cultivate to the realm of martial arts. It is like taking a bird's-eye view and letting college students solve elementary school problems, which is easy for them. Now, he has 500 calories of qi and blood, which is just at the bottom line of a mid-level martial artist. According to the description on the internet, an intermediate martial artist has a strength of 2 to 3 tons and can cross a distance of 100 meters in 1 second. He also has the ability to release qi and blood, allowing qi and blood to leave the body 5 meters away to form an offensive or defensive posture. However, it is not so easy for Qin Yi to break through to the intermediate martial artist level. After a brief feeling, he can be sure that his strength is definitely more than 3 tons, but his speed is about the same as 100 meters per second. As for skills like releasing qi and blood, he had already mastered them as he had the ability to strengthen his foundation and nourish his essence. Not only could he release qi and blood, he could even use qi and blood to carve stone sculptures, and his control ability was extremely subtle. I can find an opportunity to test your specific physical fitness when the time comes. After breaking through to the intermediate martial artist level, Qin Yi felt that he could still make further breakthroughs, but it was a bit difficult, so he gave up. A warrior's foundation is very important. He plans to go into seclusion for a few days to consolidate his foundation before considering other things. After the second breakthrough, the onlookers waited for a moment, and then they breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Qin Yi had stopped moving. They were really afraid that Qin Yi would make 3 breakthroughs. You know, at least 80% of China's population is stuck in the warrior realm and cannot advance to the next level in their lifetime. But now Qin Yi not only crossed the level in front of them, but also made a leap and became a mid-level martial artist in one fell swoop. If they were to make 3 breakthroughs in a row, their faith would probably be shattered on the spot, and they would be ready to be reborn with a new aptitude. Among all the onlookers, only Fatty Jean was not too surprised. He had long guessed that Qin Yi had concealed his strength, so he believed that the 2 consecutive breakthroughs just now were an illusion. In fact, Qin Yi had already approached the level of a grandmaster. It is even possible that he has already become a grandmaster. He took advantage of the noise of Qin Yi's breakthrough to find a few acquaintances from the crowd and borrowed some money and contributions. Now that he saw that Qin Yi had completed the breakthrough, he hurriedly greeted him with a smile and transferred the money and contributions to his Wuji account. What do you mean, you want to default on the debt and not give me the 5th level spiritual fruit? Qin Yi raised his eyebrows. According to the bet, Fatty Jean borrowed other people's money to buy insect corpses, which does not count. Ha ha, you're worrying too much. I, Jean Xianglai, am willing to admit defeat, and I am known for my integrity. Fatty Jean waved his hand and explained, give me an address, and the 5th level spiritual fruit will be delivered tomorrow. I guarantee it with my life. Well, what is Fatty Jean so crazy about? Not only did he not default on the bill, but he also gave me some extra money? Qin Yi was confused. His remaining more than 300 second-level insect corpses plus the partial bodies of 4 third-level overlords were still not worthy of the 5th level spiritual fruit. Could it be that this fat man wants to befriend me? I'm pretty good at being a good person, so the road ahead will be broad. Without reaching out to hit the smiling man, Qin Yi nodded, passed through the martial arts world, and sent an address to Fatty Jean. He did not use his own address, but wrote the words Yuhang Dongjiao Supermarket. The 5th level spiritual fruit is too important, so he has to ask Old Wang to help watch it before he can take it out with confidence. The transaction with Fatty Jean was successfully concluded. Fatty Jean was very satisfied. He ordered his servants to go home with a dozen storage bags. If such a large number of second-level insect corpses are handled properly, combined with the Jean family's professional channels, not only can the money given to Qin Yi be earned back, but millions of contribution points can also be earned. As for the 5th level spiritual fruit, damn it, I can't mention it. It hurts my heart when I do. Just think of it as an investment in future bigwigs. The Jean family's team left in a mighty manner. As soon as they left, Qin Yi noticed that many people in the crowd were staring at him with ill eyes. That's right, he has a huge amount of money now, and this contribution is enough for a mediocre warrior to become a high-level martial artist through spiritual objects. It would be strange if he didn't attract envy. However, Qini didn't care about these gazes at all. Among the warriors coming and going in the Xintian's secret realm, the strongest is only at the high-level martial artist level. It doesn't matter if Qin just stands there and lets him fight. If anyone dares to rob him, he can only say that he is here to give money. As time passed, the crowd gradually dispersed and the situation returned to its previous state. Qini waited at the door of the Secret Realm Bureau for a long time and finally waited for Qin Xian. "What took so long?" he asked. Qin Xian sighed. "Among the people who brought me into Xintian's secret realm, there was a brother who had a good family background. He died in Xintian's secret realm. As the only survivor, I must make a detailed record and give an explanation to his family. So that's how it is. Vin you understood." This brother from a wealthy family was probably the one who posted the request for help and bought the sensing talisman and the locating talisman. The person who fell into the ravine with Chun Xian and tried to swallow the blood mist to transform, but failed should be the brother with a good family background. He is pitiful, but the rest of his teammates are even more pitiful. It is not difficult to hear from Chun Xian's words that after the death of other teammates, there is no need to even make detailed records, because they are dead and that's it. Every year, countless people die in the Xintian secret realm. If you don't have a background, no one will care if you die there, and it won't cause any waves. In the era of martial arts, people without background and strength are unknown. They are born in obscurity and die in obscurity. Chun Xian didn't want to talk about this anymore, so he changed the subject and asked Qin, "By the way, Brother I just felt a big commotion in the Secret Realm Bureau. Did something happen?" Qin smiled and said, "Nothing. I just accidentally broke through the realm. And by the way, I did a small business with the Jin family." Hearing this, Chun Xian noticed that Brother Yi's blood and energy had undergone tremendous changes. His energy and blood became even more powerful, and his aura became dozens of times sharper, like a sharp sword that could come out of his body at any time and decapitate someone with one blow. This kind of chi and blood strength. Have you broken through to the intermediate level martial artist? In just a few hours, you broke through 2 realms from a 9th level warrior to become a mid-level martial artist. Do you call this carelessness? 90 calories of chi and blood instantly rushed to 500 calories. This is too exaggerated. Even more outrageous than me. Brother, you suddenly look a little scary. I'm afraid that even if I practice 24 hours a day, I won't be able to catch up with you. Chun Xian sighed in despair. The little pride that he had originally felt due to his transformation in talent was completely shattered. By the way, the small deal you mentioned, isn't that just modesty? How much money was traded? Ahem. Hearing this kind of question, if Qin hadn't had the blessing of not blushing or heart beating, he would probably have felt a little embarrassed. He took out his cell phone, opened Wujia, clicked on deposit, and placed it in front of Chun Xian for a moment. Then, the dazzling number of 0s on the phone screen completely confused Chun Xian. "Tell me the truth. Did you rob a bank while I was away?" Chapter 63 Purchase, Poisoning. 10 gold cards, 30 silver cards, plus the subsequent transfer from Fatty Jean. When Qin went to the Secret Realm Bureau to transfer the money, his martial arts account instantly had 3 billion deposits plus 1.5 million contribution points. After a trip to the Secret Realm, Qin earned more money than an ordinary person could earn even if he worked for 1,000 years without eating or drinking. The martial arts industry is truly lucrative. As long as you have the strength and courage, it is very easy to get rich. Have you created a Wujia account? Walking out of the Secret Realm Bureau and arriving at the northern suburbs, Qin asked Chun Xian while waiting for the subway. "I just created one at the Secret Realm Bureau. Oh, I have to get off in the city and go to the Martial Arts Federation to register my information." Chun Xian took out his mobile phone and added Qin as a friend. Immediately afterwards, he received a remittance message. Brother transferred 100,000 contribution points and 100 million deposits to him. This, Chun Xian looked up at Qin and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Qin. "We are family, so we should keep our differences. If you feel uncomfortable accepting this money, then just think of it as a loan from me, and you can pay me back in the future." Qin deliberately did not transfer too much money to Chun Xian because he knew Xiao Xuanzi and knew that if he transferred too much money, the other party would definitely refuse. The amount of money now is just right, neither too much nor too little, and it is sufficient for Chun Xian as startup capital. In the future, when Chun Xian has enough strength, he can explore the secret realm and make money on his own, and no longer need Qin to transfer money. Chun Xian knew what Qin was thinking and couldn't help but hold the phone tightly and said seriously, "Thank you, Brother E. I will work hard to practice." Beep. The subway slowly arrived at the station. Without saying much, the two brothers entered the subway together and found an empty seat to sit down. Chun Xian didn't want to waste time, so he started practicing as soon as he sat down. Qin Yi, who was standing next to him, took out his cell phone and leisurely strolled around the martial arts world. When he first downloaded Wu Jie, he was still a poor boy. He could only look at many products but had no money to buy them, so he was very jealous. Now that the family is financially secure, it's time to spend lavishly. Without saying a word, Qin Yi opened the martial world and went straight to the spiritual fruit and spiritual plant area. He did not even look at the spiritual fruits below the second level and only bought the high-quality ones. Starting from the second stage, the value of spiritual fruits can no longer be measured in money, and the price is marked in contribution points. A second-level spiritual fruit costs at least 3,000 contribution points. With my current physical condition, will the second-level spiritual fruit really still have an effect? Adaptive evolution requires stimulation from the external environment to be activated. For Qin Yi, who has awakened his immortal golden body, the second-level spiritual fruit seems unable to provide external stimulation. To be on the safe side, Qin Yi still bought one. It wasn't expensive anyway. I passed the second-level spiritual fruit entry and came directly to the third-level area. The varieties of spiritual fruits here suddenly became more than half reduced. It seems that third-level spiritual fruits are precious products in the human world and are not common. Not to mention the number of varieties, the price of third-level spiritual fruits is several times higher than that of second-level spiritual fruits. The cheapest third-level spiritual fruit, called the Earth Core fruit, costs 180,000 contribution points, which is a bit exaggerated. A complete second-level insect corpse can only be sold for 3,000 contribution points, so you have to kill 60 of them to buy a third-level spiritual fruit. Buy one and try it first. Qin Yi just moved his hand, and the more than 1.4 million contribution points in his account immediately turned into more than 1.2 million. It must be said that this money is really hard to spend. After buying the Earth Core fruit, he curiously opened the fourth-level spiritual fruit mall and took a quick glance. TSK, there are only 6 types of fourth-tier spiritual fruits currently available. The cheapest one, the Dragon Blood Pure Yang fruit, costs 1 million contribution points, and you need to help the seller complete a task in order to get it. This price brought Qin Yi back to reality on the spot. From this point of view, he is not rich. It was impossible for him to spend all the 1 million contribution points on spiritual fruits. In addition to spiritual fruits, Qin Yi also planned to buy a breath-concealing technique of at least sea level and a body technique, which also required a large contribution. After exiting the spiritual fruit area, Qin Yi clicked on the martial arts area and began to select the martial arts he liked. At the same time, the subway passed several stations, and the number of residents in the carriage gradually increased. A woman with heavy makeup and holding a brand-name bag sat next to Qin Yi. She first took out a small mirror to touch up her makeup, then glanced at Qin Yi, who was concentrating on browsing his phone, a little curious about what he was looking at. The woman glanced at him secretly and almost burst out laughing. In broad daylight. Are you wandering around the B-level martial arts area in the martial arts world to provide material for your dreams at night? It's a bit funny. The average price of a B-level martial arts technique in the martial world is 500,000 contribution points. For a low-class person like you who has to take the subway to travel, you can't afford it even if you shop around. Is that interesting? A trace of contempt flashed across the woman's eyes. She calmly took out a piece of foundation from her bag and gently patted it on her face, raising white dust that blended into the air. Looking around at the noisy and dirty environment, the woman felt unhappy and just wanted to get off the bus early. If it wasn't for taking Qin Yi away, she wouldn't have condescended to use this kind of public transportation used by the lower class. Humph, if I'm not satisfied with what I get from this person, Lu Yi, you'd better be prepared to bear the pleasure. The heavily made-up woman kept applying foundation, raising dust. Over time, a strange fragrance filled the carriage, making people drowsy, their eyelids heavy and their consciousness blurred. That's right, this heavily made-up woman is from the Ishan society, and she was entrusted by Lu Yi to intercept and capture Qin Yi. Although she is only at the intermediate level of martial artist, she is good at using poison and has practiced an A-level poison skill. She can mix poisons that are strong enough to stun a master. The invisible powder that filled the carriage at this time was called Zuixinyan, which was made by grinding up a variety of second-level spiritual flowers and adding a drop of blood essence from a third-level honeybug. If the master was not prepared, he would most likely be hit and lose consciousness for a short time. As for those below Grandmaster, you will fall asleep in seconds, and it will take at least half a day to wake up. After waking up, you will lose all your memories for a short period of time. As Zuixinyan gradually filled the entire carriage, everyone fell silent. Some of them fell asleep on the bench with their heads down, while others fell asleep holding onto the handrails. Without exception, even Chun Xian, who was at the low-level martial artist level, was affected. He was originally practicing with great concentration when he suddenly smelled a strange fragrance, and then he fell asleep while sitting cross-legged. The subway surveillance system has been dealt with by the relevant personnel of their organization and will not be effective today. Next, the heavily made-up woman will have plenty of time to slowly deal with Qin Yi. Well, why are you still checking your phone? The heavily made-up woman turned her head away, thinking about carrying Qin Yi away, but she never expected that Qin Yi was still sitting there calmly, concentrating on browsing the B-level martial arts mall. Didn't you smell Zuixinyan? It's impossible. Even if the warrior doesn't breathe actively, Zuixinyan will penetrate into the body through the tiny pores and take effect. Therefore, the only possibility is that Qin Yi took the initiative to absorb Zuixinyan. But Zuixinyan's toxicity was not enough to poison Qin Yi. This is even more incredible. Qin Yi was sitting next to her, defenseless, and in the area with the highest concentration of Zuixinyan. Even a master would faint. So wouldn't you? Chapter 64. All the people in the alien god society are good people. The heavily made-up woman didn't believe it and frantically slapped on her foundation, causing dust to rise up. The noise was so loud that some of the dust even floated onto Qin Yi. However, despite the big commotion, there was no effect. Qin Yi frowned and looked at the heavily made-up woman with disdain, then patted the powder off his body and continued shopping in the mall. Woman with heavy makeup. Zhuang Muqing had grown up and practiced poison for so long, but this was the first time she felt humiliated. Qin Yi was completely immune to her charming looks that she was so proud of. He didn't even react at all and was still scrolling through his phone. Zhuang Muqing lowered his eyes and saw that Qin Yi had already chosen the technique. Without hesitating for a second, he clicked to buy and paid happily. He actually has the money to buy a B-level technique. I bought 2 copies in one go. A book on concealing breath with over 400,000 contributions, and a book on body movement with 600,000 contributions, adding up to a total of 1 million contributions. This is a contribution of 1 million. Even if Zhuang Muqing could sell the poison he made in the organization, it would take him half a year to earn that much. Qin Yi spent the money without even blinking. Thinking back to when he had just cursed Qin Yi inwardly as a low-level rat who liked to daydream, Zhuang Muqing suddenly felt like a clown. According to the information Lu Yi provided me, there is absolutely no reason why Qin Yi could earn 1 million contributions in a month. Unless the origin of this money is related to his adventure. The reason why Zhuang Muqing accepted the commission was that he was attracted by Qin Yi's adventure and wanted to get a piece of the pie. Now it seems that Qin Yi's adventures are becoming more and more attractive. Not only can a poor boy with no talent for martial arts become a warrior within a week, but he can also earn so many contributions. No, I must get this adventure. Zhuang Muqing secretly made up her mind. While Qin Yi was still not noticing the changes around him, she took out a bottle of light blue perfume from her bag and sprayed it on herself as if nothing had happened. Puff, puff. A few clouds of water mist merged into the air, covering up the fragrance of Zuixinyan, making it smell fresh and comfortable. This is phantom blue water, taken from the core area of a sea-level secret realm. It is ground from second-grade top-grade phantom blue, and has a strong hallucinogenic effect. If a master is hit, his soul will be blinded for at least 1 minute, during which time he will be unable to react or move. However, Zhuang Muqing sprayed more than 10 times in a row, but there was no change in Qin Yi. He still looked energetic and full of spirit. The phantom blue water is very expensive. Zhuang Muqing felt like his heart was bleeding after using so much of it at once, and there was no effect. Is it true that there is a natural body type that is immune to toxins? Qin Yi made her start to doubt her life. Just then, her cell phone screen vibrated. She secretly opened it and saw that it was a text message from Lu Yi, urging her to speed up. The tone was very impolite, which made Zhuang Muqing want to stamp her feet. It seems that I can only take out the things that are kept in the bottom of the box. She gritted her teeth took off a water drop necklace from her chest, held it in the palm of her right hand, and gently stroked the water drops. In an instant, the water drop necklace melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a wisp of invisible mist emerged and floated towards Qin. The mist of eternal dream is a third-level poison. It uses the third-level psychedelic butterfly as the main ingredient, supplemented by 68 second-level top-level materials to make one drop. The cost exceeds 1 million contribution points and is Zhuang Muqing's trump card to guard against the Grandmaster. This eternal dream mist has a chance of poisoning a lower-grade Grandmaster to death, and is 100% capable of poisoning a middle-grade Grandmaster to unconsciousness. I just don't believe it. This thing can't take you down. Zhuang Muqing clenched his hands tightly and silently observed Qin Yi's condition with his peripheral vision. In her sight, Qin Yi, who had always been very energetic, looked dazed for the first time. His eyelids drooped slightly, and he seemed to be sleepy and yawned. It works. Zhuang Muqing breathed a sigh of relief, but was also extremely shocked by Qin Yi's performance. Only a third-level poison can make him sleepy, but it can't kill him. This guy is really a pervert. She stared at Qin Yi closely, her movements becoming bolder and bolder, no longer trying to hide anything. Qin Yi was becoming more and more drowsy, as if he could fall asleep at any time, but he just couldn't fall asleep completely. How long will it take? You can't be able to resist the third-level poison, right? Zhuang Muqing was extremely anxious and wanted to punch Qin Yi on the head and knock him out. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Time passed by minute, and Qin Yi was still in a state of half asleep and half awake, and he just couldn't close his eyes completely. Zhuang Muqing really couldn't stand the torture anymore. She opened her right hand, and a poisoned needle extended from her sleeve. She turned her wrist slightly and shot a needle into Qin Yi's thigh. Clang! Then, a sound of metal collision was heard, and the poison needle actually broke into 2 pieces after hitting Qin Yi's skin and fell to the ground. This is a second-level poison needle. How can you, a martial artist, defend against it without any precautions? How terrifying a body must be to be able to withstand this injection. Zhuang Muqing widened his eyes and was about to do something else, but Qin Yi seemed to be awakened by the injection. He suddenly widened his eyes as well, slowly turned his head, and looked at Zhuang Muqing. Boom! At this moment, Zhuang Muqing's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She saw a pair of beautiful eyes with slightly long eyelashes, deep eyes, and full of playfulness. Next second, Qin Yi smiled slightly and asked like a gentleman, "Have you had enough fun?" Boom! The surging blood and energy like huge waves burst out with a bang. The wind was howling, and Zhuang Muqing was blown away dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. He hit the iron gate hard and spat out a mouthful of blood. She collapsed to the ground helplessly, her face showing unconcealable panic and weakness. Although they are both martial artists, her fighting power is completely not on the same level as Qin Yi. After just one fight, she knew that there was no difference between Qin Yi beating her to death and stepping on an ant. Escape. You can only escape. She wanted to bite the poison sac hidden under her tongue and use the poison mist to escape, but Qin Yi didn't give her the chance at all. He took a step forward. His figure flashed in front of her in an instant, grabbed her neck, and lifted her up out of thin air. The murderous aura as sharp as a sword pierced into Zhuang Muqing's body, severing several of her key meridians, leaving her unable to move and unable to even bite through the poison sac. This man is so cruel and decisive. She was completely desperate and gave up struggling. People from the Alien God Society. Qin Yi looked at Zhuang Muqing, smiling. You guys from the Alien God Society are good at being good people, and you help me a lot. Zhuang Muqing. What do you mean? I'm not here to poison you. How can I say I've helped you a lot? Zhuang Muqing was extremely confused. She couldn't figure out no matter how hard she tried. Qin Yi relied on the eternal dream mist that she had worked so hard to grind to successfully evolve and raised his level 3 poison resistance to level 4. Qin Yi was not a fool and had noticed something was wrong a long time ago. However, seeing that Zhuang Muqing was of average strength and could only release poison, he came up with the idea of evolving with her help. His original level 3 poison resistance was evolved by adapting to the spiritual poison in the spiritual fruit, and it would be difficult to upgrade it to level 4. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Muqing helped Qin Yi. Before her, Lu Yi helped Qin Yi greatly improve his physical strength and enhanced his affinity with spiritual energy by 1 level. TSK, who said that Ability God Society is a bad organization. I think they are clearly a group of good people. Chapter 65. Long Time No See. Chun Xian, wake up quickly. In a daze, Chun Xian felt someone shaking him constantly, which made him annoyed, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he saw Qin Yi and the miserable-looking girl beside Qin Yi. What happened? Chun Xian felt dizzy and felt as if he was missing a part of his memory. I was practicing on the subway. How could I fall asleep while practicing? Qin Yi pointed at Zhuang Muqing and gave a brief explanation, which made Chun Xian understand the series of events that had happened not long ago. I see. Brother, he was actually targeted by the Alien God Society. He glanced at Zhuang Muqing again, still feeling frightened. I thought I would be able to save my life after becoming stronger, but I didn't expect to be hit as soon as I left the secret realm. Zhuang Muqing could poison him without anyone noticing, so naturally he could also kill him at will. Before you truly possess powerful strength, all your talents and potential are just empty talk. Chun Xian had some realization and became more and more eager to practice. His mind was even filled with the thought of seizing the time to practice and make a breakthrough as soon as possible. Brothery, what are you going to do next? In the current carriage, only 3 of them are awake, while the rest of the passengers are still sleeping and will not be able to wake up for a while. Under the control of the Sekai, this subway will not stop before reaching the city center and is expected to take more than half an hour. Just as planned, you will get off in the city center. However, call the police before registering at the Martial Arts Federation and have the officials come to clean up the scene. Qin Yi had already made arrangements for the follow-up. As for this poison master from the Alien God Society, I will personally take her to the East Suburb Police Station and help her turn herself in. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chun Xian obeyed Qin Yi completely and trusted him more than his own brothers. Half an hour later, the subway arrived at the city center station. Qin Yi took Zhuang Muqing off the train and changed to another bus. It took more than 40 minutes to finally get back to the eastern suburbs. Looking at the familiar environment around him, although he had only been away for more than half a month, Qin Yi always felt like he hadn't been back for a long time. If you want to hand me over to the police, you can just let me stay in the city center and be taken away by the police officers in the city center. Why do you have to continue taking me to the eastern suburbs? Zhuang Muqing was very puzzled. Qin Yi injected a large amount of energy and blood into her body, which was mixed with a hint of murderous energy, causing her to be seriously injured and unable to recover. After following Qin Yi all the way to the eastern suburbs, she was almost unable to hold on. She suspected that Qin Yi was torturing her on purpose. Qin Yi glanced sideways and said calmly, I want to do whatever I want. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you're not convinced, continue to poison me. These 2 short sentences silenced Zhuang Muqing. In fact, Qin Yi brought her to the East Suburb Police Station, specifically to repay Officer Xiao Shi for his favor. At that time, when Lu Yi pinned him down and beat him, it was Officer Xiao who came to help him out. Qin Yi will never forget the kindness others have shown him. Even if it is just a trivial thing, he will find an opportunity to repay it. He captured Zhuang Muqing and brought them all the way to the East Suburb Police Station. Their strange postures attracted a lot of attention along the way. In the police station, the police officer in charge of registration at the front desk looked up and saw a strong and handsome man holding a heavily made-up girl and striding in. What's going on? Are you catching a chicken and turning it in? This male police officer had worked at the front desk for many years and had seen many funny cases, including one where a client personally caught a prostitute and surrendered himself because of price issues. He stood up and was about to ask for details, but the man in front of him took the initiative to speak. This woman is from the Alien God Society. She is at the martial artist level and is good at using poison. Your police station should have a bounty on her, right? Before coming to the police station, Qin Yi learned from Zhuang Muqing that she was wanted by all the major police stations. So he said this. Marshal Master? The male police officer was stunned. Looking at Qin Yi's expression, he didn't think he was joking, so he hurriedly asked his superiors and used the computer to retrieve a wanted warrant. A few minutes later, he really found Zhuang Muqing in the wanted poster, and his appearance was exactly the same. Since ancient times, great people have emerged. According to the information, Zhuang Muqing once assassinated a senior clerk of the ruling bureau. Not only did she succeed, but she also escaped from the subsequent pursuit of the masters. The danger level is extremely high. Just by providing her information, you can get a reward of 10,000 contribution points. If you catch her yourself, the reward will be doubled to 250,000 contribution points. Please wait a moment. Chief Xiao will be here soon. The male police officer hurriedly brought a stool and poured a glass of water for Qin. Then he stared at Zhuang Muqing with a little excitement, afraid that she would run away. The case of this murderer was closed by their East Suburbs police station, and all the relevant personnel were commended. This will add a brilliant chapter to their resume, and they will have hope for promotion in the future. Not long after, the door opened and Chen walked out of the police station. The first thing he saw was Qin holding Zhuang Muqing. His face suddenly froze, and he was dumbfounded. Isn't this Qin? The Qin that director Xiao asked me to protect before. What the hell? He caught a super murderer and came to the East Suburb police station to surrender. Chen's emotions were surging, and he felt extremely uneasy. Just a few days ago, he was still feeling complacent about his successful breakthrough to the martial arts master level. Now, looking back, Qin, who had practiced martial arts for less than 2 months, was already a mid-level martial arts master, and his realm was even higher than his. I can't compare with the evildoers. I really can't compare with the evildoers. I just need to work hard on my training, huh? Chen silently repeated these words, worried that his Dao heart would be damaged again, and he would live under Qin Yi's shadow from then on. Just at this moment, a cold voice sounded behind Chen. Comrade Chen, what do you mean by blocking the door for so long? Hearing this voice, Chen suddenly came back to his senses. He stepped aside and said with a wry smile, Director Xiao, don't get startled when you get out later. Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, What's so weird? What else can I be surprised by? Isn't it just that the Scorpion Girl of the Secular God Society was captured by civilian warriors? It's nothing new. Xiaoxi was born into the Xiao family in Zhongnan. He had a distinguished family background and extraordinary vision. He had been accustomed to seeing all kinds of high-level spiritual creatures and kings and princes from various provinces since he was a child. He believed that his mind was as gentle as water, and he could remain calm no matter what happened. Seeing this, Chen didn't say anything more and watched Xiaoxi step into the front desk of the police station. Then, he saw Xiaoxi's beautiful eyes looking around, and then suddenly stopped, revealing an expression of disbelief. The slap in the face comes so fast. Are you Qin? The Qin who came to the police station once before? This was the first time in all these years that Xiaoxi showed signs of losing composure, with a slightly exaggerated expression appearing on his cold face. Compared to her exaggerated expression, Qin looked calm and nodded. Director Xiao, long time no see. Oh no, not long. Less than a month. Xiaoxi, in less than a month, you have already reached the intermediate level of martial artist. Are you catching up with me? Xiaoxi has been training with full resources since he was young, and has been practicing hard for 27 years. Now he is only a high-level martial artist, half a step away from being a grandmaster. Qin transformed from a mortal into a mid-level martial artist in just 1 month. Not only was his training speed extremely fast, but he was also able to capture a powerful Scorpion Girl alive. This shows that his foundation is solid, and he did not rely solely on spiritual objects to break through. He is capable of fighting across boundaries. Even Xiaoxi, who was used to seeing geniuses, had never heard of such talent. Chapter 66. Become a Disciple, Zhanxian Sect. Considering the background that Qin Yi's parents were both deceased, Xiaoxi couldn't help but suspect that Qin Yi was the offspring of 2 true kings. After a warrior enters the realm of Grandmaster, his life level will undergo a qualitative change and even affect the next generation. Generally speaking, the talents of the descendants of a Grandmaster are slightly stronger than those of ordinary people, and they are more likely to awaken various innate physical conditions. However, even if he is the son of a true king, he may not be as terrifying as Qin Yi, because Xiaoxi had seen the true king's son in Tianjing. Take her away. After a long silence, Xiaoxi waved her hand and called 2 police officers and a medical staff to take Zhuang Muqing away. At a martial world, the bounty for the Scorpion Girl is worth 250,000 contribution points. I'll call you later. 250,000 contribution points? Is Zhuang Muqing so valuable? Qin Yi's eyes lit up. He added Xiaoxi's martial world and then suggested, Director Xiao, after taking down Zhuang Muqing, the Essence God Society will probably become more and more interested in me. Next time, the Essence God Society will probably send a Grand Master to suppress me. From the various things that the Alien God Society had done to Qin Yi before, it was not difficult to see that this organization was very cautious in doing things. At the beginning, they sent a martial artist to capture Qin Yi, who was still a second-level martial artist. According to common sense, It is impossible for a martial artist to fail against a fighter, but Qin Yi is a person who cannot be judged by common sense. Therefore, he guessed that the next time ES God would definitely play a cruel trick on him and directly find a grandmaster to crush him. As for whether ES God would give up on capturing him, it was impossible to even think about it. The more bizarre he acted, the more interested the alien god society would be in his adventure. Grandmaster. Xiaoxi found a chair and sat down face to face with Qin Yi, her well-proportioned and slender legs crossed, her eyes lowered, as if in deep thought. If an ordinary person told her that a grandmaster was hunting her down, she would definitely think it was a joke. Grandmasters are already high-ranking figures in Yuhang. On the surface, the number of grandmasters among all the noble families and the executive office will not exceed 30. You know, Yuhang has a population of 10 million, and there are only more than 30 grandmasters among the 10 million people, which shows how rare they are. But when Qin told her that the grandmaster would take action, she believed it immediately. The authorities once conducted an in-depth investigation into the Society of Strange Gods, and the more they investigated, the more frightened they became. This organization has a very deep foundation and is said to be protected by the true king. However, its appearance was very abrupt, and it does not seem like an ancient hidden organization. The official side suspected that the Alien God Society had something to do with the alien races, and it might be an organization formed by the alien races. In recent years, the Alien God Society has been suppressing talented human warriors at the bottom of each city, which shows their sinister intentions. So, what are you going to do? Xiaoxi threw the question back. Qin Yi raised his lips slightly and immediately replied, I hope Director Xiao can go to the city for help and find a few people with enough weight to follow me in secret in 15 days. 15 days later? Why not now? Xiaoxi did not refuse, her eyes narrowed. Because we have just discovered the actions of the Alien God Society, and they are also afraid that we have an ambush, so nothing should go wrong in the short term. Qin Yi was confident. His analysis was actually just one of the reasons. He did not reveal the most crucial reason to Xiaoxi. In the next 15 days, he will stay in Mr. Wang's supermarket to improve his realm and will not go out. With Master Wang here, if the alien gods dare to come, it would be tantamount to seeking death. The members of the Alien God Society who continue to assassinate Qin Yi in the future must be very powerful, and the reward amount must be higher than Zhuang Muqing's. If the other party likes to give money, Qin Yi will naturally accept it with a smile. Xiaoxi hesitated for a while. She originally thought that she would reject Qin Yi's simple plan, but when she saw the calm look on Qin Yi's face, she nodded and agreed to it. I will contact you in the martial world in 15 days. Thank you. Qin Yi stood up with a smile and prepared to leave the police station. This was actually a win-win situation for him and the police station. The police station won honor, and he won safety. No need to thank me. It's just my job to serve the people. Just don't die in these 15 days. Xiaoxi also stood up and returned to his usual cool appearance. Don't worry. I'm safer than anyone else. Qin Yi walked out of the police station without looking back. Half an hour later, Yuhang Dongjia Supermarket. Mr. Wang sat in front of the cashier counter, not saying a word, staring blankly at the air in front of him. Jingle. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Old Wang's eyes shone with color. Without even raising his head, he asked, I haven't seen you for more than 10 days. Have you made any progress? I have lived up to Mr. Wang's expectations and made some progress. Qin Yi walked to the cashier counter and saluted by holding the handrail. Have you made some progress? Didn't you say that if you haven't reached the level of a martial arts master, then don't come to see me? Old Wang raised his eyes, and the words he wanted to say were choked. Are you already a mid-level martial artist? There was a sudden fluctuation of divine thoughts in the air, and Qin Yi vaguely felt that spiritual power was sweeping through his body. The next second, Wang Lao's eyes flashed with surprise, and he clapped his legs and laughed. Okay. The foundation is solid, and it has reached the limit-breaking level. There is not even a trace of spiritual poison in the body. I was wrong, old man. I didn't expect that you would not have any problems, even though you started learning martial arts so late. You are truly a genius. Old Wang is worthy of being Old Wang. He is the first person who has not been shocked by Qin Yi's speed of cultivation. Old Ginger is still spicy. Although Qin Yi's current talent is monstrous, it is estimated that Old Wang has seen people of similar level. I originally thought that you just had a very good character and were willing to practice hard, so I wanted to accept you as my disciple. I wanted to formally accept you after you became a martial arts master. Elder Wang sighed. At first, I estimated that you would need at least a year to enter the martial arts master realm, but I didn't expect that half a month would be enough. He turned his wrist, and a long wooden box suddenly appeared in his palm, exuding an ancient atmosphere. This is the apprenticeship gift I prepared for you. If you are willing to become my disciple, I will accept him. If you are not willing, that's fine. You can still come here to find me in the future. My cultivation method is extremely demanding and requires a lot of hardship. Think it over carefully before making a decision. Old Wong placed the wooden box on the table, narrowed his eyes, and said no more. Qin admired Mr. Wong very much. The old man had also done him a favor, and he believed that the other party would not cheat him. So, Qin didn't think much about it, and immediately agreed to become Wong's disciple, and gave 3 great gifts to Mr. Wong. Disciples are not afraid of suffering. They are only afraid of not becoming stronger after suffering. He said it sincerely. Old Wong slowly opened his eyes, his expression of admiration growing stronger, and he couldn't help but smile and said, "Don't worry, our immortal slaying sex skills are incomparable even to the so-called S-level skills in the current mortal world. Get up and open the wooden box and take a look. Even S-level techniques can't compare to it. Disciple obeys your command." He was delighted. He respectfully opened the wooden box and looked down. There were 2 objects placed inside. One was a rolled-up parchment, and the other was a withered black seed. Chapter 67, Military Tactics. Spread out the parchment, and you will see little people drawn on it, doing different actions. Although the painting style is simple, the actions are depicted vividly and dynamically. Qin took a closer look and felt a sudden pain between his eyebrows. An extra memory suddenly appeared in his mind. When I came to my senses, the parchment in my hand had disappeared as if it had never existed. But the constantly evolving memories in Qin Yi's mind reminded him that everything was true. What was recorded on the parchment was a strange bodybuilding technique. Different from those techniques on the market that used various spiritual objects to temper the body, the bodybuilding technique of the Zhanxian sect was unique and extremely interesting. This method is called planting soldiers, and it requires the practitioner to choose a withered spirit soldier seed before breaking through to the Grandmaster level. Use his body as soil and plant the spirit seed, allowing it to regain vitality and take root and sprout in the body. After that, the spirit seed will continue to develop and branch out. The branches and trunks will become potential pillars of the warrior's meridians, widening the meridians again. The main trunk is integrated with the bones to strengthen the bone quality. Even when one cultivates to a high level, the roots nurtured by the spirit seeds can penetrate deep into the sea of consciousness and can become the warrior's second spirit root, helping the warrior to attain enlightenment. Martial artists who practice the art of war often possess unrivaled power at the same level, and their martial arts potential can be increased several times on the original basis, which can be called a magical skill. The name of this sect, Zhanxian sect, sounds very arrogant. Perhaps if one cultivates to the highest level, one will really have the ability to kill immortals. Old Wong did not lie to him. This kind of military technique was indeed better than all the S-level skills that Lin Chongqing had seen. Above the S-level techniques, there are 3 types of techniques: Saint level, Divine level, and Immortal level. According to the ancestor, this kind of military technique should be a Divine level technique. If we can find the original spiritual weapons, we can even reach the level of immortals. Seeing Qin lost in thought, Mr. Wong added leisurely. There are 3 major difficulties in practicing the art of growing soldiers. The first is that one needs to constantly nourish the withered spiritual soldiers to restore vitality and grow slowly. This process will inevitably consume a lot of energy and time and is extremely painful. After all, the spiritual soldiers will be buried in the warrior's atrium, absorbing the blood from the heart. After sprouting, they will use their branches and leaves to pierce the atrium and meridians, forcibly transforming the human body. This kind of pain far exceeds the torture of late-stage cancer. The second is that spiritual soldiers are a special kind of high-level spiritual plants that are extremely difficult to find and are almost extinct. Only the current leader of the Zhanxian sect has any stocks. That's right, Mr. Wong's true identity is the current leader of the immortal slaying sect and the only member of the sect. The spiritual weapon he gave to Qin was of the 6th order, a top-grade product left by his ancestor. As for the third difficulty in practicing the art of military cultivation, it is quite interesting. The spiritual weapons planted into the body by the planting technique cannot be intact, but must be almost withered. Otherwise, Once a complete spirit seed enters the body, it will instantly drain the warrior's vitality, causing the warrior to die from exhaustion of chi and blood. Before planting soldiers, the spiritual seeds must be inactivated in advance. However, this deactivation process is extremely difficult, and it can only be accomplished by the intervention of a marquee-level expert at least. After all, spiritual soldiers are of extremely high quality and have super strong survival abilities. They can grow in the desert. If you want to make them wither, you need to use some strong force. Only after the spiritual soldiers have been inactivated can they be safely implanted into the atrium and connected with it through the blood in the heart to establish a connection. Once the sea of consciousness is opened up and one is able to control mental power, one can then separate some mental power and integrate it into the spirit seed, gaining complete control and achieving the unity of spirit and flesh. Even spiritual soldiers, after being killed, are still dangerous to warriors. So I asked you to come find me after you reach the level of martial artist. Old Wang explained the whole story to Qini. After listening to his story, Qini became more and more interested in the founder of the Zhanxian sect and couldn't help asking, "Master, what is the name of the founder of my Zhanxian sect?" Old Wang's face showed a look of sadness as he recalled the past. He sighed and said, "His name is Chun Ziluo. You may not know him just by his name, but if I mention his nickname, you may know him. When he was still alive, all the races in the heavens respected him as the Heavenly Lord of 10,000 tribulations." Qini's heart was shocked. The Lord of 10,000 tribulations. This supreme, powerful person who was the first in human history to step into the realm of heavenly venerate was actually the first leader of the immortal slaying sect. It seems that Mr. Wang's background is even more powerful than he imagined. The ancestor was finally buried in the South China Sea. Since you have already become a disciple of the immortal slaying sect, you must go to the South China Sea cave heaven to pay homage to him in the future. The effect of the weapon cultivation technique on a warrior depends not only on the development level of the spirit weapon, but also on the quality of the spirit weapon itself. Although this 6th level spiritual weapon I gave you is strong, it is not the strongest. The strongest spiritual weapon is the 8th level, known as the Immortal Seed, and was buried with the ancestor in the South Sea cave heaven. If fate allows, maybe you can find that seed. So that's what it is. The original spiritual soldiers that Mr. Wang mentioned at the beginning should be the so-called Immortal Seeds. The South China Sea cave? I will go on that trip. According to his memory, the method of planting soldiers does not actually limit the number of spiritual soldiers planted in the body. If your physique and soul are strong enough, there will be no problem planting another one, and the increase will be further increased to an exaggerated degree. Unfortunately, apart from Chun Ziluo, the 10,000 Tribulations Heavenly Master, no one in the Immortal Slaying sect has been able to grow 2 spiritual weapons. As for planting 3 or 4 spirit seeds in one body, that is already a fantasy. It is something that exists in theory, and Chun Ziluo has not done it. Plant a spiritual soldier seed. As long as you can continue to cultivate it, at the very least you can break through the realm limit and become a marquee in the mountain and sea realm. This divine grade technique is already so abnormal. I wonder how outrageous the legendary immortal grade technique can be. Qini carefully took out the spiritual weapon from the wooden box, held it in his palm, and released a wisp of blood and energy into it. In an instant, the withered and lonely spiritual weapons were nourished, and a dark luster emanated from their surface. Qin, he did not hesitate. While Old Wang was protecting him, he got mad and pressed the spiritual weapon directly against his chest. The next moment, feeling the vigorous blood and energy, the spiritual weapon suddenly sank into Qin Yi's chest, penetrated the obstruction of flesh and bones, and sank into the left atrium of the heart. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yi's heart tightened and a sharp pain broke out, spreading throughout his body in an instant. His blood and energy gathered towards his heart, and the withered 6th level spiritual soldier devoured the blood and energy hungrily, like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Qin Yi's face turned pale, and his breath suddenly became weak. Old Wang had anticipated this. He took out a 3rd level spiritual fruit that was specially used to replenish chi and blood from the cabinet under the cash register, and was about to hand it to Qini. However, before he could even stretch out his hand, Qin Yi's face suddenly turned rosy, and he no longer looked weak. Old Wang's hands froze, not quite sure what was going on. Could it be possible that Qin Yi could break through on his own without having to take spiritual fruits anymore? That's impossible. All the disciples in the past, and the founder had to take spiritual fruits to survive when they first raised their troops. Mr. Wang had personally experienced the cultivation of soldiers, and he knew very well how strong the desire for blood and vitality was for the spiritual soldiers who had initially recovered their vitality. All the grandmasters must be drained. Chapter 68, 5 centimeters, is already very long. Old Wang didn't expect that Qin Yi only went to the Xintian secret realm, which was of D-level danger level, and actually harvested a large amount of divine blood mist. These divine blood mists were left behind by the venerable, and their quality was comparable to that of 6th rank spiritual objects. After being digested by Qin Yi's level 4 iron stomach, they turned into pure blood and energy, scattered in various cells, waiting for Qin Yi to refine them into qi and blood power at any time. However, now that he was practicing the art of growing soldiers, he was in urgent need of replenishing his blood and energy. The blood and energy left after the purification of the divine blood mist came in handy on the spot. In Wang Lao's eyes, Qin Yi's face turned pale and red and was erratic, but nothing happened, and there was no sign of his energy dissipating. This kid's physical potential might be beyond his expectations, as he could actually withstand the excessive absorption of spiritual weapons. Old Wang thought secretly and became even more satisfied with this new disciple. With a massive supply of blood and energy, the withered spiritual soldiers gradually came to life, and the surrounding area was filled with vitality. With a slight crisp sound of click, a crack appeared in the black seed coat, and a white bud slowly emerged, revealing its pointed corners, and began to struggle to grow upwards and take root. The roots of spiritual soldiers do not grow downwards like ordinary plants, but upwards. The reason is very simple, because the roots of spiritual weapons need to go deep into the sea of consciousness, and the sea of consciousness is above the atrium rather than below. After breaking out of the shell and sprouting, the spiritual roots grow extremely slowly, and it may take several years to reach the sea of consciousness and branch out. If you want to speed it up, the only shortcut is to use other spiritual creatures to cultivate it. It's a waste of money and time, but considering the bonus to combat power this method brings, it's all worth it. According to Qin Yi's memory, the art of planting soldiers is divided into 6 stages, namely germination, rooting, branching, leafing, soul entering, and fruiting. Among them, entering the soul corresponds to the main body entering the Grand Master level, and the divine consciousness entering the spiritual army. The result stage corresponds to the main body being conferred a title of nobility and the spiritual weapons becoming mature. The subsequent paths are different. You can find ways to upgrade the rank of the spiritual soldiers, or you can plant a second spiritual soldier. In short, it depends on what Qin Yi chooses later. Practicing the art of cultivating soldiers is a long-term effort. Don't be too anxious. Take your time. Old Wang advised Qin Yi, when you have stabilized your realm, I will give you another killing technique for fighting. Disciple understands. Qin Yi exhaled a breath, stood up, and thanked Master Wang. He was looking forward to the killing skills of the Zhanxian sect. This matter is over. Afterwards, he took this opportunity to tell Mr. Wang that he still needed to stay in the supermarket for a few days, receive a few express deliveries, and practice for a while. Naturally, Mr. Wang had no objection to this, and just asked what package Qin Yi bought. A few spiritual fruits to assist in cultivation. Qin Yi did not hide it. In that case, you can go to the storeroom to practice. There happens to be a bed there, and the space is large enough. Time passes by quietly like running water. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Staying in Mr. Wang's supermarket, Qin Yi felt extremely at ease and slept soundly. After entering the realm of martial artists, most martial artists no longer need sleep, but Qin Yi feels that sleeping can more easily restore his mental state and relieve fatigue, so he still gets used to taking a nap occasionally. He sat cross-legged on the bed, looking inward at his heart, and found that after 24 hours, his spiritual soldiers had not grown at all, and the tender sprouts were exactly the same as when they had just hatched. It really grows very slowly. After breaking out of the shell and sprouting, the spiritual weapon's absorption of nutrients from the human body changes from violent and indiscriminate absorption to a steady stream, which will not put the warrior in a situation where he cannot afford it. However, Qin Yi was very curious. If he took the initiative to use his blood and energy to nourish the spirit seed, could he speed up its growth? He didn't dare to try it on his own, so he got up and went to the front desk to ask Mr. Wang for advice. Old Wang knew that the young man was anxious, so he replied calmly, "If you can control the degree of watering, you can try it. But if the quality and quantity of qi and blood are too low, the effect will not be obvious for spiritual soldiers. If you require high quality, it will be difficult for you, a mere martial artist, to refine qi and blood of high enough quality. If you have spiritual fruits to help, it's good to fill the gap in quantity, but don't use too much, or you'll end up forcing things to grow too fast and your foundation will be unstable. A spiritual army with an unstable foundation will not grow up." Spiritual fruit assistance? There is absolutely no need for that. There was still a huge amount of divine blood and energy left in Qin Yi's body. He had used up less than 1/10 of it yesterday when he allowed the spiritual weapon seeds to germinate. Disciple, try it first. Qin Yi couldn't wait to find an open space, sit down cross-legged on the spot, and mobilize the divine blood stored in all the cells in his body to nourish the spiritual soldiers. The divine blood was absorbed by the spiritual root bit by bit. Then, the spiritual root, which had just shown its tip, began to grow upward at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half an hour, it had grown 5 centimeters and was about to touch the atrium wall. Is this only 5 centimeters? Qin Yi opened his eyes, feeling a little helpless. He had just used up 1/5 of the divine blood and energy, but the improvement was not as much as he had imagined. He planned to use the remaining divine blood and energy himself to break through the realm first. After all, before the spiritual weapon seeds took root, these seeds did not bring any improvement to him and were purely a burden. When he returned to Elder Wang, he looked distressed, but Elder Wang had an attitude of being profound and expected this, and took the initiative to comfort him, saying, "Have you tried it? The quality of the qi and blood at the martial artist level is too low, so it is difficult to have any effect. If I make up for it with quantity, it will hinder my own cultivation, which is not worth the loss. Let's take it slow and steady, step by step." Qin Yi nodded and said, "You are right. I spent a lot of effort and only made the young root grow 5 centimeters. Well, 5 centimeters is not. Wait, how many centimeters did you say?" Old Wang's eyes narrowed and his tone suddenly changed. Qin Yi didn't know what he was talking about and repeated, 5 centimeters. 5 centimeters. 5 centimeters? Old Wang released his divine sense again to explore Qin Yi's body, and then clearly saw the 5-centimeter-long young root in Qin Yi's left atrium. When he was young, it took him a whole year to grow the young roots to 5 centimeters. Now, Qin Yi did it in one day? What kind of monster is this? What's wrong, Master? Is there any problem with 5 centimeters? Qin Yi saw that Old Wang had a strange look on his face and suddenly felt a little nervous, fearing that he had practiced it wrong. Old Wang glanced at him and thought to himself that 5 centimeters was a huge problem. How could a human race grow troops so quickly? And the foundation is still very solid. Fortunately, he had seen a lot of things in the world, so he quickly covered up his abnormal expression and shook his head, saying, "No problem, you practiced very well. If you keep practicing like this, maybe you'll be able to catch up with me soon." Old Wang spoke in a sighing tone. Qin Yi scratched his head and was about to say something else, but there was a knock on the door outside. He turned around and looked. At the entrance of the supermarket, Fatty Jean was standing there with a smile on his face, holding a space storage bag in his hands. The 5th-level spiritual fruit has arrived. Chapter 69, Ice Heart Fruit. Fatty Jean put a lot of effort into making friends with Qin Yi, and even acted as a courier himself, escorting the 5th-level spiritual fruit from Yuhang City to the eastern suburbs. The main focus is sincerity. At this moment, he was standing in front of the Dongjiao supermarket with a smile on his face. There was nothing strange about him, but his mind was racing and he felt a little confused. According to Qin Yi's information, he should live in a ground-floor apartment. So why would he fill in the supermarket as the shipping address? Could it be that after making money, he bought a supermarket to continue hiding his identity? Fatty Jean did not express his doubts. Having been in business for so many years, he knew very well that many warriors did not like outsiders to talk about them. Sometimes keeping silent was the best way to deal with things. Ding-ling-ling. The doorbell rang and the supermarket door opened. Qin Yi poked his head out and saw Fatty Jean standing at the door, followed by a kind-looking old man. Well, a young master from a wealthy family and an old man as his bodyguard. That's a classic combination. Qin Yi cast his eyes towards the old man behind Fatty Jean. After staring for a few seconds, he could tell that this man was quite powerful. He was definitely a top expert who was protecting Fatty Jean, probably at the Grandmaster level. It is already difficult to restrain a master-level warrior with contribution points and money, and I don't know how the noble families can invite these people to work for them. Of course, it is also possible that the old man's surname is also Jean, and he is simply protecting his own family. Ah, Brother Jean, how are you? I heard that there are a lot of troubles in the eastern suburbs of Yuhang, so I specially asked Elder Chu to accompany me on this trip. Fatty Jean saw that he had been looking at Mr. Chu behind him, so he took the initiative to introduce him to him without any hesitation or concealment. As a businessman, he was naturally cautious when coming to a place like the east suburbs where public security was poor, so he brought out one of the backbones of his family. You can say that he is afraid of death, or you can say that he is meticulous. In short, Fatty Jean is such a person. I understand. He retracted his gaze, smiled, took the storage bag from Fatty Jean, probed inside with his mental power, and found a fruit shaped like a heart. This fruit is so extraordinary that even in a storage space with extremely high storage capacity, a trace of its essence overflows. The 5th level spiritual fruit was truly miraculous. Through the storage bag, with only his weak mental power, Chini could actually feel the surging vitality contained in the spiritual fruit. I can't imagine how good the effect will be after eating this fruit. In addition to the 5th level spiritual fruit, there is also a blue Taoist robe in the storage bag. It looks ordinary, and it is unknown what its function is. This 5th level spiritual fruit I collected is called Bing Xin. The fruit is called Bing Xin, but in fact it does not have any ice coldness. It only contains pure life force. It has miraculous effects whether it is healing or tempering the body. Fatty Jean looked painful, his eyes full of reluctance, staring closely at the storage bag in Qin Yi's hand. This fruit was given by my father. It may be the only 5th level spiritual fruit in Yuhang at present. The rarity of 5th grade spiritual fruits is self-evident. 4th grade spiritual fruits can be sold at $1 million price in the martial world, and 5th grade spiritual fruits are in short supply. It was normal for Fatty Jean to feel pain, but the way he acted in front of Qin Yi was definitely intentional. He wanted to leave enough weight in Qin Yi's heart, so he naturally had to fully demonstrate the preciousness of this spiritual fruit. He is indeed a capitalist. His every word and action is full of hidden meanings. Qin Yi felt that this fat guy was quite interesting and a good person, so it wouldn't hurt to make friends with him. After all, they have given me so many things for free. Qin Yi nodded and said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Jean. Your Jean family is honest and trustworthy. I have seen it today. I just don't know what the blue robe in the storage bag is." Fatty Jean saw Qin Yi's reaction clearly and knew that the two of them were related. His smile became even stronger. This piece of clothing is called Xianshui Taoist robe. Although it is only of 2nd grade quality, it is easy to wear and can change its appearance at will. Just treat it as a gift for our transaction. Xianshui Taoist robe? Qin Yi's mind moved. He took out the Taoist robe and put it on in front of Fatty Jin's interview. Then, an idea flashed through his mind, and the blue Taoist robe immediately changed its appearance, becoming a perfectly fitting sportswear. Even the pants appeared. Good stuff, not bad. He was worried about what to do if his clothes and pants were torn off in a fight in the future. There will be new corpses of ferocious beasts in the future, guaranteed to be above the 2nd level. I will contact you at any time. Qin Yi looked at the sportswear on his body and sighed that capitalists still know how to bribe people. It's okay. Just keep in touch. I won't disturb your practice. Fatty Jean knew when to stop and didn't talk nonsense with Qin Yi. After leaving the storage bag, he left with old Chu. Qin Yi hurried back to the supermarket, eager to take out the spiritual fruit and swallow it. Your spiritual fruit has arrived? When Mr. Wang saw Qin Yi walk in with a happy face, he knew what had happened. Did you buy a 3rd level or 4th level spiritual fruit? If the level is too high, it will be difficult to remove the spiritual poison at your current level, and it may damage your foundation. Old Wang has made the most exaggerated prediction for Qin Yi. For a martial artist to be able to afford a 4th level spiritual fruit, he would have to work hard for at least 3 or 4 years, or go to a secret realm and fight hard. However, he still underestimated Qin Yi's level. When Qin Yi took the Bing Xian fruit out of the storage bag, the whole supermarket was filled with a strong vitality. Wisps of vitality flowed out of the supermarket through the gaps, and even made the green belts on both sides of the road grow again, with lush branches and leaves, and became several times more vigorous. 5th level spiritual fruit. It's not about price anymore. Once a 5th level spiritual fruit is listed in the martial world, it will be snapped up in seconds even if it costs 100 million contribution points. The warriors who can buy it all have internal channels and know in advance that the 5th level spiritual fruit will be on the shelves, so they rush to buy it. You. Mr. Wong didn't know what to say for a moment. He thought about it and decided not to ask Qin Yi about the source of the 5th level spiritual fruit. Apprentices should also have their own private secrets. The poison of the 5th level spiritual fruit is too strong for you. If you want to eat it at the martial artist level, you must find an alchemist to deal with it, or let me disperse half of its spiritual power. Spiritual poison? In the face of adaptive evolution, this persistent poison is a treasure to Qin Yi. He is so happy after eating it that how could he possibly let people dissipate half of it? He scratched his head, and without blushing or beating his heart, he lied to his master. Master, I discovered earlier that I am immune to spiritual poison. It may be due to my physical condition. No matter what level of spiritual poison it is ineffective against my disciple. There are billions of martial arts physiques in the universe, and no one can say for sure which one will not include the spiritual fruit body that is immune to spiritual poisons. Old Wang didn't remember anyone with this kind of physique, but seeing that Qin Yi didn't look like he was lying, he quickly chose to believe him. Perhaps it is because of your special physique that the spiritual soldiers grow so fast. Not only did Old Wang believe what Qin Yi said, he even used his imagination to make up for the fact that Qin Yi's spiritual weapons were growing too fast. It seems that keeping calm and collected is also a god-level skill, which seems to have the ability to enhance the persuasiveness of words. A magical skill to deceive people? Chapter 70. Level 19 Spiritual Affinity, God-level talent. Let's ignore all the miscellaneous things for now. Now that Old Wang is by my side, it is definitely the best time to take the Bing Xian fruit. Qin Yi and Mr. Wang came to the supermarket warehouse, and without hesitation, they wolfed down the palm-sized Bingxin fruit in just a few bites, not even leaving the core. It is extremely difficult to plant the core of a high-level spiritual fruit again. It is almost impossible, so it is better to eat it to supplement more nutrition. The slightly cool flesh burst into endless vitality after entering the stomach, flowing through the meridians to the internal organs, nourishing every cell of Qin Yi, making him feel extremely comfortable, as if every pore in his body was opened. Bing Xian. Although the name contains the word ice, it symbolizes the frozen vitality. Once thawed, it will bring endless warmth. But as the spiritual power spread, the spiritual poison also grew secretly and deposited in Qin Yi's various organs, gradually corrupting his organs and eventually causing an indelible blow to the foundation of his martial arts. Everything has two sides. In order to prevent the spiritual fruit from being devoured by living creatures, a large amount of spiritual poison is produced in the flesh, which specifically poisons the foundation of warriors. Therefore, in this world, just by eating spiritual fruits, one can at most be promoted to a high-level martial artist. As for the master, you can only dream about it. However, Qin Yi can ignore the influence of the spiritual poison and even use it to evolve again. In Wang Lao's eyes, Qin Yi's face was alternately pale and black. In the previous second, he seemed to be covered with a layer of shadow, as if he was deeply poisoned. In the next second, he returned to his original state with fair skin. The spiritual fruit in his stomach was being quickly digested by the iron stomach, and the spiritual poison was constantly being released. However, in Old Wang's opinion, Qin Yi's foundation was not only not poisoned, but became more solid. It was a miracle. The world is full of wonders. I have lived for so many years, but I have never heard of a physique that is immune to spiritual poisons. Today I have seen it. Old Wang was amazed. He discovered that Qin Yi was not only immune to spiritual poisons, but his speed in digesting spiritual fruits was also unmatched by ordinary warriors. It would take an ordinary mid-level martial artist at least 10 days or half a month to completely digest a 5th-level spiritual fruit. But when it came to Qin Yi, it seemed that he could digest it completely on the spot. Could it be that his disciple can do everything faster than others? Or is it a special physique that is immune to spiritual poisons and has the ability to speed up the digestion of spiritual objects? Then this physique is really ridiculously strong. Among the top 100 martial arts physiques currently ranked by the Human Alliance, Qin Yi's emerging physique can easily be ranked in the top 30. What does it mean to ignore spiritual poison? What this means is that before becoming a grandmaster, Qin Yi can eat spiritual fruits without thinking, without fear of side effects, and his realm will soar all the way to the point where he can transform from an ordinary person into a grandmaster in just 3 days. It's a pity that after becoming a grandmaster, If a warrior wants to make further progress, he has to come into contact with the Great Tao. Just eating spiritual objects will not be effective. Not long. All the spiritual poison deposited in the Bingshin fruit was released, and the spirituality and vitality contained in it were all absorbed by Qin. This fifth-level spiritual fruit was basically eaten. In the warehouse, Qin Yi's aura suddenly rose. In his meridians, a little bit of spirituality formed its own nucleus, absorbing blood and spiritual energy on its own, refining a large amount of concentrated qi and blood, which flowed into Qin Yi's body. In just 1 hour, Qin Yi's total blood and qi soared from 500 calories to 1,000 calories. The bottleneck of high-level martial artists seemed to be non-existent and was overcome just like that. It had only been less than 3 days since Qin Yi broke through to the intermediate martial artist level, and he had already reached the final stage of the martial artist realm. Seeing this scene, Old Wang felt mixed emotions, remembering that although he was also known as a child of destiny, he was still stuck at the martial artist level for 2 years. In just 2 years, he broke through from a low-level martial artist to a high-level martial artist, and he was already the best among his peers. But in Qin Yi's case, he broke through from a loser to a high-level martial artist in just 1 month. There is no comparison at all. The young are to be feared, and the future is promising. Old Wang was not jealous. At his age, he didn't care about anything. He only felt happy and proud of Qin Yi's talent. However, if he knew that Qin Yi could actually break through to the Grandmaster level in one go, I wonder what he would think. That's right, the energy contained in the Bing Xian fruit was actually enough for Qin Yi to break through to the Grandmaster level, but he forcibly suppressed the breakthrough. The reason was very simple. He was afraid that something might go wrong if he recklessly expanded his brain area, so he planned to ask Old Wang before continuing. The breakthrough to the Grandmaster realm originally required the opening up of the brain area, but Qin Yi opened up the sea of consciousness in his brain ahead of time because of the passing of the gods. Although it was only a small piece, it was still a sea of consciousness. After that, he broke through to the Grandmaster level and had a chance to expand his sea of consciousness. He was worried that something might go wrong, so he decided to seek advice from the experienced Master Wang first. Time passed minute by minute, and the total amount of qi and blood in Qin Yi's body did not stop after breaking through 1,000 calories, but continued to rise until it reached 2,000 calories, the limit for a high-level martial artist. Even Old Wang couldn't help but be amazed. And the most terrifying thing is that the improvement of realm is not the biggest gain Qin Yi got after taking the spiritual fruit. His greatest gain is always the new skills he has evolved through adaptive evolution. Ding! Your cells have successfully adapted to the 5th-level spiritual poison and evolved a passive skill, Poison Resistance LV5. The poison resistance that was originally upgraded to level 4 by Zhuang Muqing was upgraded again to level 5. Level 4 poison resistance allows him to ignore most of the 4th-level poisons. After reaching level 5, he can probably eat 4th-level poisons as food. Level 5 represents the 5th stage, which means that if Qin Yi encounters a mountain and sea realm expert whose main means of attack is poison, he may even have a chance to kill the opponent with level 5 poison resistance. After all, his physical body is blessed with a level 1 immortal golden body, which is equivalent to the physical body of a grandmaster. Under the condition of attribute restraint, it is not excessive to kill the enemy across a large realm, right? Certainly, level 5 poison resistance is indeed good, but it is still far inferior to the next successfully evolved passive skill. Ding! You have successfully digested all the spirituality of the 5th-level spiritual fruit, cleansed your roots, improved your qualifications across the board, and evolved a talented skill, Spiritual Affinity LV19. Level 19, Aura Affinity. If Qin Yi remembered correctly, he was only level 9 at the beginning. Unexpectedly, after taking a level 5 spiritual fruit, he instantly increased his level by 10 and crossed the level 10 threshold. How abnormal is level 19 Aura Affinity? The legendary god of war body does not require any training. Spiritual energy will automatically penetrate into the body and temper the blood and qi, helping the warrior become stronger. Qin Yi originally thought that the martial god body would only be achieved after reaching level 50 in spiritual energy affinity, but he never expected that level 19 in spiritual energy affinity would already have the effects of the martial god body. From then on, he no longer needed to concentrate on practicing. Even if he played games every day, his body would remain in the best state for practice, and spiritual energy would automatically enter his body. His body is like an assembly line factory, and his spiritual energy is the exploited free labor. He works hard, sacrifices himself, and takes the initiative to help Qin create assets. And his cultivation speed is dozens of times faster than before. He can refine a card of qi and blood in 1 minute, which is many times stronger than Qin. Spiritual fruit is really a good thing. The effect of a 5th level spiritual fruit is so exaggerated. Then what about the 6th level, 7th level, or even the legendary 8th level spiritual fruits? Could it be possible that by eating one, I could instantly become an immortal? The higher the level of the secret realm, the more likely it is to produce high-level spiritual fruits. Perhaps next, after dealing with the troubles of the alien god society, he could go to the B-level secret realm in the neighboring Yindang mountain to test the waters. Chapter 71, How About You Be My Master? Because the total amount of qi and blood reached the bottleneck of the level, the spiritual energy automatically entered Qin Yi's body and could no longer continue to refine qi and blood. Instead, it began to help Qin Yi polish his body, further compressing the concentration of qi and blood. There was a tendency to inject liquid qi and blood into the body and refine it into solid qi and blood. The quality of qi and blood of each warrior is different. Generally speaking, it can be divided into 3 levels: gaseous, liquid, and solid. The gaseous state belongs to the level of quasi-warriors. The liquid state belongs to the level of warriors to masters. And as for the solid state, often, one needs to reach the Grandmaster realm before one has the opportunity to attempt compression. Because in order to refine solid qi and blood, one needs a body that is strong to a certain degree. Otherwise, it will not be able to provide the refinement environment. Just like diamonds must be produced in a high-temperature and high-pressure environment, the requirements of solid qi and blood for the environment are actually the requirements for the physical strength of the warrior. There is no doubt that Qin Yi's physical body has reached the standard. Not only has it reached the standard, it is also far superior to the average Grandmaster. A large amount of qi and blood were forcibly compressed into a drop and merged into Qin Yi's flesh and blood, filling the gaps between cells, allowing Qin Yi's physical strength to increase again and become more solid. If someone used scientific instruments to measure Qin Yi at this moment, they would be surprised to find that the density of Qin Yi's flesh and blood was increasing wildly, comparable to gold and stone. The reason why the corpses of the immortal gods of the Celestial Clan can still be so terrifying after death is that every piece of flesh and blood contains infinite solid qi and blood. If even a trace of it is released, it can disperse into a pool of blood. Of course, all these training processes were carried out automatically, and Qin Yi did not need to take care of them at all. The 5th level spiritual fruit was completely processed. After Qin Yi opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Old Wang standing in front of him to protect him. His heart warmed up, and he quickly stood up and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Master." Old Wang waved his hand indifferently, but his eyes never left Qin Yi, and the depths of his eyes were full of thought. He actually saw the spiritual energy actively drilling into Qin Yi's body, and Qin Yi's body became stronger and stronger, and the energy and blood contained in it became more and more surging. Is it because my eyes are blurry? Old Wang blinked, but the strange phenomenon on Qin Yi's body still did not disappear and remained the same as before. It would be fine if one could refine solid qi and blood at the martial artist stage, but this kind of passive cultivation method requires an extremely high affinity with spiritual energy. As far as he knows, only the martial god body and the natural god body have this ability. Why does Qin Yi have it too? Isn't your special constitution immune to spiritual poison? As if he had seen the lingering confusion on Old Wang's face, Qin Yi coughed twice, his face flushed but his heart not beating, and he laughed and said, "Master, have you noticed something strange about me?" Mr. Wang nodded. Qin Yi looked puzzled and continued, "I don't know what happened, but after eating the 5th level spiritual fruit, I suddenly found that the surrounding spiritual energy was drilling into my body uncontrollably and was helping me practice." "Master, don't you know why?" Elder Wang shook his head. "I don't know the reason either. Maybe it has something to do with your physique. After all, I have never heard of such a miraculous physique as yours. In all the worlds, there are always physiques that ordinary people don't know about. You don't have to worry. At least the characteristics that have been revealed so far are all good for you." Seeing that his master not only did not ask any further questions, but also took the initiative to help him cover up the lie, Qin Yi felt relieved and a little ashamed. Although it is not good to deceive the master, the existence of the system is too important. It can even suppress the residual soul of the giant god. He really dare not tell others. The trouble was temporarily covered up. Chini did not continue to dwell on this issue. He changed the subject and asked about the Grandmaster's breakthrough. Speaking of this, Elder Wang's expression became even more serious, and he said solemnly, "For a martial artist to break through to the Grandmaster level, he needs to open up his sea of consciousness, which is very dangerous. If you're not careful, turning into a fool is considered a minor injury." Elder Wang has done a lot of research on the Grandmaster realm, and he advised, the development of the brain area must be done step by step. First, use a trace of chi and blood as a pioneer to explore the way. After you understand where you can touch and where you can't touch, you can continue. Everyone's brain is slightly different, so someone else's path may not be suitable for you. You'd better. He wanted to teach Shin his experience in opening up his brain area, but he saw Chini smile awkwardly with a slightly subtle expression. "What's wrong? Do you have any questions?" Old Wang frowned. Chini pointed to his head and replied, "Master, I accidentally opened my sea of consciousness when I was at the warrior level. Now I want to know how to expand it." "Mr. Wang, the sea of consciousness is opened in the warrior realm? Why don't you go to heaven?" The sea of consciousness is the most important place in a person, even more important than the heart. It is a strange place that is half virtual and half real. So Old Wang had not noticed that Chini already had a sea of consciousness before. Only by breaking through to the realm of true king can a person's soul and sea of consciousness turn from virtual to real, and can be seen with the naked eye and even touched in person. Just like Chin Yi once swam in the giant god's sea of consciousness. Before it completely becomes solid, it is difficult for outsiders to detect the existence of the sea of consciousness unless they specifically investigate. Now, Old Wang specially separated a wisp of divine consciousness and penetrated into the center of Qin Yi's eyebrows. After careful exploration, he really saw a small crack in the sea of consciousness. The sea water here is not full. It can barely fill the gap, which is very weak for him. But considering that Qin Yi has such sea of consciousness and mental power at the level of a warrior, telling others about it would be enough to scare a lot of big guys. Even the experienced Mr. Wang was a little shocked. The soul is powerful. The body is invincible. The talent is unparalleled. What kind of monster did I accept as my apprentice? How can the geniuses of your peers survive if you are so perverted? No, not only the geniuses of the same generation, but also the geniuses of 2 generations above may be caught up by Qin Yi, or even defeated by him. I didn't expect you to have almost 150 points of spiritual power. Since your sea of consciousness has been opened, when you break through to the Grandmaster level, you can try to expand your sea of consciousness in all directions, and try not to expand it downwards for now. Mr. Wang thought for a moment and told Qin Yi his experience. As for why it is better not to open up further, he also gave the reason. At the martial artist stage, the control over chi and blood is still very rough and weak. It is impossible to be precise and fine-grained. If you open it downwards, you may accidentally damage the key brain nerves and cause an accident. As for opening up on both sides, as long as you don't open up too much, there will basically be no problem, because you have already opened a gap there and nothing has gone wrong, which basically means that a large area connected to it can be opened up. Chini was taught. He still had a problem, though. According to what you said, if I can control my chi and blood to a very detailed level, can I try to deepen my sea of consciousness? Meticulous? This is the level that kings and princes pursue, and it was only a few years ago that Mr. Wang reached this level. After listening to Qin Yi's words, Mr. Wang wanted to refute him and educate him, telling him not to be too ambitious. But when I thought of all the miracles that happened to Qin Yi, I was a little afraid to say it out loud. It's a good thing he didn't say what he was thinking, because the next second, he saw Qin Yi stretch out his index finger and hook it slightly, and a strand of blood and energy suddenly jumped out of his body. Like a toy, he kneaded and played with it at will, and it flew freely in the air according to his command. Mr. Wang, how about you be my master? Chapter 72, The Sword of Creation and the Star-Breathing Technique. The fact that he could play with chi and blood so easily was enough to show Qin Yi's level of control. Mr. Wang didn't know what else to say. He just wanted to turn around and leave, to be alone. However, before leaving, he still needed to give Qin Yi 2 items, which were the introductory skills he had promised before. Considering that Qin Yi has already opened up his sea of consciousness, there is no need to use physical objects as a medium to teach the skills. With a thought, Old Wang condensed a special divine thought, which was shining and instantly penetrated into Qin Yi's brain. Immediately afterwards, two memory scenes appeared out of thin air in Qin Yi's mind. They were the two Zhanxian sect's martial arts techniques that Old Wang gave him. Clicking on a memory at random, he saw an immortal sword that pierced through heaven and earth, piercing through the void, slashing down from the sky, destroying the world, and the sword energy spread over 1,000,000,000 miles. Even though it was just a memory, Qin Yi felt a sharp sword intent that penetrated his heart and made his scalp tingle. This is the unique martial art of the Zhanxian sect, also a divine skill, named the Sword of Creation. The sword technique in his memory was definitely the strongest one Qin Yi had ever seen. It was most likely demonstrated personally by the founder of the Zhanxian sect, Chun Ziluo, the 10,000 Tribulations Heavenly Master. Even the spear thrown by the big dog's owner earlier was not as terrifying as this Sword of Creation. But I don't use swordsmanship, I focus on training my body, so this technique is a bit useless to me. Do I need to practice swordsmanship specifically? Qin Yi continued to look back at the Sword of Creation, and gradually, he comprehended a little bit of the key points of this killing technique. The immortal sword that pierced the sky and the earth at the beginning of the scene disappeared after the slash. Only a handsome young man in gorgeous clothes was left there. He was gentle and elegant, but he exuded a murderous aura that was in stark contrast to his appearance, as sharp as a sword. This person must be Chun Ziluo. For some reason, Qin Yi was so sure in his heart. Chun Ziluo stood calmly with his feet on the sky. Below him was a sword mark that looked like an abyss, unfathomable. He just stood there quietly, without saying a word or making a single move. But Qin Yi realized the true meaning of the Sword of Creation from him. This sword is not meant to be used as a sword. The foundation of their Zhanxian sect is a kind of military technique. By combining their bodies with spiritual weapons, their physical bodies are several times stronger than those of warriors of the same level. They can use their bodies as swords to perform this move. The sword that opened the sky, the emphasis is not the word one sword at the end, but open the sky. Comprehending the Taoist meaning of the two words Kai Tian is the key point. Junior Qin Yi, thank you, ancestor. Qin Yi's practice of the Sword of Creation improved instantly. He did not rush to continue his comprehension, but bowed respectfully with his soul body and ended this memory. He was very curious about what the other technique was. Qin Yi started to flip through another strange memory. This time he saw nothing. There was only absolute darkness and absolute nothingness in his mind. Looking around, he saw deathly silence and emptiness everywhere. This situation lasted for a long time. Qin Yi waited patiently. When he didn't even know how long he had been waiting, changes occurred in the darkness. A starlight lit up slightly, and then it became brighter and brighter, bursting out with billions of rays of light. Then there was the second star, the third star, the fourth star. The originally dark night sky suddenly became full of stars like a dream. The stars shined brightly and dotted the entire sky, making it gorgeous and dazzling. But what does this mean, and what kind of skill does it represent? Qin Yi carefully observed the sea of stars in the night sky, and slowly, he noticed something. Every star in the sky is twinkling in an orderly manner, like surging waves, rippling layer by layer. These stars seem to be alive. They are breathing. Star breathing technique. The second martial arts book that Old Wang gave him was actually a precious breathing method, and it was of a high grade, at least A grade. This is something that can be sold at a sky-high price in the martial arts world. This breathing method uses the starry sky as a guide. By visualizing the twinkling of the stars and adjusting the breathing, one can enter a mysterious state. Not only can it increase the speed of cultivation by more than 10 times, it can also give people a certain probability of attaining enlightenment on the spot in the future. You must know that after reaching the Grandmaster realm, if you want to improve your strength, it is not enough to have qi and blood. You must also make progress in comprehending the meaning of Tao. The state of enlightenment is the best state for comprehending the great Tao. If ordinary Grandmasters want to enter it, they can only seek external objects, such as the legendary Enlightenment Leaf. If one wants to enter the state of enlightenment naturally, it requires very high aptitude and comprehension, and only a genius can do it. After joining the Immortal Slaying sect, I actually got so many good things. Qin Yi suddenly felt a sense of happiness of being kept. He couldn't help but start practicing the breathing method right there, and then to see what level he could reach in 15 days with his dedicated practice, with the help of the 19th level spiritual affinity and the A-level breathing method. Who knows? Shaoxi might not even need to go to the city to ask for help, as he can kill all the enemies by himself. But he glanced at his cell phone and found that the spiritual fruits and skills he had bought from the martial arts world were about to be delivered, and the courier would be at the door soon. It's better to practice at night. There's no rush. He stood up and said, "Master, I have a few more express deliveries coming soon, and I have to sign for them now." Wang Lao's eyes jumped. Could there be a 5th level spiritual fruit? Could it be the 6th level? Don't scare me. This old man was really troubled by Qin. In just the past 2 days, his mood swings have far exceeded those of the past 10 years. Qin was amused by his master's reaction. How could there be a 5th level spiritual fruit? It's just a 3rd level spiritual fruit, plus 2 skills, a B-level breath concealment skill, and a C-level body skill. After much thought on the subway, he decided to spend most of his contribution points on the breath concealment technique, which cost him 700,000 yuan, while his body movement technique only cost him over 100,000 yuan. Currently, he still has over 200,000 contribution points left in his account. Oh! Mr. Wang felt relieved for some reason and agreed with Qin Yi's idea of buying. With your talent, you should really cover up a little. But this cover-up is not to play the pig and eat the tiger in human society, pretending to be powerful and slapping oneself in the face. You bought the concealment technique mainly to deal with alien races and fierce beasts in secret realms. As for human society, you don't need to hide your strength and qualifications. You can indulge yourself as much as you want, even if it attracts the attention of the leader of the human alliance. Qin was stunned. It is said that a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. He thought that Mr. Wang would also advise him of this truth, but he never thought that it was not the case. Instead, Mr. Wang supports him in showing off in human society. Why? Old Wang glanced at Qin and chuckled calmly. Are you wondering why I didn't ask you to be more low-key? It's very simple. The more dazzling you are, the more investment the higher-ups will make in you. As for the danger, you're my apprentice. In the human alliance, no one can touch you. As soon as these words were spoken, the negative emotions that had accumulated in Mr. Wang's heart for a long time all poured out, and he felt refreshed. Looking at Qin with stars in his eyes, he finally experienced the pleasure of being a master. I can finally show off in front of my apprentice. This is how a master should feel. If Qin knew what old Wang was thinking at the moment, he would definitely laugh secretly and think that this little old man was quite cute. Chapter 73 Undercurrent. Mr. Wang is very powerful, but Qin still doesn't know how powerful he is. He had always been curious about this, and after hesitating for a moment, he asked his master about his doubts, but he used a more tactful tone. Master, I still don't know what level of martial artist you are. Tell me your realm, so I can weigh it and decide which people I can and cannot provoke in the future. Otherwise, if I provoke them and they come after me, it will be embarrassing for you if you cannot handle it. Hearing this, Mr. Wang couldn't help but face darkening. So, as soon as I said I would protect you, you decided to go and provoke someone? He waved his hand in annoyance and said helplessly, Your master has entered the realm of True King for many years, but the True King barrier almost stuck me to death. I probably won't have a chance to make any further progress in this lifetime. Speaking of this, Mr. Wang's expression became a little gloomy. The True King is almost the strongest person in the Human Alliance, but there are a total of 128 True Kings in the entire Human Alliance, but not a single venerable. This shows the difficulty of breaking through to the venerable. Since ancient times, those who could be called kings were all geniuses who illuminated an era. However, they became bleak and dim in front of the only heavenly Lord. The area of this world is dozens of times larger than the Earth in Qin Yi's previous life. Even if all kinds of caves and secret realms are subtracted, it is definitely 10 times the size of the Earth. The population of China exceeds 5 billion, but there are only 68 kings. This is already the region with the largest number of true kings in the Human Alliance. It is said that there are only 32 true kings in the entire European Union. Qin believed that it was impossible for him to be stuck in the true king realm, and even the heavenly venerate realm could not hold him back. However, facing the silent master, he carefully considered his words and prepared to relax and liven up the atmosphere. According to the introduction on the internet, the true king can live for more than 800 years. You are actually still very young, so you may not have no chance of breaking through. Besides, even if you don't have the chance to break through, don't you still have me? When I become an invincible body, I will help you find a spiritual object to help you break through the bottleneck. Although Qin Yi said this in a joking tone, it was full of sincerity, and Mr. Wang could hear it. Wang Su has lived for so many years, and has been alone since his master Chun Ziluo died in battle. Today is the first time he has heard the care and concern of a family member. His heart warmed, and he said to Qin Yi in a joking tone, "Don't make trouble after you leave. I won't stop those who want to challenge you openly. Also, there are some strange organizations outside. If you are too arrogant, you may be assassinated by them. You still need to be careful on weekdays. Nowadays, humans are united, but there are inevitably some petty thieves who secretly collude with alien races. I can't always follow you, but if you encounter troubles that you can't solve, you must come to me." After this conversation, the relationship between the master and the disciple became closer imperceptibly. After the conversation, Wang Su left and continued to stay at the cashier's desk. Chini went to collect the express package, sat down cross-legged, and began to refine the third-level spiritual fruit. The third-level spiritual fruit has no effect on him anymore, but the pure energy refined from it can be used to nourish the spiritual soldiers in his heart and help them grow. Including the sword of creation, the art of planting soldiers, the star breathing method, the 2 skills purchased from the martial arts world, and the 7-injury crazy fist, Chini currently needs to practice a total of 6 skills. In addition to this, he also has to prepare for a breakthrough to the Grandmaster level. There are only 13 days left of the 15 days agreed with Xiaoxi. During these 13 days, Qin Yi should be able to live a fulfilling life. Just as Qin Yi was practicing hard, in an area unknown far away from Yuhang, the sky was dark and it was raining heavily. The bean-sized raindrops hit the leaves, making crisp pa-pa sounds. Under the huge towering maple tree, there is a round stone table. Dozens of stone chairs are placed around the stone table from the inside to the outside. There is a human figure sitting on each chair, standing still. If you watch from a distance, you will be surprised to find that the heavy rain did not wet these people at all. Every drop of rain turned into a streak of white and disappeared without a trace before touching them. When a warrior's chi and blood are tempered to a certain degree, he will possess a kind of aura or pressure, which can not only intimidate warriors of a lower level, but also play a certain role in isolating and protecting the body, making it difficult for rain to get close. The scorpion girl was caught. She failed. Among the many figures, a figure Qin Yi was very familiar with stood up from the outermost stone chair and spoke first. This man had a sinister face and sharp features. He was none other than Lu Yi, the member of the Alien God Society who had wanted to capture Qin Yi before. Everyone currently present is a member of the Alien God Society. The weakest is at the martial artist level. They're divided according to their contributions and strengths. The stronger they are, the closer their seats are to the inner layer in the stone table. All the elite members of the Ishin Society in Jiangnan Province are here. Regarding the matter of the scorpion girl mentioned by Lu Yi, it is actually the problem between Zhuang Muqing and Qin Yi. After the members of the Ishin Society have a certain strength and status, they will give themselves a nickname, and the scorpion girl is a nickname for Zhuang Muqing. As for Lu Yi, he had just been promoted and his nickname had just been decided, which was Madman. Since Lu Yi couldn't handle Qin Yi by himself, he had no choice but to report to the top of the organization and ask for support. Therefore, everyone present has already grasped Qin Yi's background and knows that Qin Yi may have obtained a high-level spiritual object that can quickly improve the realm and strength of a warrior. Oh, he was a useless martial artist, but in just 1 month, he broke through to become a mid-level martial artist. I think the spiritual objects he controls will not be lower than the 5th level. I heard that before that being left, he left 2 things behind. A blood sword was hanging in the secret realm, guarding the space crack. There is also a mysterious spiritual object hidden in the human world, which no one has obtained yet. Perhaps this Qin Yi has inherited his legacy. There were 6 circles of stone chairs outside the stone table. At this moment, the figure in the second circle spoke. She had a graceful figure and a plump body. Although her entire body was pitch black, she had a charm that made the members outside the 4th circle dare not look directly at her, and all lowered their heads. Those who are ranked in the 2nd circle are at least Grandmaster-level figures. Even in the Alien Gods Association, there are only 10 people at this level. This woman is even more extraordinary. Her name is Shadowthorn. As the name suggests, she is a member who is specifically responsible for assassinations and assassinations. Liu Yi vaguely remembered that when he first joined the Society of Alien Gods, he heard from an old man that Shadow Thorn once tried to hunt down a famous marquis and almost succeeded. This girl is at least at the mountain and sea realm. Is she going to take action? Liu Yi felt bitter. The opportunity that originally belonged to him would no longer have anything to do with him once it was reported. At most, after successfully snatching the opportunity from Qin Yi, he would give him a small sip of soup. What a pity and hateful. Thinking of the young man who stood firm under his crazy bombardment and even made sarcastic remarks, Liu Yi felt that he had a lot of hatred but had no way to vent it. Well, if Ing Ci takes action, he will surely capture Qin Yi alive. Then he will ask to send Qin Yi, who has lost his usefulness, to his own hands, and then torture him severely to vent his anger. Chapter 74. Heavenly King, Demon Clan. The whole place was silent. No one spoke. Only the sound of the rain could be heard. Shadowthorn looked around and chuckled. Then I'll take on this mission and try it out. What do you think? Everyone looked at each other. No one dared to offend Shadowthorn. After all, she was a high-ranking member of the Alien God Society who had the ability to sit in the second circle. What Ing Ci meant by trying out a bit actually meant that he was planning to take Qin Yi's adventure for himself. How could anything unexpected happen when a being who is most likely in the mountain and sea realm takes action against a mere martial artist? Even if Qin Yi is extremely talented and able to fight across realms, it is impossible for him to cross 3 realms in succession and escape from the hands of the strong men in the mountain and sea realm. The so-called mountain and sea realm is an existence that is qualified to be granted the title of Marquis. But this little guy named Qin Yi dumped the Scorpion Girl to the police station. Maybe he has something to do with the Yuhang officials, and someone is secretly protecting him. You better be careful not to capsize in the ditch. Next to Ing Ci, a sturdy man with a physique as tall as a mountain and muscles as knotty as rock spoke. This man, codenamed Stone Man, also sat in the second circle and was qualified to talk to Ing Ci. On the surface, his words were a reminder to Shadowthorn, but in fact, they contained a hint of sarcasm and were a bit weird, which formed a contrast with his tall and positive appearance. Ing Ci's face was completely dark, and his expression could not be seen, but everyone present felt a cold breath spreading out, sending chills down their spines. Letting Ci go. With her physical skills, she can save her life even if she encounters the Marquis who stayed in Yuhang. At this moment, the stone table placed in the center of the crowd made a sound, which startled everyone. This matter actually attracted the attention of the master. The data collected by the official investigation was indeed accurate. The key to the formation of the Society of Alien Gods was not the human warriors present, but the stone table in the center. This stone table is a spiritual object used by the aliens to communicate with them. If you look down from a high altitude, you can see a large number of black and purple runes engraved on the surface of the stone table, connected in a circle, filled with an evil aura. The Society of Foreign Gods, as its name suggests, believes in the true gods of foreign races and works for the immortal gods of foreign races. If it weren't for the immortal gods' secret intervention, they would not have been able to survive under China's strict scrutiny. It's a pity that the immortal gods of the alien race have temporarily lost the ability to enter the blue planet. According to them, this is called the time has not come yet. Currently, the alien races that can sneak in a blue star can only be true kings or half-step venerables at most. But the fact that the main body cannot come over does not mean that the power cannot come over. As long as the immortal gods pay some price and establish contact with the blue star, they can send some things over. And this connection is the various strange organizations they created. The 3 warriors from the first circle who were closest to the stone table were horrified and crawled on the ground. Facing the alien gods, they did not have the slightest dignity of a strong man. Anyone who can sit in the first circle is at least at the Marquis level. But they are now worshipping so quickly, which shows that the aliens have completely controlled them. These 3 people have followed the alien true god for many years and know their master's character very well. They know that their master is not interested in the adventure that Qin Yi may have, but cares about the information of that man. The man who rose strongly more than 10 years ago, took the initiative to destroy 3 A-level secret realms, was crowned as a Marquis and King, and almost killed his way through the 5 mountains. The King of Heaven, Lin Chongqing. Just by mentioning the name, the 3 of them couldn't help but tremble, and that horrific shot appeared in their minds. After he became king, he pacified all the restless secret areas in the entire Jiangnan province. He then traveled to the Arctic Ocean, leaving behind a stunning blood sword and a mysterious inheritance in his hometown of Yuhang. This mysterious inheritance may record the whereabouts of Lin Chongqing. This person definitely has the qualifications to ascend to the position of Heavenly Venerate. The high-ranking officials of the alien race do not want the human race to produce another Heavenly Venerate, so they have been frantically trying to find out about him over the past 10 years, wanting to use forbidden means to forcibly kill him. Unfortunately, his whereabouts could not be found. Rumor has it that an immortal god from the Protoss once spent a huge price to step into the Blue Star and discovered Lin Chongqing's trace. However, before he could send the message back, he disappeared without a trace and was suspected to have died. In the heavens and myriad worlds, the gods are also called the celestial race. About a few thousand years ago, a nearly saintly being appeared in the celestial race, and that's when they had the confidence to change their name to the gods. The lower-level small tribes would respectfully call them the God Tribe, but the major ancient tribes of similar strength would still call them the Celestial Tribe. After guessing his master's thoughts, Ing Si was overjoyed. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed, promising, "Please rest assured, my master, I will bring Chini back, along with his adventures. Nothing will go wrong on this trip." She knew that this was a good opportunity to gain the attention of her master, and she made up her mind instantly to try her best on this trip. Even if the other party was just a martial artist, she would not give him any chance. There was no response from the stone table. Instead, in midair, an eye like the scorching sun slowly opened, glanced at her, and then closed again. All the fluctuations subsided as before. Ing Si felt a great encouragement from that look, and his whole body was shaking with excitement. He did not stand up slowly until his master had left for a long time. Official efficiency has always been very slow. If we want to ask a master to protect Chini, it will take at least 5 days to pass the request up the chain of command and get approval. I'm going to go find Chini right now. I think the authorities probably still think I won't go. My dear colleagues, I will go ahead now. You guys continue chatting. Ing Si stretched lazily with a graceful waist, and his figure gradually dimmed and merged into the shadows and disappeared. When the people around saw her impatient to leave, their eyes flickered and they felt a little envious. If you can get the master's attention, your future will be limitless. Especially after the alien races have divided up the Blue Star, Shadow Assassin will have great opportunities after completing this task. Everyone present firmly believed that the alien race could defeat all humans and divide up the blue planet. If they didn't believe it, they wouldn't betray it. Only by seeing the hidden strength of the alien races can you know how hopeless the future of the human race is. There is not a single venerable in front of the human alliance of Blue Star, but what about the alien races? Among the demon tribes they have surrendered to alone, there are 72 pillar gods. All of them are venerable ones. In the future, this group of humans who rebelled early will be incorporated into the subordinate races of the demon race and be protected by the demon race, just like the hell race and the corpse race. And those stubborn humans will be slaughtered. They are the real future of human race and the real spark. As Shadow Thorn left, the rest of the people had nothing to say, and after getting the consent of the 3 people in the first circle, they each went away. As for Chini, it's just an insignificant little thing, no one cares about it. With Shadow Thorn's full-strength attack, there was no way he could escape, and he didn't even have a chance to resist. The Alien God Society has always been cautious in its actions. This time, facing a martial artist, they directly sent out a strong man from the mountain and sea realm, spanning 3 major realms. How could this go wrong? The people present gradually dispersed. Lu Yi, who was at the outermost circle, also stood up and prepared to leave. He looked back at the stone table surrounded by circles of stone chairs, his eyes full of burning desire and expectation. He also wants to be able to sit in the innermost circle, the first circle one day. Lu Yi crushed the jade talisman in his pocket, and ripples appeared in the space around him, sending him out of the secret realm. That's right, the headquarters of the Alien God Society is located in a secret place somewhere. Only the secret realm can circumvent the scrutiny of the human alliance and allow them to gather with peace of mind. A space crack in this secret realm was controlled by their master and handed over to the current president of the Alien God Society. This space crack is independent of the official entrance to the secret realm. It is hidden and extremely difficult to find. A secret place often has more than one entrance. Even the Xintian secret realm has a special hidden entrance, but it has not been discovered yet. What the authorities control are often the gate and main gate, while many dog holes are not monitored. By going through the secret entrance, you can avoid official scrutiny, and it is extremely safe. Chapter 75. Practice of Kung Fu, Unlucky Shadowthorn. Let's return to Dongjiao Supermarket. During this period of time, Chini stayed in the warehouse of the East Suburb Supermarket, practicing hard. He first refined the third-level spiritual fruits he bought and used them as fertilizer to water the spiritual soldiers planted in his heart. Unfortunately, the quality of the third-level spiritual fruit was still too low. After the spiritual weapon was completely absorbed, it was still 5 centimeters in length, having increased by a few millimeters at most. This thing is really difficult to practice and requires steady progress. It makes sense that it trapped Old Wong for almost 2 years in the rooting stage. Chini had previously used the blood and energy of gods to water it, and only then did it have an obvious effect. The blood and energy of the gods is equivalent to a 6th-level spiritual object. Chini currently only has a little bit of energy left in his body, and he has to save it for his breakthrough to become a grandmaster. It took Chini more than an hour to water the spiritual weapons, and during the rest of the time, he concentrated on practicing his skills, especially the star breathing method. This A-level breathing method is quite impressive. It took Chini 2 hours to master it completely. However, what he called mastery did not mean to have a thorough understanding of it, but to be able to turn the breathing method into an automatic maintenance state, just like the practice of qi and blood. If someone patiently observes Qin Yi's breathing, they will be surprised to find that his seemingly ordinary breathing holds hidden secrets and is full of mysteries. That's right, Qin Yi has turned the use of star breathing into his instinct. From now on, as long as he is still breathing, he is using star breathing. In other words, he was enjoying the bonus of doubling his cultivation speed every moment. Qin Yi suspected that the 19th level of spiritual energy affinity not only enhanced his speed of absorbing spiritual energy, but also strengthened his bones, allowing him to maintain the breathing method state permanently. So terrifying. I don't know what will happen if I raise my spiritual affinity to level 100. Can you become a god in just one breath? Abandoning the fantasies that were too far away, Qin Yi began to seize the time to practice the 2 martial arts books he bought from the martial arts world. He first tried to comprehend the B-level breath concealing technique, mist in the clouds. This technique could mobilize the surrounding spiritual energy to cover his body surface, forming an invisible and secret isolation layer in a special way, making it impossible for outsiders to spy on the real situation. The concealing effect of mist in the clouds is excellent and can block the detection of warriors of the same level. But as a B-level technique, its capabilities will definitely not stop there. Just as its name suggests, the spiritual energy isolation layer formed by mist in the clouds can be infinitely created and stacked. Even if you penetrate the thick clouds, you will still be obscured by the thick fog and will never be able to see the truth. This is the origin of the 3 words fog in the clouds. As long as he has enough free time and patience, Qin Yi can even create 10,000 layers of spiritual energy isolation. The effect of 10,000 layers of spiritual energy isolation is comparable to an S-level concealment technique, which can avoid detection by warriors from major realms higher than itself. Of course, Qin Yi was pressed for time and did not have time to create 10,000 layers, so he just built 100 layers to test the effect. Hundreds of layers of spiritual energy isolation are enough to block the prying eyes of the Grandmaster. Even those members of the Leaf family who specialize in practicing pupil techniques cannot see through his true strength unless their strength reaches the level of Marquis. In addition, Qin Yi was pleasantly surprised to notice that mist in the clouds could also be cultivated automatically. Because of his level 19 spiritual energy affinity, the surrounding spiritual energy had been actively drilling into his body. With a little flexibility, he could allow part of the spiritual energy to remain on the surface of his body and automatically condense into a spiritual energy isolation layer. Judging from the efficiency, we can add 1 more layer a day. Even if Qin Yi does nothing, he will still be able to obtain 10,000 spiritual energy isolation layers after more than 9,900 days. In other words, he wouldn't need to change his breath masking technique for a long time. The practice of mist in the cloud took Qin Yi a full 9 hours, which was extremely time-consuming. After finishing practicing the concealing technique, Qin Yi continued to comprehend the sea-level movement technique, Liuguang to Kongbu, without stopping. The difficulty of practicing this method is not high, but the bonus to agility is significant. Through special steps and leveraging methods, Qin Yi's speed has been improved to a higher level. The speed of a normal high-level martial artist is about 200 meters per second, which is almost 0.5 times the speed of sound. The standard speed of sound is 340 meters per second. Qin Yi has always been slow at speed. Now with the blessing of sea-level movement skills, his speed finally achieved a breakthrough, reaching 300 meters per second, which is infinitely close to the speed of sound. No wonder people say that the geniuses of aristocratic families are difficult to deal with. They are born with the ability to learn all kinds of high-level skills for free. Even if they are at the same level as ordinary warriors, they can beat ordinary warriors with the bonus of their skills alone. A sea-level body movement technique costs more than 100,000 contribution points, which is equivalent to almost a year's income for an ordinary martial artist. Qin Yi sighed silently. Fortunately, he is a good moneymaker. When he runs out of money, he can go to the second-level queen insect nest in the Xintian secret realm to play. In this world, there is probably no one who hopes that the second-level queen insect can advance to the third level more than Qin Yi, including the second-level queen herself. If the second-level queen insect is upgraded to the third level, it will be of great help to Qin Yi. She can produce unlimited Overlord-level beasts, and these are special Overlord-level beasts produced specifically for Qin Yi after analyzing his condition. This kind of monster can easily enable him to activate adaptive evolution and make up for his own shortcomings. The practice of flowing light stepping into the air took 3 hours. Counting the time spent before that, Qin Yi had already spent nearly 16 hours, and a day and a night were about to pass. He gathered his scattered thoughts and prepared to begin to wholeheartedly comprehend the most difficult martial arts, Sword of Creation. But just as he was about to close his eyes, the door of the supermarket warehouse was opened. Qin Yi scratched his head and looked up. His master Wang Su walked in, hunched over with a dull expression. In his right hand, he was holding a charming woman dressed in black. This woman seemed to have her fate strangled by the throat, with no room for resistance at all. Even though her face was dark, Qin Yi could still feel the fear that she could not hide. Master, what is this? Qin Yi's eyes were fixed on the woman. He vaguely sensed an extremely dangerous aura. Although it was far inferior to the immortal spirit he had sensed before, it was definitely not weaker. At least better than Jiang Tianfang. This woman's realm has surpassed that of a grandmaster. This woman sneaked into the supermarket secretly, carrying a murderous intent that ordinary people could hardly detect, and headed straight for you. She must have come here specifically to kill you. Old Wang threw the shadow thorn in front of Qin Yi, lying there like a dead fish, unable to move. Since she came here to kill you, you can handle it yourself. I've placed a ban on her, so she can't do anything. Just take care of it. After saying that, Elder Wang took a deep look at Qin Yi and said unhappily, "You kid has already provoked everyone. You are at the martial arts master level, and there are strong men from the mountain and sea realm chasing you. What on earth have you done to be so envied by heaven and people?" Vinyi. He felt bitter too. What had he done to offend anyone? He just wanted to develop quietly and come out again when he was invincible, but this alien god would not let him be content. At this point, how could Qin Yi not have thought that the woman lying on the ground was a member of the Yishan society? However, the pain in his heart is still not as great as the pain in Yingxi's heart. She finally got a job that could change her fate, and she was extremely cautious in carrying it out, thinking that it would be easy to get it, but she never thought. The target is actually accompanied by a true king. Damn, didn't they say Qin Yi had no background and was a low-class resident? How can a grassroots person with no background be protected by a true king? Lu Yi, what rubbish information you provided. It has caused me so much trouble. Chapter 76, Flirting. After briefly explaining his experience with the Alien God Society to Old Wang nodded and said calmly, "When you come out of seclusion in more than 10 days, I will also protect you in secret. You don't have to worry. Just let go." The Alien God Society has invested too much energy and resources in Qin Yi and will never stop until they see results. Especially when the high-level shadow assassin in their organization was also defeated. The next attacker to attack Qin Yi would probably be a warrior above the mountain and sea realm. It is even possible to let a true king condescend to wipe out Qin Yi. To be honest, Qin Yi was indeed a little worried that the people coming from the city were not strong enough and would cause them to overturn. Now that he had received the master's assurance, his anxious heart was suddenly relieved. It feels so good to have resources and connections. Chin-E gradually began to understand why children from aristocratic families would become playboys. Maybe this is what it feels like to be kept. After saying this, old Wang left quietly. Soon, only Chin-E and Ing-Si were left in the warehouse. He glanced at the strange appearance of the eyeshadow tattoo and didn't think much about it. He decided to seize the time to break through the Grandmaster level before worrying about other things. The pressure from the alien gods would be too much for him. If he didn't even reach the Grandmaster level, he would lack the ability to protect himself. Chin-E doesn't like to entrust his entire fortune and life to others. He still has to rely on himself to some extent. He sat down cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes, preparing to mobilize his mental strength, go deeper into his brain, and broaden his sea of consciousness. However, the shadow thorn lying on the ground inexplicably said, "Don't try to torture me with soul magic. My soul has been restricted by the Master. Once it comes into contact with the secrets of the alien god society, it will dissipate on its own and will not reveal any information. You want to know the secrets of the organization through me? Hee, you are dreaming too much. It is normal that most of these evil and treacherous organizations will do something to the souls of their core members to prevent them from betraying or leaking information. Because no matter whether it is the official forces or other families and organizations, they all have one or two soul-searching methods that can forcibly read the memories in other people's souls and find out everything. But Chin-E closed his eyes only to expand his sea of consciousness, and he didn't intend to search his soul. Why are you in such a hurry? To show loyalty? Chin-E opened his eyes, looked down at Ing-Si, and said with a smile, "You guys in the Essence God Club are quite good at playing tricks with all kinds of masters and servants coming. Is it not the Master's mission for you to assassinate me?" Ing-Si's face darkened. Although her face was already dark, Chin-Yi's words made her look even darker. She heard the sarcasm in Chin-Yi's words, but there was nothing she could do except to admit that she was unlucky. Ing-Si didn't say anything, but Chin-Yi had no intention of letting her go. Since this woman interrupted his practice, he might as well have a good chat with her and not try to remain silent. He chuckled and continued, "Could your so-called master be a foreigner? You play the master game with the aliens. TSK, 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 you're a beast, right? You have such a strong taste." Shadowthorn. If she hadn't had any facial features, Chin-Yi would have probably bitten her teeth to pieces in anger. This man has a really poisonous mouth. Chin-Yi leaned down, observing Ing-Si's body curiously, while gently stroking his dark skin with his hand, with a strange look on his face. "Your black skin is quite interesting. Is it some special technique? The concealment effect is very good. If you hadn't bumped into my master, I might have been hit by you." Chin-Yi kept looking at her, which made Ing-Si feel extremely humiliated and his body tremble slightly. Phew! Suddenly, Chin-Yi stretched out a finger, recalling the sword that destroyed everything in his mind, and gently swung it towards Ing-Si's waist. Immediately, a sharp sword energy was cut out, breaking Ing-Si's skin, and a large amount of blood spurted out. But after a few seconds, Shadowthorn's wound healed quickly, but the skin that grew back was no longer pitch black, but normal white and tender skin. This small piece of fair skin is particularly eye-catching against her dark skin. So that's how it is. Your concealment technique requires perfection. If a loophole is revealed, most of it will be ineffective. Chin-E nodded silently, having seen through Shadowthorn's secret. Ing-Si was extremely shocked. Although she had lost the ability to resist, her body was still that of a mountain and sea realm cultivator. How could she be easily cut through by a high-level martial artist? The simple sword swing that Chin-E just swung even made Ing-Si feel palpitations. This sword is absolutely extraordinary. Chin-E definitely couldn't be the poor boy as recorded in the intelligence. This guy had a tremendous background and was looked after by a true king. It was possible that he was a talented person from a hidden family who had been sent out to gain experience. Bang! Chin-E temporarily lost interest in Shadow Ci, and the idea of breaking through to the Grandmaster level was rekindled in his heart. So he kicked Shadow Ci into a corner. "Don't lie on the ground and seduce me. I'm not into women. It's useless to seduce me." Chin-E couldn't be magnanimous enough to forgive an enemy who wanted to take his life. After the breakthrough is completed, keep it for research for a while. When it loses its value, give it to the East Suburb Police Station in exchange for contribution. How much contribution does a strong man in the mountain and sea realm have to exchange for? At least 1 million, right? Qin thought happily, then sat down again, concentrating and holding his breath, controlling the movement of his mental power. The other side. Xi rolled to the corner and stopped, feeling that she was so angry that her blood was burning. But she could not break the means left by old Wang, and could only endure Qin Yi's humiliation. You're a virgin. You say you don't like women, but I guess you can't resist my charm, right? Xi suppressed his anger and regained his composure. He wanted to provoke Qin Yi with words, but unexpectedly, the other party ignored him and devoted himself to practicing. Damn it! Xi tried his best and raised his head slightly so that he could see Qin Yi's current condition. Practice? What's the point of practicing now? There are also true kings in the alien god society, and this time the task of capturing Qin Yi has received the attention of the Lord. I believe that the president will definitely go there in person. At that time, the president will restrain the true king beside Qin Yi, and any number of other people can kill Qin Yi. In Xi's opinion, she might not survive, but Qin Yi was definitely going to die. Unless another true king comes to protect him. Two true kings protecting one martial artist? What a joke! Only the president of China can receive such treatment. Xi was thinking secretly, and suddenly he noticed a dark light between Qin Yi's eyebrows, and he was stunned. The center of the eyebrows is glowing, which is a symbol of the opening up of the sea of consciousness. She had not noticed just now that Qin Yi, who was only at the intermediate level in the intelligence, had actually broken through to become a high-level martial artist in just 2 days. His blood and energy were like the sea, and his foundation was profound. It even looked like he had been a high-level martial artist for several years. He had accumulated enough experience and could break through to the Grandmaster level at any time. It's only been a few days? Qin Yi is about to break through to the Grandmaster level? Shadow Thorn was extremely shocked. With such talent, this kid must not be allowed to continue practicing. If we let him go, the alien god society will definitely be exterminated. Chapter 77, Grandmaster Breakthrough, Divine Mind Emerges. At this moment, Qin Yi had no idea what Xi was thinking. His attention was completely immersed in his own body. He drew out a strand of qi and blood from his flesh and blood, guiding it to rush upward, across his chest and neck, and into his brain. The human brain is composed of countless neurons, and the so-called sea of consciousness is opened up here. It is a special space between reality and illusion that can store the soul and mental power. Even though Qin Yi has the ability to strengthen his foundation, and his control over qi and blood has surpassed the subtle level and reached the legendary level of spiritual enlightenment, he still dares not be careless. After all, the brain is the most important organ in the human body. If there is a slight mistake, the patient may suffer from cerebral palsy at best and die on the spot at worst. From the moment a warrior enters the martial art world, he or she has been drawing spiritual energy into the body, circulating through the meridians and nourishing the internal organs and bones. Therefore, every warrior knows his or her own situation very well, including the structure of his or her brain. To open up the sea of consciousness, a warrior needs to find the Tianyuan on his brain and open up the sea of consciousness at the Tianyuan to ensure that no problems will occur. Generally speaking, after becoming a high-level martial artist, a warrior needs to spend at least half a year to determine the location and range of Tianyuan before he dares to start a breakthrough. But according to records, some geniuses with souls different from those of ordinary people may find that their heavenly origin will appear on its own without them having to look for it. As long as such geniuses have enough foundation, they can easily enter the realm of Grandmaster, which is a unique advantage they have. There is no doubt that Qin Yi is such a talent. Although his body had no talent for martial arts, his soul was inexplicably powerful, and his brain also possessed the qualification of self-manifestation of the heavenly origin. Not long ago, he even achieved the feat of opening the sea of consciousness at the warrior level while inside the remains of the giant god. Now, he has determined the location of Tianyuan and opened up a small gap in his sea of consciousness, making the subsequent work much simpler. He divided the energy and blood transported from below into 2 parts. One half was responsible for widening the sea of consciousness, and the other half was responsible for deepening the sea of consciousness. This 2-pronged approach was extremely efficient. If an outsider saw this kind of delicate operation of multitasking, he would certainly be shocked. Even with a microscopic level of control, no one dares to mess with their own brain like this. Qin Yi chose this method because he had absolute confidence. He felt that the remaining 10 days were not enough. The immortal slaying sex killing technique, the sword of creation, was too profound, and he might need to comprehend it for a long time before he can master it. We must leave more time for sword of creation. Although Qin Yi is confident, he is not conceited. He will not play tricks with his own life. He meticulously manipulates his qi and blood to expand his sea of consciousness, puts aside distracting thoughts, and keeps a calm mind. The sea of consciousness expanded little by little, and time passed second by second. Before I knew it, another day and night had passed. In the warehouse, Ing Ci stared at Qin Yi intently, and seeing that the light between his eyebrows became more and more dazzling without any sign of dimming, he knew that the development of his sea of consciousness was progressing steadily without any problems. It usually only takes a few hours to break through from a martial artist to a grandmaster, and the longer it takes, the more it proves that this person's soul aptitude is extremely high. When his sea of consciousness is just opened up, it is larger than that of an ordinary grandmaster. Qin Yi spent a whole day and night without waking up. How big must his sea of consciousness be? Can a lower-grade grandmaster be on par with a middle-grade grandmaster? Shadow Thorn is unimaginable. For those who have just entered the grandmaster stage, the total amount of mental power is about 100 points. It may not seem like much, but in fact it has increased tenfold. Because before becoming a grandmaster, warriors cannot train their mental strength, and the total amount of mental strength is basically fixed at 10 points. It is only possible to increase it by taking some special spiritual fruits. After one has stabilized his realm and spent a few years as a lower-grade grandmaster, his mental strength will increase to about 300 points. Mental power is different from qi and blood. It is extremely difficult to temper it. Using only spiritual energy to temper mental power is not only slow, but also very mentally taxing. Only some specific spiritual objects or environments can accelerate the tempering of a person's spiritual power. For example, martial arts associations in various places have set up dream rooms, which are places specifically for martial artists to train their mental strength. They cost 1,000 contribution points per hour, a price so high that even ordinary masters would feel pain in their hearts to use them. After the lower-grade grandmaster, the middle-grade grandmaster has a total mental power of about 500 points, and the upper-grade grandmaster has 800 to 1,000 points. When the total amount of mental power exceeds 1,000 points, the sea of consciousness will be able to gather into a small pond, and the mental power will be able to transform in the direction of divine consciousness. As mentioned before, divine consciousness is one of the symbols of a grandmaster. The mental power attribute displayed on Qin Yi's personal panel before was 150 points. This 150 actually means the total amount of mental power of 150 points. He felt it was too little. In fact, to outsiders, it was simply a fantasy for a martial artist who had not yet broken through to the grandmaster level to have a total mental power of 150 points. Certainly, this total amount of 150 points of mental power is already a thing of the past. When a warrior breaks through to the grandmaster level, his mental strength will inevitably increase drastically, even doubling as madly as possible. Buzz! 2 hours later, ripples suddenly appeared in the supermarket warehouse, creating an invisible storm that caused the items on the shelves to shake continuously. In the center of the storm, Qin Yi sat cross-legged indifferently, the light between his eyebrows becoming brighter and brighter. In the corner, Ing Ci's eyes were dull and his ears were ringing. His brain was also affected, and he felt a little drowsy. She was a powerful person in the mountain and sea realm, but she was actually shocked by the little guy who had just entered the grandmaster level. This shows that Qin Yi's mental power has condensed into reality and formed into divine consciousness. A total of 1,000 spiritual power points for a new grandmaster? Are you kidding? Shadow Thorn turned his head and looked at the goods still shaking on the shelves, confirming this again. Under normal circumstances, mental power cannot affect external entities, unless one concentrates and exerts all one's mental power on an object. But Qin Yi was still in seclusion, and the mental power he released passively alone set off a mental storm, causing real objects to tremble. Divine thoughts, absolutely divine thoughts. Only divine thoughts can affect the shadow thorns in the mountain and sea realm. Qin Yi broke through from a martial artist to a grandmaster, and actually possessed 1,000 points of mental power. What level of person are the Essence God and I plotting against? Shadow Thorn muttered to himself, but then his eyes slowly lit up again. He can show such terrifying potential, which further proves that the inheritance of the Heavenly King is in his hands. Breakthrough if you want. No matter how evil you are, if you don't have enough time to practice, you will still die at the hands of the president. Even I'm trapped here. The cautious president will definitely be alarmed and send out his strongest force to kill you. Bang! Just as Ci was muttering to herself, Qin had already completed the Grandmaster breakthrough. He let out a long breath and came in front of Ci at some point. When he heard what she said, he kicked her again. You're already like this. Why are you still talking so much nonsense? Are the people in the alien god society all out of their minds? They said in front of me that they were going to kill me with all their might. Do they really think I'm stupid? Can't I just hide in a secret realm? Can't I leave you hang overnight? I'm not a stubborn person. If I really can't stop you, I'll hide and wait until I'm invincible. Then I'll come out and kill you one by one. Qin showed a smile as warm as spring breeze. Ci looked at his face, not knowing what to say for a moment. It seems that she is also despised for her IQ. Chapter 78 Yuhang Chief. Early morning, Yuhang City, the executive building. Xiao Yang drove to the front of the building on time, responded to the greetings from his subordinates around him, walked into the elevator with a smile, and arrived at the top floor of the executive building. There are only 2 rooms on the top floor of the executive building, namely the office of the chief executive and the most important original archive storage room in Yuhang. Xiao Yang's identity is self-evident as he was able to arrive here unimpeded. As for why the chief executive's office is on the top floor, this is actually a tradition throughout China. Because whenever a crisis breaks out in a building, the people on the top floor are often the most dangerous and the last to escape. Now that you have taken the position of chief of a city, you naturally have to be prepared to take all risks. Xiao Yang stepped into the empty office. As soon as he took off his coat and sat on the chair, he saw a sealed document placed in the middle of the desk. For a document to be delivered to this place, it must be either a very important matter, or the person delivering the document must be of extraordinary status and have a powerful background. Xiao Yang was used to this. He casually opened the file bag, glanced at the densely packed contents, and first took a look at who had submitted it. East Suburb Police Station, Xiaoxi? Isn't this my daughter? Xiao Yang was a little curious about the contents of the document. Although his daughter came from a wealthy family, she had always handled cases impartially and never showed favoritism, and she had never sought help from her family before. But today she actually used her connections to take the initiative to send him a document, which must be a big deal. The Xiao family is entrenched in the Central South Province and has no influence in the Jiangnan Province. It is precisely for this reason that the father and daughter were sent here to take up positions. The Human Alliance has always had an unspoken rule that the government cannot refuse children of aristocratic families from participating in politics, but children of aristocratic families can never work within their own sphere of influence. The Xiao family has been doing business in the central and southern provinces for generations. If the father and daughter wanted to join the government, they had to leave central and southern, which led to their move south to Yuhang. Xiao Yang's expression became more serious. He read his daughter's documents word by word, and his face looked inexplicably strange. According to what was said in the letter, Xiaoxi hoped that the authorities would send at least 2 grandmasters, or even those above the grandmaster level, to protect a young man who was only at the martial artist level. This young man was targeted by the Society of Alien Gods because he held great opportunities, and he had already escaped from their hands twice in a row. She guessed that the next time a member of the Society of Alien Gods with a very high realm might take action. So she wrote a document asking the official to cooperate with her in the baiting and weakening of the Society of Alien God strength. Xiao Yang knew about the organization of the Alien God Society. It had been rooted in Jiangnan Province for nearly 10 years. Its sphere of influence was complicated and intricate, ranging from street loan sharking to colluding with foreign races to rebel. They were proficient in everything and committed all kinds of evil. The authorities have been suppressing it over the years, but unfortunately they still cannot find the headquarters of the Alien God Society. It would be useless for them to erase the details that the alien god would reveal. As long as the roots are still there will still be a steady stream of branches and leaves growing out in a few months. But, although the young man named Qin in the file looks good and may be a genius, his strength is weak after all. Can he really attract the top leaders of the Alien God Society to take action? It couldn't be that he sent out 2 great masters, but ended up with a small master coming from the opposite side to assassinate Qin. Xiao Yang hesitate. It was his responsibility to protect the citizens who might be killed, and he would not refuse. But if he uses a butcher knife to kill a chicken, he will also have to take responsibility. Especially the Grand Masters in office in Yuhang City might be unhappy with him for making a wasted trip. What a trouble! Xiaoyang also didn't like abusing his power to help his daughter. He put down the first document and wanted to think about it for a while, but when he glanced, he happened to see the cover of the second document. Qin Yi's information. With a raised eyebrow, Xiaoyang opened the information. The first document only briefly outlined Xiao Shi's problem, while the second document listed Qin Yi's life in detail, even clearly stating what Qin Yi had done and where he had been in recent months. Xiaoyang took a quick glance, and in an instant, he couldn't take his eyes away. He had a clean background, was born in the lower class, and had no background at all, but he was able to jump from a martial arts loser to a mid-level martial artist within a month. He is definitely a warrior at the level of a top genius. Worth cultivating. One of the core purposes of the establishment of the Human Alliance is to protect the geniuses who have not yet fully grown, to help them grow faster, and to stimulate their potential. If a human genius appeared and was killed by people from other races in one fell swoop, the human race would be doomed sooner or later. After seeing Qin Yi's shocking performance in the past month, Xiaoyang thought about it and decided to send 3 grandmasters to make a trip. Who says they have the qualifications and potential? The authorities are always tolerant and indulgent towards geniuses. He tapped the table lightly with his index finger, making a bang-bang sound, while thinking in his mind which grandmaster to send out. Tisk, why not just ask all the grandmasters who are free to come to my place and let them decide for themselves? Xiaoyang felt that if he assigned someone to go out, he might offend others, so it would be better to let them choose for themselves. If no one wanted to go at that time, it would not be too late to assign someone later. He picked up the phone on the table and said to the liaison secretary, "Ask all the grandmasters who are free in the past month to come to my place. I have something important to discuss." Halfway through his words, Xiaoyang frowned and suddenly felt something was wrong. Slow down. Where has Qin Yi been in the past month? He put down the phone, picked up the document again, and looked at it carefully. The 4 words Dongjiao Supermarket appeared in his eyes many times, making him swallow his saliva unconsciously. Isn't that big boss in seclusion in the East Suburb supermarket? Qin Yi had been in and out of the Dongjiao supermarket many times. He even went there right after returning from the secret realm and has not come out since. Anyone can see that Qin Yi is related to that existence, right? The existence of Old Wang is no secret to the top people in Yuhang and Jiangnan province. The patriarchs of these large families are also worried that the playboys in the family will be short-sighted and anger some hidden master. Therefore, people often spend a lot of effort to collect intelligence on hidden masters from all over the country and sell it to the aristocratic families. Even the most unremarkable son of a noble family can memorize the names of these hidden masters. Among these hermits, Old Wang is undoubtedly the highest level one. Until now, no one has found out his specific strength. All we know is that he is suspected to be related to the only heavenly venerable of the human race. This matter is more important than the sky. Hello? Hello? Are you still there? A puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone, waking Xiaoyang from his thoughts. He snatched the phone and quickly changed the topic. The Grand Master will look for the 6 strongest ones, and there is no need to look for the rest. Go straight to Marquis Yinyu and Marquis Chang'an. At this point, he still felt that it was not enough, and added, "Try to contact King Jiangnan. If he is free, let him come over." Operator. The operator on the other end of the phone was a little confused. Gathering so many powerful people at once, are they going to start a racial war? Chapter 79, True King Domain. Qin Yi, who was staying in the eastern suburbs, had no idea how big a wave he had created in the city. Having just broken through to the Grandmaster level, he was still admiring his personal panel. Name, Qin Yi. Life level, race stellar human, 15%. Strength, 315. Constitution, 600. Agility, 240. Spirit, 1000. Talent, cellular adaptive evolution. Skills, weak and boneless, no blushing, no heartbeat, spiritual affinity LV19, immortal golden body LV1, pain tolerance LV5, poison resistance LV5, iron stomach LV4. My heart is as hard as iron LV2, clear mind and bright eyes LV1. Combat power evaluation, invincible in the same level and can also fight against opponents of different levels. Resistant to poison, high temperature, low temperature, and illusion, with strong defense and fast recovery speed. Today, Qin Yi is invincible in all aspects and has no blind spots. For the time being, he can't think of anything to be afraid of. But he is not afraid of people of the same level, but he is afraid that some old guys of extremely high level will pop up and kill him. Now it seems that, except for mental strength, 200 points of attributes are probably the level of a lower-grade Grandmaster, and 500 points of attributes are the level of an ordinary Grandmaster. His strength is far greater than that of an average lower-grade Grandmaster, while his agility is only slightly higher. As for physical fitness and mental strength, it's already at the level of a Grandmaster. I wonder to what extent his various attributes will be distorted when the spiritual weapons begin to be integrated into his meridians and strengthen his bones in the future. Not to mention the future, his current attributes are actually constantly increasing, thanks to the 19th level spiritual affinity and the fully automatic practice of star breathing method. Every once in a while, one of his attributes will increase a little. For example, the strength attribute was 315 just now, but now it has become 316. Specifically, in terms of the total amount of chi and blood, his current total amount of chi and blood is 2,500 calories. On average, even if he does nothing in a day, he can still condense 1,500 calories of chi and blood. The total amount of chi and blood required for a top-grade master is 20,000 calories. That is to say, in the next 10 days, even if Chi sleeps every day, he will find that he is about to reach the peak of a top-grade master when he opens his eyes. The speed is amazing. Of course, a master's breakthrough also requires expanding the sea of consciousness to a certain extent so that the spirit and the flesh can be balanced. Otherwise, only cultivating the physical body's chi and blood may cause the soul's control over the body to gradually weaken, causing problems. However, this also cannot become a bottleneck that prevents Qin from becoming stronger, because when he broke through to the Grandmaster level, he had already expanded his sea of consciousness to 58 meters, far exceeding the 50 meters required for a top-grade Grandmaster. The unit meter used here is actually the name for the illusory spiritual space, not that Qin opened a hole more than 50 meters in size on his head. His brain isn't that big. The total volume of the sea of consciousness is in cubic meters, which is equal to the distance that the divine thoughts can be projected. The current maximum range of Qin Yi's spiritual power is 58 meters. Unfortunately, after reaching the Grandmaster level, the benefits of automatic cultivation will not be as great. If you cultivate your Qi and blood to the limit and do not comprehend the Great Tao, you will not be able to make further breakthroughs. Qin estimated that perhaps by raising his spiritual affinity to level 30, this innate magical power could also enhance his own comprehension. However, it is too difficult to improve the affinity with spiritual energy. He has already eaten the 5th level spiritual fruits, and it is almost impossible to find the 6th level ones. We need to try other methods, such as a fight with a high-level warrior, a life-and-death fight. He still remembered that he had a fight with Lu Yi from the Alien God Society a month ago, and his spiritual affinity also increased at that time. In addition, Qin had just tried to comprehend the Sword of Creation for 3 hours, but gained very little. He guessed that simple comprehension would not be enough to completely master the Sword of Creation, and that he should hone his skills in battle. All these reasons combined made him unable to help but look back at the silent shadow thorn in the corner. It just so happens that there is a tool man here who can serve as a whetstone. The shadow thorn, who was facing the wall and thinking about his mistakes, suddenly noticed a strange feeling behind him. She squirmed and tried to turn around, just in time to see Qin staring at her eyes. As their eyes met, an ominous premonition arose in her heart. Half an hour later, Dongjiao Supermarket, front desk. Old Wang had a strange look on his face. He glanced at Qin and Ing Si, who was lying in a hidden corner, and confirmed again, "You want me to unlock her restrictions and then find a spacious place for you to fight her?" Vin Yino dit. If all the restrictions are removed, won't it lower her realm? Qin nodded again. She is in the mountain and sea realm, and you have just entered the lower grade Grandmaster realm. There is a huge gap between the two realms. Elder Wang's tone became heavier. In such a hurry, I may not be able to save you. However, Qin still nodded. I know, Master, it's okay. I just want to try. If I die, I will regard it as my bad luck. If Shadow C's strength were reduced to that of a Grandmaster, she would pose no threat to Qin. Only the Shadow Thorn in its prime could put Qin in danger and trigger adaptive evolution. Because Shadow Ci is an enemy, she will definitely not hold back when she hits Qin. As for Qin Yi's master, Wang Su, there is a high probability that he will hold back, making it difficult to achieve any training effect. Seeing that his disciple had made up his mind, Master Wang understood his desire to become stronger quickly and said with emotion, "Being young and frivolous is not bad. Sometimes, All you need to achieve a breakthrough in martial arts is just a breath of energy, a will to not give up your life. Wow! As old Wang's mind moved, the world suddenly changed like the turning of a page in a book, from an ordinary supermarket to a grassland with vast sky, green grass, and vast ground. Looking around, even if the line of sight extends to the edge of the horizon, all you can see is a large expanse of grass. Change the world. Here, Chini felt a tranquil and transcendent atmosphere, erratic and like an immortal. His master, Wang Su, was sitting cross-legged on the nine heavens, looking down, and said calmly, "In 3 minutes, I will remove the restrictions in her body. Whether you live or die depends entirely on yourself." A gentle breeze blew towards him, and he squinted his eyes and looked a few hundred meters away. There, the grass had sunken a little, and in it lay the shadow thorn, unable to move. This place is the world of mountains and seas within the true king's body. Combined with the true meaning of the great Tao comprehended by the true king, it becomes a small world, also known as the true king's domain. It is a symbol of reaching the realm of the king. As soon as a warrior enters the realm of mountains and seas, a world of mountains and seas will be born in his body. However, this world is incomplete, lacks the great way, and cannot accommodate living beings. Only after entering the realm of true king and forming a domain can living beings be allowed to enter. After entering this world, Chini finally understood why his master captured the Shadow Thorn without making any noise. I'm afraid that the master pulled Shadow Thorn into this world and suppressed her silently. Only if both are true kings can they resist being swallowed by each other's small world. Otherwise, it can only be pulled in. Within the domain, the true king is the absolute ruler of the small world, able to control everything. Mr. Wang could actually save Chini, no matter how critical the situation was. But he deliberately did not tell Chini, so that this life and death training could have a real effect and not affect Qin Yi's state of mind. He stared at Qin Yi with a hint of anticipation. A warrior who can kill the enemy by crossing one small realm is called a genius, and one who can kill the enemy by crossing 2 small realms is called a super genius. Those who can kill the enemy across a great realm should be called perilous geniuses, and there is almost one in millions of people. And to kill the enemy across 2 major realms, that is the legendary immortal seed. The probability of the appearance of immortal species cannot be measured by number of people, but by years. According to statistics, a race with a total population of over 100 billion would have to develop continuously for 1,000 years before an immortal would appear. Are you the immortal who was born before the great chaos of the human race? Old Wang muttered to himself. Chapter 80, Shadow, Thorn's Fear. On the grass in the distance, Ing Si lay quietly on the ground, feeling surprised and happy as he felt the restrictions in his body slowly dissipate. She didn't expect Qin Yi to be so brave. Even though he caught her, he still wanted to let her out for a fair fight. I don't know whether ignorance is innocence or he is extremely arrogant. Do you really think that the strong men in the mountain and sea realm are made of paper? Gradually, Ing Si regained control of her body. She stood up, and the small defect on her waist that was originally broken by Qin Yi healed instantly. Her whole body returned to darkness, and she became one. Her breath disappeared without a trace. She was clearly standing opposite Qin Yi, but it was extremely difficult for Qin Yi to capture her figure and breath. After a few minutes, wisps of spiritual energy gathered from the sky and were absorbed into Ing Si's body. Her blood and energy became full again. Her every move was full of charm and captivating. Boo! There was a sound like a bubble bursting, and Shadow Thorn, who had recovered his strength, appeared in front of Qin Yi in the blink of an eye. Without making any attack, his smooth, dark face returned to its original state in an instant, revealing his fair and tender skin. A charming and beautiful oval face appeared in front of Qin Yi. Her red lips were slightly raised, and beneath her willow-shaped eyebrows were a pair of captivating phoenix eyes, with tears welling up in her eyes, and her affection seemed to be overflowing from her eye sockets. Purity and charm. These 2 completely opposite words appeared on the same face at this moment. This face can be said to be a disaster for the country and the people. Any man will be unconsciously attracted to it and lose himself in trance the first second he sees it. The Shadow Thorn also released a special divine thought, which blasted into Qin Yi's brows and went straight to his soul. 5th level illusion, natural charm. This method is enough to fascinate strong people in the mountain and sea realm when they are caught off guard, even if they are of the same sex. Once the soul is enveloped by the natural charm, even if it is within the field, Mr. Wong will not be able to save Qin. This enchantment technique is equivalent to putting a goo in a person's soul. Once successful, the goo and the soul will blend into each other and become indistinguishable from each other. The impact on Qin will last forever, and no one can cure him. Xi had expected that Mr. Wong would take action at the critical moment. If he wanted to kill Qin, he had to take a risk and use a killing move right from the start. Above the 9 heavens, old Wong's expression changed drastically for the first time. He saw through Shadow C's intention, but he never expected that he had suppressed this woman too quickly before. He didn't even know what methods this woman had, which led to trouble. Boom! His expression froze, and he stretched out his right hand, trying to grab the shadow thorn. However, at this moment, Qin suddenly chuckled and punched Xi's head out of the blue. Call out. This punch was completely random and carried a sense of madness. It was as fast as lightning and created a sonic boom in the blink of an eye. It was about to hit Xi's temple. Xi's face showed a strange expression, and his figure flashed. He avoided the punch in a millisecond and reappeared in an area dozens of meters away. There was a bloody mark on her forehead, which was caused by Qin fist. With just the wind from his fist, Qin broke through the defense of the mountain and sea realm expert. But what surprised Xi even more was that Qin ignored her charm. She only realized now that Qin had bewitched her on purpose in order to get closer to her and attack her ruthlessly when she was not prepared. If she didn't have special body skills, this punch would be enough to injure her. What's so magical about your soul? It's okay that you can possess divine consciousness directly after breaking through to the Grandmaster level, but you can also be immune to the 5th level charm spell. Shadow Thorn's face was submerged in darkness, returning to its flat, dark appearance, with even his facial features smoothed out. Are you kidding? With the blessing of level 2, my heart is as hard as iron, and level 1, my clear mind and bright eyes. Even the residual spirit of the deceased giant god can't bewitch him, let alone the charm cast by a 5th level mountain and sea realm. He can't even make his 2 mental resistance passive abilities continue to evolve. What a waste. Qin did not answer her. He stepped lightly with his feet. 2 brilliant streams of light flashed. He rushed out dozens of meters in an instant and raised his hand to use the 7-injury crazy fist. Flowing light steps in the air. This physical skill that I just learned can be practiced now. Qin came at him with great force, but Shadow Ci, who was 2 realms higher than his opponent, was actually scared and did not fight him head-on. His figure darkened, and he disappeared again. The air was whistling as Qishang crazy punched him. The next moment, Qin felt a chill on his back. He wanted to turn around suddenly, but he was a step too late. Phew! Shadow Ci appeared behind Qin. His left hand was like a sword. He stabbed Qin heart with all his strength, creating a bloody hole in Qin back. A large amount of blood and flesh spilled down and stained the green grass. Fortunately, Qin reacted quickly enough and did not give Shadow Ci a chance to stir. He immediately took a step back, drew his hand sword, and fought with Shadow Ci with injuries. This time, both of them were a little surprised. Qin was surprised at Xi's strange body movements, while Xi was surprised at Qin physical strength. The sword she had just stabbed into Qin body could definitely kill a top-grade master instantly, but in Qin case, she felt a blockage. Qin body forcefully blocked the sword, preventing it from touching his heart. I am a mountain and sea realm, and even if I lose face and play tricks on a master, I can't kill him. Xi felt that she had lost all face. She gritted her teeth, stopped dodging, and engaged Qin head-on. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere and flowed like a river. Qin was suppressed by Xi with his extremely fast speed and the cultivation level of mountain and sea realm. He had almost no chance to fight back. Scars appeared all over his body, and his eerie white bones were clearly visible, exposed through the wounds. Despite being so seriously injured, Qin seemed to be fighting mad, his pair of iron fists clanging, and the murderous aura was overwhelming. He seemed to be fighting with an injury for injury, not caring about his own life at all, and was determined to bombard Shadow Ci's vital point with his life. This kind of fighting style was something Shadow Ci had never seen before. She had never seen such a desperate person, nor had she seen such a crazy fist. This boy's boxing skills already contain Taoist ideas and are quite good. Only this kind of killing technique that touches the level of Taoism has a chance to take the life of a warrior in the mountain and sea realm. In other words, Qin Yi is qualified and capable of killing Shadow Thorn. Qin Yi was like a tireless machine. He fought against Shadow Thorn for more than 10 minutes, with over 100 injuries of varying degrees, and not a single piece of healthy flesh on his body. Yet he was able to hold on without showing any sign of fatigue. Not only that, Ing Ci carefully observed that the old injuries on Qin Yi's body were almost all healed, and the ones that appeared now were all new injuries. You know, every strike of the Shadow Thorn left behind a wisp of the power of the Great Tao, which hindered Qin Yi's physical recovery and continuously damaged his meridians and organs. Under normal circumstances, Qin Yi would not only be unable to recover from his injuries, but his injuries should have become more and more serious until he collapsed from exhaustion. The Grandmaster Realm can soothe the power of the Great Tao and recover from injuries. What kind of monster are you? Previously, Ing Ci was only shocked by Qin Yi's various behaviors, but now, a sense of fear arose in her heart. Will this kind of monster really die under the siege of the alien god society? Is there really no hope for humanity? Chapter 81 Sword Cutting Mountains and Seas. Qin Yi didn't care what Ing Ci was thinking. Once he entered the combat state, he would have no distracting thoughts in his mind. The Crazy Fist intent contained in the 7-injury Crazy Fist can hurt Shadow Ci's bones and muscles, and the violent murderous aura is more likely to pose a threat to Shadow Ci's life. Shadow Ci was brought back to his senses by Qin Yi's fierce counterattack. His eyes turned cold, and he no longer confronted the opponent head-on. Call out! When another crazy punch was heading straight for her forehead, Ing Ci's figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared behind Qin Yi. At the moment Qin Yi turned around, he suddenly attacked, leaving a bloody scar behind him. If Qin Yi hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would have been in danger of being killed instantly. However, after this move, Shadow Ci did not give Qin Yi any chance to react, and his figure disappeared from Qin Yi's sight again. Swish! The next second, Qin Yi felt a chill on his forehead. He looked up and saw that the Shadow Thorn had appeared above his head without him noticing. In a hurry, he could only try his best to turn his head to avoid being hit in the vitals. Ing Ci's right leg was like a whip, hitting Qin Yi's shoulder, creating a wave of air and directly kicking Qin Yi dozens of meters away. Crash! A large amount of blood gushed out desperately, but Qin Yi still did not die in this situation. This injury was half of his life, and he needed about 3 minutes to recover. Unfortunately, Shadow Thorn won't give him time. Qin Yi, who was flying in the air, had not yet landed when he found that Ing Ci had flashed behind him again, aiming at the wound on Qin Yi's shoulder and was about to strike again. What kind of body movement is this? Why can it achieve infinite teleportation? Qin Yi's heart was ringing with alarm. In the critical situation, he didn't care about anything else and pointed his finger as a sword. He recalled the sword that the founder Chen Ziliuo had swung forward. Base! The wind was howling, and sword energy was surging. Even the Sword of Creation, which had not been fully comprehended, burst out with great power and was able to counter the attack of Shadow Thorn. But the horrific recoil force affected Qin Yi's entire body, causing nearly half of his internal organs to be damaged, and black blood clots kept flowing out of his mouth. It is still too difficult for the Grandmaster Realm to fight against the Mountain and Sea Realm. Qin Yi's advantage lies in the protracted battle. He keeps getting stronger through the training of the enemy, but the Shadow Thorns are aimed at taking his life with every move, and coupled with his body movements that are hard to defend against, he is already showing signs of decline. However, Qin Yi didn't care about his physical injuries. He dug his toes into the soil, leaving a long groove, which stopped the recoil force and allowed him to fall to the ground from midair. After standing firmly on his feet, he did not dare to hesitate for half a second. His sea of consciousness was surging, and more than 1,000 points of mental power condensed into divine thoughts, which spread out completely, covering a 5-meter range around Qin Yi, taking all movements into observation range. Immediately following, Qin Yi was moved, and a wild grass on his right-hand side swayed inexplicably. He was extremely alert and immediately turned to the right. Without even thinking, he gathered the murderous aura in his fists and punched out with all his strength. Bang! This punch did not hit the air, but instead hit a piece of flesh solidly. Qin Yi could clearly feel that his fist sank a few centimeters and even touched a bone as hard as gold and stone. Qini used all the murderous spirit, the power of qi and blood, and all the means of attack he could use. Then, a thunderous sound exploded. His fist felt painful, his hand bones broke, and he was knocked back several meters by the recoil force. But this time, Shadow Thorn was also injured by him, and a fist-sized hole appeared in the abdomen, revealing his fair skin. When Shadow Thorn's dark exterior is broken, her aura will reveal flaws and will no longer be a flawless cover-up. Qin looked intently, and through his divine sense, he detected the key point from the slight flaw in Shadow Thorn's attack. Swish! The gap in Ingxi's abdomen healed in the blink of an eye, and she disappeared again. But Qin saw through her hiding method. His gaze quickly fell downwards, landing on the weeds on the ground, and his energy and blood burst out, like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, sweeping across an area of hundreds of meters. Within a radius of several hundred meters, all the weeds were instantly burned to ashes by the scorching blood. Only a muffled groan was heard, and the Shadow Thorn suddenly appeared beside Qin. The shadow is shattered, and the Shadow Thorn has no way to escape. Her body movements actually rely on the shadows of all things to flash. And on the prairie, the most inconspicuous shadows are the shadows of the weeds all over the ground. If she used Qin Yi's shadow to move, it would probably attract Qin Yi's attention after using it once. Shadow Thorn's body movements are of very high quality, and her abilities are extremely abnormal. As long as the opponent does not discover the true nature of her body movements, she will be hard to defend against. But as long as she forcibly eliminates the shadow while she is still in the shadow, Shadow Thorn will suffer severe damage and be forced back to reality. Seeing Shadow Ci, who had temporarily lost the power to resist, how could Qin let go of such an opportunity? With a thought, the murderous aura mixed with the blood in his body surged out, and a blood sword that could reach the sky was condensed in midair, and he suddenly slashed it. The sky and earth lost their color, and the wind and clouds were broken. This sword is called Kaitian, the sword of creation. No real sword needed. Fingers can be swords, tree branches can be swords, blood and killing power can also become sharp blades. All things become swords. All living beings return to the abyss, and the sky is reopened. At this moment, Qin Yi's mind became clear, and he finally comprehended the first level of the connotation of the sword of creation. The sword roars, space twists, and the world shakes. The white light filled the sky and drowned everything, returning the entire True King realm to silence. On the vast grassland, a bottomless sword mark suddenly appeared, and at the bottom of the sword mark, Ingxi was bleeding all over. His pitch-black skin had been shattered, revealing his true body completely, and he was completely unconscious. Above the nine heavens, Old Wang was shocked. He seemed to see the shadow of the sect's founder Chen Ziluo in the young man, standing alone above the sword mark. The immortal slaying sect is about to be born. The founder of the Zhanxian sect, Wang Tianzuan, once left a message for Mr. Wang before his death. Before the next venerable of the Zhanxian sect appears, he must not come out into the world, let alone reveal the identity of the sect. The reason is very simple. The major skills of the Zhanxian sect were either created by Chen Ziluo with all his hard work, or were ancient inheritances obtained when exploring the secrets of the cave. Even the ancient Starry Sky clan is wary of the descendants of the Zhanxian sect. If the identity of the disciple of the Zhanxian sect were to be exposed, he would inevitably be besieged and killed by countless alien races. Therefore, before becoming a venerable, it is particularly important to maintain the identity of the sect. Apart from Qin, Old Wang had never told anyone about his identity as an immortal slaying sect member. The major organizations outside only speculated that Old Wang had a relationship with Wang Tianzuan, but they did not expect that he had a relationship with the sect's inheritance. Old Wang quickly went down and came to Qin Yi's side. Seeing him standing there motionless with a pale face, he knew that Qin Yi was seriously injured and in urgent need of treatment. He took out a spiritual fruit with strong vitality and was about to hand it to Qin Yi, but Qin Yi waved his hand and refused the spiritual fruit. "Master, my injury is not serious. I can heal myself." Old Wang observed Qin Yi. Half of his meridians were broken, and almost all of his organs except his heart and brain were shattered. His bones were full of cracks, and his body surface was cracked everywhere, and blood was still gushing out. He was dying, with only one breath left. You call this a minor injury? Don't be so stubborn. How can you heal your injuries by relying on the Master's recovery power? Mr. Wong was halfway through his words when he suddenly discovered something strange about Qin Yi and was immediately speechless. Chapter 82, Immortal Golden Body Upgrade. Elder Wang's spiritual sense swept across Qin Yi's body, and he realized that every cell of his disciple was not as dead as he had imagined. Instead, it was full of vitality and was so active that it was astonishing. Even though he did not receive any medical treatment or take any healing spiritual substances, Qin Yi managed to recover from his severe injuries solely through self-healing. After all, Shadow Thorn is in the mountain and sea realm. If Qin Yi hadn't used his cleverness, it would be hard to say what the outcome would have been. The healing fruit that Old Wang handed to Qin Yi was not accepted. Qin Yi just asked Old Wang to bring him some high-grade nutritional supplements from the supermarket. Qin Yi had taken this kind of nutritional supplement when he had just crossed over. It was rich in all kinds of nutrients needed by the human body, and one stick could keep an average person full for a day. The high-level nutrient supplement is made by grinding and roasting the flesh and blood of first and second-level ferocious beasts. It not only contains huge amounts of energy, but also tastes good, no longer having the original plastic taste. I heard that if ordinary people eat it for a long time, it will have many benefits to the body and can prolong life. One high-level nutrient can be sold for 10 contribution points. Any warrior with a little wealth will buy a large number of them for use in exploring secret realms. Before reaching the mountain and sea realm, warriors need to eat and cannot practice fasting. However, high-grade nutritional supplements only serve to fill the stomach and have no healing effect. Considering the injuries on Qin Yi's body, ordinary second-level spiritual fruits would be difficult to save him, let alone high-level nutritional supplements. You've only managed to stabilize your injuries by relying on your body's recovery ability. Are you sure you want to keep going like this without healing? Old Wang couldn't help but ask. He was really worried that something might happen to Qin Yi. His disciple defeated Ing Ci by crossing 2 major realms. He had the talent of a true immortal. If he died halfway due to an accident, Old Wang would regret it so much that he would vomit blood. He stared at Qin Yi's face and saw that there was no trace of blood on his face. His cheeks were shriveled and sunken, and he looked extremely weak. He really wanted to heal Qin Yi immediately. But Qin Yi insisted on refusing external treatment. Master, I'm really fine. I'm just hungry. I'll be fine after eating. Are you kidding? He finally found an opportunity to beat himself half to death without holding back. If he lets others heal him, how can he evolve adaptively? Qin Yi could feel that his cells were about to transform, but they were stuck halfway due to a lack of energy. Seeing that his master was still worried, he added, "Master, there's no need for me to joke about my life. Just go get me a few more high-grade nutritional supplements." Hearing this, Old Wang finally gave up the idea of stuffing spiritual fruits and elixirs into his pocket. His figure flashed, and in less than a second, 10 high-grade nutrient supplements appeared in his hand. One high-grade nutritional supplement can satisfy a martial artist's exercise needs for a whole day. Even a martial artist with a big appetite can only eat 3 at most in a day. As for the Grand Master, he can only eat 6 at most. Advanced nutritional supplements are rich in blood and energy. Although the quality is not high, it still takes some time to digest. However, Mr. Wang did not expect that Qin Yi swallowed 10 high-grade nutritional supplements in one breath and still looked unsatisfied. He smiled awkwardly and asked him if he had any more. The corner of Old Wang's mouth twitched, and he took a whole box directly from the warehouse and threw it in front of Qin Yi. There were 36 high-grade nutritional supplements in this big box. Qin Yi only took half an hour to devour them all, finishing them like a whirlwind without leaving even a drop of residue. Belch! After taking 46 high-grade nutrient supplements, he was now completely full. Every cell in his body was bathed in a sea of energy, absorbing energy and nutrients wantonly. His dry and sunken cheeks also returned to normal. Under Wang Lao's observation, Qin Yi's whole body was glowing with vitality, and the life force in his body was so abundant that it overflowed and floated out of his pores to the outside world. His cells were undergoing transformation through constant death and rebirth, and the injuries that had originally been fatal began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qin Yi only felt his body warm and comfortable enough to make him want to moan. He sat cross-legged on the spot, looking inward at his meridians, carefully feeling the changes in himself, when suddenly a prompt from the system sounded in his ears. Your muscles, meridians, organs, and bones were impacted by the blood and energy of a 5th level, mountain and sea realm, warrior, and they were reborn from being shattered. You successfully evolved your innate magical power. Immortal Golden Body LV2. As the words fell, every inch of Qin Yi's skin lit up with golden lines, and an immortal aura emanated from him. Old Wang, standing by, caught this immortal aura, revealed an expression of disbelief, and lost his composure for the first time. Immortal spirituality? Isn't this the symbol of the venerable realm? Why is Qin... Mr. Wang felt mixed emotions, both surprise and disappointment. What surprised him was the immortal spirituality that his disciple possessed at the Grandmaster stage. Even if it was just a trace, it meant that he would become a venerable in the future and only needed time to practice. What she lost was that Qin Yi had obtained something so easily, something she had been pursuing for most of her life. This feeling of loss is normal. After a complex emotional experience, Mr. Wang came to his senses, and his first thought was to keep this secret and not let outsiders know. His spiritual sense spread out, covering almost the entire eastern suburbs. He felt relieved when he found no one spying on the supermarket. It doesn't matter how talented Qin Yi appears to be in public, but he must never let anyone discover that he is immortal. Because no matter how high his talent is, outsiders will think that he will be blocked at the venerable level, and the alien races will not go all out and hunt him down at all costs. The threshold for becoming a venerable was too high. After Qin Zilyuo, there hadn't been another human venerable for decades. But if immortality is born in advance, the realm of the venerable becomes inevitable. The immortal golden body talent combines several of Qin Yi's passive skills, such as iron skin and bones and physical recovery ability. Therefore, the upgrade of this talent brings all-round improvement. And Qin Yi's evolution through this fight is more than just this. Ding! Your cells have endured the spiritual energy and blood of a 5th-level warrior, mountain and sea realm, and have successfully evolved a talent skill, Spiritual Affinity LV20. The hand-to-hand combat with the warrior from the mountain and sea realm allowed Qin Yi to fully absorb the 5th-order spiritual energy and blood in Yingxi's body. This level of energy and blood improved Qin Yi to the point of being close to a 5th-order spiritual fruit. The 5th-level spiritual fruit increased the affinity with spiritual energy by 10 levels. Although it was only increased by 1 level this time, it broke through the 20-level barrier. But Qin Yi didn't feel any changes in himself for a while. In the past, after the spiritual affinity was upgraded, the changes were very obvious. He tried it with some hesitation, and finally found with delight that the 20th level of spiritual energy affinity had improved his understanding and physique. When he opened his eyes and looked at the air again, he saw not only the floating spiritual energy, but also the hidden rules in the movement of spiritual energy. This kind of law is the law between heaven and earth, which is also the Tao,